Protagonist: Tuoba Chen, martial soul, white armored earth dragon identity, Grand Elder's grandson of the sacred dragon sect, the foremost heir of the sect genre. Development and upgrading, reversal, adventure, otherworldly. Chapter 1. Martial Soul Awakening, Level 8. In the Empire of Heaven Do, within the city of Bartle, a fierce-looking middle-aged man was conducting martial soul awakenings for a group of youths in a branch of the Spirit Hall. Next, Tuoba Chen. Upon hearing the command, a seemingly ordinary child hurriedly approached. The middle-aged man glanced at him and instructed, "Place your hand on the crystal ball and clear your mind of other thoughts." The boy nodded vigorously, as if fearing to provoke the man. He placed his right hand on the crystal ball, which soon radiated a strong light, revealing a massive white earth dragon behind him. The middle-aged man, observing the results, proclaimed loudly, "Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power Level 4. After announcing the talent of the child, named Tuoba Chen, the fierce man looked down and said, "Well done, young one. Please go to the side for registration." The child, trembling with fear, dashed toward the registration desk upon hearing the man's words. The middle-aged man, accustomed to such reactions, continued. Next, Meng ran. A charming little girl approached the stage and, following the man's instructions, placed her hand on the awakening crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball transformed into a dazzling white color. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment as, in that moment, Meng Ran seemed to radiate light. This was the highest innate soul power he had witnessed since he began conducting awakenings last year. Recalling his own awakening, where he barely reached level 4 before the age of 20, he was astounded. After a moment, he regained his composure and announced, "Meng Ran, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, Innate Soul Power Level 8. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at the revelation of the girl's remarkable talent. The middle-aged man turned to Meng Ran and said, "Young lady, your talent is exceptional. Would you consider joining our spirit hall?" He attempted to soften his tone. Unlike the other children, Meng Ran felt no fear towards the man. Sensing his lack of malice, she replied, "No, uncle. My grandparents are waiting for me outside. They'll leave after I finish registering." The middle-aged man felt a twinge of regret, but could do little else. He simply replied, "Very well, young lady. Farewell." Meng Ran then skipped away. Watching this, Tuoba Chen was taken aback, realizing he had encountered the first creditor of Tang San, Meng Ran. He was also surprised by her high innate soul power, though he believed his own would surpass it. After all, as a transmigrator, he was equipped with a minimum standard, full innate soul power and dual martial souls. He anticipated that his performance would astonish them all. After Meng Ran departed, the middle-aged man continued. Next, Tuoba Chen. Upon calling Tuoba Chen's name, the man looked at the list in confusion, noting that this was the 6th participant from the Sacred Dragon sect that day. With a sigh, he reflected on the strength of their white-armored earth dragon martial soul. Yet none had exceeded level 5 in innate soul power thus far. What was going on with the Sacred Dragon sect? He wondered how this child, Tuoba Chen, would fare, likely with a subpar result. Tuoba Chen approached the middle-aged man and, mimicking Meng Ran, placed his hand on the crystal ball. "Focus, do not think of anything else," the man instructed. As Tuoba Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball, it ignited with the same brilliant white light as before, and a spectral image of the white-armored earth dragon appeared behind him. Both Tuoba Chen and the middle-aged man were momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man could hardly believe that he had encountered 2 prodigies with innate soul power levels reaching 8 in a single day. Tuoba Chen, on the other hand, felt a chill as he realized he was neither at full innate soul power nor did he possess dual martial souls. However, the middle-aged man was oblivious to Tuoba Chen's inner turmoil and excitedly exclaimed, "Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White-Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power Level 8. Hearing this, Meng Ran, who had not yet left the hall, turned to glance at Tuoba Chen, surprised to find someone else with innate soul power at level 8. This time, the middle-aged man refrained from making recruitment offers, for the white-armored earth dragon was the emblem of the Sacred Dragon sect, and they would not allow such a talented individual to join the Spirit Hall. Instead, he simply instructed Tuoba Chen, "Please register over there, then you may leave." Tuoba Chen, finally coming to his senses, replied, "Understood." He made his way to the registration area, where Meng Ran was still filling out her information. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen approach, she paused and said, "Hello, I'm Meng Ran." Caught off guard by her greeting, Tuoba Chen responded, "Oh." Though Meng Ran was undeniably adorable, Tuoba Chen preferred to maintain distance, aware that those who interacted with the protagonist group often fell to the role of mere side characters. It was a well-known fact that individuals who associated with the protagonist group faced dire fates unless they were akin to a close sibling of the main character. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect saw its members annihilated after their interactions with Tang San, as did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Even the Spirit Hall faced destruction for opposing him. Thus, Tuoba Chen had no desire to endure such trials. While both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect eventually rebuilt, they had endured significant hardships. Tuoba Chen sought to avoid such tribulations. After the martial soul awakening, the earlier arrogance that accompanied his transmigration had faded, for he was neither at full innate soul power nor did he possess dual martial souls. Moreover, he had never awakened any systems or extraordinary abilities throughout his life, and Tuoba Chen realized he might lack any extraordinary advantages. Thus, he resolved to steer clear of any connections with individuals related to the protagonist. Yet he was not one to be narrow-minded. An innate soul power level of 8 was still regarded as a commendable talent in the Doa continent. Chapter 2. The extraordinary couple of the dragon and serpent in the realm of Doa, where a staggering 99% of the populace possesses no soul power. One must marvel at the fact that with innate soul power of level 8, the possibility of becoming a title de Doa is not beyond reach through diligent training. What more could one desire? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's indifferent response, Meng Yiran did not relent in her efforts to communicate. Instead, she pressed on with her inquiry. Are you a disciple of the Holy Dragon sect? Instinctively, Tuoba Chen nodded. He had initially resisted the urge to acquiesce. Yet his ingrained politeness from the past 6 years compelled him to give a slight nod. As for Meng Yiran discerning his identity, he found it hardly surprising. After all, his martial soul was the white-armored Earth Dragon, a direct lineage of the Holy Dragon sect. The sect had not yet fallen into decline and still boasted a title de Doa as its guardian. Among the lower 4 sects, only the Holy Dragon sect held such a distinction, retaining considerable renown. Seeing Tuoba Chen nod, Meng Yiran beamed with joy. Can we be friends? Let me tell you, my grandparents are quite formidable, no less than the leader of your Holy Dragon sect. However, they do not permit me to associate with children from ordinary families, which is why I have no friends until now. Would you be my friend? With that, she fixed her gaze on Tuoba Chen with her large, glistening eyes. Tuoba Chen found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her earnest stare. How vexing! Did she not realize that such a gaze was the bane of a reclusive individual like himself? In an instant, he forgot his previous reluctance and, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Upon receiving his affirmation, Meng Yiran joyfully leaped up and embraced him. From the moment she entered, she had sensed something distinctive about Tuoba Chen. Unlike other children who appeared foolish and disheveled, he stood out with his immaculate attire. Exuding a unicoha. Most importantly, Tuoba Chen was the most adorable among this group of youngsters. These factors had drawn her attention, and upon discovering that his innate soul power was equally an impressive level 8, she felt it was a serendipitous fate ordained by the heavens. Grateful, she thanked the divine. Before long, she completed the form in her hand, but due to Tuoba Chen's unfinished paperwork, she chose to wait for him. Her grandparents were outside, and she intended to introduce Tuoba Chen to them. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen was mechanically filling out the information, deliberately writing slowly, hoping to prompt Meng Yiran to leave first. How humiliating to be tempted by a little girl. If his friends from a neighborhood saw him, where would his reputation as the leader of Hongxing Lane stand? Moreover, he recalled that Meng Yiran had arrived with an elderly couple. Indeed, the renowned dragon and serpent couple. He was acutely aware that if Meng Yiran's affection for him was apparent, and they were to encounter her grandparents, would they not seize him as her childhood husband? He, a striking young man, reduced to kneeling beneath the skirts of a little girl, would be an utter disgrace. Boys must learn to protect themselves when venturing out. Observing Tuoba Chen's painstakingly slow completion of the form, Meng Yiran remarked, "Are you struggling with some characters? If you can't write them, I can help. You see, despite being only 6 years old, I already know 1,000 characters." As she spoke, she proudly patted her chest, casting a smug glance at Tuoba Chen. Though Tuoba Chen had no desire to engage with such a precocious child, being teased by a 6-year-old nonetheless irked him. He recognized that she would likely wait indefinitely, leaving him no choice but to hasten his completion of the form. After all, he was not alone. He had come with his father. and he could only hope that his father would provide some leverage in this situation. After all, his father was a soul sage of level 71 and one of the 3 key figures in the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce established in the Tiando Empire. At 40, a soul sage was a notable figure within the sect. Surely, he would not be intimidated by the dragon and serpent couple. With this thought in mind, Tuoba Chen swiftly filled out the form, and upon submission, he was immediately tugged along by Meng Iran as they exited. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall's branch, Tuoba Chen's father was waiting for his son to emerge. Upon Tuoba Chen's exit, he was surprised to see his father engaged in conversation with the dragon and serpent couple, which ignited an ominous premonition within him. Several parents had also noticed their children emerging. However, Long Gong suddenly spotted his granddaughter holding hands with an unfamiliar boy. His once bright eyes narrowed, coldly scrutinizing the intertwined hands, before swiftly glancing at Tuoba Chen, seemingly committing his appearance to memory. This all transpired in an instant, unnoticed by others. Yet, Tuoba Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if something ominous had set its sights on him. Once they both appeared, they simultaneously called out, "Little Min Gran, Chener." Following this, Tuoba Chen's father exchanged glances with the dragon and serpent couple. Long Gong was taken aback. From the tone of Tuoba Yin, it seemed that this boy holding his granddaughter's hand was indeed his child. The subsequent scene confirmed this, as Meng Iran rushed to the dragon and serpent couple, embracing each of them warmly. Tuoba Chen approached his father, Tuoba Yin, at a leisurely pace, stating, "Dad, I have completed the test." "Oh, what were the results?" Tuoba Yin inquired, intrigued about his son's innate talent. In truth, Tuoba Yin had 3 children in total, with Tuoba Chen having 2 elder sisters, both older by nearly a decade. Initially desiring only 2 children, Tuoba Yin had been surprised by his wife's unexpected 3rd pregnancy, leading to Tuoba Chen being a delightful surprise. Although he was an unexpected addition, his parents cherished him dearly, possibly due to their advancing years, as they doted on him even more than on his sisters. They did not subscribe to the notion of raising sons in poverty while indulging daughters, allowing Tuoba Chen the freedom to pursue his interests without parental pressure. Nevertheless, as a transmigrator, he could not afford to live as an ordinary child, engaging only in play. Chapter 3. Reporting every day, he engaged in appropriate physical training. Among the children of his age in his vicinity, none could rival him. Even those who had awakened their martial souls found themselves at a disadvantage in a contest of strength with him. Additionally, he had always been obedient, which instilled confidence in Tuoba Yin. However, Tuoba Chen's 2 sisters, truth be told, did not possess remarkable talent. Both had innate soul power of only level 4, lacking any extraordinary traits. Tuoba Yin, fearing that Tuoba Chen might not accept the results of the soul power test, had already prepared comforting words in advance. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Tuoba Chen calmly responded, "My martial spirit is the white-armored earth dragon, with innate soul power at level 8. Reacting instinctively to Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin replied, "It's nothing. Innate soul power does not determine everything." "You needn't." Before he could finish his sentence, Tuoba Yin quickly realized. "Wait, did you just say your innate soul power is at level 8? "Yes," Tuoba Chen answered with unwavering composure. He did not allow himself to feel pride in his talent, as he was acutely aware that the weakest innate soul power within the protagonist group was at level 9, highlighting the considerable gap between himself and them. It was imperative for him to devote himself to training without delay. Tuoba Chen had calculated that he was approximately 3 years older than Tang San, which afforded him an additional 3 years of cultivation time compared to the protagonist. 3 years could alter many outcomes. He needed to enhance his strength as much as possible before the next 4 sects pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall, thus gaining a degree of influence within the sect to prevent their reckless actions. Naturally, the time available to him was limited to just over a decade. He aimed to achieve a breakthrough to Soul Sage, or even Soul de Law, by the age of 20. Only then could he wield some authority within the sect, compelling the Elder Council to heed his counsel. At that point, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, he would choose to retreat into seclusion with the sect, similar to the Haotian sect. Once the Spirit Hall was vanquished by Tang San, he would emerge once more. While he harbored aspirations to become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent, without a system's assistance or even full innate soul power, Tuoba Chen found it challenging to conceive how he could compete with Tang San and his companions. After all, They were destined to attain godhood. To secure a comfortable and leisurely existence, he set a modest goal for himself, to reach the rank of title de law by the age of 25. This was not an unreasonable ambition, considering that Tang San seemingly achieved godhood at that very age. His confidence in this goal stemmed from his knowledge of the future trajectory of the Doloa continent, as well as awareness of the abundant precious herbs in the poisonous old man's garden, and the existence of various training grounds such as the Slaughter City and Sea God Island. If feasible, he intended to tread the same path as Tang San, albeit ahead of him. He did not perceive any shame in following the protagonist's journey. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual and had only a superficial understanding of the Doloa continent through literature. It was unrealistic to expect that having lived here for 6 years, he could independently devise a suitable methodology. Finding a path that suited him was exceedingly difficult, whereas following Tang San's footsteps would save him a considerable amount of time. Returning to reality, Tuoba Chen was at a loss for how to express his emotions. His son, Tuoba Chen, possessed innate talent on par with that of the young master of the Holy Dragon sect, Tuoba Chen. In his youth, Tuoba Chen's innate soul power was merely at level 7. It was vital to understand that innate soul power significantly outweighed the efforts made later on. He recalled reading in a book that the level of innate soul power indicated the speed of one's cultivation. The text stated that if an individual with level 1 innate soul power had a cultivation speed of 1, then someone with level 2 would have a speed of 1.5, while a level 3 individual would achieve a speed of 2, and so forth. Those with full innate soul power could cultivate at a rate 5.5 times faster than someone with only level 1 innate soul power. Thus, a higher level of innate soul power granted a higher starting point. The couple, the legendary dragon and serpent, was equally astonished upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power. Even Long Gong found the boy who had taken his granddaughter's hand to be less irksome. Although Tuoba Chen was ecstatic, he remained mindful of the presence of the legendary dragon and serpent beside him. He then guided Tuoba Chen before the couple, stating, "Esteemed seniors, this is my son, Tuoba Chen." Afterward, he turned to Tuoba Chen and said, "Little Chen, these two are the venerable snake granny and dragon grandfather. You should greet them properly." Acknowledging his father's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, grandfather dragon. Hello, grandmother snake." Hearing Tuoba Chen refer to her as grandmother, snake granny beamed with delight, exclaiming, "What a good child." Dragon grandfather nodded in agreement, but Meng Iran, feeling somewhat overlooked, tugged at dragon grandfather's sleeve and declared, "Grandfather, grandfather, my innate soul power is also at level 8. Taken aback by Meng Iran's words, dragon grandfather paused before bursting in a hearty laughter, saying, "No wonder you are my granddaughter. Little Iran, tell grandfather what you wish for, and I shall buy it for you today." Smiling sweetly at dragon grandfather's words, Meng Iran turned her gaze toward Tuoba Chen. A sudden foreboding washed over Tuoba Chen, and his apprehensions were confirmed by Meng Iran's subsequent words. "Grandfather, I want to be good friends with him, but when I tried to talk to him earlier, he ignored me. Please help me convince him, grandfather." Tuoba Chen felt a chill in his heart. This little girl had actually gone to dragon grandfather to complain. He did not consider his father a match for dragon grandfather. If dragon grandfather decided to unleash his wrath, he doubted his father could protect him. Upon hearing Meng Iran's words, dragon grandfather shot Tuoba Chen a glare. Yet as a renowned figure in the Doloa continent, he deemed it unnecessary to engage with a child, especially since Tuoba Chen was the son of an old acquaintance. However, since his beloved granddaughter had made a request, he would not remain idle. Lowering his head, he addressed Tuoba Chen, saying, "What is this, young man? You do not wish to be friends with my Iran?" His tone was casual, yet it carried an implicit authority that instilled a sense of intimidation in Tuoba Chen. Recognizing the need to be prudent in dealing with a soul Doloa, he understood the wisdom of keeping the peace. Before he could respond, however, his father, Tuoba Chen, stepped in front of him, stating, "Oh, dragon grandfather, you must be mistaken. Little Chen would never refuse to be friends with little Iran. Would you, little Chen?" Chapter 4, The Betrothed. Feeling his father's protective presence behind him, Tuoba Chen's heart warmed. Should dragon grandfather decide to attack, his father would likely stand in front of him without hesitation. Tuoba Chen promptly nodded, affirming his willingness to be friends with Meng Iran. "Ha ha, you've shown wisdom, boy. Let me inform you, Iran is your betrothed, so you must treat her well." Tuoba Chen Meng Yiran. Upon hearing Dragon Grandfather's proclamation, both Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran were momentarily stunned. Betrothed? What on earth was happening? They were completely unaware of this arrangement. Tuoba Chen glanced around, noticing that both his father and the legendary dragon and serpent couple seemed to have been privy to this information all along, while Tuoba Chen was astonished. Meng Yiran was even more taken aback. Being a girl, she was naturally more mature and understood precisely what being a betrothed meant. She immediately tugged at Dragon Grandfather's arm, asking, "Grandfather, when was this decided? Why am I suddenly engaged to Tuoba Chen?" Seeing his granddaughter acting coyly beside him, Dragon Grandfather chuckled. "This is an old agreement. Your grandfather and I were acquainted long ago, and we had previously agreed that if our grandchildren were of the same gender, they would become brothers or sisters. If of different genders, they would become engaged. Tuoba Chen's father can attest to this, can't you, Tuoba Yin?" Tuoba Yin quickly nodded, affirming, "Little Yiran, what your grandfather says is true. I was present at the time, and I, too, was a close friend of your father. We made this pact." Upon hearing the confirmation from both sets of parents, Tuoba Chen's right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Meng Yiran's face flushing crimson, her gaze flickering between shyness and invitation as she cast a glance his way. Internally, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of frustration. "Please. Not like this. You are merely 6 years old. You ought to be more aware." Regrettably, those around him were oblivious to his inner turmoil. He scrutinized her closely, finding himself increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Initially displeased at her holding hands with him, he soon realized she was the daughter of Tuoba Yin, and thus his discontent dissipated. The Dragon Duke's satisfaction grew as he remarked, "Little Chen, now that you are my granddaughter's fiancé, I encourage you to nurture your relationship with Yiran. You are of the same age and surely share many common interests." "Yes, Grandpa Long," Tuoba Chen replied, his voice bright despite the helplessness he felt inside, exemplifying the art of saying one thing while meaning another. Accepting his fate, he acknowledged that Meng Yiran was indeed quite endearing. He consoled himself with the thought that being with her would not be a loss. As for any future encounters with Tang San, he resolved to leave that to fate. If destiny decreed that he would meet Tang San, there was little he could do to evade it. After all, engaging with the protagonist might entail hardships, yet the ultimate outcome was typically favorable. He was not one to dwell on trivialities, and soon he reached this conclusion. The Dragon Duke, satisfied with Tuoba Chen's response, declared, "In that case, let us return. We shall meet again soon." With that, he took Meng Yiran by the hand and departed. As they left, Meng Yiran cast a shy glance back at Tuoba Chen, her cheeks still flushed before quickly turning away. Tuoba Chen observed this scene with a sense of resignation. Was it merely his modest charm, his striking looks, his refined demeanor, or his pleasant voice that captivated her? Why had this little girl taken such a liking to him? Ah, women, they are creatures easily beguiled by appearances. If she were to truly know me, she would discover that beyond my handsome facade lies a clever, kind-hearted, and well-mannered boy. Thus, I must concede that Meng Yiran possesses remarkably discerning taste. Once the Dragon Duke and his party had departed, Tuoba Chen shot a puzzled look at Tuoba Yin, clearly wanted to know why he had not been informed sooner about his betrothal. Perceiving the unspoken question in his son's eyes, Tuoba Yin raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, explaining, "Little Chen, I didn't intend to deceive you. I had planned to wait until you were a bit older to share this news, but I never expected to encounter the Dragon Duke so soon. Now that you are aware of your engagement, refrain from wandering outside. Moreover, your innate soul power has unexpectedly reached level 8 today, which truly astonishes me. Let's celebrate. Instead of dining at home, we'll feast at Uncle Mo's Tavern." Upon hearing the prospect of a grand meal, Tuoba Chen scoffed. He was well aware that during such occasions, he would only order his preferred dishes. Tuoba Yin, unfazed by his son's reaction, took his hand and said, "Let us return and share this news with your mother. She will be overjoyed. I'm back. Little Chen is home." How did the soul power awakening test go? As the words fell, the door swung open to reveal a graceful and cultured woman, Tuoba Chen's mother, Ningyu, whose martial soul was the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, and whose soul power stood at level 53. Upon seeing his mother, Tuoba Chen replied, "Mother, my innate soul power is at level 8. Ningyu, who had prepared a set of comforting words, was momentarily taken aback. Had she misheard? Level 8? that equaled the combined innate soul power of his two elder sisters. Instantly, she swept Tuoba Chen into her arms, planting a kiss on his small face, exclaiming, "Just like my son." Observing the tender moment between mother and son, Tuoba Yin cleared his throat and interjected, all right. Let us hasten to Old Mo's for our meal. I've made reservations and Xner and Rower should have already arrived. Let's go." Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen's eyes brightened. His two elder sisters had not returned home for 3 years, and he was thrilled at the prospect of their arrival. Shortly thereafter, the three of them arrived at Uncle Mo's tavern, and Tuoba Chen's mouth watered at the sight of the bustling establishment. Though still young and unable to consume much, he could not deny that Uncle Mo's culinary skills were exceptional. Uncle Mo, aware that today marked Tuoba Chen's martial soul awakening, had prepared the banquet a day in advance and had been busy in the kitchen since early morning. Now, standing at the tavern's entrance, he anxiously awaited their arrival. Why aren't they here yet? If they don't hurry, the food will get cold. Before long, Tuoba Chen's family appeared at the corner, prompting Uncle Mo to rush over to greet them. "Little Chun," he exclaimed, his eyes crinkling with joy. "How did the martial soul awakening go?" Tuoba Chen, having grown accustomed to such inquiries, replied with enthusiasm, "Uncle Mo, I have reached level 8. As expected, upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, Uncle Mo expressed his admiration and promptly led them to the banquet he had arranged. His excitement surpassed even that of Tuoba Chen's parents. Having watched Tuoba Chen grow, he had no children of his own and regarded Tuoba Chen as his own. Thus, hearing of his remarkable innate soul power brought him immense joy. Upon entering the private room, Tuoba Chen spotted his two sisters, whom he had not seen in 3 years. "Little Chen, come here and let your sisters take a look at you." Both Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Xin beamed with happiness upon seeing him, and after inquiring about his innate soul power, the family began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. Throughout the meal, his sisters and Ningyu eagerly piled food onto his plate, creating a towering mound of delicacies, much to Tuoba Yan's envy. Midway through the celebration, Uncle Mo remarked, "Old Yin, with such a remarkable talent, will little Chun not be sent to the sect for training?" Tuoba Chun, who had been engrossed in his meal, perked up at the mention of his name. Tuoba Yin paused, contemplating before responding, "No need. Little Chun is still quite young, and I am reluctant to send him to the Star Luo Empire. Although I am merely a lowly steward, my father is an elder within the sect, and I possess some influence." Uncle Mo nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment of not wanting Tuoba Chen to venture into the harsh realities of the Star Luo Empire at such a tender age. Subsequently, he placed a piece of meat on Tuoba Chen's plate, saying, "Here, little Chun, eat up. If you ever decide against becoming a soul master, you can inherit Uncle Mo's tavern instead." Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, replying, No. Uncle, you're still young. You should find a wife and have children to carry on your legacy." Tuoba Yin frowned and interjected, "Old Mo, what sort of talk is that? You are only 40. It's not as if you are incapable." Hearing their exchange, Uncle Mo let out a sigh. Upon witnessing his current state, Tuoba Yan's pupils constricted slightly as he remarked, "Old Mo, could it be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Long shot him a glare and then glanced at the bewildered Tuoba Chen. The implication was clear: refrain from discussing such matters in front of the child. Tuoba Yin, aware of his indiscretion, hastily interjected, "Let us eat." Although Tuoba Chen appeared to be a mere child, his spirit harbored the essence of a 20-year-old youth. The exchange between the two was evident. Something must be amiss with Uncle Mo's health. After a hearty meal, the family engaged in casual conversation with Mo Long at the dining table. Suddenly, Mo Long addressed Tuoba Chen, "Little Chun, to celebrate your awakening of the martial soul, I have prepared a small gift for you." Curiosity piqued. Tuoba Chen knew from past experience that Mo Long's small gifts were anything but trivial. Last year on his birthday, Mo Long had presented him with a cold iron dagger worth thousands of soul coins, and the year before, a luxurious white tiger fur coat valued in the same range. Thus, he approached the prospect of this small gift with caution. Although he understood that Uncle Mo treated him like a son, accepting such grand gifts without cause made him feel somewhat awkward. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mo Long produced a silver necklace adorned with a dragon-shaped pendant. "Uncle Mo, what is this?" Although the necklace appeared unremarkable, Tuoba Chen discerned that it was far from ordinary, pondering why Uncle Mo would give him a necklace, especially considering he was a boy. Noticing the perplexity on Tuoba Chen's face, Mo Long explained, "Little Chun, this necklace is called the Songlong Pendant. It is a soul guide capable of storing items up to 20 cubic meters." As Tuoba Chen absorbed the words soul guide, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Uncle Mo, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Tuoba Yin, upon witnessing Mo Long unveil the Songlong Pendant, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his old friend to part with such a treasure. However, he refrained from stopping him, knowing that Mo Long regarded Tuoba Chen as a successor. Understanding his old friend's temperament, he knew that rejecting the gift would be inappropriate. Thus, he urged, "Little Chun, since Uncle Mo has given it to you, you should accept it." Seeing the sincerity in both their gazes, Tuoba Chen realized that refusing would be rather pretentious, and he acquiesced, saying, "All right, Uncle Mo, thank you." He accepted the Songlong pendant and placed it around his neck. Mo Long, relieved to see Tuoba Chen don the pendant, smiled and added, "Little Chun, this Songlong pendant contains some insights from me, as well as a few small gifts I prepared for you. Just drop a drop of blood on the pendant, and it will recognize you as its master. Give a try." Nodding earnestly, Tuoba Chen retrieved the cold iron dagger gifted by Mo Long, pricked his finger, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the Songlong pendant. The once silver necklace emanated a faint white light, and Tuoba Chen felt an ephemeral connection form between himself and the pendant. When he held the cold iron dagger before the Songlong pendant, it vanished instantly. Observing this, Mo Long smiled, knowing that the pendant had now acknowledged Tuoba Chen as its master. Overwhelmed by such a substantial gift, Tuoba Chen struggled to express his gratitude. Mo Long simply ruffled his hair and said, "Child, there's no need to thank me. I'm getting old and can't bear such sentimental words. Just come visit Uncle Mo often, and I'll prepare delicious food for you." "Yes, all right," Tuoba Chen responded enthusiastically. After bidding farewell to Mo Long, the family returned home. Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Ascent, having arrived mid-meal due to a sect mission, left shortly after dining. Once home, Tuoba Chen eagerly dashed to his room, exhilarated by his newfound martial soul. Although not a full innate soul power, achieving level 8 was commendable. He only needed to ascend 2 more levels to acquire his first soul ring. However, as he ran, he suddenly felt himself rising into the air, seemingly against his will. Confused, he glanced back at his father, uncertain of the meaning behind this. After locking eyes with him, Tuoba Yin set him down and said, "Little Chun, do not rush. You can cultivate your soul power tonight. Now that you have awakened your martial soul, it is time to begin your training in our sect's ultimate technique, the Transformation Dragon Technique." Chapter 6, Transformation Dragon Technique, Songlong Skill Noon. In the courtyard of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yin stood face to face, their gazes locked in earnest anticipation. After a brief moment, Tuoba Yin produced a small blue booklet and handed it to Tuoba Chen, stating, "Little Chun, this is our Sacred Dragon Sect's exclusive technique, the Transformation Dragon Technique. From today onward, you shall refine your physical body during the day according to this manual, while your evening practice can involve the Songlong pendant gifted by Uncle Mo. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to consult me." With that, Tuoba Yin departed, as he had many matters to attend to. He believed that with Tuoba Chen's intelligence, he would undoubtedly master the Transformation Dragon Technique, for it was not overly complex. Tuoba Chen nodded in understanding, having surmised the significance of the Transformation Dragon Technique. In the Dolua continent, the existence of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects was not solely attributed to the might of their martial souls, but also to their unique techniques that enhanced their disciples' abilities. For instance, the Haotian sect possessed the chaotic cloak hammer method, while the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was known for its mind control technique. And the blue lightning tyrant dragon could transform into a dragon, among others. Although the mind control technique was not exclusive to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, it remained a rare and valuable skill. The Sacred Dragon sect also boasted its own unique technique, the Transformation Dragon Technique, which Tuoba Chen had previously been unaware of. Believing his sect lacked such resources, curiosity piqued, he recalled his father mentioning that the Songlong pendant contained additional treasures. He examined the interior of the pendant. Upon opening it, Tuoba Chen was nearly blinded by the sight before him. The interior was awash with gold, revealing tens of thousands of gold soul coins, various herbs for enhancing one's essence, and soft armor weapons for self-defense. However, what captured his attention most was a slightly worn, green booklet resting at the center of all the items. Gasping in astonishment, Tuoba Chen marveled at the implications of this bounty. Who exactly was Uncle Mo? Was this truly what he deemed a mere trifle? It was indeed a considerable fortune. Presumably, the item his father referred to was the green booklet. Extracting it, he glanced at the title, Songlong Skill, another exclusive technique. He felt an overwhelming eagerness to delve into its contents. As he opened the booklet, the first page revealed a passage. I am Mojia's first family head. Songlong Doluo Yulien, with the martial soul of the Azure Wind Songlong. That Songlong skill is the culmination of my life's work, intended for the cultivation of my descendants. This technique may only be utilized by those possessing dragon-type martial souls, divided into 4 tiers, and can only be practiced during soul power cultivation. Those who practice this skill will experience a 50% increase in their cultivation speed, and the resultant soul power will carry special attributes, primarily acceleration and enhanced attack. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, one shall comprehend the Songlong domain. After perusing the initial page of the Azure Dragon technique, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words to describe the magnificent art before him. It rivaled Tang San's Xiantian skill, perhaps even surpassing it in strength, and it promised the potential for domain comprehension. He recalled that in the original text, the Xiantian skill merely accelerated soul power cultivation slightly beyond the norm, whereas this technique boasted a remarkable 50% enhancement, accompanied by unique attributes. Faced with the generous gift from Uncle Mo, he felt a profound sense of indebtedness. Having contemplated the Azure Dragon technique, it was time to examine the scriptures of his sect, the Transformation Dragon art. The Azure Dragon technique was intended for nocturnal soul power cultivation, so it could not yet be utilized. Opening the first page of the Transformation Dragon art, he was greeted by familiar words. I am the first patriarch of the Sacred Dragon sect, Saint Dragon Da Tuoba Long, and my martial soul is the white-armored earth dragon. The Transformation Dragon art is the culmination of my life's work, crafted for the training of my descendants. This technique can only be practiced by soul masters possessing the white-armored earth dragon martial soul, divided into 9 levels, and can only be employed during physical training. Those who cultivate this art will experience a significant increase in defense and strength, a modest boost in speed, and with each level attained, their martial soul will undergo minor evolution. Upon reaching the 7th level, one will comprehend the Sacred Dragon domain, and at the 9th level, the martial soul will evolve from the white-armored earth dragon to the white-armored sacred dragon. Upon reading the introduction to the Transformation Dragon art, Tuoba Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated that this technique could evolve one's martial soul. The white-armored sacred dragon sounded infinitely more formidable than the white-armored earth dragon. Gazing at the 2 techniques before him, Tuoba Chen felt an exhilarating sense of rivalry with Tang San, a feeling that was surprisingly genuine. Should he successfully cultivate both techniques to their pinnacle, he would possess dual domains akin to Tang San's, and if he were to acquire the God of Slaughter domain in the future, he would wield 3 domains. Moreover, these 2 techniques complemented each other, enhancing his attributes comprehensively, a true amalgamation of strength and agility. With ample time remaining, he turned to the 2nd page of the Transformation Dragon art, which detailed the cultivation method for the 1st level. To his surprise, he found not a series of complex training regimens, but rather a singular breathing technique, the Dragon's Breath method. Upon encountering this section, a phrase instinctively surfaced in his mind: the Dragon's Breath, the form of unity. Though initially taken aback, he continued to read on. The Dragon's Breath method, as the first and most critical layer of the Transformation Dragon art, required one to begin from the most fundamental principles. This breathing technique was devised after extensive observation of various dragon species, ultimately tailored to suit human physiology. If practiced continuously for 24 hours, one could master the 1st level of the Transformation Dragon art, thereby unlocking the 2nd level of cultivation. Inspired by the introduction to the Dragon's Breath method, Tuoba Chen promptly commenced his first attempt. Following the text guidance, he endeavored to emulate the dragon's ability to absorb oxygen rapidly, thereby enhancing his cardiovascular capacity and significantly boosting his physical capabilities. As he read the instructions, a spark ignited within him. I am Tanjiro. He swiftly initiated his first endeavor. Inhale. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath, held it, and began to move. After a minute, exhaustion set in. He gasped for air, feeling suffocated. Neither in his previous life, nor this one, had he mastered swimming, leaving his lung capacity quite limited. After just 1 minute, he sensed a struggle to breathe. For the entirety of the afternoon, Tuoba Chen practiced the dragon's breath method. Fortunately, his regular physical training had endowed him with a decent foundation. By the end of the day, he could sustain his breath for 3 minutes. As evening approached, he intended to retreat to his room for a brief rest before preparing dinner when he was unexpectedly called out. Xiao Chun, turning to see who beckoned him. He recognized several uncles who had come with his father to oversee the merchant guild in the Tiando Empire. Uncle Bing, Uncle Yu, are you looking for my father? He hasn't returned yet. Would you like to wait in my home? Truth be told, Tuoba Chen was not particularly familiar with these uncles, as they seldom visited his residence. Upon hearing his words, they quickly replied, No, Xiao Chun, we are here for you. We heard your innate soul power has awakened to level 8, truly a remarkable feat, surpassing even your father's prowess. Realizing their purpose, Tuoba Chen sighed inwardly. Adult life was undeniably taxing. However, he held no disdain for the two men, recognizing their own burdens. Thank you, Uncle Bing and Uncle Yu. After expressing his gratitude, they exchanged cheerful nods, conversing with him briefly before presenting him with small gifts and hastily departing. Watching their retreating figures, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of mixed emotions. Would he, too, find himself in such a position if not for his exceptional talent and fortune? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Such musings were unproductive. If he wished to avoid becoming sycophantic, he must strive to grow stronger. After dinner, he returned to his room to delve into the Azure Dragon technique. Flipping to the second page, he noted that unlike the Transformation Dragon art, the Azure Dragon technique did not necessitate a breathing method. However, its practice required maintaining an unusual posture, all fours on the ground, head held high, back straight, abdomen contracted, and glutes tightened, while closing his eyes to sense the energy in the air. To be candid, this posture was quite challenging to maintain. Initially, Tuoba Chen could only endure for 10 minutes before his hands began to tingle. After 15 minutes, his body trembled, and soon after 20 minutes, he could no longer continue. Nevertheless, the results were evident. In that brief span, he had absorbed a small amount of soul power into his body. Yet, the Azure Dragon technique was not without its drawbacks. It could only be practiced once a day, and if interrupted, he would have to wait until the following day to resume. Consequently, he spent the remaining hours engaged in ordinary training. It was not until around midnight that he finally drifted into slumber. The next morning, upon waking, Tuoba Chen felt invigorated. Being still quite young, he could not sustain all-night training sessions and required ample sleep. However, the previous night's practice had yielded commendable results. After halting the first layer of the Azure Dragon technique, he distinctly sensed the disparity between ordinary training and the Azure Dragon technique, which solidified his resolve to endure longer each evening to maximize his strength enhancement. Calculating the progress from the previous night's training, he concluded that if he continued at this rate, he could elevate his soul power from level 8 to level 9 within a month. Furthermore, as he persisted, his endurance would inevitably increase, allowing for swifter cultivation. Once he could maintain 3 hours of practice, he would be ready to embark on the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique, at which point his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Early the next morning, Tuoba Chen commenced his routine with a morning run, followed by various physical training exercises in the morning, practicing the breathing method in the afternoon, cultivating soul power in the evening, and then retiring for the night. Occasionally, during moments of leisure, he would peruse tomes such as the Self-Cultivation of Soul Masters and On the Direction of Soul Master Evolution. Thus, for months elapsed, Tuoba Yin and Ningyu, observing their son's fervent dedication, grew increasingly concerned. Was their child exerting himself excessively? Typically, other children, upon awakening their martial souls, would only experience initial novelty before quickly growing weary of training. Generally, exercising 4 days a week was commendable, yet their son practiced diligently every single day, leaving the couple apprehensive about any potential psychological issues Tuoba Chen might be facing. Ningyu remarked, "If this continues, will something happen to Xiao Chun?" After pondering for a moment, Tuoba Yin replied. I believe Xiao Chun may be lacking interaction with peers. Now that he has awakened his martial soul, perhaps it is time to enroll him in school. Despite Ning Yu feeling a twinge of reluctance upon hearing Tuoba Yan's suggestion, she nodded in agreement, fearing that continued isolation might lead to unforeseen consequences for Tuoba Chen. Meanwhile, in the confines of his room, Tuoba Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Level 10. He had finally broken through to level 10 and was now ready to obtain his first soul ring. Over the past 4 months, he had diligently practiced the Sanglong Gong and the transformation of the dragon technique. He could now maintain the dragon breathing technique for 2 hours and sustain the first level of Sanglong Gong for 1 hour. His physique had also strengthened considerably due to consistent training. Once he acquired his first soul ring, both his physical attributes and soul power would receive a significant boost, facilitating his practice of Sanglong Gong and the transformation of the dragon technique. Contemplating this, Tuoba Chen glanced out the window, noting that dawn had yet to break, and decided to withhold the news of his breakthrough from his parents until morning arrived. The following day, Tuoba Yin sensed something amiss. His son had not gone out for his morning run. Peering outside, he noted the absence of rain. Was his son unwell? Observing Tuoba Chen seated at the dining table, awaiting his meal, he approached and felt his forehead. Suddenly, he noticed warmth emanating from it. Tuoba Chen turned to his father and asked, Dad, what is the matter? After confirming his son's temperature was normal, Tuoba Yin, with a serious expression, stated, Xiao Chun, I have something important to discuss with you. Noticing the gravity in his father's gaze, Tuoba Chen swallowed nervously. Why was his father acting so ominous today? Was he about to unleash some form of parental wrath? Do you have something weighing on your mind? No, they both exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Tuoba Yin pressed on. What do you mean no? So, why didn't you go out to train today? Is something troubling you? Realizing his father's concern stemmed from a genuine worry for his well-being, Tuoba Chen replied, Actually, Dad, I have broken through to level 10. Oh, is that so? After a moment of calm, Tuoba Yin suddenly reacted, exclaiming, What? You've broken through to level 10? Chapter 8. The first battle. Tuoba Chen nodded. With the aid of Sanglong Gong and his diligent training, achieving level 10 seemed rather ordinary. Was his father's reaction not a bit excessive? Ha ha ha. Truly, you are my son. Unable to contain his joy, Tuoba Yin burst into laughter. He possessed such remarkable talent, nor had he benefited from Sanglong Gong's assistance, nor had he exhibited such dedication. It had taken him 1.5 years to reach level 10. Yet even so, he was considered a prodigy within the Holy Dragon sect, having become the head of the sect's commercial association by the young age of 40. However, his son had achieved level 10 at merely 6 years and 4 months old. If he continued on this path without any unfortunate interruptions, he might one day aspire to become a titled Doa. Tuoba Yin patted his son's head and said, Let us finish our meal, and then we shall venture into the sunset forest to hunt soul beasts. All right. 2 days later, at the outskirts of the sunset forest, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yin were seated in an inn, dining. Their home was quite far from the forest, necessitating some travel time to reach their destination. This was Tuoba Chen's first visit to the sunset forest, and it would be disingenuous to say he was not anxious. However, his nervousness stemmed not from fear, but from excitement. Despite having lived on Dilua continent for many years, he had yet to encounter a living soul beast, particularly one over 100 years old. After finishing their lunch and purchasing provisions in the town bordering the forest, they officially entered the sunset forest. Observing the towering trees on either side and the occasional appearance of small herbivorous soul beasts, he began to envision what his first soul beast might be like. Tuoba Yin glanced around before turning to his son, saying, Xiao Chun, remember, under no circumstances should you stray more than 30 meters from me in this forest. If you exceed that distance, you will be beyond my range of attack. Should a swift soul beast strike at you, I will be unable to assist you. Do you understand? His tone was unusually grave. Tuoba Chen nodded solemnly, fully aware that this was not a matter for jest. As they ventured deeper into the sunset forest, the variety and number of soul beasts surrounding them increased significantly. However, the majority were unsuitable for Tuoba Chen, and thus they avoided any confrontation. Eventually, they halted before a silverback gorilla. Upon seeing the creature, Tuoba Chen was unsure of his father's intentions. While it was indeed a power-type soul beast, it hardly seemed suitable for him. However, Tuoba Chen dispelled any ambiguity by declaring, "Xiao Chun, this is a 10-year silverback gorilla. Until you find a soul beast more suited to you, you can use it as your training opponent. I assume you have not yet engaged in real combat. So this will be your first adversary. Go ahead and experience what a true soul beast is like." Realizing his father intended for him to hone his skills against the silverback gorilla, Tuoba Chen nodded. Indeed, the silverback gorilla was relatively weak and not particularly agile. Facing a 10-year-old silverback gorilla posed little danger, especially with Tuoba Chen, a soul sage, watching over him. He could confidently engage in battle. As Tuoba Chen approached the silverback gorilla, the beast became aware of his presence. Turning to face the diminutive figure standing at just over 1 meter tall, the silverback gorilla angrily pounded its chest. Letting out a series of roars, it charged toward him. This was Tuoba Chen's first direct encounter with a soul beast. Yet he felt no fear whatsoever. Perhaps this was related to his previous life as a zookeeper, where he frequently fed lions and tigers, and grew accustomed to being around such formidable creatures. He had even interacted with gorillas before. When the silverback gorilla closed the distance, it raised its massive hands and struck forcefully in Tuoba Chen's direction. However, due to the lengthy motion, Tuoba Chen swiftly evaded the attack, darting behind the creature and delivering a sharp slap to the back of its head. The silverback gorilla stumbled, taking several seconds to regain its bearings before turning to charge at him once more. Upon witnessing the reaction of the silverback gorilla, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. After evading the creature's attacks several times with ease, he wore an expression of unmistakable realization. In his previous life, while spending time at the zoo, he had often observed gorillas out of boredom, and this prolonged observation had unveiled their vulnerabilities. Unlike the gorilla depicted in King Kong, ordinary gorillas lacked a diverse array of combat techniques, such as grappling, stomping, or strangling. Typically, a gorilla's fighting style consisted merely of raising its fists high before bringing them down to strike, a method that, while intimidating, was ultimately slow and predictable, making it difficult to land a hit on a more agile opponent. Initially, he had expected that on the Dolawa continent, soul beasts would differ from gorillas in the real world, perhaps exhibiting greater agility. However, his recent observations suggested otherwise. The creature's movements mirrored those of the gorillas he had previously encountered, proving to be quite clumsy and easily outmaneuvered by him. With the creature's weaknesses now apparent, Tuoba Chen felt little inclination to continue the skirmish. He retrieved the cold iron dagger gifted to him by Uncle Mo, preparing to finish the encounter with a decisive strike. Bang! As before, the silverback gorilla lunged but missed, its fist crashing to the ground. Tuoba Chen effortlessly sidestepped and positioned himself behind the creature. He then raised the hilt of his dagger and struck forcefully at the back of the gorilla's neck, rendering it unconscious. Applause erupted from the onlookers, astonished by how calmly Tuoba Chen had handled the soul beast. Tuoba Chen, witnessing his son's composed demeanor, couldn't he help but recall his own first encounter with a soul beast, which had left him thoroughly frightened. Yet, a hint of confusion lingered as he asked, "Little Chen, you performed admirably, but why did you not kill it?" In response, Tuoba Chen calmly replied, "There is no need. My objective was not the silverback gorilla. Unnecessary slaughter serves no purpose." His reticence was not born from a fear of killing. In his previous life, he had dispatched countless chickens and fish. He genuinely believed there was no justification for slaying the gorilla, as they bore no enmity. Having already bested the creature, he found no gain in killing it, for he lacked any need to profit from its demise. After listening to his son, Tuoba Chen nodded, though a flicker of doubt about Tuoba Chen's attitude toward killing lingered in his mind. However, knowing his son well, he sensed that Tuoba Chen's assertion of no need was indeed sincere. Once they had secured the silverback gorilla in a safe location, the pair continued their exploration. Throughout the day, they scoured the sunset forest, seeking suitable opponents for Tuoba Chen, yet none matched his requirements. By this point, Tuoba Chen had demonstrated the capability to defeat a 142-year-old white lizard, leaving Tuoba Chen feeling somewhat desensitized. Despite it being Tuoba Chen's first battle, he consistently identified his opponent's weaknesses in the shortest amount of time, achieving swift victories. Were it not for the fact that he had watched Tuoba Chen grow up, Tuoba Chen might have doubted his son's identity. As they walked, Tuoba Chen, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, "Little Chen, How do you discern the weaknesses of those soul beasts? Prepared for the question, Tuoba Chen quietly retrieved a volume titled Comprehensive Guide to Soul Beasts, Volume 1 from his possession, and handed it to Tuoba Yen. Upon seeing the book and the name of its author, Yu Xiaojiang, Tuoba Yen was taken aback. Yu Xiaojiang was a well-known figure in the Soul Master community, albeit with a less-than-stellar reputation, often regarded as a mere clown by many. Although Tuoba Yen did not harbor any disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, he had never perused the man's works, believing that the insights of a grand soul master held little relevance for him. With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, he opened the book and skimmed through a few pages. Almost immediately, he found himself captivated by its contents. After some time, he remarked, "This individual is truly a genius." The book documented a total of 131 types of soul beasts, detailing their strengths, weaknesses, potential soul ring skills, and age in meticulous detail. It could be said that this was the most comprehensive soul beast guide he had ever encountered, and it was merely the first volume. He could hardly fathom the effort Yu Xiaojiang must have exerted to compile such knowledge with only the cultivation of a grand soul master. Realizing that his father had become convinced of the book's authenticity, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of relief. He had also perused the guide, though he had not yet finished it. However, many of the soul beasts he had recently defeated were indeed listed within its pages, making his victories less fortuitous than they might have seemed. After successfully convincing Tuoba Yen, the duo found a relatively safer spot to rest for the night. Naturally, Tuoba Yen took the watch, as Tuoba Chen was still too weak. Should they encounter a formidable beast, he might not have time to call for aid. Tuoba Yen, with his stamina, could manage without sleep for 3 days, but prolonged wakefulness would prove challenging. Thus, if they failed to find a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen within 3 days, they would have no choice but to exit and regroup before re-entering the Sunset Forest. However, fate seemed to have other plans for them. On the afternoon of the second day, they finally encountered a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen, the terrain dragon. The creature stood before them, measuring an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters in length, its body a sandy yellow, resembling an elongated lizard. The age of a terrain dragon could be inferred from its length. Any exceeding 2 meters indicated was a 100-year soul beast, with each additional 10 centimeters signifying an extra 100 years of cultivation. A specimen exceeding 3 meters would be classified as a 1,000-year soul beast. The terrain dragon before them was approximately 300 years old, making it an ideal candidate for Tuoba Chen's first soul ring. This time, Tuoba Yen did not allow Tuoba Chen to engage in combat. For one, among all soul beasts, the terrain dragon was considered a top-tier existence. Given its name's association with dragons, creatures inherently powerful. With Tuoba Chen's current strength, he likely could not penetrate the creature's defenses. Furthermore, the terrain dragon possessed formidable evasion skills, making an elusive target. It would be a shame to let such a creature escape. Tuoba Chen recognized the situation and did not insist on fighting. He was aware of his limitations. Although he stood among the elite of his peers, he was still merely a 6-year-old child, and the gap between him and the terrain dragon, a king among 100-year soul beasts, was considerable. The terrain dragon, perceptive and alert, soon caught sight of the two humans observing it from a distance. With a fierce roar, it issued a warning, indicating that any further approach would provoke an attack. Yet, Tuoba Yen, a soul sage, dismissed the creature's warning. After all, it was merely a 100-year soul beast, not a titan giant ape, and could hardly be deemed a match for him. Watch closely, Lil Chun. Martial Soul Manifestation, Tuoba Yen announced, and a magnificent white dragon apparition emerged behind him, flanked by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, which then transformed into a shadow as it charged toward the terrain dragon. Upon witnessing this scene, the geomantic dragon's pupils constricted, and it swiftly turned to flee. The overwhelming aura that erupted from Tuoba Yen was utterly terrifying. He was undoubtedly no match for his opponent. Acting on instinct, the dragon began to frantically burrow into the ground, hoping to escape. Observing this behavior, Tuoba Yen smiled mysteriously. "First soul skill Earth Spike," he declared. In that instant, the geomantic dragon, which had just tunneled into the earth, was pierced by 4 slender spikes, rendering it completely defenseless. Interestingly, the Earth Spike was one of the geomantic dragon's signature abilities, and Tuoba Yen had acquired his first soul skill from a geomantic dragon as well. It was quite ironic that his son's first soul ring was also from a geomantic dragon. Once he confirmed that the dragon had lost all capacity for resistance, he signaled to Tuoba Chen behind him, indicating that he could approach now. When Tuoba Chen arrived, Tuoba Yin stated, "Little Chen, it is yours." With that, he turned to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Looking at the barely breathing geomantic dragon before him, Tuoba Chen wasted no time. He drew a cold iron dagger from the falling azure dragon and swiftly ended the creature's life. Gradually, a pale yellow soul ring materialized before him, and without hesitation, he sat down to absorb it. Slowly, the yellow soul ring began to drift toward Tuoba Chen, merging gradually with his body. Perhaps due to Tuoba Chen's exceptionally robust physique, the absorption process went remarkably smoothly. In just a quarter of an hour, he had completely absorbed the soul ring. Unfortunately, there was no soul bone. Although even if there had been a soul bone, it would only have been a century-old one, which was inconsequential. He could always sell it for money. Chapter 10. Earthspike, noticing that his son had successfully absorbed the soul ring, Tuoba Yin breathed a sigh of relief. In the Soul Master Realm, many soul masters had perished while attempting to absorb soul rings due to insufficient physical strength or the overwhelming nature of the soul rings. Such instances were not uncommon. Nevertheless, although his son possessed commendable physical attributes, Tuoba Yin could not help but feel a tinge of worry. With the successful absorption now confirmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "So son, what soul skill did you acquire?" His curiosity about his son's first skill was piqued. The primary abilities of the geomantic dragon included altering terrain, causing earthquakes, tunneling, and summoning earth spikes, all of which were regarded as top-tier skills. Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's inquiry, Tuoba Chen replied without hesitation, "Dad, just like you, I have earth spike. However, my version is considerably weaker. My attack range is merely 10 meters, and I can only summon 2 spikes at a time, consuming 20% of my soul power with each use, allowing for only 5 uses." Tuoba Yin's expression began to darken as he processed Tuoba Chen's words. When had Earth Spike become something that consumed 20% of a level 10 Soul Master's energy? When had the initial attack range extended to 10 meters? And 2 spikes summoned on the first attempt? "Little Chen, please demonstrate. I would like to see how your Earth Spike functions." Finally snapping back to reality, he remembered he needed to assess his son's soul skill's efficacy. All right, with that, Tuoba Chen promptly activated Earth Spike, targeting a nearby large tree. Thud! 2 slender earth spikes swiftly pierced into the sturdy trunk. Observing his handiwork, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of dissatisfaction. They merely penetrated but did not completely pierce through. Had that been his father's attack, not only would the tree have been severed, but even a boulder would have been split in 2. Tuoba Yin gasped when he witnessed his son's earth spike. He had not anticipated such results on the first use. When he had first employed Earth Spike, a third of his soul power had been depleted, and he had merely managed to break a few branches, with an initial attack range of only 5 meters. Words failed him. Believing his father to be disappointed by his performance, Tuoba Chen sought to change the topic. "Dad, shall we head back?" The petrified Tuoba Yin quickly snapped back. "Oh yes, of course." 2 days later, in Balti City. Upon returning, Tuoba Chen inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of surreal familiarity. It had only been a few days since he had left, yet it felt like an eternity. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by Ningyu, who eagerly embraced him. During his absence, she had been consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep, fearing for her son's safety. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Gasping for breath from the embrace, Tuoba Chen said, "Mom, I'm back." Ningyu replied, "It's good to have you back. I'll prepare something delicious for you." After she left, the father and son sat in silence at the dining table, waiting for Ningyu to finish cooking. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. "Son, I need to discuss something with you," Tuoba Yin suddenly stated. Tuoba Chen responded, "Yes, Dad, what is it?" Well, the various junior Soul Master Academies have commenced their terms. I thought it might not be ideal for you to stay at home every day, so I wanted to ask if you would like to attend school. Surprised by this suggestion, Tuoba Chen realized that he had not considered this option during his prolonged stay at home. He had assumed his father's plan was to keep him training at home. However, the prospect of attending school appealed to him, as remaining at home limited his experiences. Without first-hand encounters with other martial souls or engaging in combat with others, he would inevitably suffer due to a lack of practical experience. Thus, he answered without hesitation, "Sure." Hearing his consent, Tuoba Yin replied, "Great. I have shortlisted several academies for you to choose from." He then produced several posters and handed them to Tuoba Chen. Upon examining the posters, Tuoba Chen recognized the academies his father was referring to. First option, Tiando Royal Junior Academy advantages. Among all the academies, Tiando Royal Academy boasts the most formidable faculty, abundant resources, and the highest concentration of nobility. Graduates who pledge allegiance to the empire may receive no less than the rank of baron. Disadvantages. The abundance of nobility may lead to potential conflicts. Second option, Exotic Beast Junior Academy advantages. This academy offers various specialized training methods for beast-type soul masters, with ample resources and formidable strength. Disadvantages. Lacks a powerful backing. Third option, White Armored Junior Academy advantages. Founded by the Holy Dragon sect, disciples can access the richest resources and education. Disadvantages. Located in the Star Luo Empire, the journey is quite far. After considering these options, Tuoba Chen ultimately chose Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Although he had contemplated attending Notting Academy, it lacked the advantages of these other institutions, and he could not find a compelling reason to choose it. Dad, I've made my decision. I will attend Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing his son's choice, Tuoba Yen nodded. In many ways, Tuoba Chen's selection of Tiando Royal Academy was both expected and surprising. From a young age, Tuoba Chen had been composed and thoughtful, always meticulously considering his actions. He would act decisively when something was worth doing, yet he would never engage in endeavors that held no value. Among the various academies, the Tiando Academy stands out as the finest and most stable institution. Having made his choice, there was little left to discuss. After resting at home for a day, he and Tuoba Chen set off for the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Bartle City. The distance between the two locations was not great, and they arrived within a day. However, rather than proceeding directly to the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, they first visited the branch of the Wuhuan Temple. Tuoba Chen had yet to register after obtaining his soul ring. Once officially registered, he would become a qualified soul master and receive a monthly allowance from the Wuhuan Temple. Upon arriving at the branch, Tuoba Chen was struck by the grandeur of the building. Truly, as the imperial capital, the Wuhuan Temple here was far more impressive than the branch in Bartle City. Inside, they were greeted by an elderly gentleman. Upon seeing them, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Tuoba Yen, what brings you to the imperial capital? This must be your son, right? Are you here for his soul awakening?" The old man recognized his father, which surprised Tuoba Chen. He had not anticipated his father's renown. Chapter 11. Successful Enrollment. Luxurious dormitory. No, I'm here to bring him for the soul master test. Hearing this, the elder promptly replied, "Indeed, as expected of Lord Tuoba Yan's child. His talent is evident. He has already surpassed level 10 at such a young age." Since Tuoba Yen appeared quite young, the elder mistook Tuoba Chen for being 7 years old, which is a common age for a soul master to reach level 10, especially among disciples of prominent sects and noble families. The elder took out a crystal ball and placed it before Tuoba Chen, saying, "Young one, do you remember the soul awakening? Just like before, slowly infuse your soul power into the crystal ball." Tuoba Chen nodded, placing his hand upon the crystal ball and gradually channeling his soul power into it. The crystal ball soon emitted a glimmer of white light. Level 12. The elder was taken aback by the radiance from the crystal ball. At such a young age, achieving level 10 meant that if the boy continued to cultivate normally, he would likely become a soul sage in the future. After the test, Tuoba Chen logged his information and collected his monthly allowance before departing. Inside the Wuhuan branch, the elder held Tuoba Chen's records, his hands trembling slightly. "Quickly, send this information to the headquarters of the Wuhuan Temple," he urged. At 6 years and 4 months, with innate soul power at level 8, this little one's talent rivals that of the Holy Maiden. I must report this to the Pope promptly and ensure such talent is welcomed into the Wuhuan Temple. At the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, the duo finally arrived. The academy was prominently located next to the Royal Senior Academy, making it easy to find. It was the time for enrollment, and a long line had formed outside the admissions office. Those who came to register were either affluent or noble. So the father and son had no thought of cutting in line and patiently took their place at the end. The queue moved slowly, perhaps due to the nobility of those registering, as nearly everyone was accepted, entering the academy with cheerful expressions. Observing this, Tuoba Chen frowned. It seemed illogical for the acceptance rate to be so high. He glanced at the admissions officer, an obsequious old man, and shook his head, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Nevertheless, having arrived, he decided to stay and see. After an hour, he finally reached the registration desk. The old man looked at the two and asked, "And who might you be?" "I am Tuoba Chen, the president of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association, with a first-class baron title. This is my son, Tuoba Chen." After speaking, Tuoba Chen presented a document from the Wuhuan Temple along with a baronial insignia for verification. Upon seeing these credentials, the old man beamed, saying, "Ah, a baron. Allow me to assist you in processing your son's enrollment." He examined Tuoba Chen's credentials and gasped in surprise. Innate soul power at level 8, 6 years and 4 months old. Soul power at level 12. And a martial spirit of the white armored earth dragon. The old man quickly exclaimed, "Baron, your son possesses extraordinary talent. He may enroll in our academy's elite class free of charge and receive monthly support from Tiendo Academy. Here is the proof along with your son's dormitory key." He produced a white sheet of paper and a key marked with the number 29, directing the father and son to the dormitory before they departed. The elders' words were not discreet, and those behind them clearly heard, many quietly memorizing Tuoba Chen's name, unaware of the attention they had garnered. Father and son proceeded to find the dormitory. After assisting Tuoba Chen in locating his accommodations, Tuoba Chen took his leave. As the president of a merchant association, he was quite busy and had already taken a week off for his son. He could not afford to neglect his duties any longer. Once Tuoba Chen departed, Tuoba Chen began to survey his dormitory. The accommodations at Tiendo Royal Junior Academy were splendid, perhaps due to his enrollment in the elite class. He was assigned a single room, complete with an independent bathroom, all necessary furnishings, and an area of approximately 100 square meters. Not only that, but his dormitory was a lavish villa housing only 15 rooms, featuring a kitchen specifically for their meals, along with a designated chef. There was also a laundry room where someone would assist with their laundry. On the first floor, a luxurious lounge awaited, where they could engage in deep discussions during their leisure time. After witnessing these amenities, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of awe. This was the life of nobility. Although his family was relatively affluent and his parents treated him well, he had never experienced such service before. After organizing his belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. Having obtained his soul ring, his physical abilities and soul power had significantly improved, yet he had not formally practiced. He was uncertain of his current capabilities. As for greeting his future roommates, he decided to wait until classes commenced the next day. He then devoted himself to the training of the dragon transformation technique. For hours later, he sighed with relief. Now, he could exercise while practicing the dragon breathing technique for a sustained 4 hours. With his training, his body had gradually adapted to this breathing method. Unlike ordinary exercises, this technique became progressively easier to master the further one advanced. Tuoba Chen was confident that within 2 months, he would completely master the first layer of the dragon transformation technique and make progress toward the second layer. Just as he finished his training and intended to rest, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Curiously, he wondered who might be seeking him at this hour, as he did not know anyone in the imperial capital. Perhaps it was a roommate coming to visit? Despite his exhaustion, he did not wish to turn anyone away. Dragging his weary body to the door, he opened it to find a well-dressed young man in a tailcoat standing before him. Upon witnessing the young man, the youth remarked, "Master Tuoba Chen, I am Tang San, the head of this dormitory. It is time for dinner. Please accompany me to the dining hall." Hearing these words, Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. It was no surprise that others had been attending to him. His clothes were washed, and the chef had prepared his meals. Given the number of caretakers around him. Chapter 12. The elite class, he nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Thank you." Tang San smiled at Tuoba Chen's polite demeanor, finding it quite endearing. After this exchange, he led Tuoba Chen to the dining hall on the first floor. Inside, a long table was already occupied by 8 children, and with only 15 student rooms in total, it was evident that many had yet to arrive. As Tuoba Chen approached the table, all eyes turned towards him. It had been quite some time since a new student had joined apartment number 2, and he was the only newcomer this year, eliciting their curiosity. Once Tuoba Chen took his seat, Tang San began to serve the dishes with practiced ease. Observing this, Tuoba Chen felt puzzled. Weren't they waiting for others? Tang San quickly noticed his bewilderment and asked, "What is the matter, Master Tuoba Chen?" Is there something amiss? Tuoba Chen voiced his concerns, and upon hearing them, Sangzi chuckled. Master Chun, you may not be aware, but only those with innate soul power of level 8 or above are permitted to reside in apartment number 2. While the Tiando Empire is indeed teeming with talent, individuals who achieve level 8 are exceedingly rare. Many of them, being disciples of prominent sects and illustrious families, often cultivate within their own realms rather than enrolling in the academy. Thus, with your arrival, there are only 9 students in apartment number 2. Upon grasping this information, Tuoba Chen understood the academy's situation. Indeed, the elite from major sects and families often nurture their own talents. Furthermore, many gifted individuals were snatched away by the Spirit Hall, explaining the scarcity of talent at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Just then, a child seated at the head of the table spoke up. Welcome, newcomer. I am Lu Yi, a Black Panther martial soul user, 9 years old, and a level 19 agility attack spirit master. What is your name? Surprised by the sudden address, Tuoba Chen quickly responded. I am Tuoba Chen, a white armored earth dragon martial soul user, 6 years old, and a level 12 strength attack spirit master. Lu Yi did not display any astonishment at the reply. Although 6 years and level 12 sounded impressive, he did not mention his own age in months. In Lu Ye's mind, he likely perceived Tuoba Chen as being around 6 years and 10 or 11 months old. After all, the most prodigious talent he had encountered broke through to level 14 just shy of 7 years of age, leading him to unconsciously categorize Tuoba Chen as a 6-year-old nearing 10 months. Welcome, Tuoba Chen. From this day forth, you are a member of apartment number 2, Lu Yi declared. After Tuoba Chen expressed his gratitude, everyone introduced themselves, and they began their meal. The dinner was delightful, with the academy providing an abundant feast of unlimited steak, chicken breast, and fish. Upon returning to his room, Tuoba Chen resumed practicing the Tsanglong Kung Fu, maintaining the peculiar posture for an impressive hour and 15 minutes. Unlike the initial layer of the transformation dragon technique, which became easier with practice, the strange stance of the Tsanglong Kung Fu grew increasingly difficult to sustain the longer he held it. After a night of cultivation, Sangzi, as he did the previous day, knocked on his door to escort him class. Sangzi would only guide him once, as he had his own responsibilities to attend to, merely showing him the way. Arriving at a building resembling a castle, Tuoba Chen sighed, reflecting on the dullness and monotony of the lives of the affluent. Approaching the castle, he quickly located his classroom. It was the first one, known as the elite class. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the room, and he immediately noticed a blue-haired little girl beaming at him. Seeing her smile, Tuoba Chen gulped. She shouldn't be in the Beast Initial Academy. Why was she attending the Tiando Royal Junior Academy? In Bartle City, Tuoba Yin and Long Gong sat together, sipping tea. Xiao Yin, I appreciate your efforts in this matter, Tuoba Yin said. It is only natural for the betrothed couple to be placed in the same academy to foster their connection. Tuoba Chen sat in the second-to-last seat on the far left of the classroom, gazing wistfully out the window. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran observed him with a cheerful expression. The class was small, comprising only 20 students, as only those with soul power above level 7 could enter this elite class, resulting in such a low number of students. Their desks were arranged in rows with considerable gaps between them. As to why Meng Yiran now occupied the seat beside him, it was because she had forcibly moved the boy who sat next to Tuoba Chen and pushed their desks together, creating the current situation. At this moment, the entire class was discreetly watching their inappropriate behavior. Such flirtation at their tender age was quite scandalous, especially with the bright future of the nation in attendance. Yet, no one dared to speak out. Most of them had already been dealt with by Meng Yiran just days prior. Moreover, Meng Yiran's grandparents were formidable figures, akin to title de law, and though the attendees were all affluent, very few could boast of having a title de law in their family. They considered themselves fortunate that this fierce girl had not targeted them. Among the students present, aside from Tuoba Chen, only Xuebang and 2 other boys were unafraid of Meng Yiran. However, despite his youth, Xuebang had learned the value of restraint and understood that it was wise to avoid antagonizing disciples from such prominent families, thus remaining largely uninvolved. Yet, his curiosity led him to observe the two closely. Feeling the intense scrutiny of his peers, Tuoba Chen could no longer endure the attention and turned his head to meet Meng Yiran's gaze. The unexpected eye contact caught Meng Yiran off guard, and her pale face flushed with a hint of crimson. However, Remembering that he was her fiancé, she decided to allow Tuoba Chen to gaze at her, leaning in slightly closer. The surrounding classmates widened their eyes at this unfolding scene. Was the legendary kiss about to transpire? Shui Bong, observing their converging faces, instinctively covered his eyes with his hands, peeking through the gaps between his fingers to steal a glance at the pair. Just as the moment seemed poised to fulfill everyone's expectations, a discordant voice called from the doorway. Ahem. Class is about to commence. Upon hearing this voice, the students exchanged furious glances at the teacher who had interrupted. They were on the verge of flipping tables. Chapter 13. Class, however, due to their good upbringing, no one truly dared act out. Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran hastily averted their gazes. Meng Yiran couldn't help but wonder, was he about to kiss me? How could he be so bold? The loathed teacher would have been better off arriving a little later. Suddenly, a vivid image of the two of them together flickered in Meng Yiran's mind, and she felt a crystalline droplet of saliva form at the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, wiping it away before feigning modesty and turning her head aside, pretending not to notice Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen, too, found himself in a state of complex emotions. He had merely intended to warn her with a glance to stop staring so intently, but it seemed Meng Yiran had misunderstood his intent. The irksome voice from the podium rang out again. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Ming, the new teacher at the academy and your homeroom teacher. I will be arranging most of your courses. He proceeded to call the roll. Montaken, present. Yu Xin, present. Qin Ming's voice was melodious, effortlessly instilling a sense of fondness in those who heard it. However, Tuoba Chen was currently indifferent to Qin Ming's charm. If he recalled correctly, Qin Ming had graduated from Shrek Academy, which meant his teaching methods would likely align with Shrek's renowned standards. Yet, given the superior resources of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, if Qin Ming's approach were adopted, it might yield remarkable results. At that moment, Tuoba Chen's gaze upon Qin Ming grew fervent. Noticing Tuoba Chen's intense stare, Meng Yiran felt a pang of displeasure. He had never looked at her that way. Could it be that he preferred men? The terrifying thought had barely settled in her mind before she dismissed it entirely. How could that be? She recalled their first encounter when she had gone to the spirit hall to awaken her martial spirit, where she spotted many others also awaiting their turn. Among the crowd, Tuoba Chen stood out with his remarkable presence. Perhaps it was his aura or his appearance, but Meng Yiran felt as though she were ensnared by something profound. Though she was young, she recognized this feeling as affection. Later, when she learned she was to be Tuoba Chen's fiancée, she nearly fainted from excitement, feeling like the happiest person in the world. Now, with Tuoba Chen in the same academy, she vowed not to let this opportunity slip away, determined to secure him firmly in her grasp. Thus, Meng Yiran spent the entire morning lost in her daydreams, absorbing none of the lessons. In contrast, Tuoba Chen was thoroughly engaged, finding Qin Ming's teaching to be clear and concise, effortlessly highlighting the key points. He resolved some minor issues he had encountered in his cultivation, and for the first time, he felt that attending the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was truly beneficial, at least because of the commendable teacher. The morning classes swiftly concluded, and Tuoba Chen was quite satisfied with the session. Qin Ming, too, quietly noted Tuoba Chen's keen attentiveness during the lesson. Teachers invariably favor students who exhibit a passion for learning. After lunch, the afternoon classes commenced, typically consisting of practical combat or physical training. As it was the first day of class, Qin Ming opted for a combat lesson to better understand his students. As for who would teach the practical combat class, it was none other than Qin Ming. This was not due to the academy's inability to hire new teachers, but rather because Qin Ming was a multifaceted talent. When he was recruited, the academy's higher-ups recognized his exceptional capabilities and decided to assign him to a single class to maximize his potential. Thus, while he taught all the subject for Class 1, his workload was comparable to that of other teachers who managed multiple classes. With a higher salary, there was little to complain about. Qin Ming arrived punctually, pleased to see the students already gathered on the playground. Most of these children hailed from noble families and understood the importance of punctuality. The arrogant and boisterous nobles were, in reality, quite rare. Upon realizing that Qin Ming was the instructor for the practical combat class, Tuoba Chen felt content. Qin Ming surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately settling on Tuoba Chen. Today, we will hold a practical combat session so that I can assess your abilities. Begin your warm-up for 15 minutes. We will start the official combat test afterward. Yes. At Qin Ming's command, the group of young students scattered, each commencing their warm-up. Tuoba Chen quietly retreated to a corner, gradually adjusting his breathing. His dragon breathing technique required a minute to prepare before he could enter the proper state. Although Qin Ming appeared to be observing the surroundings, his gaze never strayed far from Tuoba Chen. Having reviewed the profiles of all the students the previous day, he was confident that none of them posed a challenge to Tuoba Chen. Upon first laying eyes on him, he could distinctly sense the unique aura emanating from Tuoba Chen. While the other children were undoubtedly talented, they were still quite juvenile. Tuoba Chen stood among them like a tiger cub amidst a pack of wolf pups. His curiosity about Tuoba Chen was palpable. The 15 minutes of warm-up soon concluded. The students regrouped, and Qin Ming feigned a glance over the crowd before calling out, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hen. Step forward for the first bout. Tuoba Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated being called first. He had hoped to observe the others to gauge their strengths for a tactical approach. However, it was now time for combat. The crowd parted to form a large circle, encircling the two fighters for an unobstructed view of the battle. Before the match commenced, Mo Hen introduced himself. Mo Hen, level 11 assault type spirit master, with the martial spirit of a mighty lion. I look forward to your guidance. Responding politely, Tuoba Chen replied, Tuoba Chen, level 12 assault type spirit master, with the martial spirit of a white armored earth dragon. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing the declarations from the stage, the crowd's expressions shifted. Although they possessed extraordinary talent, they had only recently awakened their martial spirits a few months prior. The majority had yet to reach level 10, lacking even their soul rings. How could they possibly compete with these two? Meng Iran was equally astonished to learn of Tuoba Chen's level. They had awakened their spirits together. Yet she was only at level 9, while he had already reached level 12. This sudden disparity caught her off guard. Come on, she thought. Even if Tuoba Chen is a level above me, that doesn't intimidate Mo Hen. Mighty Lion, manifest. With that, Mo Hen transformed into a small lion, a yellow soul ring appearing around him, charging boldly toward Tuoba Chen. One could only describe Mo Hen as a child. To the adult-minded Tuoba Chen, Mo Hen's moves were riddled with flaws. It was time for this juvenile to witness the cunning of an adult. Tuoba Chen bellowed, "White armored earth dragon, manifest." In an instant, he was enveloped in white scales, a spectral white dragon materializing behind him. Then, in a hushed voice, he uttered Earth Spike. Due to his soft utterance, the onlookers failed to notice that Tuoba Chen had activated his skill. As they watched the two combatants brimming with enthusiasm, the crowd eagerly anticipated the clash. Who would emerge victorious, the giant dragon or the mighty lion? In the midst of a sprint, Mo Hen stumbled upon a sudden spike that appeared beneath his feet, resulting in a rather ungraceful fall. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Chen dashed forward and delivered a swift kick to Mo Hen's chin, sending him airborne and rendering him unconscious. The spectators were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this truly the legendary battle we were promised?" They had clearly witnessed the earth spike that had unexpectedly emerged beneath Mo Hen's foot, a crafty creation of Tuoba Chen. The harshness of Tuoba Chen's earlier kick lingered in their minds, leading them to silently vow never to provoke this cunning and formidable individual again. With Mo Hen incapacitated, Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Qin Ming, observing Tuoba Chen's tactics, did not view them as particularly despicable. Rather, he found solace in the emergence of such a rogue among a group of otherwise virtuous youths. At least it would broaden their perspectives, teaching them that not all opponents would engage in honorable duels during soul master battles. They must learn to adapt to such underhanded tactics. However, this also meant that he could not gauge Tuoba Chen's true strength, as his intention was to test both fighters' abilities. The disparity in their strengths had resulted in a swift defeat for Mo Hen, leaving Qin Ming pondering what to do next. As Tuoba Chen returned to the sidelines, he was warmly embraced by the excited Meng Iran, prompting Qin Ming to make a decisive choice. Tuoba Chen stepped forward. "Shuebeng, Long, and you two shall face him this time." Upon hearing his name, Shuebeng glanced at Tuoba Chen, feeling uneasy. Although Tuoba Chen had indeed defeated Mo Hen in an ambush, he felt it was unjust to confront him alongside Longan. This sentiment was shared by Longan, as both were upright youths who believed in the fairness of duels. feeling that a two-on-one situation was beneath them. Before they could voice their concerns, Qin quickly discerned their thoughts. You should both attack together. It is utterly impossible for one of you to defeat Tuoba Chen alone, but together, you stand chance. Qin words were not exaggerated. He genuinely believed that no one could triumph in a one-on-one battle against Tuoba Chen, especially with his significant advantage in soul power and his cunning combat style. Hearing this, the two youths had no choice but to comply with their teacher's arrangement. Meng Aran cast a worried glance at Tuoba Chen, recalling Long An's prowess from their previous skirmish. With the addition of the Prince Xuebong, she thought it would indeed be a formidable challenge for Tuoba Chen to defeat both of them. Aware of her concern, Tuoba Chen, not one to be heartless, felt there was no need to maintain his aloof demeanor if she genuinely cared for him. After all, she was quite endearing. The three then gathered in the center of the arena. Xuebong, Martial Soul, White Swan, Level 11 Offensive Soul Master. Long An, Martial Soul, Ironclad Dragon, Level 11 Offensive Soul Master. As they announced their martial souls, Tuoba Chen exchanged a glance with Qin, understanding the underlying intention. If they wished to gauge his strength, he would gladly oblige. Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Level 12 Offensive Soul Master. After revealing his martial soul, neither Xuebong nor Long An made the first move. Despite having the numerical advantage, they felt somewhat uneasy about the fairness of a two-on-one match. Qin sighed, observing the overly principled Xuebong and Long An. These two are far too naive. They will face significant challenges in the future. Long An is acceptable, but Xuebong, as a prince, must learn that such rigidity can be detrimental. The awkwardness in the arena became palpable, prompting Long An to act first, launching himself at Tuoba Chen. Having witnessed Emohen's fate, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the ground to avoid a similar trap. Tuoba Chen frowned slightly. A distracted fighter was at a disadvantage. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt his body swell with power, the effects of the dragon's breathing technique enhancing his speed and strength significantly. This was not even the full extent of its capabilities, which, if mastered completely, would yield an even more terrifying augmentation, akin to his martial soul's true form. Long An, perceptive as he was, sensed a notable shift in Tuoba Chen's aura, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Yet, with his momentum already in motion, he pressed forward. First soul skill, Dragon Claw. Long An's initial soul skill, derived from a claw dragon, augmented his strength and speed by 50% and provided a defensive boost after use. However, his attack, much like Emohen's, was riddled with openings against Tuoba Chen. Having previously engaged with claw dragons in the sunsetting forest, he was well aware of their attacking patterns. Tuoba Chen deftly evaded Long An's strike by retracting his right leg and leaning back, effortlessly dodging the attack. Seizing the moment while Long An was momentarily immobilized from his missed attack, Tuoba Chen executed a powerful knee strike to Long An's abdomen. This sudden impact lifted Long An off the ground for 2 seconds, his body flipping upside down before crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Expelling the milk he had consumed that morning. Apologies, I accidentally struck your stomach. Chapter 15. Xuebong enters. Xuebong falls upon witnessing Long An's unfortunate defeat. Xuebong's expression grew serious. This time, Tuoba Chen had not resorted to any underhanded tactics. He had won through sheer force. Regret washed over Xuebong for not teaming up with Long An, as 2 against 1, while lacking honor, would have been a more viable strategy. Imagining the sight of both of them incapacitated, Xuebong swallowed hard. As a prince, surely he wouldn't treat me in the same manner. With this thought, he approached the arena, albeit with a sense of tragic valor. The anticipation among their classmates grew, for Xuebong was a prince, and the royal white swan martial soul was renowned within the soul master community, rivaling even the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the 3 great sects. Thus, in their eyes, Xuebong was regarded as the class's strongest contender, though Tuoba Chen's previous performances had left them uncertain of the outcome. In any case, this battle had transformed into the ultimate contest of the year for Class 1, determining who would emerge as the strongest. As Xuebong's agile figure leaped into action, the crowd erupted in excitement. Look, the Prince Xuebong has entered. Yet, with a flurry of strikes, Tuoba Chen's relentless assault nearly incapacitated him on the spot. He was undeterred by Xuebong's royal status. Rather, he struck harder, delivering a combination of blows designed to ensure Shuebong was completely deprived of his combat capabilities. Qin Ming observed the remarkable performance of Tuoba Chen. In the class, the three most formidable students were swiftly defeated by him. The other children, who had yet to acquire their soul rings, stood no chance against him. Tuoba Chen, you may take a break, Qin Ming declared, sketching a few notes in his notebook. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen went off to train alone. Subsequently, apart from a few support-type soul masters, the rest of the students engaged in practical combat exercises. That concludes today as practical test. Everyone is dismissed. Yes. With that, the students dispersed in a flurry. Just as Tuoba Chen intended to leave, Qin Ming suddenly called out, Tuoba Chen, please stay for a moment. Surprised by the unexpected summons, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had performed admirably that day, he was not particularly familiar with Qin Ming. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that the teacher must have a reason for calling him. With that thought, he approached Qin Ming. Meng Yaran cast a glance at Tuoba Chen before her expression shifted, seemingly resolved as she walked toward the dormitory alone. Tuoba Chen followed Qin Ming to his office. Teacher Qin Ming, what do you need from me? He inquired as he settled back into his chair. Qin Ming paused, then spoke. Tuoba Chen, I am quite impressed with your performance today. In comparison to Shuebong and the others, you displayed remarkable composure, decisiveness, and an evident dedication to your training. To be honest, despite it being my first time teaching, I doubt I will encounter a student as exceptional as you for a long while. And what do you intend to convey with that, Teacher Qin Ming? Tuoba Chen asked, his heart racing with a growing anticipation of what was to come. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's question, Qin Ming smiled, amused by the boy's wariness. Thus, Tuoba Chen, to ensure your talent is not squandered, I kindly request your consent to devise a tailored training regimen specifically for you. Tuoba Chen contemplated Qin Ming's words, realization dawning upon him. May I inquire why you wish to assist me? Given that today marks our first meeting, why do I wish to help you? Qin Ming paused before continuing, because I cannot bear to witness potential being wasted. You possess talent and a willingness to work hard, which compels an educator like myself to extend a hand. Furthermore, what more reason does a teacher need to assist a student? Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback by Qin Ming's response. Indeed, a teacher's purpose is to nurture exceptional students. Understanding Qin Ming's perspective, Tuoba Chen felt no further hesitation. Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming. There's no need to mention it. This is my voluntary choice, Qin Ming replied with a smile. However, would you mind participating in a brief assessment with me? What sort of assessment? Tuoba Chen instinctively inquired. Qin Ming's expression turned serious as he stated, a sparring match with me. 10 minutes later, Tuoba Chen limped back to his dormitory. Do not misunderstand. He was not injured but simply exhausted. Watching Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, Qin Ming began to jot down notes in his small notebook. Tuoba Chen, age 6, soul power level 12, possesses combat awareness well beyond his peers. His fighting style is eccentric and varied. His soul power appears to incorporate armor-piercing attacks, with strength and speed exceeding those of comparable soul masters by 40 to 50%. After completing his notes, Qin Ming closed his notebook, having gathered this information. A vague outline for a training method began to crystallize in his mind, but it would require a few more days for refinement. At the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong reviewed several documents. Hulaina, Martial Soul, Fox Demon, Innate Soul Power, Full. Age, 8 level, 19. Xiaoyu, Martial Soul, Moonblade, Innate Soul Power, level 9. Age, 9 level, 20. Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Innate Soul Power, level 9. Age, 9 level, 20. Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power, level 8. Age, 6 level, 12. After perusing these records, Bibi Dong instructed Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin must be recruited into the Spirit Hall by any means necessary. As for Tuoba Chen, there is no need to seek him out. As for the others, anyone unwilling to join the Spirit Hall shall be dealt with accordingly. Understood, Your Holiness, Juyue Guan replied before departing. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure emerged from the corner of the Grand Hall. Bibi Dong inquired, how goes the dealings with the lower four sects? Reporting to Your Holiness, our personnel have begun to establish contact with the lower four sects, and they have initiated some exchanges with our Spirit Hall members. Nodding, Bibi Dong glanced at Tuoba Chen's information. the Sacred Dragon sect, it will inevitably become part of my spirit hall. For now, I entrust this young lad to your care. Chapter 16. Where is he? Meanwhile, as Tuoba Chen made his way back to the dormitory, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure training alone by Swan Lake. However, he only spared a glance before continuing on his way, as he was famished and urgently needed to replenish his protein with steak and chicken breast. Upon returning to the dormitory, he slowly savored the specially prepared dinner by Sangzi on the first floor before heading to his room. Yet instead of sleeping immediately, he retrieved a glowing green herb from his Azure Dragon pendant and swallowed it. Instantly invigorated, he began practicing the Azure Dragon technique. The herb he ingested was called Awakening Herb, which alleviated fatigue with no side effects and even helped expel some impurities from the body. He possessed dozens of such herbs within his Azure Dragon pendant, along with various others meant to strengthen and nourish his foundation, all provided by Uncle Mo when he gifted him a pendant. Had he not been utterly exhausted today, he might have forgotten about these herbs entirely. Nevertheless, it was not yet the right time to utilize them. Once he broke through the first layer of the Transformation Dragon technique, he could use these herbs for a medicinal bath. 2 days later, Qin Ming had not sought him out, leading Tuoba Chen to wonder if he was being toyed with. Did he need to follow in Tang San's footsteps and formally apprentice? The thought of apprenticeship felt awkward to him as a modern individual. It seemed somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, during the afternoon's physical training class, the teacher announced, "All right, class, today's lesson ends here. Dismissed. Goodbye, teacher." With that, the students scattered, and just as Tuoba Chen intended to leave, he felt a hand grasp his arm. Turning around, he found Qin Ming saying, "Come with me." The two traversed a narrow path, arriving at a desolate rock face. Tuoba Chen surveyed the surroundings, puzzled by the purpose of this location. Qin Ming did not conceal his intentions, stating, "Tuoba Chen, starting tomorrow, your afternoon classes will be conducted here for training. If my memory serves me correctly, your martial spirit, the white-armored Earth Dragon, is of the Earth attribute. This place is the Academy's most suitable simulated training ground for Earth attribute students. Training here should significantly accelerate your progress." Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of memory. It seemed that such simulated training grounds were only available in elite noble academies, and he was surprised to discover one in the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. "Yes, thank you, Teacher Qin Ming." Hearing Tuoba Chen's gratitude, Qin Ming smiled. In truth, they were currently located in the Tiando Royal Senior Academy, and the narrow path they had just traversed was a passageway between the two institutions, a fact he chose not to disclose. In the past couple of days, besides drafting a training plan for Tuoba Chen, Qin Ming had also specifically requested this training facility from the Academy. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Academy placed great importance on talent development, and upon learning of Tuoba Chen's potential, they approved his request. Subsequently, Qin Ming quietly retrieved a vest, a pair of black leggings resembling stockings, several wrist guards, and a sheet of white paper from his soul guide. Tuoba Chen gazed at the heavy-looking attire and swallowed hard. Qin Ming explained, "This vest and these leggings are crafted from special materials, each weighing around 40 pounds. The wrist and ankle guards each weigh 10 pounds. From today onwards, except for training your soul power and sleeping, you must wear this weighted gear during your training. Additionally, follow the recipe on this paper to procure the necessary herbs for a medicinal bath after each training session to restore your energy." After saying this, he handed the items to Tuoba Chen. As Tuoba Chen grasped the items from Qin Ming's hands, he felt their weight immediately. Had it not been for the lingering effects of his dragon's breath technique, he feared he might not have been able to lift them at all. After thoughtful consideration, he realized that until he could maintain the dragon's breath technique for 10 hours a day, he could not wear this outfit at all times. Qin Ming was unaware of his true condition. He was assessing Tuoba Chen's endurance based on his own experience with the dragon's breath technique, while in reality, Tuoba Chen's capabilities were not yet so formidable. He was acutely aware of his physical limitations, and he vowed not to overexert himself. It would take him a month to reach the point where he could wear this ensemble, as Qin Ming suggested, except while eating and training his soul power. He was confident that, after a month, he would indeed be able to sustain the dragon's breath technique for 10 hours a day. In front of Qin Ming, Tuoba Chen donned the gear and then returned to his dormitory. Since his formal training would commence the following day, he decided to head back early. Intending to discuss the dragon transformation technique with Qin Ming the next day. After all, only the white-armored Earth Dragon Spirit Masters could cultivate the dragon transformation technique. And since it was common for them to master it, he had no reason to worry about Qin Ming harboring ulterior motives. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his practice of the Azure Dragon technique as usual. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today was a momentous day. Meng Aran had reached level 10, becoming the 5th Soul Master in their class to achieve this milestone, and the first girl to do so. After her breakthrough, designated personnel would escort her to the Tiando Empire's soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. She could also seek assistance from others for the hunt. However, her choice of method was no longer his concern. Over the past month, Tuoba Chen and Meng Aran had grown significantly closer, almost to the point of confessing their feelings. The deeper their connection, the more Tuoba Chen found her endearing. Reflecting on it, he realized that the notion of Meng Aran being his fiancée he no longer felt so daunting. Of course, it was not just Meng Aran who had made progress. His own advancement was considerable as well. During this month, his soul power had risen from level 12 to level 13, and he could now sustain the Dragon's Breath technique for 12 hours. Today was a weekend, a rare day off from training after such a long time. It was not that he desired to be idle. Rather, Qin Ming, seeing his relentless dedication, had insisted he take a break and enjoy some leisure time. Wandering through the bustling market, he found himself at a loss as to where to go, his thoughts consumed by training. Ultimately, he could only stroll about while maintaining his dragon's breath state. Suddenly, a collision occurred. "Hey, be careful. You bumped into me. My apologies, Your Highness Xuepeng." "Forget it. It wasn't intentional." After exchanging a few words with Long Un, Xuepeng turned back to survey the market. "Where'd he go? I just saw him shopping." Confused, Xuepeng turned to Long Un and inquired, "Long Un, have you seen Tuoba Chen?" Long Un also shook his head, perplexed. "It's strange. Tuoba Chen was right in front of us just moments ago. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Are you looking for me?" A voice from behind startled both of them. Xuepeng turned to see Tuoba Chen and quickly replied, No. I was simply enjoying the fine weather." Tuoba Chen did not believe their explanation. Ever since he had left his dormitory, these two had been tailing him. Initially, he thought it was merely a coincidence. But after visiting several locations, he was certain they were following him. "Prince Xuepeng, let us be direct. Why are you shadowing me?" Faced with Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Xuepeng felt anxious. He vividly recalled the combination of strikes Tuoba Chen had unleashed a month prior, rendering him unconscious for 4 hours. Even after waking, the lingering pain reminded him of the encounter, instilling a sense of fear toward Tuoba Chen. However, considering Tuoba Chen's formidable strength, Xuepeng resolved to attempt communication. "Tuoba Chen, would you be willing to be my friend?" "Friend?" "Certainly." Tuoba Chen's straightforward acceptance left Xuepeng in disbelief. He had expected someone of Tuoba Chen's caliber to be aloof and thought it would take several requests for him to agree to friendship. The suddenness of this kindness left Xuepeng feeling flustered, akin to a perennial underachiever unexpectedly forming a friendship with a high-achieving classmate. Though Xuepeng was not an underachiever, he felt an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. "Thank you. Since you're my friend now, I would like to give you a gift." With that, Xuepeng reached for his soul guide to retrieve something. However, Tuoba Chen promptly halted him. "Wait, Xuepeng, why are you behaving so humbly? You are a prince after all. There's no need for such formality in friendship." "No need. If you genuinely want to be my friend, you can forego the grand gestures." Tuoba Chen spoke candidly. Forming friendships with overly formal individuals could be burdensome, and he preferred authenticity over pretense. Tuoba Chen's forthrightness left Xuepeng unsure of how to respond. Observing Xuepeng's flustered demeanor, Tuoba Chen sighed. This must be the influence of Qian Renxue. It's likely that Xue Qinghe is no longer in the picture. Otherwise, given the circumstances of the Tiando Empire, Xuepeng would not be acting so out of character. "How about this? Since we are friends now, allow me to treat you to a meal." Since he was uncertain about what else to do, sharing a meal with them seemed a pleasant diversion. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Xuepeng nodded eagerly and replied, All right. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen led the two of them to a rather refined tavern. Of course, he did not order any wine, but merely selected a few meat dishes and 2 plates of beef. Xuepeng and Long Un followed suit, refraining from making any comments. While they awaited their meal, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of boredom and suddenly inquired, "Prince Xuepeng, What prompted your desire to befriend me? Nothing much. I just think you are quite impressive, Shui Peng replied, his shyness evident as he struggled to interact with unfamiliar individuals. Although he was aware that Shui Qinghe's influence likely motivated this newfound endeavor to forge alliances, Tuoba Chen saw no cause for concern. After all, it was indeed time for Shui Peng to establish his own standing. Before long, the dishes arrived, and after swiftly devouring the 2 plates of beef, Tuoba Chen exchanged a few words with them before taking his leave. He had been away long enough, and he presumed Qin Ming would not reprimand him. Watching Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, Shui Peng felt a sense of relief, grateful that Tuoba Chen was not an unapproachable individual. Your Highness, Shui Peng, shall we return? Long had suggested. On their way back, Tuoba Chen happened upon a herbal medicine shop and suddenly recalled that Qin Ming had given him a list for a medicinal bath, which he had yet to utilize. The list contained primarily low-grade herbs, while his own stock consisted of some mid to high-grade materials. He was lacking several ingredients to concoct the bath. Contemplating this, he entered the herbal store. As he stepped inside, a shop attendant promptly approached him, asking, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Noticing Tuoba Chen's attire, the attendant was keen to serve him, knowing that students from the Royal Academy were generally well off. Producing the list, Tuoba Chen inquired, "How much would it cost to procure one of each of these herbs?" The attendant glanced at the list and replied, "Sir, these herbs are of low grade and quite affordable. You can acquire a set for approximately 4 gold soul coins." He refrained from inflating the price. Adhering to the Merchant Guild's regulations, any misrepresentation could lead to expulsion from the guild. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen nodded, estimating the price to be reasonable. "I would like to order 50 sets of these herbs, delivered to room 9, apartment 2, at the Royal Academy." After stating this, he produced a purple card to settle the bill. The attendant nodded enthusiastically. "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." 50 sets would amount to 200 gold soul coins, granting him a commission of 10 coins, a considerable sum. After completing the transaction, the attendant handed Tuoba Chen a white token, saying, "Sir, this is our 7 Treasures Merchant Guild S token. Anyone who spends over 100 gold coins in our guild receives this junior membership token." 7 Treasures? Is this affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Tuoba Chen inquired. "Indeed, sir. Your expenditure of 200 gold coins has been recorded. You are now a junior member, entitled to a 5% discount on purchases at our guild. Once your spending reaches 1,000 gold coins, you can exchange this for a mid-level membership, which offers a 10% discount." Tuoba Chen smiled, sensing the subtle allure of consumerism. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's membership system served to encourage spending, demonstrating their shrewd business acumen, as they were the wealthiest sect in Dolawa continent. This made him reflect on the inadequacies of his own Sacred Dragon Merchant Guild, which, despite the formidable white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul, struggled in business compared to the capabilities of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. If he were to ascend to the position of sect leader, he would undoubtedly establish a mercenary guild, which might prove more lucrative than a merchant guild. As he pondered, an unfortunate mishap occurred. Distracted by his thoughts, he collided with someone. Rising from the ground, a bewildered Tuoba Chen quickly extended a hand to assist the fallen youth, exclaiming, "I apologize. Are you all right?" The boy before him appeared somewhat dazed, understandably so, given Tuoba Chen's considerable weight upon impact. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Yu Tianheng felt somewhat disoriented, having been deep in thought when he was suddenly struck in the abdomen by a heavy object. Unprepared, he fell to the ground, his head inadvertently colliding with a stone by the roadside. Fortunately, being a soul master endowed him with decent resilience. He only felt a bit lightheaded but was otherwise unscathed. After a moment, noticing the anxious expression on the face of the younger boy, Yu Tianheng bore no ill will. He gently patted Tuoba Chen's head, saying, "Brother is fine. Just be more careful while walking next time." The unexpected gesture caught Tuoba Chen off guard. Honestly, having a child no older than 10 pat his head left him with mixed feelings. Observing that the other was also clad in the Royal Academy's uniform, Tuoba Chen asked, "Are you also a student at the Royal Academy?" Yu Tianheng nodded, now paying attention to Tuoba Chen's attire. "Senior, I should escort you back to school. I saw you hit your head." He genuinely feared that the other might suffer some adverse effects, especially after witnessing the collision with the stone. After a brief exchange, Yu Qianheng found himself unable to refuse, leading Tuoba Chen to the Academy's infirmary. Once the school physician confirmed that he was indeed fine, Yu Qianheng felt relieved. Tuoba Chen then introduced himself. Senior, my name is Tuoba Chen, a student from Class 1. If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. He hurriedly provided all his contact information, anxious that Yu Qianheng might not be able to find him. Being a sensible person, he could not bear the thought of harming others without remorse. He had also held back during his previous sparring with Xue Peng and the others, as they were all classmates, and there was no need to harbor enmity. Yu Qianheng chuckled at Tuoba Chen's earnestness, remarking that this was the first time he had encountered such an amusing junior, who resembled a concerned elder. Very well. Tuoba Chen, I am Yu Qianheng, a student from Class 5. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I am the top student at the academy. Surprised by Yu Tianheng's response, Tuoba Chen realized that fate had intertwined their paths. He had not only ventured out, but also collided with Yu Tianheng. All right, brother Yu Tianheng, I will remember that. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Indeed, farewell, junior. After Tuoba Chen departed, the school physician remarked to Yu Tianheng, you seem quite fond of that junior. Yu Qianheng glanced at the school doctor and remarked, Tuoba Chen, the genius who ranks first among the students of the Tiando Royal Academy this year, eliminated the other 3 competitors in his class within moments during the first lesson. Even the Avalanche Prince fell victim to this swift defeat. His dedication to training has earned him the admiration of the renowned teacher Qin Ming within the academy. I believe it is essential to befriend him. Oh, so that was a deliberate collision. Yu Qianheng touched the small bump on the back of his head and exclaimed, that was an accident. Hurry and apply some medicine. It hurts terribly. Yes, young master, I will administer the medicine right away. Unbeknownst to them, Tuoba Chen returned to his training regimen, feeling something amiss after a prolonged absence from practice. It was still midday, and he had ample time to train for the afternoon. With about half an hour until dinner, Tuoba Chen ceased his exercises and began stretching on the floor. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the door. Is Mr. Tuoba Chen in? I am from the 7 Treasures Commerce Guild. The medicinal materials you ordered have arrived. Please come out to sign for them. Upon hearing the voice outside, Tuoba Chen hurried to open the door. A somewhat frail-looking man stood before him. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, he crouched down and said, Sir, please inspect the goods. If everything is in order, kindly sign here. All right. After checking the quantity, which was indeed 50 portions, and confirming the types of medicines matched his order, he signed and allowed the man to bring the items into the room. Tuoba Chen preferred not to display the effects of the Songlong pendant in front of outsiders, opting for this minor inconvenience instead, as he wished to keep his current abilities concealed. After dinner, Tuoba Chen took a brief rest without practicing his soul power. Instead, he engaged in a rigorous set of push-ups and various high-intensity exercises until he was utterly exhausted. He then ceased his training and entered the medicinal bath that had been prepared in advance, eager to test its effectiveness. Before entering, he applied a crushed medicinal paste called cold grass all over his body as instructed by Qin Ming, as neglecting this precaution could lead to burns from the scalding hot water. With the medicinal paste applied, Tuoba Chen appeared greenish and felt a chilling sensation on his lower body, causing goosebumps to rise. He quickly submerged himself in the bath, where the cold gradually dissipated, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. The medicinal bath swiftly began to repair the damage from earlier in the day, and Tuoba Chen, overwhelmed by comfort, soon drifted off to sleep. At the crack of dawn the next day, before the sun had risen, Tuoba Chen awoke. He noted that the medicinal water had transformed from its original deep green to clear liquid, indicating that he had fully absorbed the medicinal properties. Feeling invigorated, he washed himself to rid his body of impurities and performed a set of calisthenics. These exercises were a long-standing habit from his previous life, specifically the 9th set of calisthenics. Tuoba Chen believed in their benefits. They relaxed his muscles while giving his brain a break, enhancing cardiovascular function, promoting blood circulation, and accelerating metabolism. During his past employment, he had relied solely on calisthenics to maintain his energy levels. 2 days later, Tuoba Chen awaited someone at the academy gate. Today marked Meng Iran's return, and since their relationship had improved, he thought it best to greet her. Soon, he spotted Meng Iran accompanied by 2 familiar figures, Long Gong and Shi Pe. As Meng Iran caught sight of Tuoba Chen waiting at the entrance, she ran over and jumped to embrace him, leaving Tuoba Chen slightly dazed from the impact. Chingu, Have you missed me these past few days? I have. But please let go of me. Our esteemed seniors are right beside us. Tuoba Chen exclaimed while struggling free. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran released him and gazed at him sweetly. Long Gong observed the scene and chuckled, shaking his head. His daughter had finally succumbed to the charms of a suitor, yet he was pleased to see this development, especially after hearing about Tuoba Chen's current prowess from Meng Iran. Little Chun, so you were studying here too. What a coincidence. Greetings, Long Gong and Shipa. Yes, it is quite the coincidence. I never imagined Iran would also attend this school. Coincidence, my foot. I have every reason to suspect that you and Tuoba Yin conspired to discover my school and sent Meng Iran here. Ha ha ha. You are quite the character. Little Chun, your father would surely be delighted to know you are in the same school. By the way, remember to visit my family during the summer vacation with Iran. I have something to give you. Though Tuoba Chen was unsure what Long Gong intended to present, he agreed politely, saying of course Long Gong. After bidding farewell to Long Gong and Shi Pe, Tuoba Chen returned to his tranquil routine. Seasons changed, and before he knew it, a semester had passed. Teacher Qin Ming smiled at the students below and announced, "All right, class, this is the final lesson of the semester. Starting tomorrow, we will have the final exams. And once you pass, you will be on break." Suddenly, a student interjected, "Teacher, what will happen if we don't pass the exam?" Yusin, that is an excellent question. However, it is best that everyone does pass. But teacher, what if we really don't pass? Everyone will pass, of course, Qin Ming replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. But teacher, Yusin persisted, only to be interrupted by Qin Ming. You will pass. At this point, Qin Ming's eyes narrowed, and his tone grew eerily calm, sending chills through the classroom. Yusin gulped nervously and stammered, "Oh, of course, teacher, we will definitely pass." Once Yusin finished, the dark cloud that had hung over Qin Ming vanished, and he smiled, "Excellent, class dismissed." After Qin Ming left, Avalanche turned to Tuoba Chen, fear evident in his eyes. "Chengge, if we don't pass, will we be doomed?" Tuoba Chen nodded, recalling Qin Ming's ominous expression. He vividly remembered a time when he had been too exhausted to complete a task for Qin Ming, and the teacher had exhibited that same terrifying demeanor. The following day, he had barely escaped with his life, with first-hand experience of Qin Ming's formidable presence. Tuoba Chen understood the gravity of the upcoming exam and placed unparalleled importance on it. At the end of class, Qin Ming summoned Tuoba Chen once more. "Little Chen, if you do not place in the top 3, you will not pass in my eyes. Do you understand?" Though Qin Ming spoke with a smile, Tuoba Chen felt as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Knowing that resistance was futile, he replied, "I understand, teacher Qin Ming." "Good. Now go rest. We have an exam tomorrow." "Yes, goodbye, teacher." Upon returning to his dormitory, Tuoba Chen resumed his rigorous training regimen, followed by soaking in the medicinal bath while cultivating his soul power. This semester, his progress with the transformation of the dragon technique has not been as smooth as he had envisioned. He is still unable to maintain the dragon's breath state for a full 24 hours. There is always 1 hour each day when he cannot enter this state. He is uncertain as to why this occurs, but fortunately, summer vacation is approaching, allowing him to return home and inquire with his father about this situation. Aside from the transformation of the dragon technique, his progress in other areas of cultivation has been satisfactory. He can now sustain the Azure Dragon technique for 2 hours, and his soul power has successfully risen to level 15. He can now unleash 3 earth spikes at once, and their potency has also increased to a certain extent. Furthermore, his soul power is now sufficient to support him in using the earth spikes 8 times during combat. For reasons unknown, he can distinctly sense that his soul power exceeds that of his peers by a considerable margin, approximately 50 more. However, this very advantage means that he requires 50 more soul power to level up than others. This is a realization he stumbled upon, and he is acutely aware that it is not an issue with the Azure Dragon technique or the transformation of the dragon technique, but rather something related to his martial soul. During this summer, he must clarify these matters upon his return. The following day, early in the morning, all first-year students gathered in the plaza of the Tiando Royal Academy. On the podium, alongside the various class teachers and the principal, stood a strikingly handsome young man. Upon his appearance, the nearby Avalanche began to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, Tuoba Chen deduced the identity of the individual, Xue Qinghe. More precisely, it was Xue Qinghe in disguise as Qianren Xue. He then patted Avalanche on the back, reassuring him, "Do not be nervous. It's nothing to worry about. It's just the final exam, which will occur every semester from now on. Suddenly comforted by Tuoba Chen's words, Avalanche glanced at him, gradually relaxing, and nodded, saying, "Yes, I understand, Brother Chen." Although Tuoba Chen did not explicitly state that Avalanche was afraid of Xue Qinghe, his presence provided a sense of security, reminiscent of the familiar feeling he used to have with Xue Qinghe, which he cherished. The principal, standing on the podium, addressed the students. "Dear students, our school's final examination will take the form of a hunting competition. Do you see that forest behind you?" After a brief pause, the principal allowed the students to turn and observe the forest he mentioned. Once everyone had a clear view, he continued, "In this hunting competition, the targets you will hunt are your classmates. There are 8 classes in the first year, and we'll begin with Class 8. Each class will enter the forest one by one. Upon entering, each of you will have 3 lives. The hunting competition will operate on a point system. For each life you take from someone, you will earn 1 point. The method of determining this is to render the opponent incapable of fighting or to make them surrender. Be mindful not to cause death or permanent injury, as teachers will be monitoring your actions from the air, tallying points, and ensuring no intentional harm is inflicted. If you lose a life, you cannot lose another within an hour, and outside of fleeing, no other actions are permitted. Those who exhaust their 3 lives will be eliminated, and the individual who kills an opponent's last life will receive half of that opponent's points. Only those who rank in the top half based on points will pass the final assessment. Those who do not pass will be required to attend an additional month of classes during the summer. Those who do pass may return home to rest, and the top 10 will receive special rewards. The examination will last 3 days, and you must find ways to procure food. Bringing your own is prohibited. That concludes the rules. I hereby declare the hunting competition open." Upon hearing the principal's regulations, students from classes 5 to 8 wore expressions of despair. They were the weakest in the academy, with innate soul power typically below level 5. After just 1 semester, none among them had managed to surpass level 10. It was evident that half of them would likely be eliminated. Chapter 20. The Hunting Competition 2 with Heavy Hearts. The 50 students of Class 8 were the first to enter the forest. This class had the poorest talents, with their innate soul powers at levels 2 or 1. They had paid the highest tuition fees to enroll in the academy, only to be placed in the lowest class and confined to 8-person dormitories, receiving the least favorable treatment. The Tiando Royal Academy is indeed a very pragmatic institution, where talent and strength seem to represent everything. It resembles a brutal ecosystem where only the fittest survive, and the weak are doomed to be eliminated. Every year, many students from the Academy's weakest class choose to withdraw due to the harsh conditions. However, some still believe that the Tiando Royal Academy is the best school in the entire Tiando Empire, thinking that as long as they gain admission, they will achieve success in the future, oblivious to the fact that they are pushing their children into an abyss. Tuoba Chen observed his classmates from Class 8 with a sigh, grateful that he was not among them. Though such thoughts may seem selfish, he had no intention of assisting them. Perhaps it would be better for them to realize the cruelty of the Tiando Academy sooner and choose to withdraw voluntarily. As Class 8 entered the forest, students from other classes closely watched their figures, knowing they were the easiest prey, essentially free targets, especially for the students of Class 7, who could only bully Class 8. With each class entering the forest, it finally became time for Tuoba Chen's class to proceed. Just as they were about to enter the forest to hunt, Qi Ming suddenly called out to everyone, "You must rank in the top 60 to pass. I will take good care of you during supplemental classes." With that, Qi Ming flashed a bright smile at them. Hearing his words, the members of Class 1 felt as if struck by lightning, and the 15 Battle Soul Masters quickly charged into the depths of the forest. As for the remaining 5, they were support-type Soul Masters who had different assessments. Once inside the forest, Tuoba Chen did not feel the same urgency. He was bound to encounter others eventually. He had seen students from other classes before, and it could be said that among the first-year Soul Masters, none could rival him. However, considering the possibility of alliances among others, he remained cautious during his progress, for with so many martial souls present, should he encounter one that counters his own, it could lead to an unfortunate downfall. He certainly did not wish to endure Qi Ming's devilish punishment again. Not long after entering the forest, he reached his anticipated destination. Within the Tiando Royal Academy's forest, the national tree of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando tree, grew. This tree stood approximately 3 times taller than ordinary trees. While observing the forest, he noticed that many tiando trees were present. The one directly in front of him was the closest, and without hesitation, he began to climb. To gather intelligence on others, he decided to first secure a vantage point. This tiando tree stood about 50 meters tall, and after 10 minutes, Tuoba Chen reached its peak. Breathing heavily, he acknowledged the exertion of climbing. The tree was so thick that he could not encircle it with his arms, relying solely on his strength to ascend. Nevertheless, he acquired valuable information. He first surveyed the terrain of the entire forest, as he would be residing there for 3 days. The more comprehensive the intelligence, the better. After surveying the surroundings, Tuoba Chen quickly grasped the layout of the forest. It was circular in shape, with a massive lake at its center and as if meticulously arranged. The distance between each tiando tree was not far apart. Subsequently, he surveyed the current distribution of personnel. Given that their separation had not been prolonged and that the first-grade students were merely 6 years of age, their distances from one another were not extensive. Soon, Tuoba Chen fixed his gaze upon a direction, southeast, where the majority of individuals congregated. Upon identifying his prey, he immediately commenced his hunting endeavor, sliding down from the tiando tree and leaping onto the trunk of a common tree, then swiftly bounding to another trunk akin to a nimble monkey. Under normal circumstances, his martial soul would not permit such agility. However, during the cultivation of the Tsanglong technique, his soul power imbued him with effects such as armor breaking, acceleration, and lightness. By concentrating a modicum of soul power beneath his feet, he achieved the current effect. Eyeing, do you think we will pass this assessment? Fear not, for we are the elite of Class 2. In our alliance, aside from those few devils in Class 1, who could possibly challenge us? Just as he finished speaking, the youth named Eyeing sensed a presence fixating upon him. Instinctively glancing upward, he immediately spotted Tuoba Chen above him, causing him to retreat in fright. Greetings. I believe I just overheard you refer to me as a devil. Tuoba Chen, what are you planning? Let me tell you, there are 2 of us, and we both possess soul skills. You may not necessarily triumph over us. As he uttered these words, Eyeing's voice trembled with uncertainty, lacking conviction even in his own statement. He had previously witnessed Tuoba Chen's prowess and understood the disparity in their strengths. His bravado was merely a fa for courage. However, his companion remained remarkably composed and promptly declared, Martial Soul, Manifestation. First soul skill, Prison. With that, a ribbon materialized in the young man's hand, swiftly extending toward Tuoba Chen as if it possessed its own sentience. As a control-type soul master, he was taken aback upon witnessing the opponent's move. Control-type soul masters were indeed the nemesis of assault-type soul masters. However, unfortunately for him, the adversary he encountered today was Tuoba Chen. Martial Soul, Manifestation. First soul skill, Earth Spike. Before the ribbon could make contact, Tuoba Chen's Earth Spike struck first. To avoid causing severe injury, he intentionally rounded the tips of his spikes, ensuring they were not lethal. Nonetheless, even with such restraint, his overwhelming attack power was beyond the capacity of a mere level 10 control-type soul master. At the moment the Earth Spike collided with the control-type soul master's abdomen, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he endured excruciating pain. With a glance at Tuoba Chen, he realized the strength of the strongest individual from Class 1. Soon after, he succumbed, unable to continue fighting. After dispatching one opponent, Tuoba Chen shifted his attention to the youth named Eyeing. Wait, I concede, Eyeing exclaimed, hastily raising the white flag of surrender provided by the academy. In the air, the supervising teacher observing the area immediately awarded Tuoba Chen 2 points while deducting 1 life from each of the 2 combatants. Having eliminated 2 adversaries, Tuoba Chen had no intention of pursuing them further. He swiftly began searching for his next target, for with his hunting speed, he could amass more than just 2 points within an hour. Encountering others from different classes, he could typically dispatch them with ease, often without utilizing his soul skills, provided their numbers did not exceed 5. Too many opponents pose a challenge. Although Qi Ming had set his target as the top 3, Tuoba Chen was not content with mere 2nd or 3rd place. He aspired to be the foremost among first graders, with a singular objective, 1st place. However, achieving this goal was complicated by the vastness of the forest. Should others remain hidden in some corner, finding them would prove difficult. A more efficient approach was necessary. It was impractical to ascend to the tiando tree each time to locate his targets, as that method was excessively slow and others would also be on the move. He began to recall the principal's speech from earlier that day when a sudden inspiration struck him. He looked up and quickly spotted the teachers moving above the forest. For reasons unknown, the teachers were not flying very high, allowing Tuoba Chen to clearly see their faces. Instantly, he grasped what he ought to do. In the afternoon, a student from Class 4 was sprinting desperately through the forest, as if a terrifying entity pursued him. Yet, his escape would ultimately prove futile. Suddenly, a massive earth pillar erupted before him, colliding with his abdomen. The abruptness of the attack rendered him momentarily stunned, propelling him backward. Although the earth pillar possessed immense force, it appeared the user had no intention to inflict serious harm. Upon being struck, he sustained no substantial injuries. As he rolled over, he noticed a pair of legs suddenly appear before him and realized the situation, quietly retrieving a white flag from his pocket. Upon seeing the white flag, the legs turned and departed in another direction. Watching the retreating figure, he sighed. It was only the first day, and he had already exhausted all 3 of his lives, ensuring he would be spending the summer at school for remedial lessons. The supervising teacher monitoring the area observed Tuoba Chen's actions with curiosity. While aware of Tuoba Chen's formidable strength, the efficiency exhibited was astonishing. In just half a day, he had already garnered over 20 points. It was as if he possessed knowledge of every individual's location, consistently advancing toward areas of engagement. Moreover, Tuoba Chen's stamina seemed extraordinary. He appeared to require no rest. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tuoba Chen suddenly looked up at him, and upon locking eyes, the teacher realized something. Could it be that this young man was utilizing him to locate the positions of others? Indeed, given the expansive area he was responsible for, he frequently encountered various students. To document their movements, he was compelled to shift directions for observation. To confirm his hypothesis, he swiftly moved toward another student, and sure enough, Tuoba Chen, who had previously remained stationary, immediately followed in the direction he had taken. My goodness, this lad is truly leveraging me to find others. I cannot allow this to continue. I must halt. With his sudden stop, Tuoba Chen momentarily paused, perplexed. Has he discovered my intent? Helpless, he resolved to seek assistance elsewhere. With this in mind, he directed his efforts toward another teacher, having anticipated the possibility of such a scenario arising. After all, he was not the sole proctor. He could simply switch to another without violating the game's rules. As time passed, the sun gradually descended in the west, and nightfall approached. Aware of this, he prepared himself accordingly. Tuoba Chen immediately commenced his search for a refuge, as engaging in combat during the night posed considerable disadvantages for him. Having already expended a significant amount of stamina during the day, he was in dire need of rest to replenish his energy. While traversing the route from his recent hunt, he inadvertently passed by a central lake within the forest, where some aquatic spirit beasts could serve as sustenance to restore his depleted vigor. Meanwhile, Meng Iran and Mo Hen and others gazed at the setting sun, their eyes glinting with a captivating intensity. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, and this was the moment they had awaited. The colossal dragon had succumbed to slumber, leaving the night to be their dominion. As the last rays of light vanished from the sky, darkness enveloped the land. Montaken, who had been meditating atop a large tree, abruptly opened his eyes, surveying the inky surroundings. A cruel smile crept upon his lips, for his martial spirit, the lion, is a feline creature whose vision in the night rivals that of the day, even surpassing it. Once night fell, none, save for Tuoba Chen, could stand against him. Not even Avalanche. The night heralded the awakening of the lion as the dragon lay dormant. It was destined to be a sleepless night. While grilling fish by the lakeside, Tuoba Chen suddenly heard a piercing scream in the distance. His hand trembled, causing the fish to tumble into the fire. He hurriedly rescued his grilled fish from the flames. Upon inspecting its charred state, Tuoba Chen grimaced, cursing under his breath. Can't anyone do anything right? This is hardly fit for consumption, and some rest is out of the question. After a few more expletives, he settled down once more, producing another sturgeon he had caught, and began to roast it slowly. Though others were in motion, he felt no urgency, for ultimately, all the points would belong to him. Let them toil for him. After finishing his dinner, he fashioned a small earthen shelter with earth spikes and took a brief rest within. The following day, as dawn broke and sunlight streamed into his peculiar little earthen abode, Tuoba Chen promptly awoke. Truth be told, He had not slept well the previous night, as the continuous screams had kept him awake. Honestly, can't these people be a bit quieter? Must they create such a ruckus and disturb my sleep? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Chapter 22. The Hunting Battle, Part 4. Attention, students. Can you all hear me? I am here to announce the results of yesterday's hunting battle. A total of 213 participants engaged in the contest, and after yesterday's fierce competition, 59 have been eliminated, leaving 154 remaining. I will now report the scores of the top 10 participants. First place, Tuoba Chen with 59 points. Second place, Mo Hen with 41 points. Third place, Avalanche with 39 points. Fourth place, Meng Iran with 35 points. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting his score to be as high as 59 points. It appeared that many of the eliminated individuals had originally possessed points, which was advantageous, as knowing his score would allow him to devise different strategies, granting him a sense of reassurance. Mo Hen, after hearing the broadcast, found it hard to believe. Indeed, Tuoba Chen was formidable, but he had heard that the white-armored earth dragon was not particularly swift. Its hunting efficiency should have been low. Could it be that many among the hunted had already possessed points, leading to an unexpected encounter? After much contemplation, Mo Hen concluded that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, with Tuoba Chen's white-armored earth dragon, it was nearly impossible to achieve such a high score. According to his plans, he should have caught up with, if not surpassed, Tuoba Chen by now, yet he was astonished to find himself trailing by 18 points. Having come to this realization, Mo Hen did not feel disheartened. There were still 2 days left, ample time to surpass him. Reflecting on how he had been overshadowed by Tuoba Chen throughout the semester fueled Mo Hen's determination. He was a fiercely competitive individual, unable to accept such a vast disparity between himself and others. His relentless training had paid off, elevating his soul power level even above that of Prince Avalanche, reaching the same level as Tuoba Chen at level 15. Yet despite this, he had yet to best Tuoba Chen in any practical course. The others also reacted similarly upon hearing the principal's announcement. As for the students from other classes, they listened to the principal's report with expressions of despair. Without exception, the top 10 scores were all from Class 1, with even the lowest scorer achieving a commendable 20 points. The stark difference in ability instilled a profound sense of urgency among the other classes, prompting many to begin forming teams to counter the formidable Class 1. Tuoba Chen employed the same strategy as yesterday, trailing a teacher. For the upcoming final examination, nearly all the flying instructors from the school had been dispatched. Strangely, the teacher he had followed the previous day had not informed the others of his actions. The principal, glancing at the ranking list, remarked, "Xiaoqin, your class is performing exceptionally well. Although Class 1 has always been strong, it is unprecedented for a class to have all its members enter the top 20 on the first day. Principal, you flatter us. The students have worked hard. I had little to do with it. Haha. Teacher Qinming, you need not be so modest. If Class 1 maintains 10 or more students in the top 20 by the end of the rankings, I will grant you a reasonable request." Initially lacking interest, Qinming's eyes sparkled at this statement. "Principal, really?" "Indeed, Teacher Qinming. With 2 days left, think carefully about what reward you desire." Tuoba Chen surveyed the group around him with some surprise. Was he being ambushed? Just then, he followed the teacher once more in search of prey. This time, he stumbled upon a sizable target group, an 11-member team primarily composed of students from classes 3 and 4. These individuals were acutely aware of their own limitations and recognized that their chances of passing the final examination were slim. Thus, upon entering the forest, they had chosen to band together, as this was their only hope of success. To be honest, this was the first time Tuoba Chen faced such a large group simultaneously, and he felt a flicker of nervousness. He was not alone in his anxiety. The 11 opponents across from him felt equally apprehensive. The average strength of the Class 3 students was merely at level 8, while Class 4 averaged only level 7, meaning none among them currently possessed a soul ring. Tuoba Chen was renowned within the academy as a relentless training fanatic. They had heard of his formidable prowess just a couple of days into the semester. Even Prince Avalanche, who was only 1 level below him, had not lasted a single move against him. They, who lacked soul rings, feared that even a single blow would spell their demise. Thus, despite their significant numerical advantage, uncertainty lingered in their hearts. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for about a minute. Ultimately, one of the formidable assault-type soul masters from the opposing side could no longer contain himself and made the first move, igniting a fierce battle. Earth Spike. 5 minutes later, Tuoba Chen began to retreat. Indeed, he had overestimated himself. During this period, he had felt almost invincible among his peers, and the various rumors surrounding him had caused him to become somewhat arrogant, leading to this grave misjudgment. Although his soul power was indeed higher than those of his opponents, facing 11 adversaries one by one was still beyond his capability for now. However, he had achieved some success, as now only 8 were pursuing him, 3 of whom he had already knocked unconscious, earning 3 points. Those 3 were the ones felled by his Earth Spike. While his Earth Spike was formidable, allowing for sudden and unanticipated attacks, it was not without its drawbacks. After unleashing the Earth Spike, he would enter a 3-second state of immobility. Furthermore, the activation of the Earth Spike required a specific condition. A part of his body must make contact with the ground. After all, his Earth Spike was executed by altering the Earth structure through soul power. Typically, when he activated the Earth Spike while wearing shoes, it indirectly diminished its striking power. Thus, at times, he would use his hands to touch the ground to amplify the Earth Spike's potency. However, its effective range was limited to 10 meters, and during those brief 3 seconds, he had already absorbed numerous punches. Chapter 23. The Hunt. Part 5. The students from classes 3 and 4 were not entirely inept. After all, they were soul masters, possessing strength far superior to that of ordinary individuals. A punch from them could indeed be quite painful. His body now bore multiple bruises, and the pain inhibited his ability to strike with full force. Consequently, he opted to temporarily evade their attacks and devise a better strategy for the next encounter. He planned to confront smaller groups of 2 or 3, aiming to eliminate them with a single use of the Earth Spike. After more than 10 minutes, he finally evaded that team. Phew! He could finally catch his breath. He had been overly careless this time. Such mistakes could not happen again, Tuoba Chen thought to himself. Subsequently, he returned to the central lake where he had rested the previous night, recalling that he had discovered a type of herb there that could heal injuries, which was now quite fortuitous. Avalanche surveyed the 5-man team before him, feeling a tingle of apprehension. What was this situation? Hadn't they been soaring high just yesterday? Why had it suddenly shifted to a team battle mode today? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Avalanche chose not to engage head-on, but to flee. His white swan martial spirit, while explosively powerful, lacked substantial defensive capabilities. If surrounded, it would be the end. Meanwhile, Long En and his companions were in a somewhat similar predicament. However, even so, they would not opt for teamwork. This was a directive from Qin Ming, forcing them to act individually. The principal observed the soul power projection on the screen and remarked, "Prince Qinghe, Avalanche is in peril." In response to the principal's query, Shui Qinghe smiled and replied, "It's nothing. The students from Class 1 are also in trouble, aren't they? I believe you will manage to pull through. By the way, Principal, could you provide me with the information on that Tuoba Chen? I sense he possesses great potential." Upon hearing Shui Qinghe's words, the principal nodded and instructed Qin Ming to retrieve Tuoba Chen's data. The Tiando Royal Junior Academy was originally established to cultivate talent for the royal family, so he naturally had no objections to the request. Before long, Tuoba Chen's information was presented to him in its entirety. After examining it closely, Shui Qinghe remarked, "This young man is quite impressive. Achieving level 15 at such a young age is commendable, though it is a pity his innate soul power is only level 8. Hearing Shui Qinghe's assessment, the principal nodded in agreement. His innate soul power was also level 8, and he had once been youthful and impetuous himself. Back then, he thought having innate soul power of level 8 was remarkable, but he later realized the significant gap between level 8 and level 9. In the early stages, he could compensate for this difference through diligence, but as time progressed, particularly after reaching the Soul Sage level, the disparity became glaringly evident. Those who were level 9 geniuses alongside him were now at level 85, while he remained stuck at level 79, unable to surpass the threshold of Soul Daw. Thus, upon learning that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power was level 8, his interest in the freshman chief waned considerably. On the side, Qin Ming, having overheard their conversation, wished to defend Tuoba Chen, but found himself at a loss for words. standing helplessly aside and casting a resentful glance at the two. Shifting perspective back to Tuoba Chen, he had finished applying the herbal ointment. Thanks to the dragon breathing technique, his absorption of the medicine was several times faster than that of ordinary individuals. Within just an hour, his injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to move without discomfort. With his wounds fully healed, it was time for him to seek vengeance. After all, he was not one to harbor grudges. If he had a score to settle, it was best done promptly. To accurately locate that group, he climbed the tiendo tree beside the central lake and quickly spotted their position. Soon, he identified his targets. The group was advancing westward. Tuoba Chen leaped gracefully into the central lake, swiftly emerged onto the shore, and glided through the dense forest like a specter. Boss, do you think that after we attack Tuoba Chen, he might ally with others from Class 1 to seek revenge on us? One of his companions queried. Rest assured, that won't happen. Before the exam began, I received word that their teacher issued orders prohibiting Class 1 students from teaming up. This hunting battle must be completed individually. Otherwise, there are severe repercussions, so we could just wait here, the leader assured. As they spoke, they continued to search for prey. Tuoba Chen, perched atop the treetops, meticulously observed the group below. Though the 11 individuals hailed from different classes, their roles were distinctly defined. 2 defense-type soul masters and 2 assault-type soul masters were stationed at the forefront, flanked by 2 agility-type soul masters, with 3 control-type soul masters in the center and a purely agile soul master scouting the surroundings. The last in line was the only level 9 assault-type soul master among them. The entire team advanced steadily and cohesively. Witnessing their formation, Tuoba Chen had to concede that the team's commander possessed some skill. Finding a breakthrough for a surprise attack was no easy feat, as any attempt to breach their ranks would result in immediate concentrated fire. However, they were not invincible. Tuoba Chen recognized several issues within their team. Firstly, in terms of strength, while their numbers were substantial, the strongest among them was only level 9. He could easily dispatch a level 12 soul master, so a level 9 was hardly a challenge. Secondly, their team was too large and cumbersome, making them inflexible. Discovering prey was one thing, but could they actually catch it? Ultimately, despite their formation being somewhat respectable, they faltered in other areas. Yet, Tuoba Chen could not recklessly charge into this team. After all, an individual's power was limited. If possible, it would be best to eliminate the commander first. If he could dispatch the leader, the battle would already be half won. However, the 2 control-type soul masters were positioned at the center, making it difficult for him to approach, and they were not necessarily the commanders. There was no alternative. He could only wait for a suitable opportunity to strike. Fortunately, it did not take long for that chance to present itself, as his team encountered another. However, unlike them, the opposing team was quite small, consisting of only 6 members, all from the second class. Among them, 3 had obtained spirit rings, while the remaining 3 had reached level 9. Thus, they were not necessarily destined to lose. Both sides held immense confidence in their own capabilities, and the atmosphere gradually intensified. Charge! A sudden shout broke the tension, prompting both teams to spring into action, engaging in a fierce melee. Chapter 24. The Hunt 6. An additional chapter, and a gentle request for recommendations. The teacher monitoring from above couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He clearly recognized that the battle cry had originated from Tuoba Chen. Truly reckless, he thought. As educators, they despised such chaotic team battles, as the multitude of participants could lead to severe injuries if one was not careful. Observing the spirit power display, Xueqinghe chuckled softly at Tuoba Chen's antics. It was only when the principal glanced over that she realized her lapse in composure and quickly remarked, "This little fellow is rather amusing." The principal nodded in agreement, noting that often those with a devious nature could outlast the more straightforward individuals, and a touch of cunning among spirit masters was not entirely unwelcome. In the forest, the ruckus from the ongoing battle had drawn the attention of some wandering onlookers, who began to converge on the scene. Aware of this, Tuoba Chen knew it was time to act. Otherwise, the points at stake might slip into the hands of others. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he stealthily placed his hands on the ground from his concealment in the bushes. "Earth spike," he whispered. Instantly, 3 inconspicuous yet sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, their speed far from negligible. He aimed precisely at the carotid arteries of the 3 combatants engaged in the fray, as a well-placed strike could temporarily deprive their brains of blood, causing them to faint. Of course, he had to control the force carefully. He softened the tips of the spikes to avoid any serious injury. Thanks to his extensive training under Qin Ming, he had mastered the art of spirit power control, striking with perfect precision, causing the three adversaries to succumb to momentary oxygen deprivation and collapse. This phenomenon, often referred to as fainting due to lack of oxygen, could have been avoided through a more brute force approach. However, that would reveal his position and deplete his spirit power significantly, so he opted for discretion in pursuit of points. Amidst the chaos, the fallen trio went largely unnoticed until Tuoba Chen executed two more similar tactics. It was only then that the leader of the third and fourth class teams sensed something amiss. He had noticed every time a teammate collapsed, particularly when three fell simultaneously during the first instance, which felt suspiciously coincidental. "Stop!" he bellowed. Unfortunately, despite the volume of his voice, no one heeded his call. They were all children caught up in the fiery intensity of battle, oblivious to the protests of a mere 8th-level control system spirit master. Upon hearing the command to stop, Tai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "At last, I've found you." The control system spirit master, undeterred by his initial failure, continued to plead, "Please, cease fighting." Just as his words fell, a slender earth spike pierced his neck. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, leaving the only peacemaker down and further plunging the scene into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Tuoba Chen went on a rampage. For the diminutive size of his earth spikes conserved spirit power, allowing him to employ them multiple times, with the paralysis duration reduced to just 2 seconds. When only 4 individuals remained on the battlefield, the remaining combatants finally took stock of their surroundings. A young man from the second class exclaimed, "What is going on? Why is everyone unconscious? Mingyun, get up, stop playing dead." He vigorously shook a plump boy lying on the ground, convinced that Mingyun, known for his resilience and defensive spirit, was merely feigning unconsciousness to evade the fight. However, after several vigorous shakes yielded no response, he realized that Mingyun was indeed out cold. Faced with the 3 glaring adversaries, he felt a surge of trepidation. Although he had surpassed level 10 and possessed his first spirit ability, he was a control system spirit master with little offensive capability. The 2 opponents before him excelled in agility, while the third was a formidable attacker. He was far from their match. Yet with the determination to take at least one down with him, he steeled himself for a fight. Just as he prepared to engage, a towering earth pillar surged before him, and before he could react, he lost consciousness. The remaining trio had encountered Tuoba Chen before and were well aware of the destructive potential of his earth spikes. However, surrender was not an option. They each had but 1 life remaining, and losing it would mean immediate elimination. Recognizing their inability to escape, they exchanged glances. The sole powerful attacker charged headlong, while the 2 agile fighters circled around, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, as one might expect, while speed was their forte, their offensive power was lackluster. Attacking an opponent with a significant disparity in strength felt akin to a mere scratch. Given their own fragility, they were likely to perish with any substantial blow, akin to fragile glass. Tuoba Chen did not even glance their way. 2 massive earth spikes erupted in the path of the agile fighters, swiftly sending them out of the fray. Now, only he and the powerful attacker remained standing, engaged in a one-on-one duel, free from any interruptions. Witnessing his comrades dispatched in an instant, the powerful attacker instinctively recoiled, tripping over a tree branch and falling. "Don't come any closer," he shouted as Tuoba Chen approached, his voice laced with fear. Chapter 25. The Hunt, 7. Though terrified, he had no intention of surrendering. This was his last life. With uncertainty surrounding the status of his teammates, he dreaded the thought of being eliminated and facing the prospect of remedial classes. However, Tuoba Chen paid little heed to the thoughts of others. He inhaled deeply, propelled himself with a powerful kick from his hind legs, and launched himself like a cannonball, expertly controlling his strength to deliver a punch to his opponent's shin, sending him out of the competition. Witnessing this scene, the supervising teacher in the Heir silently awarded Tuoba Chen 37 points. Among those he had just eliminated, many were on their last life and had amassed a significant number of points before their elimination, resulting in a substantial increase in his own score. After dispatching these 2 small teams, he began to search for a new target. Initially, he had intended to guard the corpses, but upon reflection, he abandoned this notion. Firstly, It would be a tremendous waste of time. Secondly, he did not wish to earn points through such a means. Thirdly, their earlier skirmishes had already attracted the attention of surrounding organized teams. With such a prominent bounty on his head, he would easily become the focus of everyone's ire. After all, children are inherently vain. Who wouldn't want to claim the prestigious head of the top student for themselves? Thus, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided to vacate the area. His current points were already sufficiently high, and it would be more prudent to hunt smaller teams or solitary individuals without taking unnecessary risks. This battle had drained a considerable amount of his soul power, so he planned to return to the Central Lake camp to recuperate. Once Tuoba Chen departed, a group of 4 to 8 members quickly gathered at the site. Upon witnessing the scene, all teams unanimously chose to retreat. Their commanders were not foolish. They understood that the climactic moments would come on the final day when all novices and inferior teams would be eliminated, and there was no need to incur unnecessary losses at this juncture. The principal and others, observing the soul power projections, expressed their admiration. This young man possesses commendable qualities, able to resist temptation and withdraw from dangerous areas, thereby maintaining an optimal state. Shuiqing had nodded in agreement with the principal's remarks, acknowledging Tuoba Chen's commendable performance. Although his potential to become a title daw seemed limited due to his soul power, it was certain he would attain the rank of soul daw. With such temperament, he would likely stand among the elite within that rank, making it worthwhile to cultivate a relationship with him if necessary. Qin Ming, witnessing the exchange between the two, felt a sense of satisfaction. Now they realized just how formidable Tuoba Chen is, yet they still deem him unworthy of cultivation? Ridiculous. Beside the central lake, Tuoba Chen observed Mo Hen drinking water across the lake, contemplating an approach to eliminate him. However, the distance was too great. If he went over there, the target would likely escape before he could reach him, leaving him to watch helplessly as Mo Hen finished drinking and made his exit. He did not lack the desire to hunt Mo Hen, but he recognized that Mo Hen was the only individual in their class whose speed and endurance matched his own. The white-armored Earth Dragon was inherently defensive and power-oriented, and although the enhancement from the Azure Dragon technique significantly boosted his speed, making him seem agile against lower-level Soul Masters, he was fully aware that even with this enhancement, he would still be somewhat slower than Mo Hen. Therefore, he refrained from engaging in such a futile exertion of energy. After hunting several small teams throughout the day, time slipped away. That evening, Tuoba Chen chose not to remain at the central lake for rest, as Mo Hen had already been here, nullifying its safety. He had not grown so arrogant as to believe he could best his opponent in a surprise attack. After all, he was not the only one progressing this semester. Subsequently, he sought out an unassuming tree, intending to lean against it and endure the night. Gazing at the bright, starry sky, Tuoba Chen unconsciously opened his mouth, his eyes wide. A few minutes later, he vigorously shook his head, uncertain of the cause. Perhaps it was because he was a traveler, feeling somewhat out of sync with this world. Whenever he found himself alone, he would unintentionally slip into a daze if he did nothing. This was a quirk he had not possessed in his past life. The following day, he was roused from slumber by the principal's broadcast. Attention, students. I am here to announce the results of yesterday's hunting battle. Following intense competition, it is unfortunate that numerous students have been eliminated. As of now, only 39 students remain in the forest. I will now report the points standings for the top 10. First place, Tuoba Chen, 121 points. Second place, Mo Hen, 91 points. Third place, Shuilang, 79 points. Fourth place, Long, and 55 points. Fifth place, Meng Iran, 47 points. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Long and would surpass Meng Iran. However, he quickly understood. Meng Iran's talent had never matched that of Long, and who possessed innate soul power of level 9 compared to Meng Iran's level 8. Moreover, Longan was the son of the renowned commander of the Royal Guard Corps of the Tiando Empire, Long Ling, which naturally afforded him superior training resources. It was hardly surprising that he surpassed Meng Iran. In fact, it was rather strange that Meng Iran had ranked above Long and on the first day. Another individual who evoked contemplation in Tuoba Chen was Shuilang. Having spent this semester with him, Tuoba Chen understood the essence of Shuilang's character. Intelligent, kind, talented, diligent. and devoid of any arrogance associated with his royal lineage. He never used his status to belittle others. The more Xuelang excelled, the more Tuoba Chen felt a pang of regret. To maintain his disguise, he had to feign mischief, daring not to enhance his own strength. Hiding his true self behind a facade, living as someone else, engaging in trivial games, not studying, and occasionally bullying others, leading a life of quiet desperation. Tuoba Chen mused that if he were not a traveler, he could never abandon such a remarkable cultivation talent as Xuelang had. Fortunately, he found solace in the value of his forbearance. In this life, he was determined to befriend Xuelang. Even if Tang San did not assist him, he would lend his support. After the broadcast, Tuoba Chen stretched his limbs, having neglected morning exercises for 3 days. He felt quite uncomfortable. It was not that he did not wish to participate, but he was aware of a teacher named Ying Feng at the Tiando Royal Academy, who possessed a martial soul known as the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor at approximately level 60. This martial soul had the extraordinary capability of monitoring a designated area and projecting the information through soul power. He had been fortunate enough to witness this phenomenon firsthand. Were it not for that experience, he would never have believed that a soul emperor could oversee the entire academy. Fortunately, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor lacked a penetrating vision, which meant the teacher could not see students within their rooms, allowing Tuoba Chen's training methods to remain undisclosed. However, given the significance of the final exam, he doubted that this teacher would neglect to monitor the forest. It was precisely because of this teacher, combined with the fact that he had not engaged in morning exercises for 3 days, that he felt somewhat off. Yet he could not act, as explaining such behavior would prove difficult, so he opted to refrain altogether. After all, today marked the final day. With the majority of students eliminated, each remaining individual was likely to possess a considerable number of points. He could not afford to stop. Should that lunatic Mohan eliminate 2 individuals possessing 30 or 40 points each, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xuebang gazed at the familiar figure before him, his lips twitching with agitation. He had just escaped from a small team of 5, and now, almost instantaneously, he found himself confronted by this devil. Tuoba Chen, intrigued, observed Xuebang. Ordinarily, Xuebang's speed surpassed his. Yet as a prince, Xuebang devoted much of his time to profound literature to enhance his cultural literacy, preparing for the potential future of governance. However, this commitment significantly reduced his time for physical training, rendering his physique considerably weaker compared to Tuoba Chen. If Tuoba Chen pursued him relentlessly, escape would be impossible. Xuebang had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he assumed a defiant stance. Knowing Tuoba Chen would not relent simply because they were friends, and he did not wish for leniency. It had been a semester. It was time to assess his strength. "Brother Chen, let us do this, no holding back," he declared. Tuoba Chen's indifferent response ignited Xuebang's frustration, yet he felt powerless against his superior. Witnessing Xuebang's expression nearly broke Tuoba Chen's composure. Xuebang was simply too entertaining, and teasing him brought immense joy, relishing the sight of his exasperation. Notably, Xuebang bore no grudges, making him an even more tempting target for Tuoba Chen's playful torment. Once he steadied his emotions, Xuebang stated earnestly, "Brother Chen, I am truly coming at you." With that, he could no longer contain himself. The white swan martial soul enveloped him, and his first soul ring ignited. First soul skill, Cold Wind. With these words, a biting chill swept through the vicinity. Tuoba Chen felt a slight discomfort from the sudden drop in temperature. As a prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuebang's soul skills were formidable, derived from a top-tier ice-type soul beast, the extreme ice beast. With a first soul ring that had aged 400 years, Cold Wind was the most powerful skill granted by the extreme ice beast. Within a certain radius, all enemies, save for himself, experienced a 20% reduction in speed and soul power flow, while he gained a 20% boost in ice attribute attacks and overall attack power. This attribute was indeed exceptional, surpassing the capabilities of his Earth Spike skill. Once the Cold Wind took effect, Xuebang charged at Tuoba Chen. After a semester of training, he was no longer the novice easily subdued by a simple combination of attacks. Thanks to the Cold Wind, he surprisingly managed to hold his own against Tuoba Chen for a brief moment. After about a minute of combat, Tuoba Chen reflected, "Xuebang, you've grown stronger. You are no longer the same Xuebang who would fall at the first combination. However, Tuoba Chen found himself in a predicament. Their close proximity made it difficult to utilize Earth Spike effectively. Without exerting full force, the attack would lack sufficient power, and should he fail to incapacitate Schwebang, he would be left vulnerable. Conversely, unleashing his full strength could result in serious injury to the prince, an outcome he wished to avoid in front of numerous witnesses. Initially considering holding back, Tuoba Chen realized he could not afford to do so any longer. Suddenly, Schwebang was struck by a punch, leaving him momentarily dazed. Shaking his head, he wiped the blood from his nose and looked at Tuoba Chen, who had assumed a combative stance. What has happened? He had observed Tuoba Chen inhale deeply before attacking. It seemed as if his fist had elongated. Given the length of Tuoba Chen's arm, he should not have been within reach, leading him to believe it was merely an illusion. A minute later, Schwebang lay on the ground, quietly retrieving a small white flag from his pocket. Upon seeing Schwebang surrender, Tuoba Chen immediately ceased his assault and assisted him up. The current Schwebang lacked the composure he had displayed during their earlier exchange. His face was swollen, rendering his speech slurred. "Brother Chen, what was that earlier?" Though his words were unclear, Tuoba Chen understood. "It's a secret," he replied enigmatically before departing, leaving Schwebang bewildered in the wind. This was Schwebang's first loss. He still had 2 chances remaining. Thus, he quickly sought refuge, feeling the sting of pain on his face. Engaging in further combat would undoubtedly hinder his performance. To maintain his ranking within the top 10, it was prudent to be cautious. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hen scoured the area for prey. Observing the unfolding scene, the principal suddenly proposed, "Your Highness Xue Qinghe, shall we place a wager?" "Oh, what shall we wager?" Bored from merely watching the competition, Xue Qinghe's interest was piqued. "Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this hunting competition?" It was the final day of the hunt, and everyone possessed a significant number of points. Mo Hen was not without a chance of surpassing Tuoba Chen, prompting Xue Qinghe to ponder before finally responding, "I believe it will be Tuoba Chen." While his martial soul may not excel in pursuit, his character and abilities are commendable. Mo Hen is capable, but he pales in comparison. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's answer, the principal replied, "Very well, since your highness has wagered on Tuoba Chen, I shall place my bet on Mo Hen. I will wager the cold spirit grass against your earth spirit mushroom." Xue Qinghe chuckled. "Ah, so the principal has his sights set on the earth spirit mushroom. However, the cold spirit grass is also quite valuable. I accept." Chapter 27. The Hunting Competition. The principal, pleased with Xue Qinghe's response, felt a surge of excitement. The cold spirit grass indeed bore similarities to the earth spirit mushroom, yet their effects differed significantly. The cold spirit grass greatly enhanced physical attributes, particularly beneficial for those practicing body refinement techniques. Lacking such techniques himself, the cold spirit grass would not serve him well. In contrast, the earth spirit mushroom could aid one in breaking through their limits. Having been stuck at level 79 for 5 years, and now in his 60s, he realized that without external aid, he might never ascend to the rank of Soul de Law. Although Tuoba Chen was indeed superior to Mo Hen, he could not afford to overlook any potential means of breaking through. His only hope now rested on Mo Hen's victory. Once the wager was established, the principal turned to Qin Ming and inquired, "All right, Qin Ming, it is now evident that your classmates are likely to secure positions in the top 10. Do you have any desired rewards?" Surprised by the principal's sudden question, Qin Ming replied, "Principal, I wish to obtain a month's access to the gravity training room." The principal was taken aback. While the gravity training room was indeed a valuable reward, he wondered why Qin Ming did not seek a promotion instead. If he were to advance, he would gain unrestricted access to the gravity training room. However, since this was Qin Ming's choice, he had nothing further to say. Very well. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Qin Ming felt a sense of relief. His request for the gravity training room was not for his own benefit, but for the students in his class. During his time at Shrek, he had long since become accustomed to Zhao Wuji's gravitational pressure, rendering the gravity training room of little use to him. However, the situation was quite different for his students. Their rapid advancements in cultivation necessitated a solid foundation, which could be achieved through training in the gravity training room upon their return from summer break. An hour later, Avalanche gazed despairingly at the figure of Mo Hen before him. What the predicament? Just after finishing with Tuoba Chen, he now found himself confronted by Mo Hen. He was truly having a streak of bad luck. Had it not been for Avalanche's unchanged attire, Imohen might not have recognized him, as his face had swollen to that of a pig. Aware that escape was futile, Avalanche resignedly retrieved a small white flag from his pocket, relinquishing his precious second life. Fortunately, Imohen did not make things difficult for him. After collecting his points, he graciously departed from the scene. Watching Imohen leave, Avalanche pondered, for that was the direction he had chosen to follow. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to follow suit. Perched atop the canopy of the tiendo tree, Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Most large teams had been eliminated, and the remaining individuals were well hidden. Aside from his encounter with Avalanche, he had yet to come across anyone else. The Invigilators had also caught on to his tactics, leaving him with limited options to seek out others. To conserve his energy, he chose to remain in his lofty perch, waiting for the next target to appear. As he scanned the area, a small yellow dust suddenly caught his eye. He quickly focused his gaze. Clad in a light yellow gown with fluffy hair, it was undoubtedly Ascent. With a new target in sight, Tuoba Chen immediately entered a state of readiness. He had no qualms about the fact that she was a girl. After all, they were all children, and girls often matured faster than boys. He had every justification to launch a surprise attack. However, just as he was about to descend from the tree, he unintentionally spotted two familiar figures, Imohen and Avalanche. Avalanche was stealthily trailing behind Imohen, maintaining a considerable distance, and they were both headed in his direction. If they were to discover him, they would undoubtedly join forces against him. Thinking quickly, Tuoba Chen hastily concealed himself among the branches of the tiendo tree, using the broad leaves to obscure his presence. After a considerable time, he finally caught sight of Ascent approaching, muttering to herself, "These students from classes 3 and 4 are simply ridiculous. Is it really necessary for 6 of them to form a team? Thank goodness I run fast, otherwise, my last chance would have been squandered right there." Hearing Ascent's words, cold sweat trickled down Tuoba Chen's forehead. She was indeed quite volatile. However, upon learning that she was down to her last life, a devious thought struck him. If memory served him correctly, the principal had announced that Ascent was ranked 10th this morning, with exactly 30 points. If he were to eliminate her now, he would not only gain the point for the kill, but also half of her points, thereby increasing his total by 16 points and solidifying his position at the top. With Imohen and Avalanche still at a distance, he had ample time to take out Ascent. To avoid alarming her, he cautiously descended from the tree's backside. Although he was careful to make as little noise as possible, Ascent sensed something amiss when he was about 5 meters from the ground. Her instincts warned her that someone was nearby. She scanned her surroundings, but found no one. A growing sense of unease crept over her. Better to be cautious than to remain oblivious. She quickly summoned her vine martial spirit, vigilant as she surveyed her environment. "Come out, I know you're there." Although she had not actually spotted Tuoba Chen, her shout fortuitously directed toward the very tree he occupied. Tuoba Chen was taken aback. Had he truly been discovered? With no reason to hide any longer, he leapt from the tree, executing a roll that brought him face to face with Ascent. "Was surprised to see you here," she gulped nervously. "Why is it this lunatic?" Before entering the forest, Ascent had fervently hoped not to encounter this cultivation fanatic. Yet here he was, and she was at a loss for how to escape. Tuoba Chen declared, "Surrender. You know our power disparity is insurmountable. You cannot escape." Ascent had no intention of capitulating. She had barely squeezed into the 10th place, and being eliminated now would surely mean dropping out of the top 10. Surrender was not an option. She would fight back for a chance at a counterattack. Upon seeing the expression on her face, Tuoba Chen realized that this matter could only be settled physically. Without further ado, he commanded Earth Spike. Boom! A massive stone pillar erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Ascent's back. Before she could react, Tuoba Chen struck her on the back of the head with his unyielding iron hand. A resounding crack echoed in her mind, leaving her dazed and unconscious. Chapter 28. The Hunt. And, with 16 points secured, 2 more targets were soon to arrive, and he needed to prepare. Imohen's situation mirrored Tuoba Chen's. He had encountered only Avalanche and was unaware that Avalanche was trailing behind him. He felt a sense of urgency, as this was the final day and his last opportunity to surpass Tuoba Chen this semester. Unlike before, Tuoba Chen chose not to hide atop the tiendo tree any longer, as it was too inconvenient and time-consuming to climb down. Instead, He utilized the earth spike skill to create a hole in the ground, burrowing inside and filling the top to disguise it as ordinary terrain. When someone passed by, he could launch a surprise attack. As for the issue of breathing, his dragon breathing technique allowed him to maintain normal respiration even in thin air. He merely needed to create 2 small holes for adequate airflow. Upon witnessing this scene, Xueqing rubbed her eyes, thinking to herself, Tuoba Chen is truly not an ordinary person. She had never anticipated that at just 6 years old, he could control his soul power with such precision. Previously, his ability to perfectly time the earth spike to merely incapacitate someone was already impressive. But now he had demonstrated an understanding of modifying the operation of the earth spike to manipulate geological structures. This could be considered a self-created soul skill. Was he truly just a 6-year-old child? The principal wore a similarly astonished expression. This was simply extraordinary. He no longer doubted that Tuoba Chen, with only innate soul power of level 8, could one day achieve the rank of title de law. After all, what Tuoba Chen had accomplished thus far was something he himself could not have achieved in the past. However, he now wished Tuoba Chen would not display such exceptional talents. At this rate, there would be no chance for the earth spirit grass, let alone the cold spirit grass. Upon witnessing the impressive performance of Tuoba Chen, Qin Ming wore a proud expression. Were it not for the presence of the principal and Xueqing beside him, he would have already begun to boast about having mentored such a talented disciple. Shortly thereafter, Imohen arrived at a location not far from where Tuoba Chen lay in ambush. Since Tuoba Chen had not displayed any abilities beyond his formidable combat skills and earth spike technique, Imohen remained oblivious to any potential threats in the vicinity. He proceeded forward, but Tuoba Chen soon noticed Imohen gradually approaching his position. Upon reaching this spot, Imohen remained highly vigilant, realizing that among the remaining contestants, there were no weak individuals left. He needed to prepare thoroughly. As he continued onward, he felt the ground beneath him was somewhat soft and sensed something amiss. Suddenly, without any warning, 3 earth spikes erupted from the ground. Imohen reacted swiftly, evading 2 of the spikes with ease. However, the last spike, positioned at an awkward angle, grazed his calf. Tuoba Chen had no intention of holding back, aiming to injure his opponent and hinder his escape. Feeling the sting in his calf, Imohen realized the gravity of the situation. Recognizing the familiar earth spike, he understood who had ambushed him. With an injury to his calf, his chances of fleeing had diminished considerably. Though he could endure the pain, blood loss would soon weaken his leg, rendering him unable to escape. He had no choice but to act decisively. Come out, Tuoba Chen, I know you are here. Upon uttering those words, a delicate, pale hand suddenly emerged from the earth before Imohen. The unexpected appearance of the hand startled him, causing him to inadvertently aggravate his leg wound. Gasping, Tuoba Chen's head soon followed, emerging from the soil. Upon seeing the adorable visage, Imohen broke into a cold sweat, astonished at how this fellow had learned such eerie tactics. With that, Tuoba Chen sprang upright, having successfully evaded the stiffness of the earth spikes while still concealed underground. Imohen had considered numerous ways in which Tuoba Chen might reveal himself, yet he had never anticipated such an unconventional approach. Yield, Imohen. You know you cannot defeat me, especially with your calf injured. You have lost your only advantage in speed. Despite Tuoba Chen's words, Imohen did not relent. Instead, he silently activated his lion spirit. Clearly, he intended to measure his strength against Tuoba Chen. Observing this development, Tuoba Chen sighed, realizing that if verbal persuasion failed, he would have to resort to physical means to resolve the matter. First soul skill, beast transformation. As both combatants activated their soul skills, Imohen immediately unleashed his first technique. Beast transformation augmented his strength and speed by 30%, granting an additional 50% attack boost for the first 3 strikes. Having faced Imohen numerous times before, Tuoba Chen was well aware of the potency of this ability. Dragon's breath, total concentration. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath, and his skin flushed a vivid red, resembling a state of hyperemia. Dragon's breath, total concentration. All physical attributes, speed, strength, defense, etc., are enhanced by 55%. This increases with the proficiency of the breathing technique, capping at 60%. The effect lasts for 1 hour, and once the duration expires, He cannot enter the dragon's breath state for the remainder of the day. If the technique is used for less than an hour, the recovery time follows a 5:1 ratio. In a standard dragon's breath state, the enhancement is half that of the total concentration boost, and during this state, he can utilize high-speed blood circulation to elongate his bones, thereby extending his attack range. He had previously employed this technique against Xuelang. Having only used the total concentration state for 5 minutes today, he was fully prepared and unperturbed by Mo Hen. Upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's state, Mo Hen's expression grew grave. He had heard tales of the Holy Dragon Sect's transformation technique, a legendary method that allowed individuals to possess power comparable to that of a true soul manifestation in their early stages. He had often fallen victim to this very technique. Tuoba Chen took the initiative, launching a standard attack towards Mo Hen. Mo Hen crossed his arms defensively across his chest, managing to block Tuoba Chen's strike. Yet the force behind it caused him to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Chen charged forward with a knee strike that left Mo Hen's arms numb, lifting him off the ground by several centimeters. Following this, Tuoba Chen raised his arms high and brought them crashing down onto Mo Hen's back. What ensued was a relentless barrage of attacks that left Mo Hen gasping for air. Ultimately, a decisive uppercut sent Mo Hen sprawling, rendering him unconscious. Thus, the 27th combat encounter between Mo Hen and Tuoba Chen concluded in defeat for Mo Hen. Throughout the remainder of the hunting battle, Tuoba Chen remained closely behind Mo Hen, ready to eliminate his opponent's final life the moment the hour of protection elapsed. Upon witnessing Mo Hen's last life claimed by Tuoba Chen, the principal felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing that he might never ascend to the rank of Soul de Law. He then glanced at the smiling Xue Qinghe and trembled as he retrieved a small purple wooden box from his soul guide. Until now, he had not paid much attention to the first-year students, never anticipating that Mo Hen, also at level 15, could be so thoroughly bested by Tuoba Chen. This should not have happened. How could someone lacking strength ascend to level 15? As the hunting battle concluded, the students slowly emerged from the academy's forest. The principal quickly adjusted his demeanor, preparing to conclude the hunting battle. The students who had already been eliminated had long since exited the forest, leaving only a handful of individuals to emerge. Addressing the gathered students, the principal proclaimed, "Students, as the summer sun blazes, after a semester of hard work and 3 days of intense effort, the hunting battle has finally come to an end. Some students exhibited exceptional performance, while others did not meet expectations. Nevertheless, we witnessed many shining moments from all of you." After delivering a lengthy speech, the principal finally reached the crux of the matter as the students below began to nod off. It was time to award the top 10 students. First place, Tuoba Chen, with 239 points. Second place, Long Un, with 94 points. Third place, Meng Yiran, with 69 points. Fourth place, Mo Hen, with 46 points. Fifth place, Dio, with 45 points. Ninth place, Xuelang, with 39 points. Overall, the top 10 remained largely unchanged, though their rankings had shifted. Long Un could hardly believe his ears upon hearing his placement. He never dreamed he would secure second place. Meng Yiran shared a similar sentiment, fully aware of Mo Hen and the others' capabilities. Upon seeing the score, she began to comprehend the situation. It seemed these individuals had encountered Tuoba Chen on the final day, resulting in their unfortunate elimination. These 10 students represented the finest among the first-year cohort, and the Academy would bestow upon them special rewards. From the 4th to the 10th student, each will receive a reward of 500 gold soul coins, while the 3 top students shall be awarded 1,000 gold soul coins along with a junior membership card for the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. The second place will receive 3,000 gold soul coins and a middle-tier membership card, while the first place will be rewarded with 5,000 gold soul coins and a senior membership card. The Academy's rewards are rather mundane, merely monetary. Tuoba Chen is quite incensed by this practice, pondering why they do not replace the coins with rare high-grade medicinal herbs instead. After all, he is already affluent. Following the principal's announcement, he invited the sponsor of this hunting competition, Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Chamber of Commerce, to speak. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Xue Qinghe had quite a broad scope of responsibilities, managing both his royal duties and the chamber. Upon taking the stage, Xue Qinghe began with a lengthy preamble similar to the principal's, but the audience's reaction diverged, The young ladies gazed at him with starry eyes, while the boys looked up at the Tiando Empire's prince with admiration. How amusing it was, Tuoba Chen thought, to witness the students of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy in such a light. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe announced that one student had performed exceptionally well in the competition, and he wished to present him with a special reward. At this, all eyes turned towards Tuoba Chen, who had amassed a staggering total of 239 points, surpassing the previous record of 199 set by the top student Yu Tianheng by a significant margin. It was evidently him that Xue Qinghe was referring to. As anticipated, Xue Qinghe continued, "This student is Tuoba Chen." For some unknown reason, although Xue Qinghe merely called his name, the students below seemed to elongate it in their minds. Taken aback, Tuoba Chen stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed, as envious gazes surrounded him. Should he ascend the stage? Yet, Xue Qinghe had not beckoned him forth. Qin Ming, noticing Tuoba Chen's daze, playfully nudged him, urging, "Aren't you going up?" Seeing Tuoba Chen still lost in thought, Qin Ming took it upon himself to pull him onto the stage. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, Xue Qinghe smiled and presented him with the Hanlian grass he had just won from the principal. "Tuoba Chen, this is your reward." The Hanlian grass is tremendously beneficial for those who practice body refining techniques. You should know the dragon transformation technique when used in conjunction with it. Your progress will be greatly accelerated. Hanlian grass. Tuoba Chen had heard of this herb before. Tuoba Yin had mentioned it as the spirit of all herbs. For those of the sacred dragon sect, acquiring a single Hanlian grass would yield extraordinary benefits in cultivating the dragon transformation technique. Suddenly receiving such a lavish gift left Tuoba Chen bewildered, questioning what Xue Qinghe was up to. Was he not yet replaced by Qianren Xue? Qin Ming, witnessing Tuoba Chen's astonishment, playfully nudged him again, prompting, "Aren't you going to thank Prince Xue Qinghe?" "Thank you, Prince Qinghe." Tuoba Chen finally responded. Amused by Tuoba Chen's reaction, Xue Qinghe chuckled, surprised that Tuoba Chen, who had been so cunning during the competition, appeared so dazed in reality. Xue Qinghe, taking advantage of his stature, ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair, saying, "No need to be so formal, Tuoba Chen. I quite like you. Just call me Brother Qinghe. May I call you Xiao Chen?" The sudden familiarity sent shivers down Tuoba Chen's spine until Qin Ming nudged him again, urging him to express his gratitude to Brother Qinghe. "Thank you, Brother Qinghe." Xue Qinghe smiled, finding it charming how easily children could be won over. Below, Xue Bian observed their closeness with a hint of unease. The principal nearly choked on his own breath, aghast at giving away his Hanlian grass. However, considering that Tuoba Chen was, after all, a student of his academy, he felt a measure of relief. It was, in essence, an additional reward for his own. With this thought, he found solace. He then made a few concluding remarks before announcing the end of the term exams, stating that the rankings will be posted on the Academy bulletin board the next day, and students who passed could return home, while those who did not would remain for an additional month of classes. A chorus of lamentations arose from the audience. Afterward, Tuoba Chen made arrangements with Meng Yiran to meet at the school gate the following morning at 8. After bidding farewell to Xue Bian and others, he returned to his dormitory, relishing a long overdue lazy sleep. Chapter 30. Confirming the relationship the next morning, Tuoba Chen awoke to find the clock hands pointing to 8:30. Suddenly recalling his appointment, he dashed towards the school gate. There, Meng Yiran paced back and forth, anxiously wondering why he had not yet arrived. After some time, Tuoba Chen finally made his appearance, disheveled, prompting Meng Yiran to exclaim, "Why are you so late? We agreed to meet at 8. In response to her words, Tuoba Chen instinctively replied, "I lost my way on the path of life, hence my tardiness." Meng Yiran scoffed at his excuse, dismissing it as mere nonsense. With that, she placed her hand on his waist and executed a dramatic turn. "Ouch!" Tuoba Chen gasped. "You've angered me," he thought, though he refrained from voicing it. Acknowledging that his lateness was indeed his fault, the two then shared a carriage back home. Meng Yiran revealed that her family had moved across from his, making them neighbors, and that they could visit each other any time during the summer break. This revelation left Tuoba Chen feeling disheartened. This troublesome girl would surely disrupt his training plans, and he could already envision how she would interfere with his meticulously crafted regimen. 2 days later, at the city gate of Bartle, Tuoba Yin, Ning Yu, and the couple Long Gong and Shi Long waited eagerly for their children to return. "Xiao Yin, what do you think about their relationship's progress? How far have they come?" Long Gong inquired. Reflecting on his son's singular focus on cultivation, Tuoba Chen shook his head, replying, Elder, as far as I know, Xiao Chun is not very proactive. If Iran does not take the initiative either, their relationship may not advance much. Is that so? I feel they seem to be progressing quite swiftly, Long Gong remarked. How so, Elder? Tuoba Chen asked, intrigued. Just look. Long Gong gestured towards the approaching figures of Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran, hand in hand, exuding intimacy. Tuoba Chen could hardly believe his eyes. Was the seemingly radiant individual truly his son? This was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Seeing their closeness, Long Gong smiled, recognizing that this development would greatly benefit his future plans. Meanwhile, the two, upon spotting their parents waiting at the city gate, felt a wave of embarrassment. Meng Iran hastily attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find Tuoba Chun's grip firm. What are you doing? Grandpa is watching us, she exclaimed. No need to worry. We are already betrothed. Can we not hold hands? Besides, we have confirmed our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancé? He gazed at her earnestly. Caught off guard by his words, Meng Iran's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. After all, she had pursued Tuoba Chen, who had never spoken such words before. His sudden declaration left her feeling both sweetly flustered and shy. Meanwhile, the two fathers, one a soul sage and the other a soul daw, overheard their whispered exchange. In the vibrant realm of the academy, today proved to be exceedingly exhilarating. Could it truly be that the individual before him was his son? Was he perhaps possessed by some otherworldly entity? What knowledge had he acquired within the confines of the institution? The reaction of Long Gong was even more intense. What did confirming the relationship entail? Could it be that Tuoba Chen, this impudent rascal, was up to no good? With this thought, he bellowed, You little brat. What have you done to my family? She is merely 6 years old. You scoundrel. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Tuoba Chen was utterly bewildered, while Meng Iran's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. After all, he had only held her hand. They hadn't even shared a kiss, and even if they had, so what? Meng Iran was not his superior, but rather his fiancée, and he was certainly entitled to such gestures. Besides, he had yet to kiss her. Realizing the situation, Tuoba Chen swiftly intervened, urging predecessor, Please calm down. How can I remain calm when both of them are acting like this? I tell you, Tuoba Chen, if that little brat has harmed my granddaughter in any way, I shall skin him alive. Long Gong's face flushed with rage, his body trembling with fury at the thought of his granddaughter, only 6 years old, being wronged. However, after some words of persuasion from Tuoba Chen, Long Gong gradually regained his composure. Oh, so you're saying that you have merely progressed to holding hands and nothing more inappropriate has occurred? Indeed, indeed. How could anything more happen, predecessor Long Gong? Rest assured, after hearing Tuoba Chen's explanation, Long Gong's anger subsided further. Well, since you have both returned, you and Iran should accompany me home. I have something to bestow upon you, and I have already spoken to your parents. You need not return today. Tuoba Chen glanced around, noticing that, as he had mentioned, Tuoba Chen and Ning Yu were already disappearing from sight, showing no intention of taking him, their son, home. Subsequently, with Meng Iran's eager expression, he followed Long Gong back to his residence. Upon arriving at Long Gong's home, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. Despite appearing identical from the outside, why did Long Gong's residence seem so vast? As he surveyed the surroundings, with ornamental rocks, bamboo groves, and babbling brooks, he fully comprehended the extent of Long Gong's wealth. You little brat, why are you still dawdling? Hurry inside. Coming. Long Gong ushered Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran into a room, asking Tuoba Chen, Do you know why I sought you out? I am uncertain. I humbly ask for your guidance, predecessor. Well, you'll find out shortly. With that, Long Gong produced a crystal ball. Iran, Tuoba Chen, place your hands upon this crystal ball. Upon doing so, they each infused a bit of soul power into the orb. A surge of black and white soul powers merged within the crystal. The white was warm and righteous, while the black was chilling and ominous. Although these forces were starkly opposed, they blended seamlessly together. Both Meng Iran and Tuoba Chen were astonished. Even Long Gong and Snake Matriarch were moved by the sight. Good. Long Gong exclaimed thrice. Noticing the curious gazes of the younger generation, he cleared his throat and continued. Have you ever heard of soul fusion techniques? Yes, I have heard of it. I know that the soul fusion technique of predecessor Long Gong and matriarch Snake is renowned as the legendary dragon and serpent, with power rivaling that of Tidal Daloa. Surprised by Tuoba Chen's knowledge, Long Gong remarked, I did not expect you to be so well informed. So, do you now understand what I have come to impart to you today? Chapter 31. A Match Made in Heaven. The Serpent of Dusk having grasped the situation, Tuoba Chen understood. Predecessor, does this mean that we just... Indeed, we were just testing your soul compatibility, and, as you can see, your compatibility has reached 100%. You're fully capable of practicing soul fusion techniques. Long Gong's words left Tuoba Chen feeling somewhat unreal, and Meng Yiran felt similarly. The prospect of suddenly being able to wield such a divine technique was surreal. Observing their bewilderment, Long Gong did not hold back. Little Chen Yiran, you are aware that your birthdays are merely a day apart, correct? They nodded. Tuoba Chen's birthday was January 1st, while Meng Yiran's was December 31st. Do you know the specific times at which you were born? They shook their heads honestly. No one had ever informed them of this detail. Seeing their expressions, Long Gong began to elaborate. Yiran, you were born at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, the last minute of the day, and indeed, the final moment of the year, a time steeped in the legends of Doloa continent, known as the most sinister day of the year. Both were astonished at the significance of Meng Yiran's birth time, which she had never realized before. Long Gong continued, but it gets even more astonishing. Little Chun, you were born precisely 1 minute past midnight on January 1st. What a coincidence. You are the dawn of the new year, the prologue of the year. And according to legend, this day is imbued with the most potent yang energy of the entire year. Moreover, when you were born, 2 meteors fell simultaneously, one in the far north and the other in the far south. Long Gong's narrative grew increasingly fantastical, leaving both youngsters entranced. Yet, he was far from finished. Furthermore, your soul powers are a dragon and a serpent, one male and one female, one gentle and one assertive. The yin and yang harmonize perfectly, and your innate soul powers are identical. You are truly a match made in heaven. Given such serendipity, I suspected you might have the potential to master soul fusion techniques, and today's test confirmed it. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran were left speechless, unsure how to articulate their emotions. They exchanged glances, both contemplating. Could it be that they truly were destined for one another? Long Gong took their hands and brought them together, stating, do not doubt it. You are indeed a match made in heaven. This is a divine fate bestowed upon you. Accept it. Understood, predecessor Long Gong. Yes, I understand, grandfather. Seeing their affirmations, Long Gong smiled and said, Little Chun, I entrust Yiran to your care. You must look after her well. Yes, predecessor Long Gong, Tuoba Chen replied with determination. Good. Now let us commence the study of soul fusion techniques. Tuoba Chen asked, can we begin learning right away? Is there no preparatory work required? What preparatory work? I tell you, for those with a 100% soul compatibility, learning soul fusion techniques is as easy as breathing. It will not take long at all. As for those with low compatibility, they may never hope to master it. Some things are simply ordained by fate and cannot be altered. Understood. I comprehend, predecessor Long Gong. Did you just call me predecessor again? Long Gong suddenly inquired with a serious tone. Grandfather. Ah, good, little Chun. Tuoba Chen, all right. I shall cease my teasing and reveal to you the method of utilizing the martial soul fusion technique. You must hold hands, and one party will transfer their soul power into the other's body. Remember, the recipient of the soul power must not resist and must fully surrender their body. Otherwise, the fusion technique will fail. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, both individuals swallowed nervously. What happens if we fail? If we fail, then we simply try again, right? Tuoba Chen had expected a dire consequence, but knowing there was none, he felt relieved to proceed. He then said to Meng Yiran, let me begin by transferring my soul power to you. All right. With that, they clasped hands, and 2 distinct colors of soul power, white and black, emerged around them. The white soul power from Tuoba Chen gradually flowed toward Meng Yiran. Long Gong observed this scene with a nod. Both were astute and had comprehended his instructions perfectly. They simply needed to wait, as the initial use of the martial soul fusion technique might take some time. Before long, a sinister and formidable black mist began to envelop them, obscuring the view from Long Gong. Accompanied by a powerful pressure, the black mist gradually dissipated. revealing a colossal black serpent before Long Gong. This is a success. Without fear of the serpent, Long Gong approached it and asked, "Can you hear me? Iran, Xiao Chen?" "We can." The serpent spoke, but the voice that emerged was that of Meng Iran. After hearing this, Long Gong smiled, realizing that Tuoba Chen had transferred his soul power to Meng Iran. Thus, she was the one in control. "All right, Iran, Xiao Chen. You may disengage from the martial soul fusion technique now. We shall later test if Xiao Chen can lead." The serpent nodded, and as a flash of black light enveloped them, they returned to their original forms. The martial soul fusion technique had succeeded. It was truly surreal. Although it had consumed a considerable amount of soul power, Tuoba Chen could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the black serpent they had merged into. Despite not being a great soul master himself, he felt that even a great soul master would struggle to unleash such formidable strength. As their abilities improved, the potency of this fusion technique would only amplify. "Now, little ones, let us name this martial soul fusion technique," Long Gong proposed. Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "Serpent of Dusk." This name had spontaneously emerged in their minds at the moment of their successful fusion. Serpent of Dusk? A splendid name. Now, let us see if Xiao Chen can take the lead. Iran, channel your soul power into Xiao Chen's body and see what emerges under his guidance. Chapter 32. Fusion Failure. All right, Grandpa. They clasped hands once more, and this time, Meng Iran's black soul power flowed slowly toward Tuoba Chen. Long Gong nodded, observing that everything was proceeding smoothly. However, just as he acknowledged their progress, the flow of soul power abruptly ceased, and both of them released their grip, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Seeing this, Long Gong felt perplexed. Could it be a failure? That shouldn't be the case. Upon reflecting on their previous state, he realized, no, this isn't a failure. It's simply that the martial soul fusion technique, led by Tuoba Chen, was too powerful. With their current levels as mere novice soul masters, the Serpent of Dusk had nearly exhausted their soul power. A technique led by Tuoba Chen would undoubtedly be even more formidable, and they likely lacked the strength to sustain it. Meng Iran had already fainted from the depletion of her soul power, while Tuoba Chen, having trained rigorously, barely managed to hold on. Summoning his remaining strength, he asked, "Grandpa Long Gong, have we failed?" After a moment, Long Gong replied, "In a certain sense, you have failed. Yet, it could also be said that you have not failed." "In what sense have we failed?" "Your method is sound. The issue lies in your soul power being too weak to maintain the martial soul fusion technique. Once your levels increase, this problem will be resolved, so do not dwell on it." "Oh." With that, Tuoba Chen fell back, unable to sustain himself any longer. Observing the two unconscious children, Long Gong chuckled and carried them to a room for rest. The next day, waking to the sight of a crimson ceiling, Tuoba Chen realized he was not at home. The events of the previous day were still vivid in his memory. Though dreamlike, the exhaustion in his body affirmed the reality of what had transpired. He and Meng Iran could indeed unleash the martial soul fusion technique. Stretching and tossing off the covers, he sprang up like a fish leaping from water. Despite still feeling fatigued, it mattered little. He was the type who could not fall back asleep once awake. Just as he reached the door, it swung open to reveal Ningyu, holding a bowl of porridge. "Mom, what are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. "Why can't I be here? Our home is just across the street. I heard from Long Gong that you and Iran fainted while practicing the martial soul fusion technique due to insufficient soul power, so I came to check on you." "That is fine. Now, drink your porridge." With that, Ningyu placed the porridge on the table, and Tuoba Chen hurriedly brought over 2 chairs, eagerly consuming the nourishing porridge she had prepared. "Drink slowly, be careful, it's hot." As he drank, tears began to well in his eyes. Seeing this, Ningyu felt a pang of sympathy. What hardships has my child endured outside that he cries over a bowl of porridge? With that thought, she instinctively reached out to pat Tuoba Chen's head. "Mom, did you put chili in it?" He sniffled, having been unable to tolerate spicy food ever since his previous life in Yangsheng, and the same held true in this life. Upon hearing this, Ningyu withdrew her hand, having momentarily forgotten that Tuoba Chen could not handle spice. "No, it's just your imagination." "Oh." After finishing breakfast, and with Meng Iran still unconscious, he bid farewell to Long Gong and Snake Granny, returning home, eager to seek answers from Tuoba Yen. Upon arriving home, he found that it was still early, and Tuoba Yin had not yet gone to work. After all, business at the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce had been rather slow. Tuoba Yin often claimed to be busy, yet it was not truly so. He merely dealt with trivial matters whenever he visited the chamber. Thus, his absence was hardly consequential, as the vice president could handle the affairs in his stead. Tuoba Chen spotted Tuoba Yin sitting on the couch, perusing the newspaper titled Coco Daily, and stealthily approached to take a glance. Subsequently, he inadvertently glimpsed a newspaper headline. A 12-year-old genius soul master commits such acts against his female classmate. And another reading, don't forget to befriend these 4 types of people at school for a prosperous academic year. A seemingly ordinary girl made a statement that left everyone in awe of her. Sensing the presence of Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Yin raised his head and inquired, "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" Perhaps due to the fact that Tuoba Yin had 2 daughters, he remained unfazed by Tuoba Chen's return. "Dad, I have some questions regarding my cultivation," Tuoba Chen began. "I can now maintain the dragon breathing technique of the dragon transformation art for 23 consecutive hours, but for some reason, no matter how hard I try, I cannot advance further. Additionally, I feel that my cultivation speed is quicker than others, yet the soul power I require to level up is greater, causing my progression to be slower than my peers. Why is that?" After listening to Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Yin nodded, clearly understanding both issues. "Little Chen, I am quite pleased that you have managed to reach this level of the dragon transformation art in such a short time. As for why you cannot progress beyond 23 hours, the reason is simple. The essence of the dragon breathing technique is to enhance your internal circulation and strengthen your organ functions through a unique breathing method, significantly boosting your attributes." Having acknowledged this, Tuoba Yin continued, "However, you must understand that you are still young, and there are limits to your organ's capacity. Achieving 23 hours is already remarkable, and as for your soul power, it is minimal. For a typical soul master, reaching the 2nd level before level 20 is virtually impossible." Tuoba Chen comprehended the implication that only powerful soul masters could cultivate to the 2nd level. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat reluctant, asking, "Dad, is there truly no way?" After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Yin replied, "There's a way, albeit it requires very high-grade body-refining herbs to significantly enhance your physical attributes, thus enabling you to continue cultivating the dragon transformation art." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen had a spark of inspiration and hurriedly retrieved the frost spirit grass he had won from the Songlong contest. When Tuoba Yin saw the small wooden box that Tuoba Chen produced, he expressed confusion. "What is this?" Tuoba Chen opened the box to reveal the frost spirit grass inside. "This? How did you acquire frost spirit grass?" Tuoba Yin exclaimed. "This was a special reward given to me by Prince Shui Qinghe for achieving 1st place in my final exams." Tuoba Yin was taken aback. "Royalty? No wonder. Only the royal family would be so extravagant. However, I wonder if Tuoba Chen's connection to royalty is beneficial or detrimental. Is this suitable?" Tuoba Chen asked. "Absolutely. I will explain the correct usage of frost spirit grass shortly. But first, let me clarify why you require so much soul power for leveling up." "Understood." With Tuoba Chen prepared, Tuoba Yin began, "Little Chen, you must realize that any martial soul bearing the name dragon is inherently more powerful than ordinary beast-type martial souls. Among them, the white-armored earth dragon stands out as exceptional. However, with great power comes great responsibility. You may not know that long ago. 5 types of dragon martial souls: white-armored earth dragon, blue electric tyrannosaurus, clear wind songlong, one-horn fire blast dragon, and pure water blue dragon were considered the strongest, collectively known as the 5 elemental dragons. The strength of these 5 elemental dragons is similar, yet they are interdependent. Unfortunately, the clear wind songlong and pure water blue dragon are nearing extinction, and the one-horn fire blast dragon can only be derived from mutations of the other 4 types. Thus, currently, one can predominantly observe only blue electric tyrannosaurus and white armored earth dragon soul masters in the world. Tuoba Chen was surprised to learn about the historical significance of the 5 elemental dragons. Tuoba Yin elaborated. "Regarding your perception that leveling up requires more soul power than other soul masters, this is because the physical resilience of our 5 elemental dragons is superior to that of ordinary soul masters, allowing us to accommodate more soul power. Naturally, to fill this increased capacity, more soul power is needed. Furthermore, being that the white armored earth dragon represents the earth element, It requires even more soul power for cultivation compared to other elemental dragons. This explains why white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters generally rank lower than blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Soul Masters. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen felt relieved, grateful that he had inherited Uncle Mo's Songlong skills. Otherwise, he feared being left behind by his peers. Do you have any further questions? Tuoba Yin asked. None. Then go take a bath and wait for me in your room. Tuoba Chen, noticing his father's expression, remarked, You rascal, what are you thinking? You haven't bathed in days. Do you not realize how odorous you have become? I still need to prepare some auxiliary herbs to complement the frost spirit grass for a medicinal bath. Remember to add more of your mother's blue hard grass to open your skin's pores for better absorption of the medicinal properties. Understood. Stop dawdling. Hurry along. Yes, yes. After which, Tuoba Chen dashed to the bathroom, thoroughly washed himself, and returned to his room to await Tuoba Yin's arrival. The thought of potentially breaking through to the second level of the dragon transformation art with the frost spirit grass filled him with excitement. Before long, Tuoba Yin entered. Tuoba Chen quickly looked up and asked, Where is the frost spirit grass? It's cooking. It's not ready yet. I came to get you to help tend the fire. As they reached the center of their yard, Tuoba Chen saw a large iron pot simmering with a pure white liquid. He tilted his head, puzzled. Why are we brewing the medicine in the middle of the yard? Am I to take a medicinal bath here? Why not? You think frost spirit grass is an ordinary herb? It's called frost spirit grass for a reason. It's extremely cold. It needs to be boiled with dozens of fire element herbs over high heat for at least 4 hours to temper its chill. Only during the peak of midday sun can you enter the concoction. Otherwise, with your current level, you would freeze upon entry. You must maintain the fire throughout. Now, I'm off to rest. You keep an eye on the fire, adding firewood when necessary, and remember to add water every half hour. Got it? Understood. Tuoba Chen was curious, sensing that his father had grown increasingly irritable, perhaps due to prolonged company with the dragon ancestor. After Tuoba Yin departed, Tuoba Chen fixated intently on the large iron vat, diligently adding firewood when the flames dwindled and replenishing water as it diminished. This endeavor was crucial for his potential breakthrough to the second tier of the dragon transformation technique, and he could not afford to be negligent. 4 hours later, Tuoba Yin returned and observed Tuoba Chen still tending the fire. All right, Xiao Chen, you need not add more wood. It is sufficient now. It is just around noon, and you may enter. At last, the moment had arrived. Tuoba Chen hastily stripped himself bare and stepped into the vat. To his surprise, the sensation was quite different from his expectations. Upon entering the water, a chill enveloped him as the medicinal properties of the cold spirit herb gradually permeated his body. Given that the effects of the blue heart grass had not yet dissipated, his pores were still wide open, allowing for effortless absorption of the medicinal essence as he remained still. An hour passed, and he distinctly felt a wave of cold energy infiltrating his body, circulating throughout. Gradually, black particles began to surface on his skin as the cold energy worked to expel impurities from within. 4 hours later, the remaining cold energy began to fortify Tuoba Chen's physique from the inside out. He could palpably sense that his heartbeat was stronger than before, and his breathing had become more effortless, a marked improvement overall. Ultimately, it took a full 9 hours for Tuoba Chen to complete this medicinal bath. As the essence of the cold spirit herb had been entirely absorbed, the water temperature began to rise. Upon realizing this, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and surveyed the foul-smelling water surrounding him, promptly climbing out of the vat. He then rinsed his body with some clean water. After washing, he felt rejuvenated, as if his entire being had been lightened. Chapter 34. Transformation in appearance. Though it was nearing midnight, Tuoba Chen, having just bathed and emerged unclothed, felt no chill whatsoever. It is worth noting that the temperature difference between day and night in the Dolua continent is significant. The weather is entirely different between the two times. He speculated that perhaps the cold spirit herb had enhanced his resistance to cold, though he was uncertain of the extent. However, this was not his primary concern at the moment. He was most anxious to ascertain whether he had successfully advanced in the dragon breathing technique. To verify this, he would have to wait for 24 hours. If he could maintain the technique after that duration, it would signify complete mastery. Although it was late, he felt no fatigue, likely due to his prolonged rest in the vat during the day, leaving him invigorated. Thus, he resolved to practice through the night, eager to gauge the extent of the enhancement provided by the cold spirit herb. After a night of diligent practice, Tuoba Chen sighed in relief. The cold spirit herb indeed possessed remarkable properties. While it had not directly enhanced his soul power, it had significantly improved his physical attributes. His strength had increased by approximately 30%, an impressive augmentation. Do not underestimate this 30%, now that he had activated the concentrated mode of the dragon breathing technique, which amplifies physical attributes by 60%. This enhancement would grant him nearly double the strength he had previously possessed in a non-concentrated state. Such an increase was indeed extraordinary. Though the 24-hour mark had not yet been reached, he could clearly perceive his progress. In the past, maintaining the dragon breathing technique for such a duration would have left him somewhat fatigued. However, now, utilizing the technique felt as effortless as normal breathing, with no discomfort whatsoever. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he decided to wait for the full 24 hours to elapse before commencing his practice of the second tier of the dragon transformation technique. As dawn broke, he saw no further need to continue his practice. He approached the bathing area to wash away the sweat accumulated from his exertions. After his shower, Tuoba Chen stood before the mirror, and upon glancing at his reflection, he was momentarily stunned. Wow, who is this? So handsome, though he did not vocalize his thoughts. Internally, he was elated. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, Tuoba Chen confirmed that he was indeed seeing correctly. His appearance, already striking, had transformed dramatically after absorbing the cold spirit herb. He had grown taller, approximately 5 centimeters. His skin gleamed like exquisite jade, radiating a subtle luster. His features had shifted from merely handsome to breathtaking, drawing the gaze of anyone who happened to look his way. His eyes had transitioned from deep black to a mesmerizing blue, and while his hair had turned white, it exuded no hint of age, instead imparting an ethereal quality. It was no exaggeration to say that if his hair were longer and his Adam's apple concealed, he could easily be mistaken for a girl. Yet, despite this striking appearance, Tuoba Chen retained an air of masculinity, albeit with an enchanting allure. Initially, he had not felt this way. However, upon gazing into the mirror, a dazed smile crept onto his face, instantly transforming his demeanor. How to describe it? Now, whenever he smiled, there was an undeniable charm that seemed to draw others in. After confirming there were no other changes, he dressed and exited the bathing area, striving to maintain a serious expression, though internally he was grinning widely. After all, everyone appreciates beauty, whether male or female. Who does not wish to appear more handsome or beautiful? He was no exception, and naturally, he felt joy at his newfound attractiveness. He then made his way toward the living room, where Ningyu, despite being a wealthy lady, was quite diligent. Each morning, she rose early to prepare breakfast for the family. As she tasted the soup she ladled into a small dish, she declared, "Ah, just the right flavor." The oil in the pan had reached the appropriate temperature, and she carefully placed the prepared shrimp dumplings in, frying them until golden brown. It was nearly 7 o'clock, the usual time for breakfast in their household. Ningyu hurriedly plated the food and carried it to the dining table. Suddenly, she noticed a stranger with blue hair seated at the table, his back turned to her, obscuring his identity. Hearing the commotion behind him, Tuoba Chen turned around. Upon catching sight of Tuoba Chen's face, Ningyu was taken aback. You're Xiao Chen? Yes, Mom, it's me. Although she had heard from Tuoba Yin the previous day that Tuoba Chen might undergo some changes, she had not anticipated such a transformation. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself. After all, regardless of his appearance, he remained her child. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he had become so handsome that he might attract unwanted attention in the future. Ningyu's calm reaction left Tuoba Chen feeling a touch disappointed. He had harbored a faint hope for some praise. Just then, Tuoba Yin entered, casting a glance at Tuoba Chen. Wow, son, you've changed so much. Tuoba Chen ugh. Not angry, just let it go. The reactions of his family were far from what he had envisioned. Would it kill them to acknowledge their son as transformation? During breakfast, the gazes of the two individuals remained fixed on his face, while Tuoba Yin showed no awareness of the soup in his bowl, having finished it without a thought. Clearly, their inner emotions were far from the calm facade they presented. Particularly, Tuoba Yin concealed his astonishment beneath an exterior of composure. After breakfast, Tuoba Chen intended to visit Long Gon's residence to check if Meng Yiran had awakened. However, he was unexpectedly halted by Tuoba Yin, who inquired, "Xiao Chen, are you heading out?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Come with me. All right. Although unsure of Tuoba Yan's intentions, Tuoba Chen felt confident that his father would not lead him astray. So he followed. Soon, they arrived at Tuoba Yan's room, leaving Tuoba Chen puzzled about his father's purpose for bringing him there. Tuoba Yan then retrieved a remarkably stylish suit from the wardrobe and said, "This is for you. Try it on and see how it fits." Chapter 35, Mo Long. Mo, who though uncertain of Tuoba Yan's motives, Tuoba Chen obliged. Once he donned the suit, his entire demeanor transformed. Previously, he had opted for casual short sleeves when going out, appearing rather ordinary. However, upon wearing the suit, his cool aura elevated from a mere 7 to a striking 10, exuding an air that deterred others, yet simultaneously invited closeness. After changing, Tuoba Yin smiled and asked, "How do you like it?" Tuoba Chen nodded eagerly, replying, "I like it very much, but it might be a bit warm. Wearing this in the summer might make me look a bit eccentric." At that moment, Tuoba Yin suddenly adopted a serious expression and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Don't you realize how you look now? In those old clothes, you expose so much skin. Aren't you worried about being taken away?" Tuoba Chen retorted, "But Dad, I'm a boy. Is it really necessary to dress like this to go out? What's wrong with being a boy? Boys need to protect themselves even more when they venture out. Your father is right. You should listen to me." At some point, Ningyu had appeared, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, it appeared that appearances were paramount, as they had never worried about safety in the past. Reluctantly donning the trench coat, Tuoba Chen prepared to leave. Due to his absorption of the cold spirit grass, his body temperature had lowered compared to an average person, so he didn't feel overly warm, though he did find it peculiar to wear a coat in summer. As he opened the door, he was startled to find two burly men squatting at the entrance. "Excuse me, who are you?" Tuoba Chen asked timidly. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the man on the left blushed, while the other turned his head away, trembling slightly. "Are you young master, Tuoba Chen?" The left man asked. "We are guards from the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Madam Ning, you just informed us that we are now your personal guards, and we will accompany you for your safety whenever you go out." What on earth is this? Tuoba Chen thought. Are my parents being too practical? Why wasn't this the case before? "Sorry, big brother guard. I'll be heading out later. Can you wait for me?" "Of course, young master." After closing the door, Tuoba Chen hurried to his parents' room. Bang! The door swung open suddenly, and Ningyu cheerfully asked, "So, son, are you satisfied with the guards I chose for you?" Hearing her confirmation, Tuoba Chen was at a loss for words. "Mom, could you please dismiss the guards? I would prefer to go out alone. It's uncomfortable with so many people following me." Before he could finish, Tuoba Yin interjected, "What is uncomfortable about it? Xiao Chun, let me tell you. They are both trusted subordinates of ours, and their strength is at the Soul King level. With them accompanying you, we could be at ease. Otherwise, in your current appearance, it is genuinely perilous. Boys must learn to safeguard themselves, you understand?" Subsequently, Tuoba Yin and Ningyu bombarded him with their insistence, and he was reluctantly compelled to leave with the two guards. To be honest, his destination was merely a street away from Mangyuran's home, and he found it quite absurd to bring two guards along. This sudden parental overprotection caught him off guard. "Honey, now that Xiao Chun looks so handsome, do you think he still needs to continue his training?" "I don't think it's necessary. He could make a living off his looks alone. Seeing him like this, it will be difficult to let him continue training so hard. A bit of casual practice should suffice. I'll speak to Senior Long Gong and suggest that Iran put in more effort. Perhaps she could protect him from now on." "Yes, I think that's a good idea." Unbeknownst to them, Tuoba Chen had already returned to his doorstep. The two burly men, upon seeing him, stammered, "Why, young master? Are you going out?" The left man seemed flustered, perhaps charmed by Tuoba Chen's appearance. "Yes. By the way, may I ask for your names? It feels awkward to keep referring to you as guards." Upon saying this, Tuoba Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, not due to distaste for the two men, but rather for himself. His inquiry, intended as a polite gesture, felt oddly out of place after the lengthy discussions he had with his parents. Am I becoming too soft? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, both men blushed. Although they had encountered many adorable children, someone like Tuoba Chen was a first for them. Nevertheless, the left man quickly replied, "Young master, I am Mo Long, and he is Mo Hu. Mr. Tuoba Yin is our savior, and we now serve him, meaning we are your guards. You may command us as you wish." After speaking, Mo Long lowered his head, unable to look Tuoba Chen in the eye, fearing he might blush uncontrollably. "All right, brother Mo Long, brother Mo Hu, Please don't call me young master. Just call me Xiao Chun. I look forward to your assistance in the future." Then Mo Long replied, "That won't do. We cannot abandon our manners. How you address us is your choice, but we must refer to you as young master." Mo Long spoke sincerely, leaving no room for refusal, and Tuoba Chen could only concede, "Very well, brother Mo Long." "Yes, young master, where are you headed? Would you like us to arrange for a carriage?" "No need. Where I'm going is just across the street." He pointed to Meng Yiran's house, which was less than 10 meters away. Upon realizing the distance, Mo Long hesitated, recognizing that a carriage was indeed unnecessary. The two men followed Tuoba Chen as he approached Meng Yiran's residence. "Knock, knock, knock. Senior Long Gong, it's Xiao Chun. I'm here to see Yiran." He had come to practice the martial soul fusion technique with Meng Yiran, as their previous attempt had taken considerable time to succeed. Although Long Gong had mentioned that the first fusion was the most challenging, he wanted to confirm this for safety. Before long, the door opened, revealing Meng Yiran. Upon seeing the cool demeanor of Tuoba Chen and the two imposing men behind him, she was momentarily taken aback. Though Tuoba Chen's appearance has undergone a significant transformation, upon closer inspection, he remains recognizable. Meng Yiran, having spent a semester with Tuoba Chen, naturally identifies him. However, the change is indeed quite astonishing. The initial attraction Meng Yiran felt for Tuoba Chen stemmed from his striking looks. She was captivated by his beauty and had not yet delved into his talents. Yet, with a sudden surge in attractiveness, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Yiran, are you all right?" Tuoba Chen inquired, waving his hand in front of her. Startled, Meng Yiran stammered, "I am Mifine." Immediately, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Was she embarrassed to look at him? Tuoba Chen was no fool. He could clearly see her obvious discomfort. He couldn't help but ponder, regardless of the world one inhabits, does beauty truly grant one the liberty to act as they please? He couldn't wait for her to take the initiative, so he took her hand gently and said, "Shall we go in?" After instructing the two guards to wait for them at the entrance, he led Meng Yiran inside. As they traversed the courtyard, Meng Yiran occasionally stole glances at him, only to quickly avert her gaze whenever he turned his head. Today, Long Gong and Shipu were occupied elsewhere, leaving only the two of them in the vicinity. "Chen, what brings you here today?" Although Meng Yiran was technically older by a day, 2 minutes. To be precise, Tuoba Chen preferred not to be regarded as the younger one, and thus she always called him brother. "I came to practice our martial soul fusion technique. When we fused the other day, it was rather slow, and to ensure it won't affect our future usage, I believe some practice is in order." "All right," she replied. With that, Tuoba Chen once again grasped Meng Yiran's hand, and they began transferring their soul power to each other. In an instant, a plume of black smoke enveloped them, and they merged once more into the dusk serpent. Long Gong had indeed not misled them. The second fusion was significantly quicker, and subsequent fusions would undoubtedly improve as well. "Yiran, let us test our power," Tuoba Chen suggested. Sensing his intent, Meng Yiran promptly maneuvered the dusk serpent toward the room in her home. Before long, they arrived at the training room, which housed a small iron figure marked with numerous signs and various other items. This was where Meng Yiran typically practiced. Once inside, she directed the dusk serpent to strike the iron figure with its tail, causing a noticeable dent in the previously smooth surface. Surprised by the power they wielded, Meng Yiran marveled. The iron figure was solid, and their martial soul fusion technique proved to be extraordinarily formidable. But did not stop there. She raised the serpent's head and unleashed a torrent of venom towards the iron figure. Almost instantly, the figure was engulfed in the black liquid, which began to corrode it. After roughly a minute, the iron figure was significantly eroded. Once their testing concluded, they quickly dismantled their fusion. Despite the brief duration of their merging, it had drained most of their soul power. Tuoba Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of vulnerability. If they were to engage in direct combat, their dusk serpent form might only sustain them for about half a minute. With this in mind, he said to Meng Yiran, "Yiran, let's call it a day. I need to return to my training." "You're leaving already? Won't you stay a bit longer?" "No, I came to ensure our martial soul fusion technique could be utilized smoothly. Now that I've achieved my goal, I must resume my training. And please, don't come looking for me while I train. I prefer not to be disturbed." "Oh," she replied, and with that, Tuoba Chen departed with his two guards. To enhance the strength of their martial soul fusion technique, he knew he had to exert himself further. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran remained in the room, lost in thought and occasionally chuckling to herself, oblivious to the world around her. Upon returning home, Tuoba Chen hastened to the training room. Unlike before, when he had merely engaged in bodyweight exercises such as push-ups and incline push-ups due to the limitations of his previous weighted clothing, he now felt capable of incorporating equipment into his regimen thanks to the refinement of his physique through the use of handling grass. Arriving at the training room, he began with a quick 10-minute run to warm up, allowing a light sheen of sweat to form. He then officially commenced his training, retrieving his custom-made barbell from the corner to focus on lower body exercises. The equipment in the training room had been crafted by a blacksmith he had personally commissioned. Having started training at a young age, his only companion during those early days had been a small sandbag nearby. 17, 18, 19. The sound of his youthful voice echoed through the training room. For hours later, as noon approached, he began his stretching routine, vital for ensuring his muscles did not become overly compacted. After 15 minutes of stretching, he made his way to the dining table, only to be struck by confusion at the sight of the meal laid out before him. What is this? Where's the steak? Where's the chicken breast? Hadn't he specifically asked his mother to prepare those for him post-workout? Why was today's meal replaced by fried pork chops? Noticing Tuoba Chen's bewilderment, Ningyu asked, "What's wrong, Xiao-Chun? Why aren't you eating? Mom, why is the menu different today? I usually have boiled chicken breast and steak. Why must you always eat the same things? That meat is tough and flavorless. Even I can't eat it. There's nothing enjoyable about it. Let me tell you, today's pork chop comes from a century-old soul beast, and its nutritional value surpasses that of beef by a significant margin. Eating this guarantees you'll gain more from it than from any chicken breast." After hearing her words, Tuoba Chen found it hard to refute her. If it truly was meat from a century-old soul beast, its benefits would undoubtedly outweigh those of ordinary chicken breast, not to mention its superior flavor. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the cost was too high, as the price of ordinary soul beast meat was several times that of regular meat, let alone that of a century-old one. Forget it. Why dwell on such matters? My father is, after all, a leader in the business community. This expense is trivial. All right, I understand, Mom. With that, he began devouring the pork chops voraciously, and as he savored peace, he couldn't help but reflect on how delightful pork was to eat. It had been his preference since his previous life, and continued to be so even now. He hadn't eaten pork for quite some time, and the reason for this could be traced back to a bat. Observing Tuoba Chen indulging in his meal, Ningyu barely touched her own food, only occasionally placing some vegetables into Tuoba Chen's bowl, which he accepted without hesitation. Ningyu found this act of feeding rather amusing, and before long, Tuoba Chen's bowl was overflowing with dishes. 20 minutes later, Tuoba Chen patted his belly, feeling satisfied. Ningyu remarked, "Aren't you going to eat more? You've hardly touched anything." Tuoba Chen shot her a look, exclaiming, "Mom, I've already consumed 6 large bowls. I truly cannot eat another bite." It was only then that Ningyu noticed the mountain of bones piled up around Tuoba Chen's bowl, confirming he had indeed eaten quite a lot. Yet, she couldn't help but retort, "You are nothing like your father. I tell you, when your dad was your age, he could devour 10 bowls. 10 bowls. Tuoba Chen gazed at his bowl, which was nearly half the size of his head, and fell into contemplation. His adult instincts told him that Ningyu was exaggerating. To validate his thoughts, he fixated his gaze on her. Feeling shy under his scrutiny, Ningyu instinctively wished to counter. "Mom, are you trying to deceive me?" Suddenly called out by Tuoba Chen. Ningyu's face flushed momentarily as she raised her voice. "You child, do you not believe what your mother says? Off you go to bed." Thus, the classic adult tactic emerged. When outmatched in argument, one resorts to shouting loudly, believing that volume equates to correctness. "You are my son. You must obey me." Clearly, Tuoba Chen found himself powerless against this ultimate strategy. In front of Mengaran, he could strike hard, but before Ningyu, he could only acquiesce. Perhaps this is the nature of man. After a midday nap and some training, night fell. As he felt his steady breathing, he realized it had been 24 hours since he last utilized the cold spirit grass. He could ascertain whether he had mastered the dragon breathing technique. Martial Soul, manifest. Upon activating his martial soul, he scrutinized every part of his body, noticing seemingly no changes. Wasn't it said that each level of mastery would lead to an evolution? After contemplating for a while, he concluded that his scales seemed a touch shinier, and the soul power consumption appeared to have decreased. Was this all? The benefits of this evolution seemed rather minimal, yet still preferable to none. Taking out the transformation dragon technique, he began to delve into its second layer. Second layer of transformation dragon technique, dragon form skill. Like the dragon breathing technique, the dragon form skill also serves as a foundation for mastering the subsequent layers of the transformation dragon technique. This so-called dragon form skill involves mimicking the form of a dragon through specialized techniques, executing various complex movements to bring one's form closer to that of a dragon. However, the second layer can only be practiced when the martial soul is activated, and to be precise, it is not the physical body that transforms, but the manifestation of the martial soul, marking a preliminary shift from the earth dragon to the holy dragon. To achieve resemblance before delving deeper is the goal. However, one must be cautious during the training of the second layer, as utilizing the soul power flow associated with the dragon movement technique while practicing the dragon form skill can lead to significant soul power depletion, often preventing one from completing an entire set before exhaustion sets in. Additionally, one may feel an unusual hunger post-training, necessitating an ample supply of high-grade meat. Training the dragon form skill is more limited than other forms of exercise. One's physical attributes will enhance rapidly, while the total soul power and recovery speed will also see a relative increase. Furthermore, significant changes will occur in the appearance of the martial soul upon completion of this layer. Colloquially speaking, it will become more aesthetically pleasing. The dragon form skill comprises 347 movements, and mastering the ability to consecutively perform the entire set twice while the martial soul is activated signifies complete mastery of the dragon form skill. However, it was already quite late, and he was feeling exhausted, so he decided against practicing the dragon form skill that evening, opting instead for a medicinal bath to recuperate from the energy expended during the day's training, while also practicing the Azure Dragon skill. Given the substantial enhancement in his physical strength, he should be able to endure the first layer of the Azure Dragon skill for a longer duration. After a night's rest, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes to find only some herbal residue in the water beside him, and he smiled. During his training of the Azure Dragon skill yesterday, he had managed to endure for 2.5 hours, half an hour longer than before, which brought him immense joy. After cleansing himself, he proceeded to breakfast, where an array of soul beast meat awaited him, alongside his parents, Ningyu and Tuoba Chen. It dawned upon Tuoba Chen why they had switched from ordinary ingredients to soul beast meat since yesterday. It seemed Tuoba Chen was aware of his advancement to the second layer of the transformation dragon technique, necessitating a substantial intake of high-energy meat. After quickly consuming breakfast, Tuoba Chen was called by Tuoba Chen. Turning around with a hint of confusion, he asked, "What is it, Dad? Is something the matter?" Tuoba Chen nodded and retrieved a large bag of jerky from his soul tool, estimating it weighed around 50 pounds. "Xiao Chun, this jerky is made from the meat of a 10-year soul beast. If you find yourself hungry during training, eat some of this to replenish your soul power. From now on, our daily meals will consist of meat from 100-year soul beasts to aid your swift progression through the second layer of the transformation dragon technique." Hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Although his family was quite affluent, the Saint Dragon Chamber of Commerce was an asset of the Saint Dragon sect. From what he understood, his father's monthly income was around 2,000 gold soul coins. If he desired to earn more, it would be effortless, given that he was the head of the chamber. Yet, Tuoba Chen was a man of integrity, holding in disdain any form of petty theft. Thus, he had never exploited his position for personal gain. It was precisely because of his character that the Saint Dragon sect entrusted the chamber's management to him. While 2,000 gold soul coins was indeed a substantial amount, the meat of 100-year soul beasts was far from inexpensive, despite soul beast meat being the least costly part of a soul beast. Monthly expenses would likely exceed several thousand gold soul coins. "Actually, Dad, Uncle Mo gave me a considerable amount of pocket money last time, so I can buy the soul beast meat myself." Although Tuoba Chen likely had some savings over the years, Tuoba Chen felt a bit guilty. Upon hearing his son's words, Tuoba Chen paused and said, "Xiao Chun, you need not worry about anything. This soul beast meat is essentially your allowance." "Allowance? What do you mean? What else could it mean?" "Quite literally. Could you clarify what that entails?" Seeing the serious expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Chen replied, "All right, let me explain." Tuoba Chen immediately adopted a serious demeanor, indicating he was all ears. Observing his son's transformation, Tuoba Chen smiled and remarked, "Xiao Chun, you've truly changed. You're much more lively than before. Have I changed? In what way? Yes, quite a bit. Now, let me tell you about the allowance. Xiao Chun, you must understand that although you have never set foot in the Sacred Dragon sect, you remain a member of it. Due to the necessity of cultivating the dragon transformation technique, our sect raises a multitude of soul beasts for sustenance. Each member of the Sacred Dragon sect, upon reaching the second level of cultivation, is entitled to apply for subsidies from the sect. Depending on their rank, different members can claim varying amounts of subsidies. Ordinary disciples are eligible for 500 pounds of soul beast meat per month. Outer disciples can receive 1,000 pounds. Inner disciples are allotted 2,000 pounds. And core disciples can claim 3,000 pounds along with 500 gold soul coins. Oh, the expression on Tuoba Chan's face did not suggest deceit, especially considering his father is an elder. It seems he could manage to qualify as an outer disciple. When calculated, his family's expenses would significantly decrease, which left me feeling quite moved, though he seemed to doubt whether one could consume 3,000 pounds in a month. Moreover, what kind of soul beasts are they raising to produce such quantities? Are they feeding them with golden fertilizer? Yet, he refrained from voicing these questions, believing he would discover the truth during his practice. As for the Dolawa continent, there shouldn't be any golden fertilizer, right? He then inquired, Father, what rank of disciple am I? Ah, due to your grandfather being the grand elder of the sect, you are classified as a core disciple. Tuoba Chen was taken aback. He had never been informed of this before. In the Sacred Dragon sect, any child with innate soul power reaching level 8 is considered a candidate for the sect master Heir. Currently, including yourself, only 5 individuals possess innate soul power exceeding level 8. Thus, should you cultivate swiftly, there's a possibility you might become the sect master in the future. Tuoba Chan's sudden revelation left Tuoba Chen bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly, he found himself with a grand elder grandfather and recognized as one of the sect master's heirs. Ascent, the position of sect master inherited by the sect master's son? No, in the Tiando Empire, it operates on a hereditary system. However, in the Xinglua Empire, this is not the case. Positions within sects are awarded based on merit. As long as you possess a direct lineage of martial spirits and capability, anyone can inherit the position of sect master. Hearing Tuoba Chan's words, Tuoba Chen could only imagine the fierce competition within the Xinglua Empire. Initially, he thought such dynamics were exclusive to a few families like Dai Mubai S and Zhu Zhuqing S. But it seemed to be an overarching trend in the Xinglua Empire. No wonder the people there exude such intense auras. It is a product of their environment. Will this not lead to problems? Tuoba Chen asked. Of course it will. Our Sacred Dragon sect has had its fair share of foolish sect masters in history. But fortunately, the Elder Council acts as a check. Moreover, the overall environment of the Xinglua Empire is similar, so nothing significant has occurred to date. After listening to Tuoba Chan's explanation, Tuoba Chen gained insight into the Sacred Dragon sect's circumstances. The fact that he was one of the sect master's heirs made things significantly easier. With only 4 rivals, there was indeed a chance to contend for the position. Tuoba Chen continued, there is actually something else I have not mentioned to you. What is it? Tuoba Chen asked, somewhat perplexed. How many more secrets could his family possibly hold? In truth, the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association is ours, not the sect's. I earn more than 2,000 gold coins every month. Tuoba Chen stared in disbelief. What do you mean? Literally. It means I've been a wealthy second-generation heir all along. Well, not exactly. I suppose it would be more accurate to say a third-generation heir, as the Merchant Association was established with the support of your maternal grandfather. He has only one daughter, which means you are his sole grandson and the only heir to the Merchant Association. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen was utterly astonished. The amount of information he had absorbed today was overwhelming. He had lived a stable life in this world for many years, only to suddenly discover that he was one of the heirs of the Sacred Dragon sect, and that the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association belonged to his family. It felt akin to being an ordinary office worker who, one day, learns that his father owns the company he works for. The sudden windfall was exhilarating. At least he would no longer worry about resources for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Chen asked, do my sisters know about this? They do. Then why they kept it from me? And why can't they inherit the Merchant Association? Why keep it from you? Because you are a boy. Your mother feared that if you grew up in an overly privileged environment, you might go astray. She also wanted to challenge you a bit, hence the secrecy. As for your sisters, since the Merchant Association was founded with your grandfather as support, and given his preference for male heirs, when you were born, he was overjoyed. If he weren't so occupied with important matters, he would have brought you to live with him already. After hearing this, Tuoba Chen was at a loss for words. He could only ask, then why reveal this to me now? Should you continue to keep a secret? Times change. Had you been as adorable as you are now back then, we certainly wouldn't have had the heart to keep this from you. It wouldn't have led to so many complications, Tuoba Chen explained. Tuoba Chen maintained a stoic expression. He felt exhausted. Life was filled with too much deception. Adults truly are complex beings. With this thought, he quietly walked toward the training room. Although he felt weary, there was a flicker of excitement within him. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his cultivation. 2 months later, upon observing Tuoba Chen's dazed demeanor, Tuoba Chen inquired, "What is wrong with you?" "I'm going to train." "Oh, remember to take some snacks, and do not overexert yourself while training. Otherwise, your mother will be concerned. Additionally, if you truly do not wish to cultivate, you could always inherit our family fortune. I can find someone trustworthy to manage the Merchant Association for you, and you can simply enjoy life." "Understood," Tuoba Chen replied calmly, not refusing the suggestion. If he were to inherit the Merchant Association in the future, he would undoubtedly prefer not to manage it, as his primary focus would be on cultivation. Even if he were told he was Tang San's father, he would not be surprised. His capacity for astonishment had already reached its limit today. He simply wished to quickly discover the contents of the dragon transformation technique. In reality, despite not displaying excessive excitement upon learning of his background, he wore a faint smile. Internally, however, he was elated. Yet, he maintained an air of composure, not wanting to tarnish the reputation of his status as a transmigrator. It is entirely understandable to feel this way. After all, if one day you were preparing to go to work and suddenly received a call from your father informing you of an inheritance worth hundreds of billions, offering you the option to return and inherit the family fortune if you did not wish to strive, would you not feel ecstatic? Arriving at the training room, Tuoba Chen took a moment to calm his mind before slowly opening the dragon transformation technique, beginning to peruse the contents of the dragon form technique. The dragon form technique lacks extensive written instructions. Instead, it is adorned with numerous illustrations, each captioned with the name of a corresponding movement. These images represent the knowledge he is meant to acquire. Notably, only the first illustration occupies an entire sheet of paper, depicting a figure alongside an intricate network of meridians, embellished with blue and red arrows. The accompanying annotations clarify that the blue arrows indicate the flow of soul power in a normal person, while the red arrows signify the direction of soul power flow during the practice of the dragon form technique. This implies that he must consciously alter the flow of his soul power while practicing. With this understanding, he scrutinized the names of the movements depicted in the subsequent illustrations: rising dragon, turning dragon, ferocious dragon roar, flying dragon in the sky, dragon and phoenix dance, dragon fist, dragon claw, dragon breath, dragon hunt, dragon feast, great dragon catching small fish, dragon roll, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, dragon claw hand, and dragon's 9 offsprings. Upon reading these names, Tuoba Chen's lips began to twitch uncontrollably, reminiscent of the flamboyant rhetoric of the infamous Black Tiger Afu, evoking a sense of resistance within him. Nevertheless, with so many practitioners in the Holy Dragon sect, it must be acceptable. With that thought, he began to attempt controlling the flow of his soul power, directing it in accordance with the red arrows on the illustration of the dragon transformation. To his surprise, what he initially anticipated to be a challenging endeavor proved to be remarkably simple. He adeptly redirected the flow of his soul power. Although he was aware that the use of cold spirit grass would significantly accelerate the speed of such physical training techniques, he pondered whether this had any bearing on his control of soul power. After careful consideration, he concluded that his previous training with Qin Ming, who had mandated an hour of soul power control practice each day, had honed his ability to manipulate soul power with precision during battles. This foundation likely contributed to his current ease of success. Having successfully altered the flow of his soul power, he gradually began to learn the more intricate movements of the dragon form technique. These movements, modeled after the dragon, pose unique challenges due to the anatomical differences between dragons and humans. Throughout his training, he occasionally encountered particularly difficult motions, which caused a significant depletion of his already accelerated soul power. Ultimately, after dedicating an hour to practice, Tuoba Chen executed 112 movements, exhausting his soul power entirely. Following this exertion, an unprecedented hunger enveloped him. He retrieved the jerky gifted by Tuoba Chen and settled down to feast. Munch, munch. Ah, this piece is rabbit meat. Munch, munch. Oh, and wild boar. After finishing, he observed the noticeably diminished supply of jerky and understood why the sect allocated such substantial rations of meat to the core disciples. Practicing this technique indeed consumed a considerable amount of meat. He also realized the types of soul beasts raised by the sect, primarily pigs and rabbits, both of which are highly prolific. Particularly, rabbits, based on his previous experience as a zookeeper, can reproduce 6 times a year, with each litter producing up to 115 offspring, showcasing an astonishingly rapid reproductive rate. It was no wonder that raising such fast-breeding soul beasts could adequately supply the sect's meat needs, and judging by the size of the jerky, these rabbits must have been nearly half a meter long, truly remarkable for soul beasts. After consuming the small jerky, he resumed his soul power cultivation. Approximately an hour and a half later, his soul power was fully restored. The reason for such rapid recovery lay in his relatively low level. Although he possessed significantly more soul power than his peers, it was still limited. Thus, the restoration process was swift. Once replenished, he continued his practice, and on this second occasion, having mentally prepared himself, he managed to perform 142 movements before his soul power was nearly depleted again. Noticing that it was nearly noon, Tuoba Chen resisted the urge to snack on the jerky once more, opting instead to practice his soul power briefly before heading out for a meal. And so, Tuoba Chen spent his days in a rhythmic cycle of training, eating, soaking in medicinal baths, practicing the Azure Dragon technique, and falling into a natural sleep when fatigued. 2 months later, as the summer vacation came to a close, the following day marked the beginning of Tuoba Chen's school year. Today, his entire family gathered at Malong's Tavern to host a farewell party for him. Then you said, "Little Chen, if you truly do not wish to become a soul master, you can always return to inherit the family business. Your father will always protect you. It will be all right." After the meal, Tuoba Chen presented him with a purple card containing 50,000 gold soul coins. "Here, little Chen, use this money for now. Buy plenty of soul beast meat, and, if you run low, just write to your father, and I will send more." Tuoba Chen did not refuse. After 2 months of a lavish lifestyle, he had completely adapted. In truth, once accustomed, the life of the wealthy was not so different. His family had always displayed a degree of affluence, and now they were merely more affluent. Tuoba Chen felt no pressure in accepting his father's allowance. In the course of these 2 months, his soul power had not shown significant improvement, remaining stagnant at level 15. It would not be entirely accurate to say he was stagnant. Rather, his progress was gradual, as he was now merely a short distance from reaching level 16. After all, most of his summer was devoted to refining his body. It was not that he did not wish to level up quickly, but rather that half a month prior, he had stumbled upon a line on the last page of the dragon form technique. It stated that if one could master the dragon form technique before reaching level 20, their physical strength would be greatly enhanced, enabling them to absorb a soul ring of no more than 1,200 years. Upon reading this, Tuoba Chen felt a jolt of realization and subsequently dedicated most of his training time to the dragon form technique. However, the chances of success were slim. Throughout the history of the Holy Dragon sect, only the second sect leader, Tuoba Gang, had achieved this feat. Since then, no one had succeeded. This was largely due to the fact that most members of the Holy Dragon sect could not even break through the first layer of the dragon transformation before reaching the rank of Great Soul Master. If they could not surpass the first layer, how could they possibly practice the second? Even those with exceptional talent who managed to reach the second layer before level 20 found it challenging to deliberately control their level while training the dragon transformation, leading to wasted opportunities for optimal training time. After all, not everyone had access to cold spirit grass and the Azure Dragon technique. It is essential to understand that if one does not break through to level 30 by the age of 20 without external assistance, they would likely never have the chance to attain the rank of Soul Emperor in their lifetime. Furthermore, even if one knew that external aid could facilitate a breakthrough, the required resources were anything but ordinary. Would a great soul master be able to acquire them? Moreover, who would be willing to invest in high-grade materials for a failure who had yet to reach the rank of sole emperor by the age of 20. Consequently, most individuals do not deliberately strive for perfection in the dragon form technique before reaching level 20. Moreover, they had never witnessed anyone their age achieve mastery of the dragon form technique before level 20. Given that this was the common experience, why should they exert themselves so diligently? Surely, enhancing their soul power was a more appealing pursuit. They had never encountered such unparalleled genius, believing that their current state was sufficient. In light of the aforementioned points, this fundamentally elucidates why the majority fail to transcend level 20. Of course, there are those who, stubbornly unyielding, persist until they meet an insurmountable obstacle. Such individuals often fare worse than the previously mentioned groups. If they fail to gain insight in a timely manner, they may find themselves ensnared in the realm of the Grand Soul Master for a lifetime. However, after meticulous analysis of his current circumstances, Tuoba Chen felt he still had a promising opportunity. After all, he was not yet 7 years old, and in the past 2 months, he had managed to execute 231 techniques in a single bout. His rapid progress was largely attributed to the cold spirit herb, which not only enhanced his physical strength, but also accelerated his recuperative capabilities. His body, including vital organs such as the heart and lungs, had undergone a rigorous refinement, bolstering not only his explosive power and speed, but also his endurance and self-regulation. He sensed that, should this momentum persist, he might achieve a breakthrough to the second layer of the Transformation Dragon technique before reaching level 20, perhaps even at level 19. Although the following day marked the commencement of school, Tuoba Chen did not squander the evening, immersing himself in practice until slumber overtook him. The next morning, Meng Yiran awaited him at his doorstep. Due to the tight schedule, the couple, Snake Matriarch and Dragon Patriarch, were tasked with escorting them to school. Upon arriving at the entrance, Tuoba Chen noticed that, in addition to the 2 elders, Mo Long and Mo, who were also present, which instilled a sense of foreboding in him. He greeted the Dragon Patriarch and Snake Matriarch. "Good morning, Grandfather Dragon, Grandmother Snake." "Hello, little Chen." The Dragon Patriarch had not scolded him since Tuoba Chen's appearance had improved, revealing a classic double standard in his behavior. "This was the Dragon Patriarch for you." Utterly amusing. He then turned to the Mo brothers and inquired, I'm heading to school. You two aren't planning to accompany us, are you?" "Of course, young master. We are your personal bodyguards, and wherever you go, we are obliged to protect you 24 hours a day, as per the orders of the Lord and Lady." Tuoba Chen turned to see Tuoba Yin and Ning Yu nodding in agreement. Fine then, he resigned himself to his fate. Having 2 Soul Kings to safeguard him was not so bad after all. Besides, he had no secrets to hide, so it mattered little. "All right, little Chen, let's be on our way. School officially starts tomorrow, and we must hurry." "Yes, Elder Dragon." With that, he boarded the exclusive transport provided by the Dragon Patriarch and Snake Matriarch. The vehicle they traveled in diverged significantly from ordinary horse-drawn carriages. It was pulled by a creature known as the dragon horse, a species said to have emerged from the union of dragons and horses. Its speed far exceeded that of typical horses, and the ride was remarkably smooth, ensuring no discomfort for its passengers. However, this soul beast was known for its ferocity, with numerous instances across the continent of dragon horses refusing to be tamed and causing grievous harm. It was a creature only the mightiest, like the dragon and snake lords, dared to domesticate. The Dragon Patriarch drove the carriage himself, while Mo Long and Mo, who each rode a horse, not hindered by the need to pull the carriage. Thus, only the Snake Matriarch, Tuoba Chen, and Meng Yiran occupied the carriage, with the Snake Matriarch being quite perceptive. From the moment Meng Yiran boarded, she fixed her gaze upon her, occasionally glancing out the window. The Snake Matriarch quickly caught on and remarked, "Yiran, why don't you keep little Chen company while I step outside to chat with the old man?" Go ahead, Grandma." With that, the Snake Matriarch exited the carriage to converse with the Dragon Patriarch. Tuoba Chen, having closed his eyes to rest, remained oblivious to their subtle exchanges, only hearing their voices. Once the Snake Matriarch departed, Meng Yiran could hardly contain her laughter, finally having the chance for a moment alone. She quietly retrieved a lovingly prepared bento from her soul guiding device and said, "Chingu, are you hungry? Have a bite." Upon hearing Meng Yiran's voice, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes to behold a 4-tiered bento, nodding appreciatively, "Thank you." This was the first time he had received a bento from a girl other than his mother, and his heart fluttered with excitement, for he had never had a girlfriend before. However, as he accepted the bento, he inadvertently noticed some small cuts on Meng Yiran's hands, likely the result of culinary mishaps. This sight stirred something within him, and Meng Yiran, noticing his gaze, quickly withdrew her hands. Observing this, he felt a pang of guilt. He truly could not refuse the meal. Not only was his appetite significantly increased, but even in his previous state, he would have polished off every last morsel of the generous 4 tiers. As he opened Meng Yiran's bento, he was momentarily taken aback. The top tier was entirely comprised of meat dishes, featuring various old beast meats, each meticulously sliced and beautifully arranged. Each type of meat was prepared differently, with colors and aromas perfectly balanced, making it irresistibly appetizing. The second tier was half meat and half an assortment of vegetables, carrots, shredded potatoes, and the like, each carrot carved into a heart shape. The third tier contained rice, while the fourth offered a vibrant array of fruit platters. Merely gazing at this exquisite bento, he could envision the effort and thought invested by its creator. Meng Yiran must have spent considerable time preparing it. Before he could dig in, Meng Yiran produced 2 bottles and said, "I prepared some orange juice and lemon water. If you find a meat too rich, drink some lemon water. If you're thirsty, have some orange juice. You've worked hard, Yiran." Tuoba Chen was at a loss for how to convey his gratitude. Upon reflection, he realized he had never done anything for Meng Yiran, not even gifting her a small token, while she had consistently devoted herself to him without complaint. Yet, he wasn't particularly skilled at expressing affection. In response to her kindness, he merely uttered, "Thank you for your efforts." However, he understood that he could not allow this to continue. He must find an opportunity to reciprocate, at the very least with a gift to manifest his feelings. It simply wouldn't do for her to be the only one taking the initiative. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Meng Yiran quickly replied, "It's no trouble at all. Truly, it's my pleasure." She genuinely meant it, feeling joyous rather than burdened, as she believed this was her rightful role. After all, she was the one pursuing Tuoba Chen, and while she was delighted by his growing prowess, she also felt a tinge of fear of losing him. In school, perhaps due to her maturity, she could keenly perceive the admiration directed towards Tuoba Chen not only from her class but from others as well. Many girls were drawn to him because of his strength and appearance. She frequently caught glimpses of girls stealing glances at him or deliberately approaching him to strike up conversations. Although Tuoba Chen was typically absorbed in his training, he was also quite chatty, easily engaging anyone in conversation. She found herself feeling helpless and anxious. Those girls were certainly no less impressive than she was, being students of the Tiando Royal Academy, with respectable family backgrounds. Faced with so many vying for Tuoba Chen's attention, she felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. It was only after reuniting with him at the academy that she recognized the vastness of his talent, far surpassing her own, although both individuals possessed innate soul power at level 8. Tuoba Chen seemed to be soaring ahead as if aided by some unseen force. Despite her utmost efforts to catch up, the gap between them only widened, and her lack of strength became her most significant source of distress. Fortunately, she and Tuoba Chen shared a martial soul fusion technique, which gave her a sense of worth in his eyes. Yet, she pondered whether this was sufficient. Having a martial soul fusion technique did not guarantee his desire to be with her. There were no rules dictating that those who shared such a bond must become spouses. Moreover, although Tuoba Chen was her fiancé, his feelings remained uncertain to her, prompting her to consider other avenues to win his affection, such as honing her culinary skills, which she deemed a promising option. Besides her culinary aspirations, she noted another encouraging sign. Tuoba Chen had never displayed impatience or disdain towards her, even when she deliberately interjected while he conversed with other girls. He had never shown anger, and while he might have felt annoyed at times, he still chose to maintain a facade of politeness. In Meng Yiran's heart, it seemed that Tuoba Chen harbored more affection for her than resentment. Furthermore, his words before the summer break lingered in her mind. "Now that we have confirmed our relationship, do you not wish to be my fiancé?" Such sentiments filled her with joy whenever she recalled them. Thus, Tuoba Chen devoured the bento that Meng Yiran had prepared for him, while she watched him eat with a smile. Both were lost in their thoughts and unaware of each other's feelings. Tuoba Chen felt remorseful, considering himself a scoundrel, while Meng Yiran felt unworthy and somewhat anxious. Each contemplated what surprise they might prepare for the other in the future. In a nearby hotel, not far from the imperial capital, the group decided to rest for the night since the city had been sealed off. They gathered in the hotel lobby, awaiting their meal, engaging in idle chatter, observing the two brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu standing by. Tuoba Chen invited Mo Long, Mo Hu, come join us. Dinner will be served soon. The brothers shook their heads, replying, that would be against the rules, young master. How could we, as servants, dine at the same table as our master? Before Tuoba Chen could respond, Long Gong interjected, when I ask you to join, you should do so. Does what young master Tuoba say and not hold any weight? Taken aback by Long Gong's sudden command, the brothers exchanged glances and acquiesced. Then we shall follow your orders. Thank you, young master, and thank you, Senior Long Gong. They had initially hesitated to join the table for fear of offending Long Gong and Shi Pe, but now that he had invited them, there was no reason to refuse. Tuoba Chen, bemused by the fact that Long Gong's words seemed to carry more authority than his own, thought to himself that they had been accompanying him for 2 months. When had he ever considered them mere servants? Just as he was lost in thought, the tavern door swung open, but aside from the waiter, no one else took note, as new guests were a common occurrence. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian was elated. He had just acquired his second soul ring. As of today, he was officially a level 20 soul master, the youngest in his academy to achieve this milestone before turning 10. Regrettably, due to the city closure, he could not share this joyous news with his beloved fire dance sister. Thus, he resolved to make the best of the night at the tavern. Thank you, teacher. This meal is on me, he declared. Haha, my boy, why the formality? This is rightfully yours, the teacher replied. As Feng Xiaotian searched for a seat, he inadvertently cast a glance at Meng Iran, thinking to himself how charming she was, rivaling even his beloved fire dance sister. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, chiding himself for such thoughts. As he turned his gaze towards Tuoba Chen, he found himself captivated once more, unable to contain his admiration. So adorable, he muttered, unaware of how his words had escaped him. The teacher, puzzled, inquired, Xiaotian, what did you say? Oh, nothing, teacher. I found our table, he replied, pointing to the empty space next to Tuoba Chen. After settling in, with the waiter handing him the menu, Feng Xiaotian's eyes frequently wandered towards Tuoba Chen, feeling a rush of emotions akin to those he experienced upon meeting Fire Dance. Tuoba Chen, noticing the distracted expressions of those around him, suddenly realized his smile was quite enchanting. Quickly suppressing his grin, he asked Long Gong, what do you think of the dishes at this establishment? Startled by the attention, Long Gong shook himself from his reverie, feeling embarrassed. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This humble eatery likely serves mediocre fare. If you desire something truly delectable, I could venture outside to catch a soul beast for roasting. Tuoba Chen was taken aback by the seriousness of Long Gong's response to his casual inquiry. Was he perhaps harboring unorthodox ideas? The others, drawn out of their stupor by the exchange, began to regain their composure. Meng Iran could scarcely bring herself to look at Tuoba Chen, fearing she might betray her feelings, while Shi Pe reacted similarly to Long Gong. As for Mo Long and Mo Hu, they remained blissfully unaware, still in a daze. Feeling as though he was being watched, Tuoba Chen scanned the room. Feng Xiaotian, seeing this, instinctively lowered his head. After confirming that no one was observing him, Tuoba Chen ran his fingers through his hair, realizing it had grown a bit long during his 2 months of training, now brushing against his ears. Unbeknownst to him, this led Feng Xiaotian to mistakenly perceive him as a girl. Once Tuoba Chen's gaze returned to the table, Feng Xiaotian resumed his furtive glances, albeit with less audacity this time. Upon observing Feng Xiaotian's peculiar demeanor, the teacher inquired, Xiaotian, what troubles you? Your face is quite flushed. Feng Xiaotian, somewhat dazed, replied, Teacher, I have fallen in love. That little girl, Huo Wu, has finally agreed to you. Well done, my boy. After this, Feng Xiaotian managed an awkward smile. His affection for Huo Wu was well known, and it was no surprise that the teacher would think so. However, he was not in the mood to elaborate on the matter. He cast another glance toward Tuoba Chen, feeling an odd curiosity. Why was this so? Apart from being exceedingly charming, he sensed that Tuoba Chen possessed a uniqueness that set her apart from other girls, though he could not articulate what that difference was. It simply captivated him in a way he could not define. Yet, she was currently dining, and it would be impolite to intrude so abruptly. He needed to find a more suitable opportunity. After a while, as Tuoba Chen and her companions finished their meal and prepared to ascend to their rooms. Feng Xiaotian quickly concocted an excuse to excuse himself, claiming he was heading to the restroom. The teacher, sensing something unusual about Feng Xiaotian today, attributed it to his excitement over becoming a Grand Soul Master, and thus did not dwell on it, saying, "Go on then." With that, Feng Xiaotian followed Tuoba Chen and her group upstairs. Fortuitously, the restrooms were located on the upper floor, and thus his presence went unnoticed. It was only after he saw Tuoba Chen enter her room that he paused, noting her door number before swiftly descending. Aside from the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu, Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran had separate rooms. Meng Iran had shown a desire to share a room with him, but Tuoba Chen declined, citing her need to practice in the evening. It was not a matter of propriety. She genuinely needed to focus on her training. To avoid disturbing the others, she deemed it best to have her own room. Opening the dragon transformation technique, Tuoba Chen warmed up before commencing her familiar routine of cultivation. The dragon rises, the dragon turns, the fierce dragon roars, the soaring dragon ascends. The dragon begets 9 sons. During her intense focus on cultivation, she was typically oblivious to her surroundings. Therefore, Feng Xiaotian stealthily approached her door, leaving an envelope at the threshold, unbeknownst to her. The following morning, Tuoba Chen awoke, feeling somewhat off due to not having soaked in a medicinal bath the previous night. Upon opening her door, she was greeted by a yellow envelope lying at her feet. "What is this? A gift for me? Let us see." Pondering this, Tuoba Chen picked up the envelope and retreated to her room to examine its contents. Watching from distance, Feng Xiaotian sighed with relief that Tuoba Chen had noticed it. "See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Read the note." Chapter 43. The Invitation to the Banquet. Returning to her room with the envelope, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of curiosity about its sender. Could it be from Iran? Upon opening the envelope, she revealed pristine white stationery and began to peruse its contents. "From the moment I first set eyes on you yesterday, I was irresistibly drawn to you. This afternoon at 6 p.m., I shall be waiting for you in the small grove outside. Do not fail to appear." Tuoba Chen, after reading this, was left speechless. What nonsense is this? This could not possibly be penned by Meng Iran. The hurried handwriting, the Clichd language, and the small grove. Are they challenging me to a duel? However, after a moment's contemplation, she decided it was best to attend, as it was the earnest sentiment of a young girl, and clarity was necessary. Stepping outside to survey her surroundings, she found no one present. They must have left. Is anyone there? I have seen your envelope, and I shall keep our appointment. With that, Tuoba Chen descended to join Long Gong and the others. Once he departed, Feng Xiaotian emerged from his hiding spot, his face aglow with happiness. He said he would attend. Ha ha! Feng Xiaotian's teacher looked on in bewilderment at the grinning boy, pondering what had caused such elation. Was it truly that significant to break through the 20th level? Or was he simply giddy at the prospect of seeing Huo Wu? The whims of youth were indeed perplexing. Upon arriving at the academy, after escorting Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran to their dormitory, Long Gong and Shipa took their leave. Back in the familiar dormitory, Tuoba Chen inhaled deeply, savoring the comforting scent. "Ah, it feels so good to be home. Is it you, Xiaotian?" Sang Zi quitted, somewhat puzzled as he regarded the figure before him. His first instinct was to remind the individual that this was a male dormitory, and girls were not permitted. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the striking resemblance between this girl and Tuoba Chen. It dawned on him that during the last term's examination, the prince had rewarded Tuoba Chen with a celestial frost herb, known for its ability to alter appearances. Thus, he directly inquired, "Is that you?" "Yes, Uncle Sang," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Sang Zi confirmed the identity. "Xiaotian, congratulations. It appears you have fully assimilated the effects of the celestial frost herb." Indeed, Sang Zi was pleased with his recognition, noting that he had identified her immediately and understood the reason behind her transformation, sparing him the need for further explanation. He then gestured to the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu, asking, "And who might these two be?" "Oh, these are my guardians, Brother Mo Long and Brother Mo Hu." "Ah, I see." At the Tiando Royal Academy, students were permitted to bring guardians, and accommodations would be arranged for them, albeit at a fee. After exchanging a few more words with Sang Zi, Tuoba Chen returned to her room, finding it just as tidy as she had left it. It seemed that Sang Zi had diligently maintained the space during her absence. I must find a moment to express my gratitude. Once she had settled her belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed herself in training, as she had not practiced during the day yesterday, and she felt the effects of her missed medicinal bath. However, she had barely trained for half an hour when a familiar voice called from outside. Xiaotian, are you there? Hearing this, she paused her training, opened the window, and peered down. Indeed, it was Xuebong. He was remarkably well-informed, arriving so soon after her return. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen at the window, Xuebong was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that the celestial frost herb could alter appearances, but was astonished to realize it could also change gender. Moreover, Tuoba Chen now appeared quite lovely. Should he still refer to her as Big Brother? Perhaps Big Sister would be more fitting, or should they explore a deeper relationship? In that fleeting moment, countless audacious thoughts raced through Xuebong's mind. Unaware of Xuebong's musings, Tuoba Chen assumed he was simply startled by her transformation. Given the dramatic change, it was understandable that he might not recognize her immediately. It would not do to keep him waiting at the foot of the stairs. So she decided to descend and see what he needed. As she vanished from the window, Xuebong realized she was likely coming down to speak with him. What should I call her now? It seems I cannot refer to her as Tuoba Chen anymore. Before he could settle his thoughts, Tuoba Chen approached him, asking, Xuebong, what brings you here? Nothing much, Xiaotian. How do you feel about this transformation? Feel? What is there to feel? If I look more beautiful, of course. I am happy. Tuoba Chen, what feelings can one have? Naturally, happiness, he replied honestly. However, upon hearing this, Xuebong felt as though his worldview had been shaken. It turned out that his tough older brother had a fondness for being a woman. With this thought, the corners of Xuebong's mouth began to twitch. Yet, he did not forget the purpose of his visit to Tuoba Chen and said, Chen, Brother Chen. Although the Tuoba Chen before me might not truly be Brother Chen anymore, I will address him as such for now. Yes, what is it? Tuoba Chen inquired. Well, Brother Chen, I mentioned you to my father, and he expressed great interest in you after hearing about you. Coincidentally, our family is hosting a royal banquet 3 days from now, and I am here to invite you to attend. Would that be agreeable? Of course it would. Tuoba Chen agreed without hesitation. He had yet to meet the king in person, and the Snowy Night Emperor was one of the rulers of the two great empires. He was eager to witness the legendary Snowy Night Emperor's grandeur, which might be beneficial for his future management of the Holy Dragon sect. Moreover, there would likely be many prominent figures at the royal banquet. Perhaps even Dugabo would be present, and if he could establish a good relationship with Dugabo, he might be able to procure a couple of celestial herbs from his medicinal garden. Indeed, 2 herbs, his goal was quite clear. Those 2 herbs were Dai Mu Bai's Qirong Tongtian Ju and Zhu Zhuqing Shui Xianyu Gu. He intended to consume the Qirong Tongtian Ju himself, while giving the Shui Xianyu Gu to Mangaran. As for why he did not choose Tang San's 2 herbs, he was aware of his limitations. He did not possess the Xianyu hand. Reaching into the eye of ice and fire would be rather reckless. The other 2 herbs, however, did not pose such high demands. At worst, he could prepare a couple of small jade boxes and acquire some digging tools, though it would always be a way. As for Tang San's herbs, well, he could only sigh. Even if he managed to obtain them, he would not dare consume them. What if they were poisonous? Nevertheless, these thoughts were merely fanciful at the moment. It was uncertain whether Dugabo would attend the banquet, and even if he did, establishing a rapport might prove challenging. After all, how could he explain his knowledge of Dugubo's medicinal garden? It was indeed perplexing. Chapter 44. Come on, Brother Xiaotian. Despite all this, he resolved to go. Broadening his horizons could only be beneficial. Xuebong, noticing Tuoba Chen lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, By the way, Brother Chen, do you have formal attire? It seems I do not. Does this count? Tuoba Chen pointed to the formal outfit his father had prepared for him. He thought it might suffice as formal wear. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen's situation, Xuebong immediately realized that Brother Chen had previously been a boy. How could he possibly possess a woman's gown? How foolish of me. He then offered, Brother Chen, allow me to gift you one. Just arrive in 3 days. Auhikt. Thank you. He did not reject Xuebong's offer. They had grown to be quite good friends, and it would be impolite to refuse Xuebong's kind gesture. He could reciprocate the favor in the future. Then it is settled, Brother Chen. I shall take my leave. After seeing Xuebong off, Tuoba Chen resumed his training until 5 in the afternoon. He had not forgotten the earlier arrangement. He was always punctual. Stretching a bit and taking a shower, he then set off for the outskirts, aiming to arrive in about 50 minutes. Better to be safe and arrive early. Once ready, Tuoba Chen departed. Due to his brisk pace, he arrived at the outskirts with 15 minutes to spare. However, he discovered that someone was already there, seemingly waiting for someone else. This individual was a cool little boy, likely not the person he was expecting. Yet for some reason, Tuoba Chen felt as though he had seen this boy somewhere before. Moreover, the boy appeared quite excited upon spotting him. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Feng Xiaotian had arrived 2 hours early, practicing what to say before Tuoba Chen's arrival? He had initially planned to arrive 15 minutes late, yet Tuoba Chen had shown up early. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian was both surprised and delighted. Surprised that he had not practiced enough, and delighted that Tuoba Chen had arrived ahead of schedule. Does he like me too? Is he afraid of making me wait, which is why he came early? Feng Xiaotian pondered, seeing the cool little boy approaching him. Tuoba Chen felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Please, don't come over. But it was futile. Feng Xiaotian could not hear his thoughts. The moment the boy stopped before him, Tuoba Chen's last shred of hope shattered. Before Tuoba Chen could speak, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, "Hello, little sister. My name is Feng Xiaotian. I am 155 centimeters tall, 9.5 years old, the last descendant of the Wind Wolf clan. And my martial spirit is the mutated martial spirit, Windstorm Two-Headed Wolf. From the first moment I laid eyes on you yesterday, I was captivated. I wonder if you remember me. I was sitting at the table across from you. It does not matter if you do not recall. Could you grant me a chance to protect you for a lifetime?" After saying this, Feng Xiaotian's little face flushed bright red, and he dared not look up at Tuoba Chen. So this is Feng Xiaotian? Gazing at the little turnip top before him, who was 10 centimeters shorter, Tuoba Chen finally understood why he could not win over Huo Wu. His words were utterly lacking in charm, making it difficult to win the affections of girls. "I am sorry, but I cannot accept your feelings." Before he could finish, Feng Xiaotian anxiously interjected, Why the rejection? You do not know me yet. Trust me, give me a chance, and I will prove my love for you." "No, it's not about love. It's just that." He was interrupted again. "Then what is it? I'm not unattractive, and my family background is decent. To be fair, unless you are a prince or a princess, even the daughters of the 7 great sects, I would shamelessly pursue them." Feng Xiaotian's emotions escalated as he spoke, fearing Tuoba Chen's rejection, his voice growing louder. Finally, Tuoba Chen could no longer bear it. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Once he shouted, Feng Xiaotian abruptly fell silent, then softly explained, "I am sorry. I did not mean to shout at you," immediately regretting his outburst. He feared that his earlier behavior had left a poor impression on Tuoba Chen. Well, it is not due to your appearance, nor is it because of your family background, and it certainly is not because I dislike you." "Then what is the reason? Since none of these are issues, why do you still refuse me?" "Because I am a boy." Feng Xiaotian, what? Did I just hear something incredible come out of your mouth? You're joking, right? I will reiterate. I am a boy, and I'm not joking. You must be kidding. How could you possibly be a boy? What must I do to prove I am a boy? Just give me a kiss, and I'll believe that you're not a girl. Surely a boy wouldn't mind. Upon saying this, Feng Xiaotian regretted it, sensing Tuoba Chen's murderous glare, and felt a twinge of fear. "Tuoba Chen, all right. Come here, and I will kiss you." His voice trembled, sounding rather angry. However, Feng Xiaotian was taken aback. The other party actually agreed. Overwhelmed with surprise, he overlooked Tuoba Chen's tone. Gazing at Tuoba Chen's delicate face and his plump little lips, Feng Xiaotian's face flushed deeply. Even if he were a boy, this was still a win-win situation. Noticing the glimmer in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, Tuoba Chen's expression gradually shifted from anger to a squinting smile as he benevolently said, "Come on, brother Xiaotian. I want to kiss you." "All right, I'm coming." With that, Feng Xiaotian shyly presented his flushed face, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Gazing at the face before him, Tuoba Chen continued to smile and said, "Brother Xiaotian, please close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me if you keep them open." "Okay, I'll close my eyes." Feng Xiaotian trembled, hastily shutting his eyes. The moment his eyes closed, Tuoba Chen's expression abruptly changed. He spat into his hands and rubbed them together. Hearing the sound, Feng Xiaotian felt a surge of nervousness. "Is it ready, little sister?" "Almost done, brother Xiaotian. Just a moment." Then, amidst Feng Xiaotian's eager anticipation, Tuoba Chen's fist landed heavily on his chin. The sudden, excruciating pain in his jaw nearly caused Feng Xiaotian to lose consciousness. "I'll kiss you, you big-headed ghost." With a series of dragon-themed martial arts moves, Tuoba Chen pummeled Feng Xiaotian until he was rendered unconscious, only stopping when he saw the pitiful state of Feng Xiaotian. As he left, Tuoba Chen paused for a moment. Chapter 45. The plan after delivering the beating, Tuoba Chen departed. It truly felt like a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a peculiar individual who expected him to reciprocate affection. After calming his emotions, he reflected that the other party was still just a child. Although the Duluo continent lacked laws to protect the innocent, the other individual bore no significant malice. Rather, it was their behavior that irked him, and leaving them in such a perilous situation was unwise. Finding a relatively safe spot, he constructed a small shelter using earth spikes and then took his leave. The following day, a warm ray of sunlight filtered through the cracks of the earthen house, illuminating Feng Xiaotian's face. Suddenly, the lashes of the previously unconscious Feng Xiaotian fluttered. Moments later, he awoke, bewildered by his surroundings. Why am I here? Didn't I acquire my second spirit ring yesterday? How did I end up in this shabby earthen house? He recalled that he had come to the imperial city to find Sister Huowu, yet he felt as though he had forgotten something very important. Rising to his feet, he was immediately assailed by sharp pains throughout his body. What is going on? Why does it hurt so much? He began to recollect the events of the previous day, but could only summon the image of a silver-haired girl's silhouette, and the mere thought of her caused his lips to curl upwards involuntarily. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen commenced the first class of the new semester. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell into silence. Apart from Meng Yaran, the female classmates gazed at him in confusion, while the male classmates stared unabashedly, particularly Mo Hen, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, now appeared to be thoroughly entranced. The sight of the liquid at the corner of his mouth made it evident that he was not as innocent as he seemed. As for the others, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but wonder if these were truly the future hopes of the Tiando Empire, gazing like elementary school children, unable to tear their eyes away from someone attractive. Shortly after, amidst the fervent gazes, he took his seat, and before long, Qin Ming entered. Having greeted Qin Ming the previous day, he did not act overly indifferent, though internally he was anything but calm. Once Qin Ming called a roll, the class realized that this beautiful girl was none other than their esteemed leader, Tuoba Chen, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Clearly, many found it hard to accept this revelation, yet Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. By now, he had grown accustomed to the astonished expressions of others. Honestly, after a while, it became mundane. What more could astonishment do but widen their pupils and drop their jaws? Tuoba Chen spent the morning cultural class under the intense scrutiny of his classmates. He felt no shame. After all, he was being stared at by a bunch of kids. Besides, to be honest, he found it somewhat enjoyable. The morning class was trivial. The highlight would be the afternoon combat class. As is well known, the first class of a new semester is invariably a combat session, as the instructor assesses everyone's abilities through practical performance, which inevitably involves some physical contact. Accidental brushes against sensitive areas are almost unavoidable. During lunch at the Royal Dining Hall, all the boys from Class 1 were gathered, conspiring in hushed tones. I think Brother Chun is now a girl, said Xueben. I second that. Chimed Longan. I believe Brother Chun is a boy. A sudden discordant voice drew everyone's attention. Yusin, how did you get in here? The unexpected appearance of a girl within their ranks prompted the group to reconsider their clandestine meeting. Seeing everyone prepare to disperse, Yusin quickly pleaded, Wait, don't go. Let me join you. I promise I won't spill the beans. Please. Observing her earnest gaze, Xueben felt she was likely sincere. All right, you're in, but you must swear not to reveal our plan. Yes, I swear if I tell anyone, I'll never be wicked again. The severity of her oath struck the group, and they were moved by her determination, granting her admission. Subsequently, Xueben scanned the surroundings, noting that no one was watching them, and quietly instructed the group to keep their voices down. This time, I'll name the plan Operation X. It's our main objective. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Brother Xueben, how will we confirm this? The group collectively pondered how to establish this confirmation method, which proved to be a conundrum. Observing their expressions, Xueben mysteriously stated, The method is simple. This afternoon, during the combat class, we shall select a brave warrior among us to challenge Brother Chun. This warrior must not only possess high strength, but also a suitable reason for the challenge. The only ones who meet this criterion are myself, Long Un, and Mo Hen. Upon hearing Xueben's words, The group nodded in understanding and continued to listen attentively. During the afternoon combat class, under the guise of spar, we will challenge Brother Chun. And in combat, physical contact is inevitable. Accidental encounters with sensitive areas are bound to happen. Upon hearing this, the group quickly comprehended the implications, and a layer of wariness towards Xuebeng emerged. Truly, the cunning of someone from the royal family was evident. What if Tuoba Chen were indeed a man? Nevertheless, the group agreed to proceed with the plan. Upon hearing this, Yusin's face turned crimson as she muttered a low curse, calling him a rogue. Yet, her curiosity about Tuoba Chen's gender piqued, and she resolved to continue participating. Mo Hen, standing nearby, yearned to join the discussion but wished to maintain his aloof demeanor. However, the thought of being the challenger himself, and the possibility that Tuoba Chen might not be male, caused him to feel a flush of embarrassment at the notion of accidentally touching an inappropriate area, leading him to ponder if Tuoba Chen might have to marry him for the sake of reputation. The image of Tuoba Chen flashed in his mind, and he felt a shameful heat rise to his cheeks. The others, engrossed in their deliberations, paid no heed to Mo Hen's expression. Soon, Xuepeng spoke in a hushed tone, asserting this plan must succeed. Failure is not an option. Indeed, came the murmured agreement. Chapter 46. Xuepeng rises again. Only to fall once more ultimately, the decision was made to challenge Tuoba Chen, and to be candid, only Mo Hen genuinely desired to proceed. Xuepeng and longed and feared being bested by Tuoba Chen, especially since he had proven formidable even without the use of the cold spirit grass, and now, having absorbed it, he was undoubtedly more powerful. Yet, for the sake of appearances, Mo Hen refrained from expressing his eagerness and feigned disdain for the task at hand, which was in essence an undignified endeavor. Observing their expressions, Xuepeng, feeling somewhat resigned, proposed drawing lots to determine who would face Tuoba Chen. The two nodded in agreement. Considering it a viable solution, Xuepeng produced 3 sticks, 2 long and 1 short, and the one who drew the short stick would challenge Tuoba Chen. At that moment, the trio's mental states diverged sharply. Xuepeng fervently wished not to draw the short stick, envisioning a grim fate if he were to confront Tuoba Chen in front of everyone. Long and harbored similar apprehensions. Only Mo Hen silently prayed to draw the short stick, believing that the prospect of gaining a spouse was worth the risk of a beating. Despite the slim chance of success, he deemed the endeavor a worthy investment. As they each drew a stick, the results soon materialized. Xuepeng has drawn the short stick. Upon realizing that his stick was noticeably shorter than the others, Xuepeng fell into deep contemplation, and Mo Hen, too, felt a twinge of regret as he gazed at his longer stick. But the attention of the crowd was fixed on Xuepeng. The latter, with a resolute expression, prepared for his fate. In the afternoon, on the training grounds, Qin Ming stood in the center and announced, "Today, we will have a practical combat lesson. I will assess whether any of you have slacked off during the summer break." Before he could finish, Xuepeng interjected, "Teacher Qin Ming, I wish to challenge Tuoba Chen." The unexpected interruption caught Qin Ming off guard. Yet he was intrigued by Xuepeng's boldness. Aware that Tuoba Chen's spirit power had not increased over the past 2 months, he recognized that Xuepeng had likely made some progress, having previously been just 1 level below Tuoba Chen. Initially intending to have Mo Hen face Tuoba Chen, he saw no reason to oppose Xuepeng's initiative. "Tuoba Chen, are you willing to accept Xuepeng's challenge?" Qin Ming inquired. "I am willing." "Very well, then it shall be the 2 of you." Following the same format as the first practical lesson, the others formed a large circle around them. Xuepeng, observing the familiar scene, felt a foreboding sense of dread. Once both were ready, Qin Ming declared, "Commence the battle." In an instant, both activated their martial spirits. Simultaneously, Xuepeng's first soul ring emitted a gentle yellow light, enveloping the arena in a chilling aura. Xuepeng has unleashed the cold wind. As the crowd watched with anticipation, Xuepeng surged forward. "Look, Xuepeng is up again. Rising dragon fist. Bang. Ah, Xuepeng has fallen again." Xuepeng was rendered incapacitated, and Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. The battle mirrored their first encounter, with Tuoba Chen dispatching Xuepeng in a mere 5 seconds. Seeing Xuepeng sprawled on the ground, Tuoba Chen shook his head. In truth, Xuepeng was even easier to handle than Long, and at this point, after undergoing refinement with the cold spirit grass, Tuoba Chen's cold resistance had significantly improved, making him a natural adversary against Xue Peng, whose cold wind technique aimed to slow down opponents with low temperatures. The swiftness of the battle's conclusion caught Qin Ming and the others off guard, and witnessing Xue Peng's dismal state deterred any other boys from stepping up to challenge. Mo Hen, too, realized that Tuoba Chen's strength had dramatically escalated compared to 2 months prior, and he surmised that his own fate would likely mirror Xue Peng's. As the boys fell into an eerie silence, Yusin suddenly proclaimed, "Teacher, I wish to challenge Brother Chun." Her unexpected declaration startled the 2 girls beside her. "Yusin, are you out of your mind? That's Tuoba Chen. You can't possibly defeat him. Did you not see the fate that befell Prince Xue Peng just now?" "Indeed. Yusin, don't be reckless." Despite her friend's concerns, Yusin remained resolute. "It's fine. I merely wish to give it a try. After all, I'm still a girl. And Brother Chen will likely show some leniency. Besides, as Control-type Soul Master, I have an advantage over Assault-type ones. It may not be a lost cause." Upon hearing her steadfast determination, her friends ceased their protests, recognizing that Yusin was determined to proceed. In stark contrast to the girls' reactions, the boys regarded Yusin with expressions akin to that of savior. "Good luck, sister. We believe in you," they silently thought. As Xue Peng was carried away, he managed to lift his head and give her a thumbs up. Approaching Tuoba Chen, Yusin felt a twinge of doubt. During the last hunting competition, he had attacked without hesitation. However, that had been in a forest, with no one around, and there were stakes involved. Now, in a standard practical lesson with many onlookers, he would surely be more lenient, she hoped. With a belief that Tuoba Chen would hold back, Yusin felt emboldened, ready to use her vines to gently graze him. Though her heart raced, she stood tall, determined to maintain her composure. After confirming her intent to battle Tuoba Chen several times, Qin Ming ultimately acquiesced. Facing Yusin, Tuoba Chen remained unperturbed. In his worldview, all soul masters were equal, regardless of gender. The notion of yielding to a girl was foreign to him, and he had no intention of holding back. "Commence the battle," Qin Ming announced. Without delay, Tuoba Chen charged towards Manyaran, knowing that Yusin, as a Control-type Soul Master, posed a significant threat to him. He was not an Assault-type Fire Master, and if ensnared by her vines, he would have to exert considerable effort to break free. As Tuoba Chen approached with fierce intent, Yusin panicked momentarily. Was there not a shred of chivalry in him? As expected, he was true to form. With her thoughts racing, she extended her vines toward him. "First soul skill bind," she declared, weaving her vines into a large net, intent on ensnaring Tuoba Chen. Upon observing the opponent's vine network, Tuoba Chen exhibited no signs of panic. Utilizing the skills he had honed over the past 2 months, he effortlessly maneuvered through the gaps in the vines, delivering a swift kick to Yu Xin's abdomen. Like a curled shrimp, Yu Xin was propelled 2 meters away. Once he confirmed her loss of consciousness, Qin Ming declared, "The battle is over. Yu Xin is incapacitated, and Tuoba Chen emerges victorious." Chapter 47. The banquet subsequently, like an avalanche. 2 individuals carried Yu Xin on a stretcher to the infirmary. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming realized that he would have to personally assess Tuoba Chen's strength once more. 3 days later, in the boys' dormitory, room 9, Tuoba Chen stared at 3 suits with a grimace. They consisted of a pale yellow gown, a gothic Lolita outfit, and a snow-white princess dress. Meanwhile, Xue Bong knelt trembling in the corner. Tuoba Chen calmly set the garments aside and shifted his gaze to Xue Bong. Although his expression was tranquil, Xue Bong felt a chill run down his spine. "You refuse to cut your hair. Who can you blame? Is it so unusual for you to still be a boy?" Xue Bong thought to himself. "Brother Chen, I apologize." Smack! Xue Bong received a sharp slap to the back of his head. Tuoba Chen remarked, "Sometimes I truly wonder what occupies your mind. Have you not learned anything from your readings? Do you not realize that Hanling grass has no capacity for gender transformation?" As Tuoba Chen continued to berate him, Xue Bong remained kneeling in the corner, his eyes reddening. It was terrifying. Xue Bong had never endured such torment. For a fleeting moment, he pondered whether Tuoba Chen had been bribed by Xue Qinghe. 3 minutes later, Tuoba Chen exited the dormitory, his demeanor refreshed. He ultimately donned the formal attire gifted by his father, finding it far more comfortable. Following behind him, Xue Bong trailed like a disgruntled wife, his eyes still slightly red, suggesting he had recently cried. Tuoba Chen glanced back at him and said, "Now you regret it? Why didn't you think to ask me earlier?" Shue Bong remained silent, staring at the ground, unable to meet his gaze. Only when Tuoba Chen turned his head away did he shoot daggers at the back of Tuoba Chen's head. Shue Bong shall never forget today's humiliation. Tuoba Chen, I will have my revenge, he vowed furiously. After walking for a while, Tuoba Chen noticed the silence behind him and shouted, "Hurry up! Why are you dawdling? Coming, brother!" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's voice, Shue Bong instantly conceded. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. For now, he would bide his time. 80 years from now, when Tuoba Chen can no longer walk, he would exact his retribution. Soon, aboard Shue Bong's carriage, Tuoba Chen arrived at the palace gates. He instructed Mo Long and Mo Hu to wait outside. As this was the imperial palace, regardless of whether they could enter or not, it would be futile. Upon seeing them, the guards promptly bowed, "Greetings, His Highness." Shue Bong. No need for formalities. "Rise," Shue Bong commanded. Upon approaching the palace, Shue Bong's entire demeanor transformed, exuding an aura befitting a prince, which surprised Tuoba Chen. Shue Bong then led him inside the palace. Having been in the capital for some time, this was Tuoba Chen's first visit to the palace, piquing his curiosity, although he chose not to display it, merely casting a sidelong glance around. Contrary to his expectations of a dazzling palace, the imperial residence of the Tiandu Empire was primarily white, imparting a soothing ambience. The walls glimmered faintly, constructed of an unknown material, while a grand pattern of a white swan adorned the ceiling. As they ventured deeper, the security tightened. Although Tuoba Chen could not discern the strength of the guards, he assumed they were formidable. Before long, they spotted a familiar figure. Sensing someone watching her, Shue Qinghe turned to find Shue Bong and, to her surprise, a familiar young boy. No, a young man, as she noted Tuoba Chen's prominent Adam's apple. Her excellent memory quickly recognized him. With a warm wave, she greeted them. Shue Bong felt a surge of trepidation, recalling some unpleasant memories. Sensing Shue Bong's emotional turmoil, Tuoba Chen patted his back and smiled. "Shall we go say hello?" Shue Bong glanced at him and nodded. They approached Shue Qinghe together. "Brother Qinghe, it's been a while." "Indeed, little Chen, you've become even more adorable since using Hanling grass. If you were a girl, I would surely be smitten." Shue Qinghe chuckled. "Haha, Brother Qinghe, you jest." Shue Qinghe affectionately ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair. "Little Bong, please take little Chen inside. The banquet is about to commence." "All right, brother." With that, Shue Bong swiftly pulled Tuoba Chen into the banquet. Watching them depart, Shue Qinghe narrowed her eyes, pondering why Shue Bong always appeared so frightened of her. Had she mistreated him in the past, or had he witnessed something unsettling? Resolving to test the waters, Shue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, plotted her approach. Upon entering the banquet, the moment Tuoba Chen stepped in, numerous gazes turned towards him, or rather, towards Shue Bong. The announcement echoed, "His Highness, Shue Bong, has arrived." Immediately, throngs of attendees rushed to greet Shue Bong. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen quickly declared, "I'll explore elsewhere. I'll find you later." Without waiting for Shue Bong's response, he hastily departed. As he watched Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, the goodwill he had accumulated with Shue Qinghe evaporated instantly. This was rather ungrateful. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to face the bothersome adults. After leaving, Tuoba Chen grabbed a cup of grape juice from a table and quietly stood in a corner, surveying the guests attending the banquet. After a while, although he did not spot Dugabo, he did recognize a familiar face, Yu Qianheng. Noticing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Yu Qianheng met his eyes, instantly recognizing the boy before him. He said to his companion, "Yin, my friend has arrived. Let us go greet him." Yin nodded, and together, they approached Tuoba Chen. "Hello, senior sister." "Hello, senior brother." Tuoba Chen greeted politely. "Hello, little junior." Yu Qianheng responded, but before he could say more, Yin interjected, playfully pinching Tuoba Chen's cheek with her green-painted nails. To be frank, Tuoba Chen felt a bit put off. Although it was their first meeting, the moment Yin laid eyes on him, her eyes sparkled with hearts. Not because she had developed feelings for him, but because he was simply too adorable, and she was utterly defenseless against such charm. As for why she recognized Tuoba Chen as a boy, it was because she could not accept that Yu Qianheng knew such a cute little girl. Thus, he must be a boy. Yes, he must be. Chapter 48. 2 years observing the troubled expression on Tuoba Chen's face. Yu Qianheng chuckled softly. All right, Yin. Do not bully Junior Tuoba Chen any longer. If you squeeze him any harder, he might just burst into tears. Who says I'm about to cry? I am not. Yu Qianheng, do not speak carelessly. Tuoba Chen thought to himself. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Dugian ceased her actions, for she held Yu Tianheng's words in high regard. After she released him, Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief. Her grip had been a bit too firm, leaving a slight redness on his face. Though he had yet to meet Dugu Bo, encountering Dugu Yin was still fortuitous. Dugu Bo was particularly fond of his granddaughter, and establishing a cordial relationship with Dugu Yin could pave the way to winning Dugu Bo's favor. He certainly would not miss the chance to acquire the celestial herbs from Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. After exchanging a few words with Yu Tianheng, the main guest of the banquet, Emperor Shuiyi, made his entrance, accompanied by Dugu Bo. As Emperor Shuiyi arrived, all present bowed in his direction. The etiquette of the continent bears resemblance to that of the West. Upon encountering a royal, one typically kneels on one knee at most, but a simple bow suffices, which Tuoba Chen found acceptable. Emperor Shuiyi surveyed the crowd and said, Everyone, please rise. Let's relax today. There is no need to be so formal. With that, the guests stood up, resuming their conversations, albeit still somewhat restrained. Dugu Bo quickly spotted Dugu Yin and approached them. Upon seeing Dugu Bo, Tuoba Chen was taken aback by his youthful appearance. He looked quite different from the image he had imagined from the anime he used to watch. He appeared more like an elder brother to Dugu Yin rather than a grandfather. When Dugu Bo reached them, he paid no heed to Tuoba Chen or Yu Tianheng. His focus was solely on his granddaughter. Yin Yin, how are you enjoying the banquet? It's delightful. I even met a new junior, she exclaimed, pointing at Tuoba Chen. Dugu Bo glanced at Tuoba Chen, thinking, this lad is rather handsome. However, in his experience, he had encountered countless talented individuals. And while Tuoba Chen's appearance was commendable, it was ultimately strength that mattered most. Thus, he merely nodded at Tuoba Chen before departing, leaving no opportunity for Tuoba Chen to inquire further. Dugu Bo's departure was unceremonious, taking Dugu Yin with him and leaving Tuoba Chen without any means to establish a connection. Tuoba Chen and Yu Qianheng exchanged glances and shared a resigned smile. As two young men, they found little to discuss. In Yu Tianheng's eyes, Tuoba Chen was still just a child. He had dedicated his youth to training, leaving little room for a typical childhood. Likewise, to Tuoba Chen, Yu Qianheng was merely a boy, considering his own age of 20. They were not well acquainted, and he found himself at a loss for words. Before long, Shuelang finally extricated himself from the crowd, rushing over to grasp Tuoba Chen's arm and lead him toward Emperor Shuiyi, leaving Yu Tianheng standing alone. Emperor Shuiyi regarded Tuoba Chen with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Young Chen, you are truly a fine young man. Shuelang often speaks of you, mentioning how well you two get along. What do you say, young Chen? Would you consider taking a position in the Heaven Do Empire in the future? Emperor Shuiyi was not a rigid ruler. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead the Heaven Do Empire in a competitive stance against the Star Luo Empire. He placed great emphasis on cultivating talent, having frequently heard Shuelang speak of Tuoba Chen. Although Shuelang was still young, he was an astute child, and Emperor Shuiyi was a responsible parent who carefully considered every suggestion. After conducting an investigation into Tuoba Chen's background, he found that the young man indeed possessed potential, with the possibility of reaching the rank of title de Luo in the future. Moreover, with his close relationship with Shuelang, it would not be difficult to recruit him. Tuoba Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed by Emperor Shuiyi's words. He was still just a child, yet the king personally invited him to serve. However, he was determined to decline, as he aspired to inherit the Holy Dragon sect. Your Highness, if an opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly consider serving in the Heaven Do Empire. Though he did not truly wish to accept, he felt it prudent to express agreement. Given the king's stature, outright refusal seemed inappropriate. The likelihood of returning to serve after assuming the position of sect leader was also uncertain. Emperor Shuiyi observed Tuoba Chen's earnest gaze and smiled. Very well. I believe in you, young Chen. Should you wish to serve our empire after graduation, I promise you a title of at least a viscount. The emperor's promise caused several attendees to look on in surprise. Those present at the banquet typically held titles of at least a count. And while a viscount's title might not seem significant, the emperor's commitment was what truly mattered. What remarkable qualities did this child possess? Gaining the assurance of Emperor Shui warranted further investigation into Tuoba Chen's background upon returning. "Thank you, Your Highness." Tuoba Chen then knelt on one knee before Emperor Shui. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his knee hovered an inch above the ground. This was Tuoba Chen's final act of defiance. He would not truly kneel, merely going through the motions. "All right, young Chen, please rise and enjoy the festivities with Shuelang." "Yes, Your Highness." With that, Emperor Shui permitted their departure. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen did not manage to make new acquaintances before the banquet concluded. The anticipated moments of others approaching him to engage in conversation simply did not materialize. On the way back, Shuelang had intended to accompany him, but Tuoba Chen declined, preferring not to trouble anyone unnecessarily. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his training as usual. Days passed, and apart from the routine hunting assessments, he encountered no significant events. Occasionally, he would go out on dates with Meng Yiran, chat with Shuelang, and sometimes run into Duge Yin and her companions. The remainder of his time was predominantly devoted to training. 2 years later, Dragon Impact. After executing the final move of the dragon shape technique, Tuoba Chen sighed in relief. 2 years had elapsed. More precisely, he had been at the Heavendo Royal Academy for 2.5 years. He had finally perfected the dragon shape technique, and his level had at last surpassed 20. Noticing Tuoba Chen's pause, Mo Long and Mo who inquired, "Young master, have you completed your training?" "Yes, I have finished. I have finally perfected the dragon shape technique. It is time to acquire my second spirit ring." Chapter 49. Mad Dragon returning to the Sunset Forest. Tuoba Chen's emotions were markedly different from his previous visit. The last time, he had come with Tuoba Yin. This time, however, he was accompanied by Mo Long and Mo Hu. Furthermore, the spirit ring he sought was not of a century's age, but rather one of a millennium. The second spirit ring breaking the 1,000-year mark entailed considerable risk. Nonetheless, as others had succeeded before him, he deemed it a worthy gamble. Upon entering the Sunset Forest, Tuoba Chen observed the tranquil surroundings, and the two brothers, Mo Long and Mo Hu, immediately assumed a vigilant stance. The forest was rife with terrifying spirit beasts, and even as Soul Kings, they knew that a moment's negligence could lead to disaster, especially with Tuoba Yin, a novice, in tow. They could not afford to be careless. As they delved deeper into the forest, they soon encountered several century-old soul beasts at the periphery. Yet these creatures were not suitable for Tuoba Chen, whose aspirations lay beyond mere century-old entities. Continuing inward, after a day's journey, they arrived at the boundary between the outer and inner forest, a locale abundant with 1,000-year soul beasts, exactly their intended destination. Given the lateness of the hour, they sought a seemingly safe spot to rest. That night, Mo Long and Mo Hu took turns keeping watch, not out of Tuoba Chen's laziness, but rather because he was the target in need of protection. Allowing him to stand guard could potentially lead to disastrous consequences, undermining the very purpose of their venture into the forest. Thus, for the sake of caution, the two men alternated their vigil, a request they strongly advocated, and Tuoba Chen, recognizing the necessity for ample rest, acquiesced. The stillness of the night bore an eerie quality. Through the tense seams, Tuoba Chen gazed at the myriad stars above, pondering whether he would successfully absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. The prospect of failure loomed large, threatening to dismantle all he currently possessed and casting the fate of the sacred dragon sect into decline, much like the original narrative. Those familiar to him would undoubtedly suffer greatly, and thus, he resolved not to falter. He clutched the azure dragon pendant resting against his chest, steeling his determination. Suddenly, 2 century-old hyenas appeared around their campsite. Mo Long, sensing the danger, grew vigilant. Hyenas are pack animals, and should these two merely be average members of a larger group, at least one among them would likely be a 1,000-year beast. While Mo Long and Mo who were not intimidated, Tuoba Chen found himself in a precarious position. Fortunately, the 2 hyenas seemed to detect the formidable aura radiating from Mo Long, opting to retreat after a few menacing growls. At dawn, the trio rose early to continue their search for a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen. As this area was frequently traversed by 1,000-year beasts, they encountered 4 or 5. Yet none were appropriate for their needs. Tuoba Chen, being of dragon lineage, ideally sought dragon-type soul beasts. If not, Earth attribute beasts with scales would suffice. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally stumbled upon a fitting soul beast, a raging dragon, its cultivation level between 1,000 and 100 years. Being of the same dragon family, the compatibility with his martial spirit was promising, and it fell precisely within the desired age range for his soul ring. Tuoba Chen decided that this would be the one. However, they refrained from immediate action, as the situation was somewhat unusual. The raging dragon was locked in combat with a frost wolf of comparable strength, on the verge of determining a victor. Observing this clash, Tuoba Chen felt no urgency. The raging dragon held the upper hand, and the frost wolf was nearing defeat. For their purposes, it sufficed that Tuoba Chen delivered the final blow to the dragon, while the wolf could assist in exhausting the dragon's strength. As the battle raged on, the frost wolf sustained numerous injuries but showed no inclination to flee, despite the logical course being a retreat. Noticing the wolf's body persistently shielding a specific direction, Tuoba Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Mo who quickly incapacitate that raging dragon. Despite his uncertainty regarding the reason, he commanded, and they complied. The two powerful attack type Soul Kings launched into action, their formidable presence startling the 2,000-year beasts. Before the raging dragon could react, Mo delivered a crushing blow to its neck. Crack! Tuoba Chen thought he heard the sound of bones fracturing as the raging dragon collapsed. The frost wolf, witnessing this, did not flee. Instead, it regarded them with a fierce glare. Despite its apparent weakness and the blood seeping from its wounds, it stood its ground. Mo and Mo who exchanged astonished glances, questioning whether the wolf had lost its senses. Sighing, Tuoba Chen recognized the wolf's dire condition. It was unlikely to survive. Mo, let us drag the raging dragon's body away to absorb its essence, so as not to disturb this frost wolf. Understood, young master, responded Mo, grasping the dragon's tail and hauling it away. As Tuoba Chen and his companions slowly departed, the frost wolf finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Tuoba Chen quickly returned, parting the underbrush to reveal 3 small white wolf pups nestled within. The fallen mother's eyes widened in shock, yet she could do nothing. The treacherous humans had come to snatch her young. Noticing the wolf's distress, Tuoba Chen approached, cradling the 3 pups. I sincerely apologize for not realizing you were protecting your children. I promise to care for them, and once they are grown, I will return them to the soul beast forest. Although unable to comprehend his words, the frost wolf sensed no malice in his demeanor. Her expression softened, and in her current state of helplessness, she hoped he was indeed benevolent. With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes. Upon witnessing the wolf's demise, Tuoba Chen refrained from disturbing her remains, recognizing her as a noble mother. The sunsetting forest was her rightful sanctuary. He then gently carried the 3 pups, making his way toward Mo and Mo who. Upon his arrival, the raging dragon had regained consciousness, yet appeared weak, likely due to the injury at its neck. Tuoba Chen marveled at the resilience of soul beasts surviving against the odds. He entrusted the 3 pups to Mo who for care and approached the weakened dragon. The raging dragon seemed to understand Tuoba Chen's intentions, yet was pinned firmly by Mo, unable to move. Gratitude to Qian Xiao Xian Ro for the generous donation of 3,776 book coins. May the benefactor grow ever more charming. Chapter 50. The purple-striped beast Tuoba Chen drew forth his cold iron dagger and swiftly ended the dragon's life. Subsequently, a pale purple soul ring emerged, drifting slowly from the creature's body. Observing the soul ring, Mo hesitated, asking, young master, do you truly wish to absorb this soul ring? Tuoba Chen met his gaze and nodded. He could have hunted a 700-year beast for a more stable acquisition. But what would that say about the efforts he had invested over the past 2 years? Was it not for the purpose of obtaining this very 1,000-year soul ring? Having arrived at Delua continent, who would willingly settle for mediocrity? After conveying his resolution, Tuoba Chen seated himself and began the absorption process. Mo and Mo who, witnessing this, promptly took positions to safeguard him. Within Tuoba Chen's consciousness, a small figure sheltered beneath a protective barrier battled against a colossal dragon. The dragon relentlessly assailed the barrier. With each impact, the shield dimmed, while the dragon's form grew increasingly ethereal. Occasionally, massive spikes erupted from the ground, targeting the dragon as it pressed against the barrier. Mo, observing Tuoba Chen in the midst of his absorption, remarked, "Brother, do you think the young master will be all right? It has already been a full hour. This absorption seems excessively prolonged." Upon hearing this, Mo Long paused for a moment and said, "Let us wait a little longer. The young master is not a reckless individual. Since he has made his choice, we must trust in him. He will surely succeed in absorbing the spirit ring." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the grass around them. Mo Long and Mo who immediately heightened their vigilance. At this critical juncture for Tuoba Chen, any disruption could spell disaster. A surprise attack from Spirit Beast during this delicate phase of absorbing the spirit ring would be catastrophic. Gradually, a massive, deep purple python slithered out from the underbrush, causing both Mo Long and Mo who's eyes to widen in astonishment. The purple pattern python is considered a high-level spirit beast among serpentine creatures, and this particular specimen measured 7 meters in length, likely being around 7,000 years old. Both Mo Long and Mo who had achieved level 58. Together, they were more than capable of dealing with this formidable foe under normal circumstances. However, given the current situation, with Tuoba Chen in the midst of absorbing the spirit ring, any inadvertent disturbance could pose a lethal threat. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the two quickly activated their martial spirits, both of which were blood tigers, a notably powerful martial spirit. After manifesting their martial spirits, they aimed to leverage their overwhelming presence to intimidate the python. The purple pattern python, sensing the pressure, trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. It was astutely aware that the two were guarding the human cub behind them. The cub appeared to be in a critical moment that required absolute focus, and they were attempting to drive it away. However, humans were its favored prey. Having tasted human flesh months prior, the python could not forget the delectable flavor. Now that it had encountered humans again during such a peculiar moment, it was unwilling to let them escape so easily. Observing the greedy glint in the python's eyes, Mo Long cursed, "This beast intends to devour us." No sooner had he spoken than the python lunged toward Tuoba Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Mo Long and Mo who could no longer hold back. They simultaneously activated their first spirit rings, unleashing their massive tiger claws toward the python. The purple pattern python chose to confront their assault head-on. In an instant, its head collided with the two powerful claws, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Although Mo Long and Mo who had exerted their utmost to protect Tuoba Chen, the residual force still managed to affect him, causing him to weaken and collapse to the ground, blood trickling from his eyes and nose. Witnessing this scene, Mo Long and Mo whose eyes turned red with fury. In an instant, both brothers activated their fifth spirit rings, with Mo Long's body swelling dramatically while Mo who radiated a terrifying metallic sheen. Soul-devouring blood tiger, diamond blood tiger, they unleashed their unique 10,000-year spirit rings simultaneously, causing the purple pattern python to sense an overwhelming aura that far surpassed its own. Realizing the danger, it attempted to flee, but it was too late. Mo Long had firmly grasped its tail. As the python struggled to escape, the immense force rendered its body straight, and it turned to attack Mo Long. However, before it could strike, Mo who landed two powerful blows that shattered its most lethal fangs. The pain inflicted upon the python drove it into a frenzy, thrashing wildly. Yet, Mo Long and Mo who did not relent. Mo Long, forcibly pried open the python's gaping mouth, while Mo who relentlessly pummeled its remaining fangs until they were all broken. 20 minutes later, the once mighty purple pattern python was reduced to a pitiful state, no longer resembling a serpent. Blood poured from its mouth, its scales stripped away, and dozens of puncture wounds marred its body. Its once vibrant eyes had become hollow voids. Even in such a dire condition, it still clung to life. Mo Long and Mo who were unwilling to grant it the mercy of a swift death. They intended to prolong its suffering before allowing it to perish. Before long, the rich scent of blood attracted a horde of earth wolves. Upon seeing the disfigured purple pattern python, the wolves showed no hesitation and began to tear into its flesh voraciously, consuming it alive. In the end, only a skeletal frame remained. while Mo Long looked on with cold indifference, and Mo who tended to Tuoba Chen with utmost care. Not long after, Tuoba Chen regained consciousness. Seeing him awake, Mo Long and Mo who rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Young master, how you feel? Are you all right?" "I am fine. I succeeded," Tuoba Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Mo Long and Mo who sighed in relief, grateful for the success, for they knew they would have much to explain to Tuoba Chen otherwise. Tuoba Chen continued, "However, I did sustain some injuries and will need a few days to recuperate. Let us leave the sunset forest." "Young master, please wait. Look at this," Mo Long said, retrieving a gleaming bone from behind him. Tuoba Chen's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing it. This is a soul bone. But I did not notice any soul bone within the body of the crazy dragon I defeated. "Indeed, young master, this is not the crazy dragon soul bone. It belongs to the purple pattern python that ambushed us, specifically a left leg bone, approximately 7,000 years old." Tuoba Chen expressed his confusion. "Then why are you offering it to me? You should keep it for yourselves. It has nothing to do with me." Although he felt a slight temptation, he ultimately declined Mo Long's goodwill. The soul bone was indeed remarkable, but his aspirations demanded a soul bone of at least 10,000 years. While this 7,000-year bone was decent, it did not meet his criteria. Furthermore, it was not his effort that secured it. It was only right for Mo Long and Mo who to keep what they had rightfully earned. Perhaps bestowing it upon one of them could even facilitate a breakthrough to the Soul Emperor. Mo Long was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's refusal. This was a soul bone, a treasure coveted by spirit masters. At 37 years old, both he and Mo who had likely reached their peak as soul emperors. Keeping the soul bone for themselves felt futile. It would be better utilized by the young master they had raised. They had no children of their own, and in Tuoba Chen, they found a childlike joy in witnessing his growth. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen remained steadfast in his decision, and the soul bone was left for Mo Long and Mo who, the fate of the bone now resting in their hands. A week later, at the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy of Tiando, Tuoba Chen found himself alone in the Earth-type Soul Master Simulation training area, diligently practicing his newly acquired soul skill. This past week had been a time of recuperation, and only 2 days prior had he fully healed from his injuries. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he continued to train for an additional 2 days. After a week of inactivity, he felt a restless itch to engage in combat. At this moment, Mo Long stood before Tuoba Chen, declaring, "Young master, I am ready." With a nod, Tuoba Chen summoned his martial spirit, announcing, "Martial spirit, embody." Instantly, a phantom of a white dragon materialized around him. Thanks to the successful cultivation of the second layer of the transformation dragon technique, his white-armored earth dragon had undergone further evolution. Previously a rotund and hefty dragon, it now exhibited sleek lines and an aura of raw, violent beauty. Subsequently, 2 soul rings appeared around him, one yellow and the other purple. Any onlooker would undoubtedly be astonished by the sight of his soul rings. The appearance of a purple soul ring as a second was a remarkable anomaly in the realm of soul masters. Second soul skill, Frenzied Dragon Transformation. Upon uttering these words, Tuoba Chen's body expanded to 1.5 times its original size, his form enveloped in thick scales, transforming him into a being reminiscent of a dragon. The Frenzied Dragon Transformation augmented his defense and strength by 40%, enhanced his speed by 20%, and allowed him to recover 50% of previously sustained damage and 50% of his soul power, all while lasting for 10 minutes and requiring no energy to activate. However, during this period, he was unable to utilize any other soul skills. Observing the effects, Tuoba Chen smiled. Although the inability to employ other soul skills during Frenzied Dragon Transformation was a limitation, the advantages it conferred were undeniably immense. In life and death battles where both sides were evenly matched and had expended considerable energy, activating Frenzied Dragon Transformation would instantaneously secure his attributes and significantly enhance them, leaving his opponent momentarily dumbfounded. Despite its drawbacks, the undeniable reality remained that it was a premier soul skill. Grateful for having chosen to absorb this soul ring, he realized he would have otherwise missed out on this extraordinary ability. With that thought, he threw a punch at Mo Long's abdomen. Mo Long, unwavering, gently blocked Tuoba Chen's fist, causing a subtle gust of wind to ripple outward. Bang! Feeling the impact, Mo Long chuckled, "Young master. That punch must have reached the power level of a typical level 25 assault-type soul master." "Level 25, you say?" Tuoba Chen mused aloud. The absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring had propelled his level to 22, enabling him to achieve the attack power of a level 25 at such a relatively early stage. While impressive, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San and his companions frequently surpassed major stages with ease. Shaking his head, he resolved to intensify his efforts in the future. With approximately 6 months remaining until Tao Ge would assist Tang San in awakening, the plot would soon resume. Although he believed Tang San, with his character, would not trouble him unless provoked, it was prudent for Tuoba Chen to elevate his strength swiftly. He harbored no desire to make enemies, yet should anyone provoke him, he would not endure it silently. His pursuit of strength was to ensure his own freedom. He could not abide by living according to others' whims. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Qin Ming observed this scene with astonishment, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. What on earth? This young man. How can he not recognize the augmentation this second soul skill has bestowed upon Tuoba Chen? And why is the second soul ring purple? He never mentioned it before. Initially drawn to Tuoba Chen's potential, Qin Ming's curiosity had only deepened over time. The boy's displays were far beyond what one would expect from an 8-year-old child. Having observed the students in Class 1 for 2.5 years, Qin Ming noted that, aside from Tuoba Chen, even the most diligent students, like Mo Hen and Xue Beng, occasionally exhibited signs of lethargy. Such behavior was natural. After all, humans are not machines and require relaxation. Yet, Tuoba Chen was different. He resembled a relentless training machine, consistently immersed in cultivation, taking a break only once every 3 months. Following the demonstration of his second soul skill, Tuoba Chen returned with Mo Long as the end-of-term examinations loomed. Upon entering the 3rd grade, the format of the final assessments had changed. The hunting competition was replaced with arena battles, alongside the addition of a cultural exam. Rumor had it that this change was due to the varying levels of strength among students in 3rd grade, which posed a risk of significant damage to the Academy's forest during hunting events. To preserve the ecosystem, students would no longer be tested in the forest from this point onward, a decision Tuoba Chen wholeheartedly supported. As for the cultural examination, it focused not on subjects like chemistry or physics, but rather on the knowledge of soul beasts and soul masters. Questions could range from the length and color of a century-old mandala snake, among others. While these inquiries posed no challenge to Tuoba Chen, he understood the necessity of thorough revision. After all, he was not one of those prodigies with perfect recall. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to being an academic achiever. He now recognized that excellence was not a matter of fate, but rather a cultivated habit, albeit one that was not easily maintained. However, Tuoba Chen did not find this pursuit burdensome, for becoming a soul master was a profession he cherished. Transforming a passion into a vocation was a stroke of fortune, fulfilling a dream from his previous life. Even if he possessed only innate soul power level 8, he would strive for excellence, as he believed that effort was paramount. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and today marked the day of the cultural examination. Tuoba Chen rose early, arriving at the examination venue, which happened to be their classroom. By the time he arrived, Xue Beng, Mo Hen, and others were already present. After 2 years of companionship, Tuoba Chen has forged solid relationships with several classmates, hinting at a bond that transcends mere friendship. Not long after, Longan arrived at the examination venue. Qin Ming glanced at the clock and noted that there was just a quarter of an hour until the test commenced. He declared the exam begins, and began distributing the test papers. In this elite class, Qin Ming's word was law, allowing him to conduct the exam as he pleased. The students had grown accustomed to his authoritative demeanor. Upon receiving the test paper, everyone immediately began to write, and not a single student chose to cheat. After all, with such a formidable soul king like Qin Ming presiding over the examination, any attempt at dishonesty would be swiftly detected. Holding the Soul Master Knowledge exam paper, Tuoba Chen frowned. This year's exam was exceptionally challenging. However, it was not long before Xue Beng, the first to finish, submitted his paper. Qin Ming cast a satisfied glance at him before allowing him to leave. This scene elicited envious glances from the rest of the class. Although Xue Beng ranked 3rd in overall strength, he had never been dethroned in academic performance. After a considerable time, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hen opted to submit their papers just as the exam was nearing its conclusion. Qin Ming graded the papers with remarkable speed, finishing all 20 submissions in half an hour. Soon after, they commenced the second examination, which consisted of 4 subjects: fundamentals of soul mastery, soul master knowledge, soul beast knowledge, and understanding soul beasts. Similar to the previous hunting competition, the top 10 scorers would receive awards from the academy, which, like the hunting contest, would be monetary rewards. Tuoba Chen felt somewhat exasperated by this. Money was the one thing he lacked the least, and he wondered why the academy insisted on belittling him with such mundane rewards year after year. The days swiftly passed, and the results were announced the following day. Unsurprisingly, the top scorer was Shui Peng, followed by Tuoba Chen in second place, and Mo Hen in third. Only Long in seventh place and Meng Yiran in ninth belonged to the same class, with the rest predominantly hailing from other classes. Tuoba Chen was not taken aback by these results. It was only natural for Shui Peng to excel, as he frequently immersed himself in his studies. Although Tuoba Chen also read often, he had admittedly devoted less effort in this regard. As for Mo Hen, his performance was comparable to Tuoba Chen's, with only a single point separating their scores. After receiving his award, Tuoba Chen returned to his training, for the arena competition was set for the next day, and he needed to be in peak condition. The next day, as the sun rose, Tuoba Chen stretched languidly in the bathtub. After cleansing himself, as usual, he made his way to the school's playground. Unlike the hunting contest, the arena battles at Tiando Academy were unique, being divided into 8 stages based on the number of classes at that age. With 8 classes in their grade, they were segmented into 8 tiers. Class 1 occupied the highest tier, while Class 8 occupied the lowest. The assessment began with Class 8, and after their arena battles concluded, the 7 strongest students would advance to the 7th tier for further evaluation. This pattern continued, with the strongest from each tier progressing to the next. Thus, students from Class 1 commenced at the pinnacle, while those in Class 8 faced an uphill battle to advance to Class 1. This system was even more absurd than during the hunting contest. It starkly illuminated the brutal reality of their world. Weakness equated to oppression. However, this structure favored the more talented students, explaining the prevalence of stubborn scions within the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy. Upon learning the rules of the arena competition, many lower-year students felt disheartened, some even contemplating dropping out, while others resolutely chose to remain. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all students gathered in the square. Due to Qin Ming's improving reputation within the academy, he was tasked with officiating this competition. After briefly explaining the rules to the crowd, he announced the commencement of the match. The rules were relatively straightforward. Multiple arenas would simultaneously host one-on-one battles. Most of the participants were novice soul masters at around level 10, allowing for swift resolutions to the matches. Within just half an hour, the 7 strongest from Class 8 had been identified. They were granted only a brief 15-minute respite before proceeding to the 7th tier battles. Observing this, Tuoba Chen sighed, not out of sympathy for them, but in recognition of their naivety. Despite the Academy's treatment of them, they remained obliviously entrenched in their circumstances. Some students had lingered in lower-tier classes for 6 years, only to face further hardship in intermediate academies, and eventually in advanced ones. He could not fathom their motivations, perhaps driven by the prospect of achieving a baronial title upon graduation from the prestigious Soul Master Academy. In Tuoba Chen's view, this ambition was utterly unnecessary. Yet it was their choice, and he refrained from passing judgment. In the span of a single day, the arena battles from the 8th to the 2nd tier were completed without incident, and, predictably, the 7 who advanced to the 1st tier were all from Class 2. Since only Soul Masters could participate in the arena battles, Class 1 had only 15 students competing. Just before the matches commenced, Qin Ming announced, "Dear students, I regret not informing you earlier that your rankings will influence your class assignments. The total number of students in each class will remain unchanged, but different rankings will lead to different class placements. For instance, if any of the 7 from Class 2 rank among the top 15, they will be allowed to join Class 1, while the lowest-ranked student from Class 1 will be demoted to Class 2. The previously quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement and despair upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. He had no fear of demotion, being the only Grand Soul Master among the students present. Even without utilizing any soul techniques, his formidable physical prowess would likely render him unbeatable against his peers. After the student from Class 2 had rested, Qin Ming swiftly announced the start of the arena battles. The matches would be conducted by drawing lots, with Qin Ming personally selecting the competitors. Drawing 2 slips of paper from a small box, he announced, in the first arena, the first match features Tuoba Chen from Class 1 against Yu Shi from Class 2. Without hesitation, he drew 8 more slips, declaring the participants for the remaining 4 arenas. Hearing his name, Tuoba Chen was not surprised. With only 22 competitors remaining, the odds of being matched against him were quite high. However, the opponent he drew, Yu Shi, nearly buckled at the knees upon discovering that his adversary was Tuoba Chen. The sheer misfortune of drawing the top student in the grade was overwhelming. Although the odds of victory seemed exceedingly slim, the prospect of advancing was too enticing to forego. With determination, he leaped onto the stage. Tuoba Chen, in contrast, did not opt for a flamboyant entrance. He simply walked steadily to the arena. Yet, this unassuming approach exerted considerable pressure on Yu Shi. As the moment Tuoba Chen's name was announced, the audience instinctively fixed their gaze upon the first arena. Although 5 stages were simultaneously hosting matches, only one garnered attention. For Tuoba Chen's brilliance was indeed blinding. Seeing this scene, Yu Shi felt his legs weaken. Losing in front of such a crowd would be profoundly humiliating. Soon, both competitors introduced themselves. Yu Shi, possessing the martial spirit of a black flood dragon, was a level 15 offense-type battle soul master. Tuoba Chen, with the martial spirit of a white armored earth dragon, was a level 22 offense-type grand soul master. The revelation of Tuoba Chen's level sent shockwaves through the audience, even drawing the attention of Shueben and the others. Tuoba Chen had never mentioned his breakthrough to level 22, particularly since just 2 weeks prior. They had all been level 19. How had he managed to reach level 22? Was he the next milestone supposed to be level 20? As they unleashed their martial spirits, the reason became clear. Tuoba Chen bore 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple. Yu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Tuoba Chen's soul ring combination shattered his understanding of soul rings and completely eroded his confidence in the battle. Achieving level 20 was already formidable. Now, with a Millennium Soul Ring, how could he possibly compete? As the match commenced, Tuoba Chen charged at him with remarkable speed. Yu Shi quickly responded with his first soul skill, Dragon Body. Upon invoking it, he was enveloped in a layer of energy armor, appearing quite formidable in defense. Yet, Tuoba Chen did not expend any soul power. He simply delivered a punch to Yu Shi's shoulder. The impact felt as if a massive hammer had struck him, causing excruciating pain. His entire right arm felt as though it might snap under the pressure. Before he could fully process the pain, Tuoba Chen's second strike landed on his chin. Due to the nature of the attack, Tuoba Chen restrained his strength, using only 1/3 of his power. Nevertheless, the sheer agony overwhelmed Yu Shi, rendering him unconscious. Thus, Tuoba Chen effortlessly concluded his first match, leaving the audience astonished by his prowess. Why was he so formidable when they were all merely 8 years old? Those still in the resting area were secretly relieved they had not encountered this demon. Yet, the thought of potentially facing him next filled them with dread. Before long, matches on the other stages concluded as well, and without exception, all students from Class 1 emerged victorious. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, despite often lamenting that this was the weakest class he had ever taught. In truth, it was the only class he had ever taught, and deep down, he was quite pleased with his students. Chapter 54. Grandfather? The first day of the arena battles came to an end, with the remaining matches scheduled for the following day. As was customary, the swift conclusion of the arena battles was rather unexciting, primarily showcasing the dominant classes overpowering their less fortunate counterparts. Naturally, there were extremely rare instances of lower-ranked classes advancing. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tuoba Chen performed 2 sets of dragon form exercises before continuing his practice of the Azure Dragon technique. After 2 years, his Azure Dragon technique had finally reached a critical juncture, appearing poised for a breakthrough. In truth, he was more invested in the Azure Dragon technique than the transformation of the dragon. However, the difficulty of breaking through the Azure Dragon technique was significant, causing a prolonged stagnation. Regarding the 3rd layer of the transformation of the dragon, he did not rush into training, as his father had advised him that after breaking through the 2nd layer, he would need to consolidate his cultivation for a month before proceeding to the 3rd layer. In the midst of his training, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Startled, Tuoba Chen paused and glanced outside. He wondered who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Tuoba Chen standing before him, accompanied by an elderly man. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Dad, what brings you to the school? And who is this behind you?" Tuoba Chen sighed, recounting how, just the day before, he had been at home when suddenly his own door had been knocked upon, revealing his father at the threshold, insisting on meeting his grandson. Despite informing his father that Tuoba Chen was at school and would return in 2 days, the elder insisted on seeing him immediately. Consequently, Tuoba Chen had been compelled to rush to the Tiando Royal Academy. "Xiao Chun, I have yet to properly introduce you. This is your grandfather, Tuoba Meng." Tuoba Meng looked at his long-lost grandson with palpable excitement. Tuoba Chen, still in shock, gazed at the robust elder. "Grandfather, what is going on?" Noticing Tuoba Chen's bewilderment, Tuoba Chen interjected, "Xiao Chun, are you not going to invite us in a sit?" Snapping back to reality, Tuoba Chen responded, "Oh yes, father, grandfather, please come in." Once inside Tuoba Chen's room, both men surveyed the surroundings and nodded in approval. "This is quite impressive for a royal academy," they remarked. "Father, grandfather, is there a particular reason for your visit?" Tuoba Chen inquired. Tuoba Chen replied, "Your grandfather has come to take you back to the Holy Dragon sect. As for the specifics, you will understand when we arrive. Now, quickly gather your belongings. We are heading to the Star Luo Empire." Tuoba Chen, utterly bewildered, protested, "But Dad, now is not a good time." "Why not?" "Because tomorrow marks the final day of the midterm assessment, and I wish to complete it before leaving." Before Tuoba Chen could respond, Tuoba Meng interjected, "Very well, that is acceptable." Tuoba Chen was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift. "What? Wasn't this urgent? Why is it fine now?" Sensing his son's confusion, Tuoba Meng clarified, "Who said it was urgent? That matter does not commence for another half-month. I merely wanted to see my little grandson as soon as possible." "Oh," Tuoba Chen replied flatly, realizing the nature of his father. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of parent, so eager to see your grandson that you forget about your son." Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, intrigued by his unexpectedly appeared grandfather, recalled hearing that his grandfather was a high elder of the Holy Dragon sect, and that the sect's leader was a titled Da. Thus, it stood to reason that his grandfather, as the high elder, must also be an esteemed soul master. Noticing his grandson scrutinizing him with those bright, sparkling eyes, Tuoba Meng smiled gently and said, "Xiao Chun, I apologize for not visiting you for such a long time. Do you harbor any resentment towards your grandfather?" There was a hint of guilt in Tuoba Meng's tone as he spoke. Tuoba Chen shook his head. His parents treated him well, and he had never experienced hardship. He had grown up in a rather indulgent environment, so there was nothing for him to complain about. He was merely curious about his grandfather, and he didn't mind that he hadn't come to see him sooner. Seeing that his grandson held no aversion towards him, Tuoba Meng exhaled in relief. It was understandable. He had been anxious during the journey. His grandson was already 8 years old, yet they had never met. He feared that Tuoba Chen might dislike him, but it seemed that the outcome was quite positive. "Is grandfather a soul, Doluo?" Tuoba Chen suddenly inquired, catching Tuoba Meng off guard. After a moment of surprise, Tuoba Meng nodded. Tuoba Chen continued, "Then what brings you here this time?" He thought it peculiar that his grandfather, who hadn't seen him in 8 years, would suddenly rush to find him. Surely there must be some urgent matter at hand. As anticipated, Tuoba Meng nodded, but instead of answering directly, he first asked, "Has Xiao Chun's transformation technique broken through the first layer?" Upon hearing Tuoba Meng's question, Tuoba Chen's expression turned slightly strange. Noticing the odd look on his grandson's face, Tuoba Meng was taken aback. "Xiao Chun, you haven't broken through the first layer yet, have you? I heard from your father that you had already achieved that milestone." Tuoba Meng's tone grew frantic. If Tuoba Chen had indeed not broken through the first layer, then his visit would have been in vain, and Tuoba Chen would miss out on the benefits available within their sect. "No, grandfather, I have already broken through to the second layer. I'm not quite sure why you'd ask about that." After pondering for a moment, he decided to speak honestly. The elderly man seemed genuinely fond of him, and he felt no need to conceal the truth. "What, the second layer? How could that be?" After speaking, Tuoba Meng realized he had lost his composure, but it was understandable. In his youth, he had attempted to cultivate the second layer of the transformation technique before reaching level 20, but he had failed and wasted precious time. Otherwise, He might have become a titled Doluo by now. Upon learning that Tuoba Chen had indeed broken through to the second layer, Tuoba Yin felt his breath quicken. Initially, he had little hope regarding what his father had mentioned, but now the future seemed exceptionally bright. Chapter 55. Departure. After witnessing the two in a state of astonishment for a while, it was ultimately Tuoba Ming who spoke up. Xiao Chun, to be frank, I've come to take you to participate in the Saint Dragon Sect's grand banquet held once every decade, the Saint Dragon Feast. The Saint Dragon Feast? What is that? It sounded rather impressive. Seeing the puzzled expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Ming explained, it's a bit complicated to explain, so I'll simplify it. You will return with me to attend the Saint Dragon Feast, where the younger generation under 10 years old who have broken through the first layer of the transformation technique will engage in friendly matches. The top 3 participants will earn the opportunity to enter the Saint Dragon Pool, which is highly beneficial for us White Armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters. Do you understand? Tuoba Chen nodded. He comprehended that it was an opportunity for valuable rewards. Are you willing to go? I am. The notion of the Saint Dragon Pool sounded magnificent, and he would not miss any chance to enhance his strength. Seeing Tuoba Chen's affirmative response, Tuoba Ming smiled with satisfaction. He and Tuoba Yin then went out to find a place to stay, mentioning that they would come to watch his match the next day. After bidding farewell to Tuoba Ming, Tuoba Chen resumed his training. Although he was curious about the Saint Dragon Feast, he still had a match the following day, and maintaining his condition was paramount. The next day, at the same examination venue as before, only the last 8 students from the 3rd grade remained to take their assessments. Among the audience, Tuoba Chen spotted Tuoba Ming's figure. His grandfather truly cared for him, having come to watch his match. Noticing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Tuoba Ming gave him a gesture of encouragement, to which Tuoba Chen responded with a smile. On stage, Principal Qin Ming was succinct in his introduction before announcing the start of the competition. As before, the finals would utilize a drawing format. Qin Ming glanced at the 2 pieces of paper in his hands and declared, the first match, Dio against Tuoba Chen. With only 8 participants remaining, there would be no need for multiple arenas. They would proceed one by one, allowing for a swift conclusion. Hearing his name, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback, surprised to find himself going first for 2 consecutive days. As for his opponent, Dio, he was familiar with him. They were classmates. Though Dio had fair skin, he bore an evil appearance. One could say he looked like a villain. Furthermore, Dio was somewhat eccentric, avoiding social interactions and staying out of the sun, with a martial soul that resembled a vampire. Every time Tuoba Chen encountered Dio, he was reminded of a certain unpleasantness. Dio, upon learning he would face Tuoba Chen, felt indifferent. It was inevitable they would meet eventually. Losing held no real consequence for him, as he merely needed to remain in Class 1. Once on stage, Dio introduced himself. Dio, Martial Soul, Vampire, Level 18 Agility Type Battle Soul Master. Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armor Earth Dragon, Level 22 Strength Type Battle Soul Master. Both unleashed their martial souls simultaneously. When the audience witnessed Tuoba Chen's 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, Tuoba Ming and Tuoba Yin were left astonished. While they were aware that attaining the 2nd layer of the transformation technique before reaching level 20 could extend the duration of a 2nd soul ring to below 1,200 years. Only one individual in the history of the Saint Dragon Sect had accomplished this. They never expected Tuoba Chen to achieve the same. Instantly, Tuoba Ming's heart swelled with joy, regardless of anything else, based on the merit of those 2 soul rings. Tuoba Chen was assured a share of the upcoming Dragon Pool. Facing Tuoba Chen, Dio felt an immense pressure. However, he did not concede outright. First soul skill, Blood Demon. Upon utilizing his first soul skill, Dio's hair turned completely white. His eyes glowed a terrifying red, and his teeth and nails sharpened to an alarming degree, rendering him reminiscent of a legendary vampire. Tuoba Chen, upon witnessing this transformation, felt a wave of distaste for Dio. In his previous life, he had harbored a dislike for all things ghostly and eerie, as they were inherently frightening. Thus, he resolved to end the battle swiftly. First soul skill, Earth Spike. With that, 3 enormous stone spikes erupted from the ground, surging towards Dio from various angles. Through relentless practice, although he could still only summon 3 earth spikes simultaneously, their power had significantly increased. Moreover, the immobilization time post-attack had been reduced from 3 seconds to 1. He calculated that by the time he reached level 27, the immobilization would vanish entirely. Despite Do's aloof demeanor, his strength was limited, and the angles of the 3 spikes were particularly cunning. Ultimately, he managed to evade 2 of them, but the most lethal spike tore a massive wound across his thigh. Feeling a sharp pain radiating from his thigh, Dior's countenance darkened. He had anticipated that Tuoba Chen would be formidable, yet he had not expected to be injured from a single strike. After successfully wounding Dior's thigh, Tuoba Chen did not cease his assault. With a powerful push of his right leg, he surged forward like a cannonball, preparing to strike again. However, Dior, being a sensitive and agile soul master, reacted swiftly, raising both hands to block the impending attack. Though he managed to deflect it, he was still pushed back several steps, his hands tingling with numbness. Remarkably, the injury on his thigh inflicted by Tuoba Chen had already begun to heal slightly. Below the stage, Avalanche and others observed this scene with surprise, not realizing that the usually low-key Dior possessed such strength. As Tuoba Chen readied for another attack, Dior raised his hand in surrender. He had no intention of continuing. The disparity in their powers was too vast, and he acknowledged that he was no match for Tuoba Chen. Upon witnessing his concession, Tuoba Chen promptly halted his advance, showing no inclination to pursue further. Seeing this, Qin Ming quickly announced the result of the match. The subsequent competitions were uneventful. Tuoba Chen once again defeated Avalanche in the semifinals and triumphed over Mo Han in the finals, securing first place as expected. There was little surprise among the onlookers. However, the realization that Tuoba Chen had reached level 22 and that the gap between them was widening left them with a sense of helplessness. Seeing his grandson crowned champion, Tuoba Ming beamed with pride, affirming that his grandson was indeed superior to Tuoba Haiyun. He could already envision the astonished expressions of the elders at the Holy Dragon Feast upon witnessing his grandson's soul ring configuration. After claiming victory and receiving his award, Tuoba Chen informed Meng Iran that he would be departing for a while before following Tuoba Ming. Though Tuoba Ming was a rough man, he wished to make a good impression on his grandson during their first journey together. Therefore, he had arranged for a very stable and luxurious carriage to ensure Tuoba Chen's comfort on the long journey back to the Holy Dragon sect in the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 56. Tuoba Shi. 1 week later, in Holy Dragon City, Tuoba Chen gazed at the bustling, ordinary residents around him, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had heard tales of the fierce character of the Star Luo Empire, yet he failed to perceive it. The common folk here appeared quite simple and unassuming. Just as this thought lingered in his mind for about a minute, he was suddenly drawn to a commotion ahead. Shifting his gaze, he noticed a fruit vendor reprimanding a thief caught stealing fruit. Not far from the fruit stall, 2 men accidentally collided and, unwilling to apologize, began a fight. Such occurrences were commonplace, and upon closer observation, Tuoba Chen realized that such incidents were rampant throughout the Star Luo Empire. Frowning slightly, he found himself perplexed. Indeed, the Star Luo Empire had a reputation for its straightforwardness. Noticing the expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Ming felt a bit awkward. In truth, the situation in Holy Dragon City was considered rather unusual within the broader context of the Star Luo Empire. While law and order were generally lacking, it was not as chaotic elsewhere. However, Tuoba Chen paid little heed, as he had previously heard about the fierce character of the empire. "Grandfather, let us move on," he urged, eager to see what the Holy Dragon sect truly looked like. "Very well, let us proceed." After spending over an hour, he brought Tuoba Chen to the entrance of the Holy Dragon sect. Despite its decline, the sect remained one of the 4 lower sects, and thus the entrance exuded a certain grandeur. 2 massive statues of armored earth dragons flanked the entrance, and the gate appeared to be made of a special metal, giving an imposing strength. At the entrance, 2 robust outer disciples resembling bulls were on guard. As soon as Tuoba Ming arrived, they approached immediately. One disciple looked up and said, "Elder Ming, you have returned." "Indeed, I have returned. Go inform the sect master that I have brought my grandson with me." "Your grandson?" The disciple glanced at Tuoba Chen, who stood behind Tuoba Ming. 2 years had passed, and Tuoba Chen's appearance had shifted from a more androgynous look to a distinctly handsome visage that evoked immediate fondness. Realizing this, the disciple hurried off to relay the message, while Tuoba Ming led Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Chen into the inner hall to wait. Before long, a hearty voice boomed from outside. "Old Ming, I hear you've brought your grandson. Let me have a look. As the words fell, a burly man, towering at nearly 2 meters, strode toward them with purpose. Acknowledging the newcomer, Tuoba Meng remarked, "Indeed, this is my grandson," and gently nudged Tuoba Chen forward. "Little Chen, this is our current sect master, Tuoba Shi, and a good friend of mine. You may call him Grandpa Shi." Tuoba Chen quickly composed himself. "Hello, Grandpa Shi." "Ha! Little Chen, greetings." In the Holy Dragon sect, most members were muscular men, making Tuoba Chen's slight frame a rarity. Tuoba Shi found Tuoba Chen endearing, even more so than his own grandson. However, upon noticing Tuoba Chen's slender limbs, Tuoba Shi speculated about his combat prowess, considering that the sect traditionally emphasized physical strength. Although his first impression of Tuoba Chen was favorable, Tuoba Meng understood that leveraging his own reputation to secure an opportunity for Tuoba Chen to enter the sacred dragon pool might be challenging. The sect typically reserved its resources for those who could prove their worth, and it was unlikely they would waste resources on someone perceived as a mere pretty face. Noticing the contemplative look in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Tuoba Meng encouraged, "Little Chen, show Grandpa Tuoba Shi your soul rings." Of course, Tuoba Chen readily agreed. Soon, the white armored earth dragon manifested, revealing 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, around him. Upon seeing the light purple soul ring, Tuoba Meng understood immediately what it signified. As one of the few individuals in the Holy Dragon sect to have cultivated the dragon transformation technique to the 7th level, he was well aware of the implications of a 1,000-year soul ring. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Tuoba Shi exclaimed thrice in delight. It had been many years since such a talent had emerged in their sect. However, as he scrutinized Tuoba Chen's height, he began to ponder whether Tuoba Chen had intentionally suppressed his cultivation of the dragon transformation technique. After all, at merely 8 years old, Tuoba Chen already stood at 155 meters, which was quite tall among his peers, though he appeared diminutive next to Tuoba Shi. Yet to be prudent, Tuoba Shi asked, "By the way, little Chen, how old are you?" He genuinely did not know Tuoba Chen's age, and if the boy were over 10, then even if he had broken through the 2nd layer of the dragon transformation technique before reaching level 20, it would be inconsequential. Given the substantial time lost in his training, it would likely hinder his potential to become a title de loi in the future. "I am 8.5. Tuoba Chen replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shi breathed a sigh of relief. At 8.5 years old, at level 20, and having broken through the 2nd layer of the dragon transformation technique, Tuoba Chen was indeed a rare gem in the annals of the Holy Dragon sect's history. "Excellent," Tuoba Shi affirmed. "Xiao Chen, you truly possess commendable qualities. I assure you that as long as you remain with the Sacred Dragon sect, 60% of the resources dedicated to talent cultivation will be invested in you." This promise from Tuoba Shi is indeed significant. Prior to the emergence of Tuoba Chen, such privileges were reserved for his son, Tuoba Haiyun. Although Tuoba Shi later intended to ally with the Spirit Hall, it does not imply that he is a tyrannical or arbitrary individual. In truth, he is quite equitable and does not exploit his position for personal gain. Furthermore, had it not been for the existence of Tang San and his companions, aligning with the Spirit Hall would have been a judicious decision, as it was at the zenith of its power, bolstered by a Soul Master Legion surpassing the 2 great empires, with the backing of 2 deities. In retrospect, joining the Spirit Hall at that time seemed the wisest choice, with Tang San being an unforeseen variable. However, with someone well-versed in history like him present, while it may be challenging to prevent the Sacred Dragon sect from joining the Spirit Hall, ensuring its safety poses no issue. He never anticipated antagonizing Bibi Dong or Tang San, nor did he consider assassinating Tang San while he was still young. After all, he is an idealistic, aspiring young man of the law, unlikely to take the life of someone with whom he shares no enmity. Moreover, given his current rate of advancement, it seems Tang San would struggle to match him, and a visit to Dugubo for some celestial herbs could propel him further. Chapter 57. The simpleton Tuoba Chen readily accepted Tuoba Shi's proposal. To decline would be foolish. The prospect of having 60% of the Sacred Dragon sect's resources for talent cultivation directed towards him was enticing. Even though he had ample cultivation resources previously, he would not mind acquiring even more. Upon Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Shi smiled and remarked, "Very well, my child. Since this is your first visit to the Sacred Dragon sect, I shall have Heir show you around and introduce you to your peers. Just wait here for a moment." "Yes, Grandpa Shi," Tuoba Chen replied. Afterward, Tuoba Shi departed with Tuoba Ming and Tuoba Yin. Not long after, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, appeared before him. Tuoba Chen surmised that this must be the legendary Tuoba Heir. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, Heir, with a stern expression, inquired, "Tuoba Chen?" "Yes, that's me. Follow me." With that, he turned and left. Tuoba Chen eagerly followed, taking the opportunity to scrutinize the imposing figure beside him, his first impression being that he appeared rather intimidating. First, Tuoba Heir led Tuoba Chen to the Sacred Dragon sect's first landmark, pointing to a massive structure in the distance. "That is the law enforcement hall, where disciples who err are punished." Introducing the law enforcement hall first? Is he doing this on purpose? Tuoba Chen thought. However, he soon realized that Tuoba Heir was earnest in his explanation, devoid of any jest, so he listened attentively. As they passed each location, Tuoba Heir meticulously described it. Even when Tuoba Chen posed questions, Heir responded with patience, showing no sign of irritation. After about half an hour of exploration, Tuoba Chen grasped the general layout of the Sacred Dragon sect and formed an impression of Tuoba Heir: serious, diligent, patient, and somewhat simple-minded. Overall, he considered him a good person, especially since he did not dismiss Tuoba Chen for his youth. Ultimately, they arrived at the final destination, the training arena. Tuoba Chen observed numerous youngsters of similar age engaged in training, primarily using conventional methods, with a few practicing the second level of the Transformation Dragon technique, though those individuals appeared to be in their teens. Upon reaching this point, Tuoba Heir said, "All right, I have shown you all the places you can visit in the Sacred Dragon sect. I need to go train now. If you need anything, you can find your grandfather." After speaking, Tuoba Heir intended to leave, but found himself surrounded by the disciples in the training arena. "Hello, Heir Ye. Heir Go has arrived. Everyone come see." Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen chuckled. It appeared that Heir was quite popular, although Heir maintained a calm demeanor without any hint of impatience. Tuoba Chen pondered why he remained stationary. Observing closely, he noticed that Heir's face seemed to have reddened slightly. Was he shy? Despite finding this notion absurd, no other explanation seemed plausible. Should he offer assistance? After a moment's thought, seeing Heir's increasingly flushed cheeks, he sighed and slowly made his way into the crowd. Since most present were young children around 8 or 9 years old, and with his advantage and soul power, he easily navigated to the center, proclaiming, "Heir Go, didn't the sect master have something to discuss with you? You should go. No need to mind me. I've already familiarized myself with the area." His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, causing them to turn their attention towards him. Upon hearing that the sect master sought Heir, they parted ways. Tuoba Heir understood the hint, casting Tuoba Chen a grateful glance before making his exit through the crowd. As Tuoba Chen watched Heir's retreating figure, he felt a smile creeping onto his face. It was hard to imagine such an imposing figure being so bashful. Now, all eyes turned to Tuoba Chen, a newcomer they had never encountered, eliciting their curiosity regarding his identity. Surrounded by a throng of young children, he felt a bit flustered, knowing that most of them had well-defined abs. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" a shorter boy inquired, but Tuoba Chen chose not to respond, finding the boy's tone overly confrontational. Thus, he turned to walk away. Suddenly, he felt someone grasp his hand. "I'm talking to you. Don't walk away. Are you close with Heir? Answer me." While Tuoba Chen had a generally good temperament, he would not tolerate such provocations from Brat. "Let go," he stated coldly. Due to the influence of the cold spirit grass, he exuded an icy demeanor when not smiling, giving him an air of authority even in seriousness. The boy, startled by his response, instinctively released his grip. Once free, Tuoba Chen prepared to leave. He found no common ground with these children. Watching him depart, an unnamed fury welled up within the boy. As the son of an elder, it was the first time anyone had treated him so rudely in public. Observing the surrounding gazes, he felt as though they were mocking him. In reality, no one paid him much mind, but he could not shake the sensation. Suddenly, in a fit of irrationality, he swung a punch towards Tuoba Chen's back. As his fist drew closer to the departing figure, a thrill of excitement washed over him. "You'll soon see my strength." Sensing the commotion behind him, Tuoba Chen turned and landed a precise punch on the boy's chin, causing a front tooth to fly from his mouth. Tuoba Yu crouched on the ground, clutching his mouth in agony, while Tuoba Chen merely cast him a fleeting glance before departing. Such a poorly brought-up child would inevitably face consequences, whether from him or others. The excruciating pain in Tuoba Yu's mouth was unbearable, yet what tormented him even more were the gazes of those around him. He had always prided himself on his reputation, considering himself the second most gifted among the younger generation, surpassed only by Tuoba Haiyun. Now, however, he had lost a tooth to a seemingly fragile young man, and he could not bear the humiliation. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel! What is your name?" "My grandfather is the fourth elder. Return and bow to me in apology, or I shall not let you off easily." Tuoba Chen, unfazed by the words, continued on his way, dismissing the illogical and troublesome antics of this self-centered fool who felt the need to announce his lineage. After leaving the martial arts arena, Tuoba Chen made his way to the residence arranged for him by Tuoba Shi. The dwelling was not far from the arena, but he had only seen the entrance and was yet to explore the surroundings. However, given his grandfather's status as the great elder, he assumed it would not be lacking in comfort. Upon arriving, he found a quaint little courtyard. The first sight that greeted him was a tidy patch of open space. To the left lay various training apparatus, while the right was adorned with an array of weapons. Straight ahead stood a rather unremarkable house. Tuoba Chen nodded in approval. It was satisfactory and indeed resembled a place where soul masters, who practiced external techniques, would reside. Though it appeared simple, it contained everything one could need. After a brief inspection of the house, he filled a bucket with water from the bathroom and placed the herbs he would require for his medicinal bath into it, preparing for his training session. As he began practicing a set of dragon-shaped techniques, the courtyard door was suddenly flung open. Instinctively, he turned to see who had entered, and Tuoba Haiyun met his gaze. Maintaining a posture resembling a soaring dragon, Tuoba Chen looked questioningly at Tuoba Haiyun. Leisurely, Tuoba Haiyun raised his right hand, pointing to the soul guide ring upon it, and said, "Training materials." He then approached Tuoba Chen and emptied the contents of the ring before him. Instantly, a small mountain of herbs accumulated at Tuoba Chen's feet. Recognizing most of the materials, black moon grass, with silver flower, blue glimmerstone, he realized they were all top-tier herbs. There were approximately 30 portions, enough to sustain him for a month, far superior to what he had previously used. He estimated the value of these materials to exceed 80,000 gold coins, implying that the sect would spend a similar amount monthly on his medicinal baths, not to mention other resources. However, as he surveyed the herbs before him, Tuoba Chen found himself less exhilarated than he had anticipated, instead feeling a heavy weight of pressure. This represented 60% of the resources allocated for the younger generation of the sect. His first visit to the Holy Dragon sect had garnered the attention of the sect leader, merely by showcasing the results of his transformation technique. He noted that the Holy Dragon sect had evidently struggled to produce talented individuals in recent years. It was said that Tuoba Shi awakened his martial soul with innate soul power at level 9, a feat echoed by his grandfather. Yet in their generation, none had reached such heights. Furthermore, the white armor Earth Dragon martial soul was notoriously slow in cultivation, requiring time to practice the transformation technique. Tuoba Shi seemed to be banking everything on the hope that among the younger generation, one could emerge as a titled Delois, thus preserving the sects standing among the lower 4 sections. Subsequently, Tuoba Haiyun produced a piece of paper and began to elucidate the usage of the herbs. He did not disclose that he was the previous recipient of such treatment, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing from his father that the sect's training resources would now be directed towards Tuoba Chen, he felt a sense of relief, not from a lack of desire to train, but rather from the overwhelming pressure entailed. Noticing Tuoba Chen's serious demeanor, Tuoba Haiyun opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he simply said, "Do your best," and departed, leaving Tuoba Chen alone with a heap of herbs, lost in thought. However, Tuoba Chen quickly recollected his identity as a time traveler, a protagonist of legend. If he could not succeed, who else could? With this resolve, he promptly followed Tuoba Haiyun's instructions, preparing a fresh bucket of medicinal bath and returning to his training. Before commencing, he selected a fruit known as the boundless fruit from among the herbs and consumed it in a few bites. Rich in energy, this fruit could not be used in a medicinal bath but was meant to be eaten raw. Its purpose was simple. After consumption, Its energy would gradually permeate the host's body during training, enhancing physical strength. This boundless fruit was undoubtedly the most precious among the materials, valued at 2,000 gold soul coins per fruit. With a top-tier membership card from the Seven Treasures Merchant Guild, it could be procured for just 1,500 gold coins. Tuoba Chen had previously deemed it too expensive and refrained from using it. Now, he was astonished that he could utilize such high-grade materials daily in his cultivation. After consuming one fruit, Tuoba Chen practiced 3 complete sets of dragon-shaped techniques before finally entering the already prepared high-grade medicinal bath. The moment he submerged himself, he experienced a peculiar sensation, markedly different from the refreshing feeling of previous baths. This medicinal bath, derived from high-quality materials, was exceedingly viscous, enveloping him like a thick liquid. Simultaneously, as he resumed his training, he noticed not only the restoration of his physical stamina, but also an acceleration in his cultivation speed. While previously his training speed had increased from 1 to 15, it now escalated to 2. He could distinctly feel the gradual enhancement of his skin, flesh, bones, marrow, and organs. A sense of concern began to creep in. Would these herbs be overly nourishing? Once absorbed, he would likely be bursting with energy, leaving him restless at night. Would he have to train throughout the night? After worrying, he was filled with joy. With so many resources at his disposal, if he could not surpass Tang San, he might as well resign himself to fate. It took him a full 4 hours to completely absorb the resources, after which he was treated to the sect's signature nourishing meal. As a key focus of cultivation within the sect, his diet was upgraded to consist entirely of century-old soul beast meat for 3 meals a day, with an additional serving of millennium soul beast meat on weekends. Having heard that Tuoba Shidu did not enjoy such privileges, Tuoba Chen could not help but sigh while savoring the unknown meat jerky from a soul beast in his hand, reflecting on the monotonous and flavorless existence of the wealthy. Why was it that every time he felt he was living in luxury, fate would remind him otherwise? Tuoba Chen expressed a profound disdain for such a lavish lifestyle, deciding to endure the pain alone so that others would not have to experience it as well. The jerky was indeed quite delicious. Chapter 59. Cousins. Afterward, Tuoba Chen practiced until the late hours of the night before finally drifting into a slumber. It was not that he was truly exhausted. Rather, he considered his young age and deemed it wise to reserve some time for sleep, lest he hinder his growth in the future. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu, who had just returned to his residence after having his front tooth knocked out by Tuoba Chen's punch, noticed that the small courtyard across from him, previously unoccupied, was now illuminated. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the implications of this light. Their complex contained 15 such courtyards, inhabited by the 14 grandchildren of the 8 elders and Tuoba Yunhai. The illumination indicated that a descendant of one of the elders had moved in. Although intrigued, he decided to wait until tomorrow to pay a visit, as it was rather late, and he felt it prudent to get acquainted with the new neighbor. Earlier, he had visited his grandfather to inquire about Tuoba Chen, despite not knowing his name. However, given Tuoba Chen's distinctive appearance, he found it relatively easy to identify him. After all, the children of the Holy Dragon sect typically possessed a sturdy and robust demeanor, making Tuoba Chen's unique look stand out. With that thought, he lay down to sleep, though discomfort from his sore mouth kept him tossing and turning until late into the night. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Tuoba Chen awakened. The medicinal herbs he had consumed the previous day had proven to be overly nourishing, leaving him with residual energy that made him feel restless. Rather than lie idle, he decided to rise and exercise. He retrieved a weighted training suit from his storage, which he had not worn in a long time due to the difficulty of mastering the dragon transformation technique. Now, it appeared that the suit would serve its purpose once again. After donning the suit, Tuoba Chen felt a slight increase in weight. But given the improvements in his physical strength compared to before, this was hardly a concern. He anticipated that training while wearing it would provide a markedly different experience. Morning arrived, and suddenly there was a knock at the courtyard door. "Is anyone there?" "I am Tuoba Yu, your neighbor," came the voice from outside. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet Tuoba Chen could not place it. He opened the door to find a child standing before him, missing a front tooth. The atmosphere was awkward, and after a prolonged silence, Tuoba Yu huffed and departed. Observing the retreating figure, Tuoba Chen wondered if the boy had truly come to visit. He scratched his head, realizing that the child did not seem so unpleasant after all. Perhaps he had been a bit too harsh in knocking out the boy's tooth. Nevertheless, he felt no inclination to chase after him. Acknowledging fault was simply out of the question. Ultimately, it was the boy's own fault for initiating the confrontation. Tuoba Chen mused. As night fell, Tuoba Chen entered the medicinal bath, utterly fatigued. It had been quite some time since he had felt such exhaustion. Yet a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. He had fully absorbed the effects of the infinite fruit, albeit at the cost of excruciating pain in his arms with every movement. This discomfort, however, was deemed worthwhile, as he could feel his physical strength augmenting at a visible rate. Consequently, his capacity for soul power would also increase, given that a more resilient body could compress soul power more effectively. This cycle would ultimately allow him to bear a higher age limit for his next soul ring. While the exact extent of this enhancement remained uncertain, he could enlist Tuoba Meng's assistance to gauge his limits when the time came. Of course, there was a minor drawback to this progression. He would require more soul power to level up. However, with ample resources for cultivation, his overall training speed had still seen improvement. 6 days later, within the Holy Dragon sect, individuals were bustling in and out of the main hall, seemingly preparing for an event. Tuoba Chen pushed open the simple wooden door, stepping out of his small courtyard for the first time in 6 days. During this time, he had not squandered a single moment. Meals were delivered to him, and his clothes were laundered. Aside from training, there was little for him to contemplate. As fortune would have it, just as he stepped outside, he encountered the boy whose tooth he had knocked out. Tuoba Chen was taken aback. The sun had barely risen, and it was likely just past 5 o'clock. The boy seemed to be on his way to the training grounds, revealing a surprising diligence for one so young. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, Tuoba quickly turned on his heel and fled. Over the past few days, he had come to understand his neighbor's identity, the grandson of Elder Tuoba Meng, a prodigy who had broken through to the second layer of the transformative dragon technique at the tender age of 8. Although still young and not highly ranked, the sect was pouring resources into his development, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Tuoba Haiyun. Regret washed over Tuoba Yu for his impulsive attack on Tuoba Chen, prompting his hasty retreat upon their encounter. Noticing the boy's reaction, Tuoba Chen felt no desire to mock him. After all, he was merely a child, and it seemed he had learned to be cautious. As for Tuoba Chen, he resolved to be gentler in the future, lest he knock out another tooth. With that thought, he made his way to the main hall, where a competent-looking elder was organizing preparations for the Holy Dragon Feast. The elder, Tuoba Chen, the fourth elder of the sect, and Tuoba Yu's grandfather, acknowledged Tuoba Chen's arrival but did not engage with him, likely due to the recent incident involving his grandson's tooth. Having spent only a short time outside, Tuoba Chen quickly grew bored. What was the purpose of his outing? Wandering without the prospect of gaining cultivation seemed futile, and he considered returning to his training. However, just as he turned to leave, he spotted 3 small figures peeking from behind the door, half their heads visible as they spied on him. Approaching them, he startled the trio. "Who are you, and why are you watching me?" he inquired. Yet the children, undeterred by his presence, were not afraid, for he was merely an 8-year-old boy himself, and his charming appearance did not evoke the image of a villain. "We are your cousins," one slightly older boy replied. "Yes, your cousins," added a little girl beside him. "Cousins," echoed the last boy enthusiastically. "Cousins?" It appeared that his father had several siblings. Considering this, he asked, "What do you want from me?" "We want to find you. Our mother asked us to," they chorused. "Yes, our mother wants to see you," they reiterated. "Oh," Tuoba Chen mused, deducing that their mother was likely his aunt or some relative. He was curious as to what she wanted from him. However, since she is his aunt, he felt assured that she would not bring him harm. He then said, "All right, lead the way." The 3 of them responded in unison. Chapter 60, Self-Created Soul Techniques. They held onto Tuoba Chen's hand and guided him towards the residence of the deacon. The direct descendants of the Holy Dragon sect each had their own accommodations, and the deacon was no exception. From a distance, he spotted his father engaged in conversation with a robust young woman. If all went as expected, that woman was indeed his aunt. As anticipated, upon seeing her, the 3 little ones dashed toward her. The young woman effortlessly scooped all 3 children into her embrace. Tuoba Yin greeted her, saying, "Xiao Chun, this is your aunt. My sister. Xiao Yu, this is my son. Handsome. Ascent." Tuoba Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tuoba Chen's good looks. "Hello, aunt." Tuoba Chen greeted politely. "Hello, Xiao Chun." Tuoba Yu replied, affectionately ruffling his hair. Feeling the warmth on his head, Tuoba Chen was somewhat displeased. In his hometown, there was a superstition that ruffling one's hair would hinder growth. In his previous life, he stood at a mere 159 centimeters, and he recalled a time when he tried to enlist in the army. Although he met all other requirements, he ultimately fell short at the height requirement of 160 centimeters, leaving him self-conscious about his stature ever since. He hoped to grow taller in this life, so he was not fond of such gestures. However, seeing the muscular arms of his aunt, Tuoba Chen chose to acquiesce. Noticing this, Tuoba Yin chuckled, saying, "All right, Xiaoyu, stop ruffling Xiao Chen's hair. He doesn't like it." "Oh." Tuoba Yu replied, retracting her hand. Tuoba Yin continued, "This summer, you will study soul power control under your aunt." Soul power control? Truth be told, Tuoba Chen had already honed his skills in this area to an impressive level, even capable of altering the way he utilized his soul techniques, reaching the point of self-creation. After all, he had been under Qin Ming's tutelage for 2.5 years. He was no fool, and couldn't he possibly lack proficiency in soul power control? Yet, Tuoba Yin continued speaking for himself, as white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters. We often waste a significant amount of soul power due to its abundance within us when executing soul techniques. Thus, we must learn to control our soul power for greater endurance in battle. In this regard, your aunt possesses far more talent than I. Studying under her will expedite your progress. Tuoba Chen, unsure how to respond, knew he had already mastered soul power control. However, not wanting to disrupt his training progress, he politely declined. I apologize, aunt, but I believe my control over soul power is sufficient, and I do not wish to trouble you." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's refusal, both Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu were taken aback. Tuoba Yin was aware that Tuoba Chen could not refuse anything related to cultivation. Did he not understand the advantages of mastering soul power control? However, before Tuoba Yin could speak, Tuoba Yu interjected, "Shout, Chen, if that is the case. I want to force you." Her tone was noticeably displeased. Many younger disciples sought her guidance, yet she could hardly be bothered to assist unless it involved her elder brother's child. Realizing that Tuoba Yu had misinterpreted his intentions, Tuoba Chen decided it would be best to clarify. "Aunt, please don't be upset. It's not that I don't want to learn from you, but rather that I've already grasped the method of controlling soul power, hence my reluctance to impose." Surprised by his response, Tuoba Yin was unaware of his son's circumstances at school. In his view, achieving such a level at this age was already commendable, leaving little time for further exploration of soul power control. Tuoba Yu shared a similar sentiment. Observing their expressions, it was clear they were skeptical. Sighing, Tuoba Chen proposed, "How about I demonstrate?" Yes, they both expressed eagerness to see if what he claimed was true. Although he stood before a soul emperor and a soul sage, Tuoba Chen felt no anxiety. Over the past 2 years at the academy, he had nearly perfected the application of his first soul technique, experimenting with every conceivable method. Martial soul, manifest. Upon uttering these words, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, emerged around him. Watching this extraordinary combination of soul rings, Tuoba Yu's eyes widened. Although she had heard of them before, seeing them in person was a first, igniting her curiosity. Earth Spike. Without any warning, Tuoba Chen unleashed the Earth Spike skill upon the Iron Man in Tuoba Yu's courtyard. Instantly, 3 thick, sharp spikes pierced the Iron Man with force. Perhaps due to the Iron Man's formidable solidity, the spikes did not penetrate, but the contact produced a jarring metallic screech. Witnessing this, Tuoba Yu nodded. To be able to execute such an Earth Spike at level 22 was indeed impressive. However, achieving it was not particularly difficult. It merely required a greater output of soul power. If Tuoba Chen's claim of mastery in soul power control rested on this alone, she would be somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, Tuoba Chen showed no sign of withdrawing his martial soul. It was evident he had more to demonstrate. Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Chen activated his first soul ring again. But this time, he announced a different technique. Earth Sink. With that, the soil beneath the Iron Man suddenly softened, causing the weighty figure to sink into the ground, leaving only its head above the surface. Both Tuoba Yin and his sister were taken aback. Had Tuoba Chen truly developed self-created soul techniques to this extent during his 2 years at the academy? Yet, Tuoba Chen's performance was far from over. He manipulated the earth to lift the Iron Man back to the surface, then declared, "Earth Burial." With that, the soil around the Iron Man surged upward, enveloping him entirely and sealing him within airtight. The principle behind Earth Spike involved altering the Earth structure, and over the past 2 years, he had transformed his First Soul technique into something akin to a form of Earth manipulation, allowing him to alter the structure of the ground at will. After showcasing several more skills, he retracted his martial soul, confident that his demonstration sufficed to prove his adept control over his soul power. Turning around, he found both individuals gazing at him with grave expressions. Tuoba Chen, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Xiao Chun, just how many self-created soul techniques have you mastered?" His tone was earnest. He believed he understood his son well, yet the display before him exceeded his expectations, presenting a level of excellence that felt unfamiliar. Chapter 61. Beast Battle. In response to Tuoba Chen's inquiry, he calmly replied, "In total, 17 techniques, which I have collectively named Earth Escape." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Chen, although unaware of what soil escape entailed, refrained from inquiring further, fearing that excessive questioning would render him tedious. Conversely, Tuoba Chen's aunt displayed even greater enthusiasm than Tuoba Chen. She playfully encircled Tuoba Chen's neck with her elbow, exclaiming, "What a remarkable young man, truly the son of the elder brother. It seems my prior intention to teach you was somewhat unnecessary. Your mastery of soul power is likely superior to ours. You are indeed impressive." Tuoba Yu's words were not mere modesty. The control of soul power is inherently linked to one's innate talent. Some individuals may train for a lifetime, yet achieve little, while others may grasp it within days. Clearly, Tuoba Chen possessed an exceptional aptitude in this regard. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen engaged in conversation with Tuoba Yu, who successfully persuaded him to assist in caring for her children. After a day spent together, he learned the names of the 3 little ones: the eldest, Tuoba Ri; the second, Tuoba Yu; and the youngest, Tuoba Xing. Their names, reminiscent of celestial bodies, reflect the simplicity of their parents' naming process. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sacred dragon feast commenced. The sacred dragon sect was aglow with lights, as all direct disciples gathered for this decennial celebration. With everyone in attendance, Tuoba Shi raised his cup and drained its contents before declaring the feast officially underway. A chorus of cheers erupted, for the uniqueness of the occasion promised a banquet featuring the flesh of century-old soul beasts and exquisite beverages crafted from rare herbs. The outer disciples, who rarely encountered such delicacies, eagerly indulged themselves. Amidst the festivities, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat out of place, not because of pretension, but rather due to his recent meal of millennium-old soul beast meat. With everyone gathered, he felt compelled to attend. The sacred dragon battle marked the final day of the celebrations, and rumors hinted at additional activities over the next 2 days. Although uncertain of what those events entailed, he deemed it wise to participate, confident that it would bear no detriment. 3 hours later, as the guests finished their feasting, Tuoba Shi stood and announced, "It appears that everyone has dined sufficiently. I hereby declare the commencement of the first day's activities of the Sacred Dragon Feast, the Beast Battle." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Tuoba Shi certainly commanded respect. The attendants began to clear a large circular space, with a steward stationed at intervals to safeguard the audience. Soon, Tuoba Chen noticed a cage being wheeled in from a distance. His keen eyesight quickly discerned its occupant, a winged leopard, a soul beast renowned for its swiftness. Judging by its size, this particular winged leopard was at least a century old. The presence of the beast stirred unease among the spectators. Many were mere first-ring soul masters with little combat experience against soul beasts, having relied on familial assistance to acquire their soul rings. The sight of the 2-meter-long winged leopard unnerved them, yet Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. Having engaged in battles against soul beasts prior to acquiring his first soul ring, he was well acquainted with their characteristics. His encounters in the setting sun forest had equipped him with considerable knowledge. The winged leopard was indeed among the fastest of soul beasts, with few rivals in agility. However, it was not without weaknesses. While its explosive power was formidable, its endurance was lacking. If a contender could not subdue it within 20 minutes, the winged leopard would likely succumb to fatigue. Although the white armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters were known for their offensive capabilities, their defensive strength often exceeded their attack power, making them formidable opponents in prolonged engagements. Thus, the winged leopard should not pose an insurmountable challenge for them, especially given that the white armor earth dragons had a natural advantage against the beast. Furthermore, the winged leopard appeared considerably weaker than usual, likely due to prolonged starvation. While hunger could ignite a beast's ferocity, it would nonetheless impact its condition, and this particular winged leopard would likely tire after a mere 15 minutes of combat. Its explosive power diminished as well. Yet, the other disciples lacked Tuoba Chen's extensive knowledge and began to panic. I trust you all understand the implications of the beast battle upon sighting this winged leopard. Indeed, the beast battle entails a confrontation with a century-old soul beast. Tuoba, she proclaimed, prompting a pallor among the younger generation. However, he continued, do not fear. Participation in the beast battle is entirely your choice. Should you choose to engage, we guarantee your safety. This winged leopard has gone without food for a week, rendering it quite weak. Of course, its hunger may render it irritable, but if you're not intimidated by normal combat, sustaining minor injuries should enable you to triumph over it. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, there are 11 soul saints present to ensure your safety. I can assure you that your lives are not in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt reassured. Knowing their lives were not at risk, many were willing to step forward, although none were eager to take the initiative. Observing the expressions of those around him, Tuoba Chen was about to volunteer when Tuoba Yu, standing nearby, boldly declared, I shall go first. With that, he stepped forward. Tuoba Chen regarded the boy with surprise. He had not anticipated this audacious child would exhibit such courage. Tuoba Yu, noticing the admiring gazes of his peers, felt a swell of pride. Though only 8 years old, he had already achieved level 18, an impressive feat within their sect, given the challenges they faced in leveling up. Tuoba, she regarded Tuoba Yu with approval. Despite the boy's arrogance, he indeed possessed the merit to be confident. With Tuoba Yu's entrance, the winged leopard was released from its cage, and the stewards conjured a protective barrier to shield the younger disciples. Faced with the formidable creature, Tuoba Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, despite his earlier bravado. The intimidating presence of the soul beast quickly became apparent. Noticing the slight tremor in Tuoba Yu's legs, Tuoba Chen shook his head. Given the winged leopard's current weakness, if the boy could muster his courage, he stood a good chance of victory. However, excessive fear could diminish his chances. Now committed to the challenge, Tuoba Yu steeled himself and declared, first soul skill, bone sword. Instantly, a sword forged from bone materialized in his hand, granting him a newfound sense of assurance. Upon witnessing the soul force of his opponent, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. The skills of soul masters were indeed wondrous and varied. However, he remained uncertain about the quality of the weapons forged from such soul energy. The winged leopard gazed at the diminutive figure before it, its eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. It was ravenously hungry. Yet, it had not entirely succumbed to its primal instincts, for the soul masters surrounding it were far too formidable. It seemed that only the small figure ahead could offer a worthy challenge. With this thought in mind, the winged leopard launched an unhesitating assault on Tuoba Yu. The ensuing spectacle revealed to Tuoba Chen the capabilities of weapons crafted through soul techniques. Observing the winged leopard's attack, Tuoba Yu raised his bone sword and braced himself to withstand the assault. The creature's claws grazed the sword, leaving merely a shallow groove. Nevertheless, when Tuoba Yu touched the groove, it flattened out immediately. Indeed, the weapon was remarkably resilient, capable of self-repair as long as there was soul power available. Tuoba Chen began to grasp the potential of weapons produced by soul techniques. Following the initial failed strike, the winged leopard persisted in its attacks, not expecting to vanquish its foe in a single blow. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu gained confidence. The soul beast was not as menacing as it appeared. Aside from its swiftness, its offensive capabilities seemed rather lackluster. Soon, both combatants were embroiled in a protracted struggle. As Tuoba Chen had predicted, after a quarter of an hour, the winged leopard's onslaught slowed, while Tuoba Yu remained agile and composed. Ultimately, after 20 minutes of combat, Tuoba Yu pierced the winged leopard's throat with his sword. In that instant, as the bone sword penetrated the beast's form, Tuoba Chen distinctly observed numerous barbs suddenly sprouting from the blade. With a swift pull, Tuoba Yu exacerbated the wound, and the winged leopard collapsed lifelessly. The surrounding clansmen erupted into applause, reveling in their admiration. Tuoba, you felt a profound sense of fulfillment. While Tuoba, she announced, Tuoba, you has successfully challenged the beast, earning 100 personal points. Hearing this, Tuoba, you felt a surge of delight. He had initially thought it was merely a demonstration, but was pleasantly surprised by the reward of sect points. The disciples residing in the sect received points monthly, which could be used to acquire various items. Outer disciples earned 10 points each month, inner disciples 20, and core disciples 50. Although Tuoba, you was a core disciple, this 100 points equated to 2 months' worth of points, enough to exchange for several valuable items. While the crowd envied Tuoba, Tuoba Chen recognized the true power of weapons forged through soul techniques. As for rewards, he was fortunate enough to have ample training resources each month. Thus he paid little heed to the matter of rewards. Soon, the wind leopard's carcass was dragged away, and Tuoba Chen vaguely noticed it being sent toward the kitchen. However, his concern was not with the fate of the wind leopard's body. Far more pressing was the emergence of the second soul beast, where he beheld the next challenger. Tuoba Chen refrained from stepping forward. It was a massive hyena, aged 200 years. For others, this formidable creature might present a significant challenge. Yet Tuoba Chen felt no inclination to engage. After all, it was merely a soul beast of 2 centuries. Perhaps only a beast of 500 years or more would pique his interest. Tuoba Chen recalled that the hyena possessed a bite force surpassing that of a lion. Despite its name, it belonged to the feline family. Its appearance merely resembled that of a dog. The reason it could bite harder than a lion, yet still be overpowered, lay primarily in the differences in size and dentition. While hyenas were generally larger than leopards, they were still slightly smaller than lions. The strength of the bite was determined by the structure of the teeth, but in combat, the canines proved decisive. Lions and similar beasts wielded stronger canines, allowing them to easily dispatch hyenas. Yet, the giant hyena before them was substantially larger than typical lion or tiger soul beasts, possessing far superior strength, likely far exceeding that of the previous wind leopard. Expecting the crowd to fall into silence, Tuoba Chen was surprised when the arena erupted with excitement at the appearance of the giant hyena. I want to challenge the second soul beast. Get out of my way. Let me try. I want to go too. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Chen shook his head, bemused. These youngsters were blissfully unaware of the dangers they faced. The 200-year-old giant hyena, measuring 4 meters in length, was evidently far more formidable than the previous wind leopard. However, when he turned his gaze to Tuoba Shi, he noticed the latter stifling a laugh. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen understood. At the Holy Dragon sect, during a previous visit to the library with Tuoba Haiyun, he had observed that aside from a few adults, there were hardly any children present. These youngsters likely did not possess a strong interest in reading and thus lacked significant knowledge regarding soul beasts. If this battle could impart to them the importance of understanding soul beasts, then enduring a few minor injuries would be worthwhile. With this thought, Tuoba Chen smiled. Indeed, experiencing it firsthand was the most effective method. Ultimately, the challenger against the giant hyena was a 9-year-old boy. Although he was a year older than Tuoba Yu, he was also at level 18, albeit with a slower progression in the first tier of the dragon transformation technique. Nevertheless, his overall strength was comparable. As he entered the arena, the giant hyena was released from its cage. In an instant, the boy felt an overwhelming pressure. The moment the giant hyena was unleashed, it charged furiously towards him. Caught off guard, he barely had time to react before a steward whisked him away from the arena. The position he had just occupied was replaced by the gaping maw of the giant hyena. The recently rescued disciple cast a fearful glance at the creature on stage, while the surrounding younger disciples fell silent, the air thick with an eerie stillness. The boy who had just taken the stage was no weakling. He ranked among the top 10 in their group. Aside from a few who had already surpassed level 20 and Tuoba Yu, few peers could rival him. His defeat was unexpected for the onlookers. Seeing this, Tuoba, she feigned seriousness and remarked, "Is there no one else?" Just moments ago, everyone was eager to participate. What is this? A little setback, and you all lose your spirit? It's merely a 200-year-old giant hyena. Tuoba Feng, you had every chance to defeat it, yet you underestimated your opponent, stepping onto the stage without even summoning your martial spirit. You deserve to lose. And what about you all? Do you lack the courage to even attempt? If you had been diligent in your studies, you would know precisely where the giant hyena's weaknesses lie. After this speech, the crowd felt a wave of shame, especially Tuoba Feng. who wished he could disappear into the ground. In reality, Tuoba Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated. The giant hyena, having only fasted for 2 days, retained considerable energy and strength, sufficient to breach the defenses of their white armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters. However, in order to encourage them, he chose to speak this way, for without such battles, their growth would be significantly hampered. After a lengthy pause, a second challenger finally emerged. Unlike the previous contestant, this one was a level 21 Great Soul Master, but he was also 10 years old. His previous reluctance to emerge was not born of fear, but rather a lack of interest in a 200-year-old soul beast. It was only when he observed that no one else had stepped forward that he decided to make his appearance. Upon witnessing the second challenger face the giant hyena, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped the giant hyena would engage with several more disciples before being dispatched. However, due to its status as a Grand Soul Master, the 200-year-old giant hyena could not withstand the challenge and ultimately met its demise with a broken neck. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that it was unlikely any challenger below level 20 would step forward now. He then exchanged a few words with the attendant beside him. Shortly thereafter, after announcing the rewards, a third soul beast was pushed forward. As Tuoba Chen beheld the third soul beast, his eyes narrowed. A 500-year-old giant-toothed golden leopard. Gazing at the 3-meter-long creature within the iron cage, Tuoba Chen's expression grew serious. This beast was unlike the previous wind leopard. In a strict comparison, the wind leopard was akin to a cheetah from the original world, a creature often regarded as the disgrace of wild felines. In contrast, the giant-toothed golden leopard was comparable to a leopard. Although it bore a resemblance to the cheetah, its prowess far surpassed that of the latter, even exceeding that of the spotted hyena. The sect leader had indeed played a cunning game, initially sending forth the weaker wind leopard, then deliberately increasing the challenge by introducing the more formidable giant hyena. After its defeat, he feigned disappointment and unleashed the deceptively similar giant-toothed golden leopard, misleading them into believing that all leopard-type soul beasts were weaklings, while in reality, the giant-toothed golden leopard was a formidable adversary. Sure enough, a young soul master fell into this trap, hastily stepping onto the stage to challenge the newly revealed leopard. Tuoba Chen couldn't help but lament that inexperienced soul masters ought to read more. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to the strength of their opponents, unaware of how they might meet their demise. Tuoba Chen, too, was taken aback by the presence of challengers who had yet to reach the Grand Soul Master level. To be honest, he did not share the multitude of concerns Tuoba Chen had speculated about, as he merely followed the sequence of summoning soul beasts from the weakest to the strongest. However, he was astonished to discover that his own disciples could not even distinguish between the wind leopard and the giant-toothed golden leopard. As anticipated, within 3 seconds, the young soul master was rescued by an attendant. The crowd soon grasped the capabilities of the giant-toothed golden leopard. While its speed did not match that of the wind leopard, its overall combat prowess utterly eclipsed that of its predecessor, and this was still a 500-year-old soul beast. Tuoba Chen scanned the surroundings and noted that no one dared to ascend the stage. Thus, he stepped forward himself. A 500-year-old soul beast indeed warranted a battle. As he entered the arena, he captured the attention of all present. The elders recognized his significance, as he was one of only 2 individuals in the history of the Sacred Dragon sect to have broken through the second layer of the Transformational Dragon decision before reaching level 20. The younger generation also remembered him from the training ground when he had knocked out Tuoba Yu's tooth with a single punch. Although Tuoba Chen was under the spotlight, he felt no anxiety. Having been the center of attention at the Tianshui Royal Academy daily, he had long since acclimated to such scrutiny. Upon taking the stage, Tuoba Chen immediately activated his martial soul, his 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, captivating all eyes. Due to his consumption of the cold spirit grass, an aura of chilling energy radiated from him, and at that moment, despite standing only 155 centimeters tall, his presence felt as imposing as 280 centimeters, rivaling that of the giant-toothed golden leopard. The one most eager for Tuoba Chen's performance was Tuoba Yu, who fervently hoped that Tuoba Chen could triumph over the giant-toothed golden leopard. His desire was not born from any sense of magnanimity or forgiveness concerning his lost tooth. Rather, he believed that if Tuoba Chen defeated the golden leopard, his own earlier embarrassment would be diminished. After all, in Tuoba Yu's eyes. Losing to a strong opponent was not disgraceful, but if Tuoba Chen were to lose, it would reflect poorly on him. With this thought in mind, he almost found himself cheering for Tuoba Chen. As Tuoba Chen stepped onto the stage, the giant-toothed golden leopard instinctively sensed the danger posed by this young human and hesitated to attack. Observing the leopard's moment of indecision, Tuoba Chen placed his hands on the ground. If the opponent was unwilling to make the first move, he would take the initiative. Earth Spike Charge. The giant-toothed golden leopard, unaware of what was unfolding, found Tuoba Chen's actions to be peculiar. Suddenly, without any warning, several slender earth spikes erupted beneath its feet. The sharp spikes pierced through its soft underbelly, brutally impaling its innards, causing blood to spill profusely. It was a swift execution. The once dreaded giant-toothed golden leopard was vanquished in less than 3 seconds, falling lifeless at Tuoba Chen's feet. Only Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu maintained their composure, seemingly having anticipated the outcome. Tuoba, she was taken aback, pondering the technique Tuoba Chen had just employed, which resembled an earth spike but bore distinct differences. Was it a self-created soul skill? The seasoned elders remained relatively unfazed, but those of Tuoba Chen's generation could hardly contain their astonishment, their eyes fervently scrutinizing him. Yet, Tuoba Chen himself was not surprised. This type of soul beast was merely soft in the abdomen. His earth spike charge was an improved version of the original technique, which would cause the ground to swell slightly before activation, allowing enemies to brace themselves. However, his modified earth spike charge did not provide such warnings. It would disperse a large amount of soul power into several smaller streams, launching the attack without any noticeable change in the ground. Unless the opponent could perceive the flow of soul power through the earth, they would be caught unaware. Yet, he had no reason to worry about that. After all, not everyone possessed the purple extreme demon eye, and even those who did might not be able to see the flow of soul power. The ability to achieve a one-hit kill was primarily due to his overwhelming advantage. After all, a soul beast remained a soul beast. While their intellect might surpass that of wild beasts from his previous life, they still fell short when compared to humans. They could hardly fathom that Tuoba Chen could launch a surprise attack on their weaknesses without ever approaching them. Thus, he felt no particular emotion regarding the swift defeat of the giant-toothed golden leopard. After some time had passed, once Tuoba Chen returned to the audience. Tuoba, she praised him and awarded him 500 points. Subsequently, Tuoba, she summoned 2 more 500-year-old soul beasts. He had originally prepared only 5 to participate in the beast battle, as they were all seedlings from the family. However, he had not anticipated that 3 would be dispatched so quickly. Ultimately, after the remaining beasts were dealt with, the beast battle concluded. With its end, the remaining participants faced 2 choices: to return for rest or to continue the revelry. Approximately 90% of the clan members opted to continue celebrating, with only a select few, like Tuoba Chen, who maintained strict discipline over their bodies, choosing to either rest or continue their training. Following his remarkable performance that night, Tuoba Chen firmly established himself in the hearts of the people, although several other soul masters had also triumphed over soul beasts. None had stunned the audience quite like Tuoba Chen, who had eliminated a 500-year-old giant-toothed golden leopard with such ease. Soon, the second day of the Sacred Dragon Feast arrived. Due to the festivities of the previous night, many attendees had slept throughout the day. However, this was of little concern, as the Sacred Dragon Feast would commence in the evening. In the early morning, Tuoba Chen rose from his slumber. However, unlike his usual routine, he did not continue with his workouts after performing his morning exercises. Instead, he ventured outside, a rare occurrence. Having won 500 points in the beast fighting competition yesterday, he realized that keeping them was of little use and that it would be wiser to spend them. Upon arriving at the exchange pavilion, Tuoba Chen noticed an elderly gentleman seated at the counter engrossed in a book. The old man looked up, momentarily stunned by Tuoba Chen's presence, and after recalling the faces in his memory, inquired, "Are you new here? I don't believe I've seen you before." The elder, who preferred tranquility, had not attended the Sacred Dragon Banquet the previous day and thus missed witnessing Tuoba Chen's impressive performance. Acknowledging the elder's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. I am indeed new." Since this is your first visit, let me explain the rules here. To enter the exchange pavilion, you must swipe your identity token. You're familiar with what an identity token is, correct? After the elder's remarks, Tuoba Chen nodded in affirmation, recalling that when he first joined the Sacred Dragon sect, Tuoba Haiyun had bestowed upon him his exclusive token. Upon presenting his identity token, the elder was somewhat taken aback. I did not expect you to be a core disciple. Being new, your strength is quite commendable. Thank you for your kind words. After swiping the token, Tuoba Chen's personal information appeared beside him. Name, Tuoba Chen, grandson of the Grand Elder. Status, core disciple. One of the heirs to the sect master. Points balance, 2,000. Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be 500? Why did he have 2,000? What was going on? The elder, noticing Tuoba Chen's confusion, elaborated. You must be wondering why you possess such a substantial amount of points. I can certainly explain. Tuoba Chen, you have spent much time away and may not be entirely aware of the internal workings of the sect. As the son of an elder, once you turn 6, provided your innate soul power is no less than level 7, you are automatically recognized as a core disciple of the sect. From that moment on, regardless of your location, as long as you do not betray the sect, points will be automatically credited to your identity token each month. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Tuoba Chen nodded in understanding. Realizing the source of his 2,000 points, he was 8.5 years old, meaning it had been 30 months since he turned 6. With each month yielding 50 points, that accounted for 1,500 points, plus the 500 points from the beast fighting competition, totaling exactly 2,000. Delighted by this revelation, Tuoba Chen appreciated the sect's humane policies, which would allow him to exchange for more items. Under the elder's guidance, he bypassed the first and second floors and proceeded directly to the third floor. Entry to the third floor typically required one to hold the position of a deacon. Yet Tuoba Chen, as an heir to the sect master, held an equivalent status, granting him access. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised. He had expected the higher tiers to contain fewer items, yet the abundance was astonishing, with various herbs and weapons exceeding 500 in number. Furthermore, he discovered the presence of soul-guiding devices nearby. After perusing the herbs, he realized he lacked nothing except for the most exquisite varieties, which he could easily exhaust through his monthly allocations. As for the soul-guiding devices, their exorbitant prices deterred him, and since he already possessed the Azure Dragon Pendant, he had no need for them. Thus, he was left with only the option of weapons. In the Doluo continent, many soul masters utilize some form of weaponry, as not everyone can elevate their rank beyond Soul Sovereign. Weapons can significantly enhance a soul master's combat prowess in lower-level battles, and with diligent practice, they can prove superior even in high-level confrontations. After a thorough inspection of the third floor, Tuoba Chen's gaze settled on 3 particular weapons. The first was the Mystic Silver Meteor Hammer, priced at 1,900 points. Crafted entirely from Mystic Silver, it was extraordinarily heavy and possessed immense destructive power. However, its weight posed a significant challenge, requiring considerable strength from the user. It was particularly suitable for the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters, known for their formidable strength, making such a blunt weapon ideal for them. The second was the Extreme Ice Emperor's Blade, available for 1,800 points. Forged primarily from the rare mineral frost iron, it carried an inherent frost effect that slowed enemies upon impact, while the blade itself was incredibly sharp, capable of instantly freezing wounds inflicted on opponents. Its drawback lay in the overwhelming cold it emanated, which could adversely affect the user with prolonged use. Nonetheless, this weapon suited him well, as he had consumed frost spirit grass, granting him substantial resistance to cold. The side effects were virtually negligible for him, rendering this weapon a perfect match. Finally, the third weapon, which held the utmost significance for Tuoba Chen, was the Void Cleaving Earth Spear, priced at 2,000 points. Crafted from a combination of Void Stone and Earth Stone, it possessed both ice and earth attributes, facilitating smoother soul power manipulation for ice or earth attribute soul masters while gradually enhancing their soul power recovery rate. In addition, its sharpness rendered it capable of slicing through iron as though it were clay. However, only soul masters with ice or earth attributes could wield it. After careful consideration, Tuoba Chen ultimately chose the Void Cleaving Earth Spear. For him, the ability to facilitate soul power manipulation was invaluable, particularly when employing his self-created soul techniques, which often led to some awkwardness due to alterations in their original usage. Simply put, it tended to extend the time he remained immobilized, With his spear, he could alleviate such concerns, and its additional minor soul power recovery attribute served as a bonus, akin to a power bank. Moreover, its steep price perfectly utilized his 2,000 points, and, after all, in the exchange pavilion of the sect, purchasing a costly item was seldom a mistake, as the sect would not exploit its own juniors. Additionally, he had ample books at home, making it relatively easy to find a suitable manual for spear techniques. Having made a selection, he swiped his identity token to acquire the void, cleaving earth spear, and departed. As he descended the stairs, the elderly gentleman at the counter cast a glance his way, surprised by Tuoba Chen's choice. Typically, younger disciples opted for various herbs. However, as the grandson of the Grand Elder, it was likely he was not in dire need of cultivation resources, especially considering the substantial 2,000 points. With that thought, the elder felt reassured. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tuoba Chen headed towards the Sacred Dragon Sect's library. Unlike the exchange pavilion, the library was freely accessible. The reason for this was primarily that disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect seldom took to reading, preferring solitary cultivation. The pursuit of knowledge often proved arduous for most children. Approaching the library, he soon located the material he sought, basic spear techniques. He believed it imperative to learn spear techniques, especially since he intended to visit Sea God Island in the future. No matter what, he would not forego the trials of Sea God Island. After all, for the 7 Shrek monsters, aside from the divine herbs, the journey to Sea God Island represented their greatest opportunity. Once he grew stronger, if he did not discover other more suitable locations for divine inheritance, Sea God Island would undoubtedly be among the places he must visit. Should he obtain the divine legacy of the Sea God, he would acquire the legendary Trident of the Sea God. After all, the trident and spear are akin in their design, and with a solid grasp of spear techniques, one could manage the trident with relative ease. The primary reason for not opting for a trident lies in the lack of a suitable one at the exchange pavilion. After registering at the entrance of the library pavilion, he returned to his small courtyard, retrieving the void-splitting spear from the dragon's fall. He attempted to wield it a few times, only to furrow his brow in contemplation. The spear felt unwieldy. At this moment, it was too heavy and lengthy for him. Standing at merely 1.55 meters, the spear stretched an impressive 2.5 meters, making it rather cumbersome to handle. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that as he grew taller, it would no longer pose such a challenge. Unfortunately, the spear lacked the capacity to resize, so he would have to make do for now, trusting that he would indeed grow. Producing the fundamental spear techniques, he diligently began practicing, meticulously following the instructions. The fundamental spear techniques recorded by the Holy Dragon Sect were comprehensive, detailing various maneuvers such as thrusting, sweeping, blocking, piercing, grasping, and circling. Thus, he spent the morning honing these foundational techniques. Being his first encounter with spear play, the results were less than satisfactory. Yet, he managed to achieve a semblance of form, which bore a hint of promise, although a discerning eye would reveal numerous shortcomings. However, given that this was his initial foray into spear techniques, he remained undeterred by the less-than-ideal outcome. With consistent practice, improvement was inevitable, unless he were completely devoid of talent, in which case a modest investment of time and training would still be worthwhile. Afterward, he resumed his training in the dragon transformation technique. Time swiftly passed, and evening approached. The proceedings before the Holy Dragon Feast the following day remained largely unchanged. The sect leader would offer a few words, followed by a feast, and only after everyone was well fed would the main event commence. However, unlike the previous day, the subsequent bout would feature the sect's youth competing against one another. This contest was designated for those aged 10 to 25, mirroring the battles to be held among the younger generation the next day. Yet, their rewards differed. They would not receive the benefits of the Holy Dragon Pool, as their physical ages had surpassed the threshold. Although the Holy Dragon Pool could greatly assist them, it was not an ideal solution, hence the differentiation in rewards for optimal resource allocation. While it was a test among the youth, the younger generation could voluntarily participate, albeit without any rewards. After all, it was unrealistic for a child under 10 to aspire for victory. Nonetheless, it presented a valuable opportunity for combat experience. Naturally, Tuoba Chen was eager to partake in this competition, as encounters with those at a higher level were rare. Most of his peers in school were novices, while the Mo brothers exhibited overwhelming prowess. Thus, there were few who matched his skill. This upcoming bout was indeed a rare opportunity. Subsequently, he registered with Tuoba Chen. Upon noticing his entry, secretly smiled. He had long been curious about Tuoba Chen's capabilities. The previous day's beast battle had provided no insight, but surely today's competition would reveal more. The registration concluded swiftly, and the duel would be conducted through a seemingly fair and transparent lottery system, at least on the surface. Whether Tuoba Chen engaged in any underhanded tactics remained uncertain. However, a little manipulation could be advantageous, as Tuoba Chen likely wouldn't pit him against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Alas, I apologize for the delay in posting. Unforeseen matters occupied my time. Given the hour, I shall refrain from further updates until morning. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 66. Have you had enough? Similar to the previous day's stage, the competition commenced at the entrance of the inner hall, which was spacious enough for their needs, as they were not high-ranking soul masters. Soon, Tuoba Chen reached into the lottery box, feigning a search before declaring. The first match will feature contestants Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yen. As expected, he drew Tuoba Chen's name alongside that of a relative of comparable strength. Upon seeing his name, Tuoba Chen felt no surprise. Tuoba Chen was undoubtedly the most eager to ascertain his true abilities. After all, he had invested considerable resources into Tuoba Chen's development and must have a clear understanding of what he was nurturing. The previous day's beast battle had only demonstrated Tuoba Chen's vast knowledge and formidable soul skills. What Tuoba Chen truly sought to witness was Tuoba Chen's combat awareness and potential. Although he would not withdraw his support if Tuoba Chen's performance fell short, he needed to identify any shortcomings to devise a more suitable training plan. After all, the emergence of a prodigy is a rare occurrence, and one cannot simply abandon their efforts. However, should Tuoba Chen perform abysmally, he would not squander resources on him, though the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. Tuoba Chen hoped for an impressive display from Tuoba Chen. He arranged for Tuoba Yen, a relative of a slightly higher level, level 25, to face him. This decision stemmed from the consideration that Tuoba Chen's second soul ring was a Millennium Soul Ring, naturally granting him an edge over his peers. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen did not expect Tuoba Chen to triumph, as Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child, while Tuoba Yen had already reached 14. The disparity in combat experience between a novice and a seasoned fighter was significant. Thus, he only hoped Tuoba Chen would manage to hold his ground without appearing too overwhelmed. Ideally, he would land a few strikes. As the two stepped into the arena, Tuoba Chen eyed the 170 centimeters tall young woman before him, feeling a weight of pressure. It wasn't that she possessed overwhelming strength. Rather, her physical development was quite pronounced. Previously, he had treated same-age girls as peers due to their lack of development, allowing him to view them as mere children during combat without any psychological burden. However, this young woman presented a different challenge, as he regarded himself as relatively reserved. Although he occasionally made cheeky remarks, he had never exploited his youthful innocence to engage in inappropriate behavior. Given that she belonged to his clan and he would likely encounter her frequently, he had to be careful not to inadvertently cross any boundaries. Having resolved his thoughts, he identified the areas on her body that he could target. As for Tuoba Yen, she was not burdened by such considerations. Observing the adorable young boy before her, she felt no disdain. She had witnessed Tuoba Chen's prowess in dispatching a soul beast the day before and acknowledged her inability to replicate such a feat therefore. She was determined to give her utmost in this battle. Noticing Tuoba Chen's serious demeanor, Tuoba, she couldn't help but smile slightly. It was commendable that, despite bearing the title of a genius, he approached the battle with such caution and respect for his opponent. Tuoba, she felt a sense of satisfaction at this display. Then, he announced, "Let the duel begin." In an instant, Tuoba Yen summoned her martial spirit and launched the first strike. Observing the imposing figure of the humanoid mother dragon before him, Tuoba Chen remained composed, his hands poised on the ground. The earth trembled beneath him. After finishing her words, Tuoba Yen, in the midst of her sprint, unexpectedly stepped into a void, causing her entire leg to sink into the earth. Sensing the imbalance in her right leg, she inwardly lamented her misfortune. However, Tuoba Chen was not one to dwell on such matters. Once the moment of stiffness passed, he observed that she had not fully extricated herself. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and struck towards her carotid artery with a swift palm. This maneuver was designed to temporarily sever her arterial blood supply, inducing a brief state of unconsciousness. Having frequently employed this technique during his battles over the past 2.5 years, he was confident in its efficacy, aside from the momentary fainting. It would not inflict lasting harm upon her body. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen was no novice. She had endured countless battles, unlike the sheltered children within the academy. She quickly reacted, invoking her second soul skill, Dragon Transformation. In an instant, her body was enveloped by a thick layer of scales. While Tuoba Chen had moderated the force of his attack, to her, it felt no more significant than a mere tickle. Conversely, Tuoba Chen seized his arm, preventing his escape, and delivered a punch to his abdomen. The impact resounded with a dull thud, sending a wave of discomfort through his innards. Undeterred, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon him. After executing a series of combination strikes, her fist was suddenly grasped by another hand. "Are you done?" A voice boomed from in front of her, instilling a sense of foreboding. Almost immediately, she felt an overwhelming force pulling her, and Tuoba Chen yanked her out of the fray. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. In that instant, she too felt the tumult within her core. The resilient scales offered little protection against his onslaught. Unlike her previous attacks, Tuoba Chen afforded her no opportunity for retaliation. His relentless barrage rendered her incapable of defense, ultimately culminating in a decisive kick that expelled her from the arena, thus concluding her suffering. As he watched Tuoba Chen fly away, a sense of calm washed over him. This encounter had been a grave miscalculation. He had underestimated his opponent, which led to his own injury. Soul Masters should uphold fairness, embracing equality between genders. This served as a lesson for him. He resolved to refrain from overthinking in the future. The reactions from the audience varied. Some were astonished, while others remained indifferent. Tuoba Chen maintained a composed demeanor. Although he had instructed Tuoba Chen to avoid a humiliating defeat, he was not entirely surprised by Tuoba Chen's victory, especially considering that Tuoba Chen had only partially mastered the Dragon Transformation technique. Although experienced, her raw strength still fell short compared to Tuoba Chen. Hence his victory was not unexpected. Chapter 67. Amir Tuoba Rue. After announcing the results of the match, Tuoba Chen descended to rest, as he was scheduled to compete again shortly. There were a total of 20 participants in this competition, including himself. After the others completed their matches, he would return to the arena, vying for one of the top 5 positions to earn rewards from the sect. Upon returning to his spot, Tuoba Chen began to replenish his energy with food. The earlier exchanges with Tuoba Chen had been rather intense, and his abdomen still throbbed slightly. As he nibbled on a piece of dried meat, he watched the ensuing battles. However, just as he took a bite, Tuoba Chen, whom he had just defeated, unexpectedly sat down beside him, causing him to feel a bit anxious. "Is there something you need?" he stammered. "Not really," she replied. "I just wanted to see if you were injured." "Thank you for earlier. Although you hit me quite a few times, it seemed that only the first strike was forceful. The subsequent blows merely coincided with my own exertion, which caused me to lose strength, ultimately leading to my exit without injury." "Well, it's only natural to show some leniency, since you're a girl," he replied. Faced with such a mature and beautiful young lady, Tuoba Chen found himself lacking in resistance. Truth be told, he had a penchant for this type, but he was already involved with Mangaran, so it would be inappropriate to entertain thoughts of other women. It appeared she had merely come to express her gratitude for his restraint. Upon hearing his response, Tuoba Chen's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly remarked, "Is it because I'm a girl? In the Sacred Dragon sect, girls undergo rigorous external training. I can't remember the last time someone told me, 'You're a girl, so I'll go easy on you.'" For a moment, her inner softness was stirred. Due to her quiet voice and Tuoba Chen's preoccupation with silently reciting a mantra, he did not catch her words clearly, nor did he observe her expression. Soon, the second match commenced, and he was surprised by the participants. One was an ordinary direct disciple of the sect, while the other was Tuoba Chen. The manipulation of the draw was evident. Tuoba, she had deliberately arranged for a strong contender to face a weaker one, ensuring that some of the more talented clan members would not be swiftly eliminated. Such underhanded tactics were truly despicable. Tuoba Chen harbored deep disdain for Tuoba Xi's methods. When he became the sect leader, he would certainly reform this system, candidly informing them that their inadequacies necessitated facing stronger opponents to ensure their growth and enhance the advancement rate of the capable. Upon realizing he was pitted against Tuoba Haiyun, a member regarded as the foremost expert among the younger generation of the clan, he felt a wave of despair. How could he possibly compete? As expected, once both participants took the stage, the battle concluded in under a minute due to the vast disparity in soul power. Tuoba Chen finally grasped the extent of Tuoba Haiyun's strength. 2 yellow and 2 purple rings of 4-ring soul sect. Although he was uncertain of Tuoba Haiyun's precise level, he appeared to be no older than 20. Such talent was certainly on par with individuals like Yu Tianheng. Yet when compared to the top-tier geniuses, the gap remained substantial. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of envy, wishing he too had inherited a supreme martial soul, akin to Qian Renshui's innate soul power of level 20. The thought was exhilarating. Looking at his current state, having spent 2.5 years merely reaching the starting line of those with divine martial souls, he acknowledged that some things could not be envied. However, he quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? The white armored earth dragon was already quite remarkable. Moreover, the heavens had not bestowed upon him a natural 0 soul power, nor had they arranged for an ex-fiancé to come and break off their engagement. What more could he possibly desire? After Tuoba Haiyun's match concluded, the remaining 8 matches under Tuoba Shi's covert manipulation swiftly came to an end. The disparity in strength rendered the contests unworthy of observation. Tuoba Chen had hoped to witness a balanced battle from which he could glean knowledge. But that was not to be. In the blink of an eye, only 10 contestants remained. Observing those left, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. Although the younger generation of the Sacred Dragon sect was not particularly impressive, with only Tuoba Haiyun and 2 others having broken through to the soul sect level, and those 2 appeared to be nearing 25, they still felt formidable to him. Even if Tuoba Shi refrained from manipulation, the remaining participants were all at least level 33 soul masters, leaving him with a dismal chance of victory. Tuoba Shi observed Tuoba Chen from the stage below, contemplating whether he should arrange a few more opponents for him. After all, Tuoba Chen had just defeated a female disciple without employing a single soul skill, relying solely on his martial prowess. After a moment's reflection, Tuoba Shi decided to test him further. He reached into a wooden box and drew out 2 slips of paper, announcing, in the first match, Tuoba Chen faces Tuoba Rui. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen prepared to step onto the stage. As he stood up, Tuoba Yin, standing beside him, whispered, "Good luck." However, Tuoba Chen caught her words and replied, "Thank you," with a soft smile. Among the remaining 9 competitors, Tuoba Rui was the only one he felt he could defeat. Upon realizing that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Rui's eyes lit up. Winning this match would propel him into the top 5. He was acutely aware of his own abilities and had previously accepted that entering the top 5 was merely a matter of chance, as he felt he was significantly weaker than the others. However, the emergence of Tuoba Chen ignited a flicker of hope within him. Overjoyed, Tuoba Rui's lips curled into a rather unsavory grin, a manifestation of his infatuation. Tuoba Chen gazed at his opponent, who appeared somewhat foolish, feeling a sense of resignation. Did he really have to battle this seemingly daft individual? Would it affect his intelligence? Nevertheless, this was not the time to ponder such matters. Although he was the youngest competitor and would not receive special rewards for a victory, he was determined to engage earnestly in the fight. What if he won? As the 2 competitors took their places, Tuoba Rui refrained from urging Tuoba Chen to concede. After all, opportunities to triumph over such a talented individual were rare. Should he win against Tuoba Chen today, he would possess a compelling anecdote to boast about in the future when discussing his prowess with others. Noticing the increasingly lascivious gaze of Tuoba Rui, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of irritation. How dare this fool smile so arrogantly? With his annoyance mounting, the battle commenced. Chapter 68. The devious kidney striker. Unlike the previous match, Tuoba Chen took the initiative in this one. His opponent was a level 33 soul master, possessing an 11-level advantage in soul power. He could not afford to approach this adversary with the same attitude he had displayed against Tuoba Yin. As Tuoba Chen launched his attack, Tuoba Rui skillfully evaded his strikes and activated his first soul skill, Twisted Dragon Staff. Like Tuoba Yin, Tuoba Rui's first soul skill allowed him to conjure a weapon. With the staff in hand, he swept it towards Tuoba Chen's left side, aiming for his midsection. Clang! Tuoba Chen raised his arm to block the blow, the staff colliding with his arm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Surprised that Tuoba Chen could withstand his attack, Tuoba Rue quickly adjusted, withdrawing the staff to strike once more at Tuoba Chen's other side. Witnessing the trajectory of Tuoba Rue's next strike, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of anger. This despicable kidney striker was fixating on his vulnerable spots. Since his opponent's tactics were so underhanded, Tuoba Chen saw no reason to hold back. Regaining his composure, he successfully blocked Tuoba Rue's subsequent attack, causing his first soul ring to glow brightly. Earth Spike Barrage. Instantly, 6 spikes erupted around Tuoba Rue, targeting various parts of his body. Due to the disparity in their strengths, Tuoba Chen had unleashed the sharper tips, and should they connect, they would severely injure Tuoba Rue. Previously, when Tuoba Chen had employed the Earth Spike technique, he always needed to use both hands to touch the ground. This had led onlookers to believe he could only activate the skill under such conditions. Thus, Tuoba Rue was caught off guard by this sudden assault. Thud! Thud! Tuoba Rue failed to evade entirely, 2 spikes piercing his body, one into the sole of his foot and the other in his right arm, blood gushing forth. The searing pain ignited Tuoba Rue's fury. Observing this, Tuoba Chen instinctively retreated. Third soul skill, Demon Dragon Claw. With that, Tuoba Rue's Soul Millennium Soul ring shone brightly. He clawed at the air, conjuring 3 massive black claw marks that surged towards Tuoba Chen. Sensing the immense energy contained within the claws, Tuoba Chen braced himself for impact. Rock Shield, he commanded, summoning a sturdy stone barrier to protect himself. The claws struck the shield, which, despite its apparent toughness, could not completely absorb the attack. Nonetheless, it mitigated some of the damage, and when the claws finally made contact, Tuoba Chen was merely pushed back a few steps. Yet, he was not unscathed. The rock shield had consumed enough energy to allow for 4 uses of Earth Spike. The sudden drain left his complexion pale. Tuoba Rue also felt the strain. The Demon Dragon Claw, being a Millennium skill, could only be executed thrice before exhausting his soul power, leaving him with insufficient energy for subsequent battles. However, upon noticing Tuoba Chen's condition, he immediately unleashed his second Demon Dragon Claw. After all, he held no illusions about defeating anyone else. Winning against Tuoba Chen was his only goal. Seeing his opponent's second attack approach, Tuoba Chen felt resigned and prepared to activate his rock shield once more. This time, he channeled more energy into the shield, successfully blocking the assault but at a cost. With the sudden depletion of energy weighing heavily upon him, Tuoba Chen coughed up blood, his soul power dwindling to a mere 10%. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Tuoba Shi, observing the unfolding scene, shook his head. He realized he had overestimated the situation. After all, Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child. It was indeed a bit unfair to pit him against someone so much more experienced. Originally reluctant to intervene, Tuoba Shi decided to take a risk upon seeing Tuoba Rue's pale countenance. Second soul skill, Frenzied Dragon Transformation. In an instant, golden scales adorned Tuoba Chen's body, and his aura grew terrifyingly potent. Frenzied Dragon Transformation enhanced his defense and strength by 40%, increased his speed by 20%, and restored 50% of the damage he had taken along with 50% of his soul power, lasting for 10 minutes. It required no energy to activate, but could not be used in conjunction with other soul skills. With this tremendous boost in attributes, Tuoba Chen shifted from defense to offense. As Tuoba Rue had just expended his second Demon Dragon Claw and had yet to recover, Tuoba Chen landed a powerful punch to Tuoba Rue's left kidney. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on Tuoba Rue's forehead. Tuoba Chen felt no remorse. After all, he had not struck with full force, merely delivering a lesson. Moreover, this was the very technique that Tuoba Rue had first employed against him, a tit-for-tat response. Consequently, Tuoba Rue's fate was grim as he succumbed to a relentless barrage of attacks, losing consciousness. The moment he collapsed, Tuoba Shi promptly announced the match's outcome. He was thoroughly satisfied with Tuoba Chen's performance. An 8-year-old defeating a 3-ring soul master was an achievement he had never accomplished in his youth. After declaring the result, Tuoba Chen leisurely descended from stage. The battle had drained him significantly, leaving him unable to continue to the next round. Returning to his seat, he noticed Tuoba Yin gazing at him with vibrant energy. Feeling a chill in his heart, Tuoba Chen wondered why she was looking at him that way. Did she seek revenge? In truth, he currently could not contend with Tuoba Chen. However, it soon became apparent that he was overthinking the situation. After sitting down, Tuoba Chen kindly fetched some spirit beast meat for him to restore his soul power. Concerned that he might choke, she also brought him some special fruit juice. "Thank you," Tuoba Chen replied earnestly. "Not all. It was just a small gesture. Would you like me to give you a massage?" No. Tuoba Chen hurriedly declined, not wanting to inadvertently develop any feelings, as he would have to answer to Meng Ran. "Oh, is that so? Then never mind," Tuoba Chen said nonchalantly. Though she spoke lightly, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. She harbored some affection for Tuoba Chen, but it was evident from his attitude that he did not reciprocate. She would not cling to him in desperation. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen quietly observed the competition from his seat and chose to forfeit when it was his turn, having reached his limit but still performing commendably. Thus, no one mocked him for his surrender. However, when he received the sex rewards, he genuinely felt like complaining. Yet again, it was points, 500 for 5th place. Upon reflection, points could be exchanged for various resources in the treasure pavilion, presenting more options, so it wasn't entirely dismal. Chapter 69. Bullying aside from the competition, the banquet proceeded as usual, and after it concluded, he returned home. Not long after he left, Tuoba Chen also departed. She had developed a fondness for Tuoba Chen, who was distinct from the other men she had encountered. Unfortunately, he was far too exceptional, leaving her feeling despondent about their prospects. To prevent a similar situation from arising in the future, she resolved to train diligently and enhance her own abilities. Otherwise, she would lack the qualifications to pursue someone she liked again. After completing his daily practice of spear techniques in his courtyard, Tuoba Chen decided to take a stroll, for it was the last day of the Sacred Dragon Feast, and he was to compete later that evening for the chance to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool. Although he believed no young talent from the Sacred Dragon sect could compare to him, he thought it prudent to maintain his condition. After freshening up and changing into a crisp outfit, he stepped outside. However, due to his late departure, he did not encounter Tuoba Yu. Following the path to the sect's entrance, he suddenly spotted a few children from his clan encircling a seemingly frail boy, which struck him as odd. "Ha ha ha, Gi, we've caught you today. It's been days since we last beat you. I'm getting a bit antsy," said the leading boy, delivering a harsh kick to Gi's stomach. The boy doubled over in pain, clutching his belly and sinking to the ground. The assailants showed no sympathy. Rather, one of them delivered a slap to Gi's head, knocking him down further. They began to rain blows upon him, interspersed with vile taunts. "You little bastard from the collateral line, how dare you not greet me? Just like your mother, born to be lowly." The previously silent boy's forehead bulged with veins upon hearing the insult directed at his mother. Instinctively, he attempted to rise and retaliate, but as soon as he lifted his head, a foot stomped him back down. "What? Still want to resist? Am I wrong, little bastard?" "No, don't insult my mother, you scoundrel." "Oh, what's wrong? Isn't what I said the truth? You dare to curse me, huh? You sure have a sharp tongue." The boy taunted, pinching Guyi's mouth. "Since you've insulted me, allow me to give you a little punishment. Your teeth seem quite nice. I'll show mercy this time and not pull out your tongue, but instead, I'll remove your teeth so you can't speak for a while. Hee, am I not kind?" With that, he grinned and slowly inserted his fingers into Guyi's mouth, completely disregarding the terror etched on the boy's face. As the assailant's fingers brushed against his teeth, Guyi despairingly closed his eyes. Yet, after a considerable time, the anticipated pain never came. "Ah!" A sudden scream pierced the air, prompting Guyi to open his eyes. What he beheld was beyond disbelief. The boy who had tormented him, Tuoba Ning, was seized by a furious white-haired youth. Tuoba Ning's face was flushed, and he appeared to be in excruciating pain, as if his arm might snap, emitting continuous cries for help. "Young Master Chen, please stop. Ning Ji's hand is going to break." Ignoring the pleas of those nearby, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. Initially, from a distance, he had not discerned the full situation, but upon witnessing the injustice inflicted upon the innocent boy, he quickly comprehended the gravity of the matter. He had thought it was merely a typical conflict until he approached and overheard the mention of tooth extraction. Fury surged within him. During his time at the Sacred Dragon sect, he had always found it to be a pleasant place, almost reminiscent of school. He never anticipated witnessing such events. He had not heard the entire conversation, but just the mention of pulling teeth made him yearn to tear apart this beast masquerading as a human. What kind of monster would commit such an act at such a young age? daring to unleash violence in broad daylight. He could not believe the higher-ups of the Sacred Dragon sect were unaware. Surely such behavior was permitted with their tacit approval. Tian Yi, let go of him. I'm going to die. Due to the recent banquet and the special announcement made by Tuoba, when Tuoba Chen had not been seen for days. Nearly everyone within the Sacred Dragon sect was now aware of this prominent figure. Gu Yi recognized Tuoba Chen as the esteemed heir to the position of sect leader, the grandson of the Grand Elder, and one of the only two individuals in the sect's history to break through the second layer of the dragon transformation technique before reaching level 20, among other accolades. Even someone like him, who felt like a servant within the sect, had heard of Tuoba Chen's illustrious name. To think such a significant person would stand up for him, Gu Yi felt as if he were dreaming. With a cracking sound echoing through the air, Tuoba Chen finally released his grip, commanding, "Scram, don't let me see you again." Yes. Thank you, young Master Chen. Although puzzled by Tuoba Chen's sudden aggression, Tuoba Ning chose to swallow his pride and leave in disgrace. After the other party fled, Tuoba Chen turned around and extended his hand to the individual named Gu Yi, asking, "Are you all right?" Suddenly rescued, Gu Yi found it hard to believe, especially since his savior was likely to become the future master of the Shenlong sect. As he gazed at Tuoba Chen's pristine hand, he lowered his eyes to his own bloodied and soiled hands. For a moment, he hesitated to touch that delicate hand, fearing he might tarnish it. Noticing Gu Yi's discomfort, Tuoba Chen crouched down and grasped his hand, pulling him up as he said, "Let us go. I will take you to the medical clinic." Without waiting for a response, he led Gu Yi away. After walking a few paces, a faint voice emerged from behind. "Thank you." Chapter 70. Weakness is original sin. Tuoba Chen did not take Gu Yi to the Shenlong sect's clinic, but instead sought a nearby medical facility within Shenlong City. Upon arriving at the clinic, Tuoba Chen observed an older physician dozing at the counter. He approached and said, "Doctor, wake up. Please help assess his injuries." The nearly slumbering doctor, startled by the call, quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and replied, "Oh yes, of course." Soon, the doctor had bandaged Gu Yi's wounds. "How is he, doctor? Is it serious?" Tuoba Chen inquired. "Not at all. This young lad is quite fortunate. He has merely sustained some superficial injuries, nothing grave. However, he appears quite frail. He must not have been well nourished and needs to recuperate," the doctor explained. "Understood," Tuoba Chen replied, producing 2 gold soul coins to cover the medical expenses. After collecting his change, he prepared to escort Gu Yi out. To spare Gu Yi's dignity, Tuoba Chen spoke to the doctor outside, yet Gu Yi did not seem as fragile as Tuoba Chen had imagined. He felt as though everything that had transpired that day was a dream, his mind replaying the moment Tuoba Chen saved him. The contrast of white hair against the sun's rays made him momentarily believe Tuoba Chen was an angel sent from the heavens to rescue him. Upon re-entering the clinic, Tuoba Chen interrupted Gu Yi's reverie, stating, "All right, we can leave now. Would you care to tell me why they were bullying you?" Hearing Tuoba Chen's question, Gu Yi hesitated, shaking his head, appearing reluctant to speak. Seeing Gu Yi's demeanor, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed this was a recurring issue for him, and his reluctance was understandable. "It's all right. Share with me, and I will assist you," Tuoba Chen said earnestly, determined to help. Having already intervened today, he believed it best to address the root of the problem, knowing those bullies would likely continue their harassment. While he recognized this might make him appear overly benevolent, he could not abide such behavior. After a moment of silence, Gu Yi seemed to reach a decision. "I apologize, Master Chen. Thank you for saving me today. I do not wish to discuss this matter. Please do not contact me again, as it may bring you a negative reputation," he said, bowing to Tuoba Chen before departing. Watching Gu Yi leave, Tuoba Chen felt a deep sense of frustration. Revealing one's innermost secrets is a challenge, yet without communication, how could he provide assistance? He knew that even during his time at the Shenlong sect, he could only watch over Gu Yi for 2 months, after which Gu Yi would inevitably encounter similar troubles. Furthermore, the bullies would likely escalate their actions due to today's events. As he observed Gu Yi's retreating figure, Tuoba Chen pondered for a moment before heading back to the sect. On his way, he happened upon an elderly vendor at a fruit stall who was robbed of his daily earnings by a brutish man. Tuoba Chen felt a surge of discomfort. Although the robber was merely an ordinary person, he chose not to intervene this time. Despite the glaring injustice, he remained composed and observed the scene unfold. In a moment of clarity, he realized that Dulua continent operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. This reality also holds true in the Tiando Empire, albeit with a more harmonious tradition. While the Xinglua Empire embodies this brutal hierarchy to an extreme, if he wished to change these rules, he would need to rise to the pinnacle of power. Shaking his head, he chastised himself for such thoughts. Becoming the strongest does not guarantee control over every situation. It is sufficient to focus on the tasks at hand. As the brutish man passed by him, a flash of yellow light flickered, and a spike erupted from the ground, piercing the man's calf. Ah! The man screamed, collapsing to the ground, the stolen purse falling a short distance away. Tuoba Chen approached and slowly retrieved the purse, returning it to the elderly fruit vendor, who expressed his gratitude before Tuoba Chen made his way back to the sect. He was determined to uncover the reasons behind Gu Yi's mistreatment. Though this might delay him, the time he spent could potentially alter Gu Yi's life forever. As fate would have it, on his return journey, he encountered the two individuals who had previously bullied Gu Yi alongside Tuoba Ning. Startled at the sight of Tuoba Chen, they turned to flee, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. However, as they attempted to escape, a hand landed on their shoulders, and a grim voice whispered in their ears. "Where do you think you're going?" The two numbly turned around, awkward smiles plastered on their faces. "Ha ha, Master Chen, what a coincidence. We were just heading to the training grounds." "Oh, is that so? I would like to take a moment of your time. I hope you don't mind." Tuoba Chen replied calmly. "Of course, Master Chen. We have all the time in the world for you." They laughed, their expressions more pained than joyful, for in their eyes, Tuoba Chen was more terrifying than the sect leader himself. Leading them to a secluded corner, Tuoba Chen did not resort to violence, but instead asked composedly, "Why did you treat Gu Yi in such a manner?" Initially expecting them to conceal the truth, Tuoba Chen was taken aback by their response. "You are here because of that guy Gu Yi? Why else?" Tuoba Chen retorted. Under the circumstances, it was obvious he was merely acting in defense of injustice. Their replies felt strangely off. "In truth, we have no real reason for bullying Gu Yi. He is simply easy prey," the boy on the left stated nonchalantly. "What?" Tuoba Chen was incredulous. "No reason? Just because he is an orphan, with no one to stand up for him, and a support-type soul master. You think it is acceptable to bully him?" Tuoba Chen doubted his hearing, yet upon repeating the question, he received the same response. The two boys, realizing that Tuoba Chen was not there to punish them, spoke with laughter throughout the conversation. They seemed beyond redemption, likely molded by an upbringing that taught them the strong could bully the weak at will, while the weak, even if trampled to death, deserved their fate. The notion that weakness is a sin was starkly validated within the Shenlong sect. Chapter 71. Do you not intend to repay me? At that moment, Tuoba Chen was left with nothing but an unnameable fury, overshadowed by a profound sense of sorrow. He resolved that when he departed from the Holy Dragon sect, he would take Gu Yi along with him. He did not overtly reprimand the two before him. After inquiring about Gu Yi's residence, he allowed them to leave. In truth, there was no necessity for punishment. Their mindset was already deeply entrenched, and unless he were to eliminate them or incessantly indoctrinate them, their views would remain unaltered. However, to alleviate his indignation, he employed a land sink to create a trap that collapsed a section of the ground before them shortly after they had left. Accompanied by their cries of alarm, they fell into the pit, and as he manipulated the surrounding earth, small rocks began to tumble into the hole. His intention was not to kill them, merely to instill a sense of fear. The two, momentarily dazed from the fall, struggled to comprehend their predicament. Suddenly, several stones fell from above, causing them to sustain a few painful bumps. Realizing their current situation, they promptly began to climb back up. Within the Holy Dragon sect, unless one had particularly close acquaintances nearby, most would not come to their aid in the face of such bullying. After casting a glance at the pit, Tuoba Chen departed. He had already devised a plan regarding Gu Yi. Within the Holy Dragon sect, he did not possess the authority to take a life. Yet he did have the right to protect someone. Although he was not well acquainted with Gu Yi, he could discern that the latter was not a malevolent individual. After all, when he had proposed to offer protection, Gu Yi had expressed concern regarding the potential trouble it might cause him, indicating that the flicker of kindness within him had not been entirely extinguished by hatred. This was a key reason for Tuoba Chen's determination to safeguard Gu Yi. Furthermore, Gu Yi was a soul master, albeit an auxiliary type, which was still considerably better than an ordinary person. In saving him during his moment of despair, he would at least gain a friend, or rather, a loyal ally. Whether motivated by ethics or self-interest, assisting Gu Yi presented no drawbacks. Moreover, if Gu Yi possessed considerable talent, he could provide assistance to Tuoba Chen after he inherited the Holy Dragon sect. With this thought in mind, he made his way toward Gu Yi's abode, having heard from the two that it was located on the outer wall at the westernmost edge of the Holy Dragon sect. However, he could not fathom why Gu Yi endured such bullying yet remained within the sect. In reality, Gu Yi's mother had once been a direct disciple of the Holy Dragon sect, so despite inheriting his father's auxiliary spirit, he still enjoyed the privileges of an outer disciple, receiving certain resources each month. Here, he could at least rely on a stable allowance, and with some patience, survival was not an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, even if he left the Holy Dragon sect for other cities in the Xing Luo Empire, he might not fare any better. After all, the situation throughout the empire was dire, and he could easily fall prey to robbery upon exiting the city. This was the reason for his continued presence in the Holy Dragon sect. Upon reaching the vicinity of the outer wall, Tuoba Chen's gaze fell upon a cluster of dilapidated houses, permeated by a faint yet unpleasant odor, reminiscent of a slum, causing him to frown involuntarily. As he entered, he discovered a scattering of residents, primarily children, who appeared tattered and were likely orphans. He was not particularly surprised to find such conditions within the Holy Dragon sect, as it operated under a brutal survival of the fittest ethos. Nonetheless, it left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The inhabitants seemed taken aback by his arrival, for his attire and demeanor clearly indicated he was not one to belong in such a place. Initially, he intended to inquire about Gu Yi's home, but soon he spotted a familiar figure nearby, wrapped in bandages. Sensing someone watching him, Gu Yi turned to find Tuoba Chen standing a short distance away, smiling warmly at him. After locking eyes with Tuoba Chen, Gu Yi approached him, still appearing somewhat dazed by the encounter. "Young Master Chen, what brings you here? I came to find you. Come with me. Today, I dealt with those individuals and saved you. Do you not intend to repay me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yi became flustered. Young Master Chen, I truly have nothing of value to offer in return. How about I give you the jade pendant my mother left me? It should still hold some worth. With that, Gu Yi began to rummage through his belongings. Witnessing this, Tuoba Chen quickly interjected. No, that is not necessary. What I meant is that you can repay me in other ways. After casting a glance at Gu Yi, he realized, to his surprise, that despite the dirt on his face, Gu Yi appeared quite delicate, almost feminine. However, upon observing his unkempt hair and ragged clothing, Tuoba Chen concluded he was not a girl. Gu Yi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Tuoba Chen's scrutiny, crossed his arms defensively and replied, "No, young Master Chen. You are still young. Such things are not appropriate." "What nonsense," Tuoba Chen retorted. "I merely wanted to convey that I currently live alone without anyone to care for me. I could hire you to assist me, which would serve as your repayment for my help today. Of course, I would provide you with a monthly salary." Tuoba Chen's suggestion was well considered, as each core disciple of the Holy Dragon sect typically had several attendants. Initially, Tuoba Chen's father had intended to arrange a servant for him, but he had declined. Now, he could use this opportunity to help Gu Yi, as working for him would be far better than remaining in such a wretched place. Moreover, this way, Gu Yi would be earning his keep, rather than accepting charity, which would alleviate any discomfort he might feel. After Tuoba Chen's proposal, Gu Yi realized he had misjudged him. After all, how could someone as kind as young Master Chen engage in such base acts? Nevertheless, he still hesitated. Noticing Gu Yi's reluctance, Tuoba Chen pressed, "What is it? Do you not wish to work for me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yi quickly clarified, No, young Master Chen, it is not that. It is simply that my status is lowly. If I were to follow you, I might attract gossip." Tuoba Chen smiled warmly at his words, feeling a sense of comfort. Indeed, there were many who relished in whispering behind others' backs, yet he was unconcerned with their slander. Did they dare to confront him directly? Rest assured, within the Holy Dragon sect, aside from the sect master and the elders, no one would dare trouble me. Despite Tuoba Chen's reassurances, Gu Yi still appeared hesitant. Seeing this, Tuoba Chen took a firmer stance. "Are you truly unwilling to repay me?" His tone was heavy, reminiscent of someone feigning anger. Chapter 72. A woman? Gu Yi, startled by Tuoba Chen's demeanor, quickly acquiesced. "All right, young Master Chen, I agree. Thank you. Upon receiving his affirmation, Tuoba Chen's furrowed brow relaxed. That is all well and good. Let us be off. With that, he led Gu Yi toward his residence. Gu Yi appeared slightly shorter than Tuoba Chen, likely standing at around 1 30 meters, yet he was still just a child, severely lacking in nutrition. In truth, reaching such a height was no small feat. Gu Yi trailed behind Tuoba Chen, occasionally stealing glances at him, but whenever Tuoba Chen turned, he would quickly look down. Considering the fragile state of his companion's health, Tuoba Chen deliberately slowed his pace to ensure that the other did not struggle too much. After a considerable half-hour, they finally arrived at his residence. Upon reaching this place, Gu Yi felt somewhat reserved, yet was curious about the surroundings. Although he had grown up in the Sacred Dragon sect, his status had prevented him from visiting many places. Besides collecting his monthly allowance, he seldom ventured out, as leaving the slums posed the risk of encountering individuals like Tuoba Ning. For safety's sake, the residents here tended to minimize their outings. As he carefully examined Tuoba Chen's abode, a tinge of envy crept in. Despite its simplicity, the yard was spacious and tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Observing Gu Yi lost in thought, Tuoba Chen remarked, "From today onward, you shall reside here. Let me show you to your room." With that, he guided Gu Yi to the first floor of the 3-story wooden house, reminiscent of a villa from a later era. There were numerous rooms, and he chose the largest one, aside from his own, for Gu Yi. Standing at the threshold of his new room, Gu Yi hesitated, gazing at the neatly arranged furnishings. Momentarily unsure of stepping inside, Tuoba Chen encouraged him. "All right, if you have anything else you need to bring, remember to take it. Just help with cleaning up each day." Gu Yi responded with a somewhat wooden "oh," filled with gratitude for Tuoba Chen's kindness, though he felt powerless to reciprocate at this stage, silently vowing to remember the favor. Tuoba Chen had intended to say more, but as he approached Gu Yi, he caught a whiff of an overwhelming odor emanating from him. Gu Yi, how about we take a shower first?" After Tuoba Chen's suggestion, Gu Yi noticed his own disheveled clothing and unwashed hair, his face flushing crimson. Embarrassed, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Gu Yi consent, Tuoba Chen instructed, "The bathroom is the room on the far left of the first floor. You should find it easily." Gu Yi quietly acknowledged and made his way to the bathroom. Once he felt he had given enough directions, Tuoba Chen planned to resume his training. However, halfway there, he realized a problem. The bathroom lacked any clean clothes. If Gu Yi emerged wearing those ragged garments, the shower would have been in vain. Thus, he hastily grabbed a couple of casual outfits from his own room and headed toward the bathroom. Pushing open the bathroom door, Tuoba Chen announced, "Gu Yi, I brought you 2 sets of clothes. Make do with these." Mid-sentence, his voice abruptly halted as he tossed the garments into a nearby basket, swiftly shutting the door behind him and fleeing the scene. Gu Yi stood dumbfounded, her face burning with embarrassment. "Young Master Chen, why didn't you knock?" As her cheeks flushed deeper, she submerged herself in the water, too shy to resurface. Outside, Tuoba Chen was fervently practicing his dragon form technique, astonished to discover that Gu Yi was actually a girl. Who could have guessed? Though he had sensed that this individual might not fit the typical male mold. The unkempt appearance, disheveled hair, and intolerable odor made it hard to imagine her as a female. After a while of training, Tuoba Chen gradually calmed himself, reminding himself that they were both still children. There was nothing to worry about. "Indeed, I bear no responsibility," he reassured himself, feeling significantly relieved. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Yi emerged from the bathroom, her appearance markedly transformed. Tuoba Chen inadvertently glanced at her and was left speechless. The difference between her pre- and post-bath states was astonishing. He realized her hair was not black, but a deep shade of purple, previously disguised by filth. Her skin, once darkened, now appeared pale yet strikingly delicate, accentuating her refined features. Her eyes sparkled like black pearls, and the clothes he had given her hung loosely, lending her an unexpectedly endearing quality. While she might not be considered a stunning beauty, she was still quite young and had the potential to blossom into something more enchanting in the future. Overall, her transformation was not unappealing at all. Though Tuoba Chen marveled at Gu Yi's change, he held no particular intentions beyond viewing her as a younger sister of sorts. Gu Yi, feeling somewhat anxious in Tuoba Chen's presence after their earlier encounter, mustered the courage to speak up. "Chen, young master, what should I do next?" Startled by her sudden voice, Tuoba Chen quickly replied, "Oh, you can help with cleaning the place. Once that's done, you can do as you please. This is your pay for the month. Feel free to buy anything you desire. If you get hungry, the kitchen is the room in the middle on the first floor, stocked with some ingredients for you to prepare your meals. All right, young master, Gu-i replied, accepting the pouch from Tuoba Chen without immediately opening it, wary of appearing overly greedy. After placing the small bag in her room, she embarked on her new working life while Tuoba Chen returned to his training, as he needed to attend the final night of the Sacred Dragon Banquet that evening, keeping his training intensity moderate. Chapter 73. Barbecue due to Tuoba Chen's penchant for cleanliness. The house remained quite tidy, allowing Gu-i to finish her cleaning in a short span of time. Afterward, she recalled the wages Tuoba Chen had given her and pulled out the pouch, glancing inside at the 10 gold soul coins, causing her hands to tremble slightly. Though the amount was meager for Tuoba Chen, it was a staggering sum for Gu-i. With her innate soul power only at level 5 and still not having reached level 10, she lacked the qualification to receive subsidies from the Soul Master Hall. She had been surviving on a meager monthly allowance of 50 copper soul coins from the sect. 50 copper soul coins were hardly sufficient to sustain the nutrition of a 7-year-old child, which explained Guyi's frail stature. Often, she had to scavenge for food, leaving her exhausted and with little time to care for herself. Thus, upon receiving the 10 gold soul coins from Tuoba Chen, she felt utterly flustered. To put it in perspective, 1 gold soul coin equated to 10 silver soul coins, and 1 silver soul coin was worth 100 copper soul coins. In essence, 1 copper soul coin was roughly equivalent to $1 from a decade ago, making 10 gold soul coins approximately worth 10,000 in today's currency. In a striking turn of events, Gu-i, who is akin to an ordinary elementary school student, find herself catapulted from a modest monthly allowance of 50 to an astonishing 10,000. A profound sense of unease surges within her. After all, she merely swept the floors. The weight of such an abundance of wealth feels heavy on her conscience. Yet, she is acutely aware that someone of Tuoba Chen's stature would likely not concern himself with a mere 10 gold soul coins. Returning the money could potentially provoke his ire. Nevertheless, she resolves to work even harder in assisting Tuoba Chen, for that is the only course of action she deems appropriate. After a moment of contemplation, she strides towards the kitchen. Although Tuoba Chen merely instructed her to tidy up, she certainly cannot limit herself to such a trivial task. An hour later, as Tuoba Chen finishes a set of dragon form exercises and prepares to rest, he is suddenly enveloped by the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from within the room. Acting on instinct, he gradually makes his way to the kitchen, where he discovers Gu-i busily preparing the roast. Startled upon seeing him, Gu-i exclaims, "Young master, the meat isn't ready yet. Please wait a moment." Tuoba Chen nods repeatedly, unable to refuse as the scent of her cooking is irresistible. Observing him seated obediently at the dining table, Gu-i beams with a sweet smile. Before long, she presents a large platter of fragrant, crispy roasted meat, placing it on the table. Eagerly, Tuoba Chen glances at her, but notices Gu-i standing rigidly beside him. "Gu-i, why are you standing? Come sit and eat with me." "Ah, is that appropriate?" She responds, astonished. In her mind, the disparity between their statuses is vast. The very notion of sharing a meal feels beyond her reach. What's inappropriate about it? "Sit down, please." Despite her initial hesitation, Gu-i remains somewhat bashful, fidgeting and reluctant to take a seat. Tuoba Chen, noticing her discomfort, frowns and declares, "If you won't sit, then I won't eat." Startled, Gu-i quickly pulls out a chair and sits down across from him. Once she is settled, he slices a generous piece of the roasted soul beast meat and places it on her plate, his voice deliberately stern. "Eat." His tone carries an edge of coldness, resembling anger. Tuoba Chen does not wish to be harsh, but he recognizes that Gu-i has not yet overcome her feelings of inferiority. He believes that a gentle approach would take too long, so scaring her into compliance seems more effective. Gu-i's voice is barely above a whisper, laced with apprehension. Tentatively, she takes a small bite of the meat on her plate and, almost immediately, finds herself unable to stop. She devours it ravenously, her surroundings fading from her awareness. Seeing her like this, Tuoba Chen breathes a sigh of relief. He finally manages to get through to her. He takes a piece of meat from his own plate and bites into it. He muses, savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior. It is rich yet not greasy, melting in his mouth with perfect control over the cooking time, perhaps just a tad underseasoned, but the quality of the meat compensates for it. Gi, having endured years of malnutrition, finds herself filled after just a small piece. Realizing that Tuoba Chen is still across from her, she feels a flush of embarrassment over her earlier gluttony. Luckily, Tuoba Chen appears equally engrossed in his meal, finishing off the roasted meat she prepared with great enthusiasm. Customarily, Tuoba Chen opts for dried meat to save time, which, while nutritious, can become monotonous when consumed daily. Having someone to prepare such delectable roasted meat feels refreshing. He considers it a worthwhile investment, having spent merely 10 gold soul coins for what could become a regular indulgence. However, after finishing, he notices that Gu Yi's plate still holds an abundance of roasted meat. Puzzled, he inquires, "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking?" "I'm just not very hungry. I've eaten very little," Gu Yi replies, somewhat sheepishly. She wishes to eat more, but her stomach, betraying her, has already reached its limit. Understanding her predicament, Tuoba Chen realizes that frequent hunger can indeed cause one's stomach to shrink. He resolves to find a way to help her regain her health. Yet, for now, wishing to avoid waste, he forks a piece of meat from her plate into his own bowl, saying such exquisite meat should not go to waste. Gi, alarmed, wishes to stop him but fears inciting his anger. After all, it is food she has touched, seemingly oblivious to her distress. Tuoba Chen nonchalantly instructs her to wash the plates and suggests making more meat next time before retreating to rest. Gu Yi, left in stunned silence, stares at the 2 empty plates on the table. What a classic example of a scoundrel, perfectly embodying the notion of enjoying a meal without responsibility. After a moment, Gu Yi regains her composure, her cheeks flushed as she carries the plates to wash. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, she realizes that Tuoba Chen's request for more meat implies he was still hungry. She had not anticipated his hearty appetite. However, the thought that he does not mind consuming food she has touched brings an involuntary smile to her face. Chapter 74. The Chrysanthemum Moon Past Night Falls. The final day of the sect's Sacred Dragon feast commences. This day, which should have been the most anticipated by the younger generation of the Sacred Dragon sect, finds its protagonists appearing rather lackluster. The reason is simple. This year's feast has introduced a formidable anomaly, a level 20 soul master capable of defeating soul venerables. How can they, with their barely 20 levels, contend against such a being? Only Tuoba Chen remains unfazed, quietly seated at his place, indulging in a platter of the flesh from a giant-toothed golden leopard, likely the very creature he vanquished 2 days prior. He has come alone, opting not to bring Yi, as many here have previously bullied her, and he fears it might evoke painful memories. He believes that, given time, she will eventually move past it. High above, Tuoba, she observes the leisurely demeanor of Tuoba Chen and chuckles softly. As the banquet prepares to commence, Tuoba, she suddenly stands and calls for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, this evening's Sacred Dragon Feast will welcome a particularly esteemed guest." Upon hearing Tuoba, she's words, the younger generation below immediately quiets, curiosity piquing about the honored guest. After all, Tuoba, she is a titled Dolaw, and few are worthy of being referred to as guests by him. Could the newcomer also be a titled Doluo? As anticipation builds, a figure emerges from the inner hall, possessing an androgynous appearance and adorned in resplendent attire. The onlookers' expressions turn peculiar, for the Sacred Dragon sect traditionally reveres strength, and their impression of a strong individual is one of a robust, muscular elder. After all, their sect leader, Tuoba, she, embodies this image. Yet, the individual before them bears no signs of muscularity and appears strikingly youthful, seemingly no older than 20 or 30. How could such a person be a titled Dolaw? Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen gazes at this androgynous figure, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart. Seeing the reactions of those around him, Juyueguan felt a sense of satisfaction. He relished the impression that his age was inscrutable to others. Upon witnessing the expressions of the crowd, Tuoba, she promptly announced, "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Elder Juyueguan of the Spirit Hall." The audience, astounded, struggled to believe their ears. Indeed, a titled Dolaw and a member of the Spirit Hall at that. Tuoba Chen's heart sank. It was truly Juyueguan. Had the Sacred Dragon sect already formed a bond with the Spirit Hall so soon? Judging by their demeanor, it appeared the two had been in contact for quite some time. What was alarming was the utter lack of news from the outside. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall's subsequent ambushes on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would have been met with some level of preparedness. Though Jiuan held the rank of titled Daw, he did not dismiss Tuoba Xi's courtesy. Despite his significantly higher status, he graciously greeted everyone, saying, "Greetings. I am Jiuan. I have come to visit your esteemed sect and fortuitously arrived during your sacred dragon feast. I trust one am not unwelcome." As Zhu Yueguan finished speaking, Tuoba Ming immediately interjected, "Not at all. It is indeed our honor to have you at the Sacred Dragon sect. Everyone is most welcome." Tuoba Shi added, "Elder Zhu Yueguan, please take a seat," gesturing to the space beside him. Glancing at the seat, Zhu Yueguan made no objections and settled down calmly. Observing Zhu Yueguan's composed demeanor, Tuoba Shi let out a sigh of relief. He understood that Zhu Yueguan's rank undoubtedly exceeded level 93, though the precise level eluded him. Nevertheless, he felt gratified that Zhu Yueguan was so cooperative in public. Once Zhu Yueguan was seated, the Sacred Dragon feast commenced in earnest. Due to his status as the sect's heir, Tuoba Chen found himself seated in the inner hall, away from the ordinary juniors outside. However, he had lost all interest in the exquisite dishes before him, his mind consumed with thoughts of Zhu Yueguan's presence. Why was Zhu Yueguan here? What was the purpose of his visit? Just how deep was the relationship between the Sacred Dragon sect and the Spirit Hall? Countless questions swirled in Tuoba Chen's mind, yet he found himself unable to voice them. He could only steal glances at Zhu Yueguan, hoping to glean some insight. Zhu Yueguan, however, paid him little mind, as the focus of the gathering predominantly rested upon him. Tuoba Chen's furtive glances were of no concern. Observing Zhu Yueguan sipping his drink, Tuoba Shi smiled and inquired, "What do you think, Elder Zhu Yueguan? I wonder if our Sacred Dragon brew is to your liking." Finishing the last drop in his cup and placing it on the table, Zhu Yueguan replied leisurely, "Your sect's Sacred Dragon brew is rich and aromatic. Truly a rare delight." Hearing Zhu Yueguan's praise, Tuoba Shi felt a surge of happiness. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Tuoba Shi suddenly stated, "Elder Zhu Yueguan, I shan't beat around the bush. I must ask directly, what brings you to our Sacred Dragon sect this time?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yueguan paused his drinking and replied, "Since you are being so forthright, I shall be as well. I am here primarily for two matters. The first pertains to our previous discussion, and I wonder if you have given it any thought." After Zhu Yueguan spoke, Tuoba Shi did not respond immediately, falling into silence, while Zhu Yueguan patiently awaited his answer. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ming, overhearing Zhu Yueguan's words, found himself at a loss for how to respond, astonished that Zhu Yueguan had come for that very matter. In truth, he and Tuoba Shi had previously deliberated on the Spirit Hall's intentions to recruit their Sacred Dragon sect. While it was not out of the question to consider, the strength of the Spirit Hall was overwhelming, far beyond what they could withstand. However, the time given was rather brief. They had yet to fully discern the intricacies of the situation. After a considerable pause, Tuoba Shi finally replied, regarding the matter Elder Zhu Yueguan mentioned, "We are not opposed to it, but I must discuss it further with the elders within the sect. After all, such a significant decision cannot be made lightly, even by me. How about this, Elder Zhu Yueguan? I will provide you with a response in 3 months." Upon hearing Tuoba Shi's words, Zhu Yueguan's expression brightened. He had merely inquired casually, not anticipating that Tuoba Shi would acquiesce. The Pope had allowed him ample time, and he could easily afford to wait. "That will suffice. Sect leader Tuoba Shi, 3 months is a reasonable time frame," he replied. Continuing, Tuoba Shi asked, "Now that the first matter is settled, may I inquire what the second matter is that you wish to discuss?" Listening to Tuoba Shi, Zhu Yueguan paused briefly before stating, "I have heard that your sect has recently produced a genius with a 2-ring 1,000-year spirit ring." With that, Zhu Yueguan fixed his gaze intently upon Tuoba Shi, who felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that this matter could not remain concealed from the Spirit Hall. Their network of intelligence had evidently infiltrated their sect. However, he had never intended to hide the truth, as the two parties were destined for collaboration. Furthermore, he realized that resistance was futile given the vast disparity in strength. Still, he felt a twinge of displeasure upon learning of Zhu Yuan's interest in Tuoba Chen. After all, Tuoba Chen was their sect's primary heir. What did it mean for the Spirit Hall to be interested in him? There was no way they could relinquish him. What do you mean, Zhu Yueguan? Tuoba Chen tone grew increasingly irate. They were not seeking to join the Spirit Hall merely to serve as their lapdogs, but rather to leverage the Spirit Hall's status for their own rapid advancement. Noticing Tuoba Chen's rising agitation, Zhu Yueguan remained unperturbed, smiling as he produced a wooden box from his robe and presented it to Tuoba Chen. Please take a look at this, sect leader Tuoba Chen. Afterward, you will understand that we harbor no ill intentions toward your sect, nor do we wish to seize your talents. Zhu Yueguan's courteous demeanor somewhat restrained Tuoba Chen's impulse to confront him. Accepting the wooden box and opening it, he was immediately taken aback. Zhu Yueguan, observing his reaction, smiled and remarked, "So, sect leader Tuoba, what do you think? We are quite sincere, are we not? If you agree, this 50,000-year left leg bone will be yours, and we can assure you that Tuoba Chen will remain a part of your sacred dragon sect. You may visit him at any time." Zhu Yueguan's proposition left Tuoba Chen momentarily speechless. The terms offered by the Spirit Hall were extraordinarily generous, offering a soul bone along with assistance in nurturing talent. Zhu Yueguan's eloquence and the benefits presented made him contemplate joining the Spirit Hall himself. However, the other party's actions left him somewhat perplexed. Why would the Spirit Hall make such significant sacrifices? In terms of value, Tuoba Chen pales in comparison to this soul bone. After all, a soul bone can be passed down through generations, while Tuoba Chen, despite being a prodigious youth, is merely a minor grand soul master. It is essential to recognize that genius is often ephemeral. A genius who fades away cannot truly be considered a genius. Noticing the lingering doubts in his counterpart, Zhu Yueguan continued, "Rest assured, Master Tuoba, this soul bone is not solely intended as a trade for Tuoba Chen. The esteemed Pope seeks to assure you that our collaboration with your sacred dragon sect is not a ploy for annexation. This soul bone serves as proof." Although Zhu Yueguan feigned sincerity, his inner thoughts diverged greatly. "Tuoba Chen, our soul bone is not so easily acquired. With it, you will be obliged to serve us. Once your sect's heir is in our hands, the future of the sacred dragon sect will rest in our dominion. It is well known that children are easily manipulated. Nurturing them from a young age ensures that in the future, Tuoba Chen's allegiances may shift." Evidently, Tuoba Chen, a rather simple-minded individual, was preoccupied only with immediate gains. After all, being the sect leader of the Sacred Dragon sect merely necessitated sufficient strength. Intellectual acumen was not a paramount requirement. Shortly thereafter, he turned to glance at Tuoba Meng, considering it prudent to solicit the opinion of the latter, given their familial ties. Upon meeting Tuoba Chen's gaze, Tuoba Meng nodded in agreement. He did not oppose Tuoba Chen's learning at the Spear Hall, as he would eventually journey to the Heavendo Empire anyway. For him, the Spirit Hall was closer, facilitating visits to Tuoba Chen, and their educational policies would undoubtedly surpass those of the Heavendo Empire. Seeing Tuoba Meng's approval, Tuoba Chen promptly declared, "I agree. We can visit Little Chen at any time, correct?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Zhu Yueguan chuckled softly, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. "It is excellent that Master Tuoba has consented. I wonder if I might now be granted a glimpse of Tuoba Chen, as I am quite curious about the appearance of your once-in-a-millennium prodigy." "Of course, Lord Yueguan," came the response. Just moments ago, Tuoba Chen had been brimming with indignation, yet he now reverted to his initial flattering demeanor, addressing Yueguan with utmost respect. Perhaps this is what it means to be an adult. In the innermost chamber's far corner, Tuoba Chen strained to eavesdrop, but could not discern their conversation clearly. "Young Master Chen, the sect leader calls for you," a youthful voice suddenly whispered at his side. Why did Tuoba Chen summon him? What could he have possibly done? Observing the two above, engaged in jovial discourse, he felt an ominous premonition. He hoped his summons would not lead to any adverse consequences. After delivering the message, the youth remained by his side, leaving Tuoba Chen with no choice but to comply. Slowly rising, he felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, reluctantly approaching them. Zhu Yueguan was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Tuoba Chen. Although he had heard of Tuoba Chen's prowess, he had never encountered the individual himself. He had anticipated a small, muscular boy akin to those outside, yet was pleasantly surprised to find a poised and handsome youth before him. In that moment, Zhu Yueguan's admiration for Tuoba Chen increased significantly. He was a person who valued appearances not out of superficiality, but from genuine appreciation. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen gleefully announced, "Good news, little Chen. You have caught the eye of the esteemed Pope. After your time in the sacred dragon pool, you shall accompany Lord Yueguan to the Spirit Hall." Although he had mentally prepared for this possibility, Tuoba Chen was still taken aback. He had assumed Tuoba Chen called him forth merely to boast about having such a prodigious talent within their sect. He never anticipated that the reason for his summons was this. Had Tuoba Chen lost his mind? He was not his parent. Why did he have to make this decision for him? Instantly, Tuoba Chen's expression darkened. Noticing the change in Tuoba Chen's countenance, Tuoba Chen inquired, "What is it? Little Chen, are you unwilling? This is a tremendous opportunity. Or is there some compelling reason for your hesitation?" With that, both he and Yueguan fixed their gazes upon Tuoba Chen. Aware of their scrutiny, Tuoba Chen could only utter, "If I go to the Spirit Hall, why not see Meng again?" With no other rationale readily available, he resorted to invoking the name of his fiancée as a shield. "Who is Meng?" Tuoba Chen asked, somewhat perplexed. "She is little Chen's fiancée, Tuoba Meng chimed in. Upon hearing Tuoba Meng's words, Tuoba Chen was taken aback, surprised that this young lad had already secured a fiancée at such a tender age. However, Jutuan interjected, "It matters not, Tuoba Chen. Perhaps I could bring your fiancée along to the Spirit Hall?" Ju Yueguan did not dismiss the child's sentiments simply because he was young. He recognized that children are often the easiest to persuade. Leaving a favorable impression now would facilitate future dealings when Tuoba Chen succeeded to the Sacred Dragon sect. As for the scenario in which Tuoba Chen might not inherit the sect, they had not contemplated such an outcome. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall had declared Tuoba Chen as the future heir. Thus, he would undoubtedly assume that role, even if it required some measures to ensure it. Upon hearing Ju Delua's suggestion, Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, saying, "No, that won't be necessary. Your aunt should go where she wishes." I agreed to go to the Spirit Hall. Tuoba Chen felt he had no choice but to acquiesce to their proposal. Heaven knows what measures the Spirit Hall might take if he were to refuse, especially since the Sacred Dragon sect had but Tuoba Chen as its title de law. Tuoba Chen hastily reassured him, "It is good that you agreed, little Chen. Rest assured, while you study at the Spirit Hall, our sect will spare no effort in nurturing you. I will personally ensure that your training resources are delivered to the Spirit Hall each month. You need only focus on your cultivation, and upon achieving success, you may return to inherit the sect." After Tuoba Chen's declaration, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of unease. He had initially believed he would become a member of the Spirit Hall. However, it seemed he was merely going to study there. Nevertheless, this arrangement was akin to being part of the Spirit Hall. He wondered what benefits Tuoba Chen had received to speak so favorably of them. Seeing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Ju Yueguan smiled, saying, "That is splendid, little Chen. May I call you that? Come sit beside me." Although reluctant, Tuoba Chen obediently took his seat beside Ju Yueguan. Noticing Tuoba Chen's compliance, Ju Yueguan smiled and remarked, "Child, I find a certain affinity between us. Should anyone bully you at the Spirit Hall, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will stand up for you." Ju Yueguan's words were sincere. He genuinely found Tuoba Chen agreeable. "Thank you, Senior Ju Delua." Tuoba Chen replied politely. Although uncertain of Ju Yueguan's true intentions, he felt it best not to openly contradict a title de law, especially given his own status as merely a Grand Soul Master. Observing the harmonious interaction between Tuoba Chen and Ju Yueguan, Tuoba Chen chuckled, saying, "Very well, Lord Yueguan. The final Sacred Dragon battle is about to commence. Little Chen must prepare for his upcoming match against the other young contenders." Although he wished to see more of Tuoba Chen, Ju Yueguan ultimately acquiesced. In truth, he held a fondness for obedient, charming children of high talent like Tuoba Chen, even contemplating taking the other party as a disciple, especially since he is yet to appoint a successor. However, he must first allow Bibi Dong to finish her assessment. Only if she does not choose Tuoba Chen can he accept him. Otherwise, should Bibi Dong truly take a liking to Tuoba Chen, and he has already become his disciple, it would be rather awkward. After bidding farewell to Jiyuguan, he descended. Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Jiyuguan seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. It appears that the Saint Dragon sect alignment with the Spirit Hall is a foregone conclusion, indicating that Tang San and his companions will soon become adversaries. Nevertheless, he is not overly concerned, for there remains nearly 2 decades before the final battle commences. All he must do is focus on his cultivation. Before long, the Saint Dragon battle commenced, and Tuoba Chen resolved to make a commendable impression. Since he had decided to join the Spirit Hall, he aimed to showcase his talents to garner additional resources for cultivation. Although the resources provided by the Saint Dragon sect were already plentiful, he would not object to receiving even more. As the battle began, Jiuguan became attentive. He was indeed pleased with Tuoba Chen's appearance, yet he remained curious about the latter's actual strength. After Tuoba she babbled for a moment, the competition commenced. Due to the large number of younger participants, Tuoba she opted for a chaotic battle format. 10 individuals would compete in a round, and the last one standing on the stage would advance to the next round. Under Tuoba she's deliberate arrangement, Tuoba Chen was placed in the first round against 9 opponents of moderate strength within the sect. After all, he needed to perform well for Jiuguan, so he could not select opponents who were too weak. Yet he also feared that choosing overly strong adversaries might lead to Tuoba Chen stumbling. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen take the stage, Jiuguan focused intently on the scene below. The Spirit Hall had indeed invested a soul bone, and while their primary objective was not to exchange for Tuoba Chen if the latter proved to possess exceptional talent, their investment would not be in vain. As Tuoba Chen ascended the stage, the remaining 9 participants felt a chill run down their spines upon realizing they were matched against him. However, they exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. When the duel commenced, they all charged towards Tuoba Chen simultaneously. Yet, Tuoba Chen felt no trepidation. None of these individuals had surpassed level 20, and their combat skills were rudimentary. Even against 19 adversaries, they would likely not best him. Drawing a deep breath to center himself, Tuoba Chen charged forward, refraining from using the earth spike, as it would render him immobile. Though not particularly robust, he surged into the fray like a wild bull, instantly sending the 2 foremost opponents flying. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of punches, maximizing his physical advantages. Dealing with this group of children who had yet to master the first level of the dragon transformation technique was exceedingly simple. In merely 20 minutes, he dispatched all of them. Chapter 77. The battle concludes. As the duel concluded, Jiuguan was somewhat astonished. Was that it? To be frank, Tuoba Chen's combat prowess had exceeded his expectations. His 9 opponents possessed soul power levels ranging from 17 to 19, while Tuoba Chen himself was only at level 22. He had anticipated a grueling struggle, yet the battle ended so swiftly. Jiuguan had a vague premonition that exchanging the soul bone for Tuoba Chen would not be a loss, perhaps even a slight gain. Witnessing Tuoba Chen's outstanding performance, Tuoba Meng was undoubtedly the most delighted, for this was his own grandson. Although he had not directly trained him, they were indeed bound by blood. In the subsequent matches, Tuoba Chen continued to dominate, never once compelled to utilize his soul abilities, relying solely on his physical prowess to secure first place in the Saint Dragon battle. Following this, Tuoba she announced the conclusion of the competition, and the Saint Dragon feast was disbanded. Jiuguan would not depart immediately. He intended to wait until Tuoba Chen had finished soaking in the Saint Dragon pool before taking him away. He had heard that a white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master who had bathed in the pool was on an entirely different level compared to one who had not. So he refrained from pressuring Tuoba Chen to rush. Upon returning to his small courtyard, before even entering the house, Tuoba Chen caught a faint whiff of meat wafting from the kitchen. Having just returned from the Saint Dragon feast, it was already late at night, and he was surprised to find that the other party had yet to retire. Entering the kitchen, he immediately spotted Gui sleeping with her head resting on the table, while some freshly roasted meat still emanated warmth. It seemed she had prepared food for him, fearing he would return hungry, but in waiting for his arrival. She had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Observing Gui's serene sleeping face, Tuoba Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He tiptoed over and gently lifted her, realizing that if she remained asleep here, she might catch a chill during the night. Thus, he decided to carry her back to her room. As he approached the doorway, Gui drowsily opened her eyes just a crack, so faintly that Tuoba Chen could barely discern it. So sleepy. Who is holding me? It seems to be the young master. Is this a dream? Gui found it hard to believe this was real, considering the vast difference in their statuses. So she assumed it was merely a dream. Yet, even if it were only a dream, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Under the impression that she was dreaming, Gui wrapped her arms around Tuoba Chen's neck, instinctively nuzzling closer. "Young master," she murmured softly. Seeing her look like a little kitten, Tuoba Chen felt his entire body stiffen. After a while, realizing she appeared to be dreaming, he exhaled in relief and slowly carried Gu-yi back to his room, this time moving even more cautiously. Entering the room, he gently laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and quietly exited, fearful of waking her. However, just as he stepped away from her bed, Gu-yi grasped his hand in her sleep. "Young master, don't go." After a moment's pause, he turned to glance at Gu-yi, who seemed troubled, perhaps caught in a nightmare. He knelt down and gently stroked her hair, whispering, "I am here. Do not fear." At his words, Gu-yi's expression softened, but she still clung to his hand. Carefully extracting his hand from her grip, he lit a calming herb in the room, ensuring she would be at peace before finally departing. The calming herb possessed the ability to soothe one's spirit, ensuring pleasant dreams when lit before sleep. Returning to the kitchen, he gazed at the large plate of roasted meat on the table, which was significantly more substantial than the last time. It appeared Gu-yi had remembered his words, preparing an ample amount. Though he had already eaten his fill at the feast, he felt compelled to finish the delicious roasted meat before him, even if it meant overindulging. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chen felt grateful for his robust appetite. Despite having consumed such a large amount, he merely felt a slight fullness in his stomach, indicating that he possessed a remarkable talent for eating. The following day, early in the morning, Tuoba Chen awoke to the rich aroma of meat emanating from the kitchen, suggesting that Gu-yi had already prepared breakfast. After completing his morning routine, Tuoba Chen entered the kitchen, only to find a solitary steamed bun and some roasted meat, with no sign of Gu-yi. Outside the kitchen, Gu-yi was stealthily peering through the window, observing Tuoba Chen's movements. The events of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind since she awoke that morning. The memory of Tuoba Chen embracing her and tucking her in filled her with a blush, as she recalled how she implored him not to leave. What was she to do? Would he think her a temptress? Would he despise her? With such turmoil in her heart, she rose early to prepare breakfast, retreating to the kitchen's periphery, too timid to face Tuoba Chen. Yet, the tenderness he had shown her the previous night made her heart flutter. Stealing glances at him, her cheeks burned with warmth. Sensing the intensity of her gaze, Tuoba Chen could not ignore it and turned to look. Upon realizing she had been caught, Gu-yi quickly lowered her head. Noticing a stray lock of hair poking up, Tuoba Chen sighed at her lack of stealth. It was far too obvious. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her. After finishing his meal, he left a small note on the table before departing. Once Tuoba Chen had been gone for some time, Gu-yi cautiously stepped out, approaching the table to retrieve the note he had left. She read the words, "Gu-yi, I will be away for a few days, so there is no need to prepare my meals. Take good care of yourself. Tuoba Chen." The note left her feeling hollow. He would be gone for days? Was he avoiding her? This thought troubled her. However, she quickly rallied her spirits, tidied the table, and set about her training. Previously, she had lacked the means to practice. But now that the opportunity was available, she could not afford to squander it. No one understood better than her the struggles faced by those at the bottom of society. Moreover, she harbored a secret. She had fallen for Tuoba Chen, who had saved her during her darkest hour, driving away her tormentors and providing her with food, clothing, and shelter, transforming her life. Yet, she was acutely aware of her unworthiness. To remain by his side, she needed to strive for excellence in her training. In Chapter 78, the Sacred Dragon Pool, Tuoba, she awaited him in the inner hall, accompanied by two youths. One was Tuoba Yu, while the other was unfamiliar to him. They were the second and third place contenders in the recent match. However, Tuoba Chen was indifferent to them, as his primary focus was the Sacred Dragon Pool. Upon Tuoba Chen's arrival, Tuoba Meng greeted him with a smile, saying, "Little Chen has arrived. Gulme, I shall take you to the Sacred Dragon Pool." Tuoba Chen was curious about Tuoba Shi's absence, as he usually relished overseeing such trivial matters. Nevertheless, who accompanied him was inconsequential. He was there to immerse himself in the Sacred Dragon Pool, not them. They followed Tuoba Meng to a secluded valley that was strictly off-limits to disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect. As they approached, Tuoba Chen caught a whiff of a strong metallic odor, causing him to frown. What was the source of such a potent scent? A foreboding feeling settled in him. The Sacred Dragon Pool might not be as he had envisioned. The other two boys also detected the smell, and unease settled among them. Noticing their apprehension, Tuoba Meng shook his head, remarking how they would soon discover the true horror within. As they entered the valley, Tuoba Chen's heart sank at the sight of a blood-red lake. He turned his head in disbelief, murmuring, "No way." Observing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Tuoba Meng chuckled. "It seems you guessed correctly. Indeed, this is the sacred dragon pool. The waters are composed of the blood and essence of various dragons. For millennia, it has been our tradition at the Sacred Dragon sect to deposit the corpses of the dragon soul beasts killed during disciples' ascension into this pool, which contains the remains of countless ancient soul beasts. The ultimate dragon blood tempering is an unparalleled opportunity for us dragon soul masters." Hearing Tuoba Meng's confirmation, Tuoba Chen felt a chill in his heart. It was indeed dragon blood. He had read about the tempering effects of dragon blood in novels. Yet this pool contained the blood of innumerable dragons. How could it remain liquid after so long? Truly, it was dragon blood. As he observed the internal organs occasionally floating to the surface of the blood pool, Tuoba Chen felt a wave of revulsion. Tuoba Yu and the other youth appeared even more distressed, nearly on the verge of retching. Though repulsed, he was not one to be overly sensitive. Resolutely, he stripped off his clothes and prepared to leap into the pool. However, just as he took the first step, Tuoba Meng pulled him back, leaving Tuoba Chen puzzled. Tuoba Shi, observing his grandson's confusion, reproached him lightly, "You little rascal, why the hurry? The dragon blood is incredibly potent. Jumping in without preparation is tantamount to courting death." Tuoba Meng then produced 6 silver-gray herbs from his robes, stating, "This is dragon whisker grass. Before you enter, you must consume it. After ingesting this herb, your body will gradually warm, secreting a green liquid from your skin. Once this liquid covers your body, you may enter. Remember, 1 dragon whisker grass allows you to remain in the blood pool for a day. Exceeding this duration may endanger your life. However, if your body adapts to the sacred dragon pool, you may stay longer. Still, I advise against greed. It is best to exit on time. Understood?" "Understood, Grand Elder." The 3 replied in unison. "Good. Come collect your dragon whisker grass." With that, they each received their allotted herbs. Tuoba Chen 3, Tuoba Yu 2, and the last youth 1, distribution based on their rankings, a reflection of their merits earned through strength. They accepted this allocation without dissent, as it was a testament to their own abilities. In the Sacred Dragon sect, the law of the jungle reigned supreme, holding the 3 seemingly withered herbs. Tuoba Chen swallowed them whole. Instantly, a warm sensation surged within his abdomen, bringing a measure of comfort. Gradually, a viscous green liquid enveloped his body, akin to perspiration but thicker. Before long, the liquid coated him entirely, and once he felt ready, he took measured steps toward the sacred dragon pool. The closer he approached, the more pungent the metallic scent became, nearly overwhelming him as he reached the edge of the pool. Yet, this was his purpose for coming. Under the astonished gazes of his companions, he leapt in without hesitation. Upon entering the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen's immediate sensation was one of pain, searing, fiery pain. The moment he entered, the dragon's blood began to seep into his body, as if it were intent on consuming him whole. Before long, he found himself struggling, yearning to escape this place, to leave the sacred dragon pool. On the shore, Tuoba Meng witnessed this scene and immediately shouted, "Focus your energy. Guide the flow of the dragon's blood into your meridians." Hearing Tuoba Meng's voice faintly, Tuoba Chen hastily adjusted his stance, consciously attempting to control the direction of the dragon's blood. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. The dragon's blood was fiercely domineering and exceedingly difficult to manage, making it impossible for him to freely direct it into his meridians. Yet he did not surrender easily. This was a singular opportunity. If he left the sacred dragon pool, the effects of the dragon whisker grass would dissipate instantly, and without its protection, he would be unable to re-enter the pool. Hence, he had to persevere. Since the method proposed by Tuoba Meng did not suit him, he decided to practice the Azure Dragon technique within the sacred dragon pool. This technique was renowned for its formidable absorption capabilities, as evidenced by his ability to increase his cultivation speed by 40%. To his astonishment, upon invoking the Azure Dragon technique, he immediately felt its effects. The technique's powerful suction managed to tenuously control the unruly dragon's blood, although pain still coursed through his body. It had reached a bearable level. Observing Tuoba Chen fully immersed in the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Yu swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of apprehension as he addressed Tuoba Ming. Elder, what has happened to him? Why has he ceased to struggle? Tuoba Ming glanced at Tuoba Yu and replied. He has adapted to the waters of the sacred dragon pool, thus halting his struggles. What? Chapter 79. The Dragon's Blood Tempering. It had only been a short while, and yet Tuoba Chen had already acclimatized to the waters of the sacred dragon pool. Tuoba Yu felt somewhat astonished. Could it be that the waters were not as terrifying as Tuoba Ming had described? Observing the calm demeanor of Tuoba Ming, Tuoba Yu began to think this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ming, elated at Tuoba Chen's success, masked his joy for the sake of his dignity as the elder. In truth, overcoming the sacred dragon pool was neither exceedingly difficult nor remarkably easy. With the right approach, one could adapt to the pool in an instant. He himself had managed to endure those few days by mastering the method he had just shared with Tuoba Chen. However, that method was tailored to his own physique, and each individual required a different approach based on their unique constitution. Thus, he refrained from divulging it to Tuoba Chen at the outset. Now seeing his adaptation, he mistakenly believed his advice had been the catalyst for success. Truly, he is my grandson, Tuoba Ming murmured softly. Before long, Tuoba Yu's body began to fill with a green liquid. Having lingered here for some time, he gradually grew accustomed to the thick, iron-like scent of blood, no longer repulsed as he had been initially. Yet, as he stood before the sacred dragon pool, he still felt a wave of nausea. However, for the sake of his future, he resolved to endure it. With that thought in mind, he leapt into the sacred dragon pool. Instantly, he was met with pain more intense than what Tuoba Chen had experienced upon entry, as he had only consumed 2 dragon whisker grasses, resulting in less protection and a shorter duration of relief. Nonetheless, he was somewhat mentally prepared and quickly attempted the method Tuoba Ming had described, focusing his energy and guiding the dragon's blood into his meridians. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he succeeded and the pain subsided. However, the visible veins on his arms indicated that this technique was not as effective as the Azure Dragon technique. Nevertheless, he was content with his success. As the last youth entered, witnessing the success of the other 2, he felt a sense of superiority, believing himself to be nearly on par with Tuoba Yu. Since Tuoba Yu had succeeded, he thought that with some effort, he too would not fail. However, reality proved to be far harsher than his ideals. The moment he submerged into the sacred dragon pool, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, losing his grip on reason. Possessing only 1 dragon whisker grass, he received the least protection among the 3. Help! Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Help! Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In a state of panic, he instinctively cried for help, inadvertently swallowing a significant amount of the dragon's blood. Tuoba Ming observed this scene without rushing to rescue him. He had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. In previous years, very few of the 3rd entrants had succeeded, and this year seemed no different. As the individual was not yet in mortal peril, he felt assured. He would only intervene when the youth could no longer endure, allowing the dragon's blood to strengthen his body as much as possible in the meantime. 10 minutes later, watching the youth gradually cease his struggles, Tuoba Ming leapt into the sacred dragon pool to retrieve him. Once ashore, the boy, who had been frowning in distress, suddenly relaxed. Tuoba Ming, using his soul force, expelled the excess dragon's blood from the boy's body, clothed him, and then turned his gaze back to the sacred dragon pool. The 2 remaining individuals were the ones who would bear the future's burden. Protecting them was of utmost importance. 3 hours later, Tuoba Chen, who had been floating in the center of the sacred dragon pool, abruptly opened his eyes. The stimulation from the dragon's blood had accelerated the secretion of dragon whisker grass, and as his body gradually acclimated to the environment, the pain had diminished to a mere tingling sensation. His physique had indeed been strengthened, ensconced in the blood pool. He could sense that the deeper he descended, the denser the blood pool became, and the more potent the energy contained within, though this also signified greater danger. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tuoba Chen decided to dive deeper. What a foolish thing to be timid. Opportunities must be seized, and if he were to train safely and steadily, how could he ever surpass Tang San? With that resolve, he began his descent, exercising caution. Should he plunge into depths beyond his body's capacity, it would be a grave mistake. After approximately 5 minutes of descending, he halted, for the murky blood pool obscured his surroundings, and he stopped when the pain in his body reached the intensity of his initial entry. He continued his cultivation, Perhaps due to the surrounding pressure, his martial soul activated without his conscious control. His Earth Dragon martial soul, which had once been a dull earth tone, had transformed into a bloodthirsty crimson hue. Similarly, his hair and eyes, influenced by the dragon's blood, had taken on a strikingly vibrant red, exuding an aura of both malevolence and mystery. Concurrently, his Azure Dragon technique progressed with remarkable speed. Previously, he could only sustain it for 2 hours and 50 minutes, but now he could maintain it for a full 3 hours. He was on the brink of breaking through to the second tier of the Azure Dragon technique. Thus, 2 full days passed. Tuoba Chen, having exhausted the effects of the dragon whisker grass, was compelled to leave the sacred dragon pool. Upon emerging, he noticed only Tuoba Meng and another youth remaining on the shore inside. Indeed, Tuoba Chen still persevered. Henceforth, the gap between him and Tuoba Chen was destined to widen. Tuoba Meng, noticing Tuoba Yu's exit, remarked, "Well done, you have lasted for 2 days." Tuoba Yu was quite generous with his praise. In previous years, some clan members who entered the sacred dragon pool couldn't even last 2 days. Yet Tuoba Yu had already performed admirably. If he were in first place, enduring 3 days should not have posed a challenge. However, what could he do when his grandson was even more exceptional? After emerging from the pool, Tuoba Yu did not hastily depart, but instead sat down to meditate. Much like another young lad, having just exited the sacred dragon pool with substantial gains, he needed time to assimilate his experiences. The following day, observing the stillness of the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Meng felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Tuoba Chen was poised to surpass the 3-day mark, though he could not ascertain exactly how much longer he would remain. Nevertheless, every additional minute was a blessing. It was known that, barring extraordinary circumstances, only a select few from the Sacred Dragon sect would have the opportunity to enter the Sacred Dragon pool once in their lifetime. The longer Tuoba Chen persisted, the more joy it brought him. Chapter 80. A week later, 5 days had elapsed, yet the surface of the Sacred Dragon pool remained undisturbed. At this point, even Tuoba Meng was beginning to feel anxious. Had something gone awry with Tuoba Chen after such an extended duration? Tuoba Yu and the other young man shared similar concerns. For having personally experienced the terrifying nature of the blood pool, they found it hard to believe anyone could endure such an ordeal for this long. Yet, amidst their anxiety, all they could do was wait, for they were not Tuoba Chen and thus unaware of the true situation. Within the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen had grown indifferent to the bizarre crimson hue surrounding him. He could distinctly sense that his body had ceased to secrete the dragon whisker grass's viscous liquid. Strangely, he did not feel any significant pain. It seemed his body had developed a resistance to the dragon's blood, making it challenging for the blood to penetrate him. He would require a denser form of dragon's blood to continue his ascension. With this thought, he swam resolutely toward the pool's depths. Although the sacred dragon pool was situated within a small valley, its depth reached 500 meters. Tuoba Chen was now roughly at a depth equivalent to 100 meters, where the blood of Millennium Dragon-type soul beasts resided. He was unaware of how far the bottom lay, but descending further felt instinctively right. As long as he could reach a place where the density of dragon's blood could permeate his body, he would succeed. The deeper he descended, the more arduous his breathing became, and his body felt increasingly heavy. Yet he pressed on, acutely aware that this density was insufficient to support his breakthrough to the second level of the Azure Dragon technique. According to the scriptures of the Azure Dragon technique, generally, one needed to be at least a level 30 soul master to achieve such a breakthrough. His previous use of the cold spirit grass had significantly diminished this requirement. He had initially estimated that he could break through at level 25 as a great soul master. Now, with the assistance of the Sacred Dragon Pool, he felt confident that he could achieve the breakthrough at this very moment. He continued to descend until he reached a point where he could no longer sink further. Here lay the blood of 10,000-year dragon-type soul beasts. Tuoba Chen felt an overwhelming pressure, a stark contrast to the pressure exerted by the 1,000-year soul beasts. Although absorbing the blood of 10,000-year dragons was less daunting than withstanding the pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring, it still exceeded his body's limits. However, success was not unattainable, requiring extraordinary willpower. It was a test of his endurance. Should he persist, his Azure Dragon technique would ascend to the second level, significantly enhancing his physical strength and enabling rapid progress in his cultivation. Conversely, Failure would not only mean losing the gains from his time in the Sacred Dragon Pool, but could also severely impair his bodily functions, potentially rendering him incapable of ever becoming a soul master again. Yet, cultivation was akin to rowing upstream. If one did not advance, they would regress. If he faltered at such a minor obstacle, how would he face greater dangers in the future, particularly if he sought to inherit divine power? Would he then also choose to abandon his quest? Clearly, that was not an option. Thus, Tuoba Chen endured the agony that had become a constant companion over the past few days. His body had grown accustomed to the pain, yet the current sensations were nearly unbearable. His complexion had turned ashen, his body trembled violently, and every part felt as though it were being scorched by fire. Despite this, he could not alter his state. He could only silently endure, exerting every effort to maintain control over his mind and using the Azure Dragon technique to absorb and guide the dragon's blood. 2 days later, Tuoba Chen paced anxiously along the banks of the Sacred Dragon Pool. A full week had passed since Tuoba Chen entered, and while he understood that his grandson had acclimated to the waters, he could not quell his worries. After such an extended period, what if his fears were justified? What if Tuoba Chen had encountered an unfortunate mishap, resulting in this prolonged silence? It was not uncommon for children with exceptional self-discipline to believe they could endure, only to find themselves trapped in the Sacred Dragon Pool for too long, with tragic outcomes, bodies completely assimilated by the pool. Should such a fate befall Tuoba Chen, how would he explain it to Tuoba Yen? Would he have to mourn a child before his time? Standing nearby, Tuoba Yu no longer harbored animosity towards Tuoba Chen. The latter had accomplished feats beyond his own capabilities. Despite his youth, Tuoba Yu possessed a strong sense of individuality and admired those who were both powerful and diligent. In his eyes, personal character mattered little. As long as someone was formidable, they earned his respect, a rather distorted belief shaped by the environment of the Sacred Dragon sect. Just as Tuoba Chen could no longer contain himself and was about to plunge into the water in search of Tuoba Chen, a series of bubbles began to rise to the surface. Noticing the disturbance, Tuoba Chen's expression brightened. With no one else around, it could only be Tuoba Chen. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by towering waves as a massive scarlet dragon surged forth. Tuoba Chen's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, it was Tuoba Chen. However, the appearance of Tuoba Chen had changed significantly. His once snow-white skin now bore faint red lines, his eyes devoid of whites or pupils, merely two glowing crimson orbs. His hair was a vivid scarlet, and even the sight of him sent shivers down spines. Yet, Tuoba Chen stood resolute, for he was a Soul Doloa. The aura emanating from Tuoba Chen might have been close to that of a Soul King, but the true strength did not match such a display. His formidable presence stemmed from his deep fusion with the Sacred Dragon Pool, which had become his domain, allowing a great Soul Master to exude an aura akin to a Soul King. However, his actual power had not increased proportionately. Upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's transformed state, Tuoba Yu and the other youth trembled involuntarily, not solely due to Tuoba Chen's appearance, but because his martial soul had undergone a mutation, evolving into a higher form. The pressure of his bloodline compelled Tuoba Yu and the others to shudder. After leaving the Sacred Dragon Pool, Tuoba Chen's condition gradually returned to normal. The blood hue that enveloped him began to fade, slowly restoring him to the state he had been in a week prior. However, despite its unchanged appearance, a significant transformation had occurred within. Chapter 81, Rebirth. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, capable of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Upon reaching the shore, Tuoba Chen and the others immediately approached him. "How do you feel, Xiaocheng? Is there anything amiss?" Hearing Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Tuoba Chen nodded. Upon observing his reaction, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of concern and asked, "Are you unwell? Let me take a look. I feel entirely different. I am brimming with strength, capable of obliterating my former self with a single punch," Tuoba Chen replied. Tuoba Chen, caught off guard by his response, nearly slapped him out of fright, genuinely fearing something was wrong. Nevertheless, he conducted a thorough examination of Tuoba Chen, and once assured he was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen proactively requested, "Grandfather, could you arrange for me to face an opponent? I wish to ascertain the extent of my strength." Of course, Tuoba Chen replied without hesitation. Equally eager to discover the true measure of Tuoba Chen's abilities. The two bystanders, Tuoba Yu and another, wisely refrained from challenging Tuoba Chen, fully aware that they were no match for him now. After departing from the sacred dragon pool, they inhaled the fresh air deeply. It felt as though they were truly alive. The memories of their days in the sacred dragon pool would forever linger in their minds. Once outside, Tuoba Yu and his companion returned home, while Tuoba Chen was escorted by Tuoba Meng to a residential area. This was the living quarters for outer disciples, inhabited by many soul masters of levels 30 to 40. It was the perfect place for Tuoba Chen to find a suitable opponent. Tuoba Meng appeared quite familiar with the area, leading Tuoba Chen effortlessly to one of the residences. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Fang, come out. I have something to discuss with you. As soon as Tuoba Meng knocked, the door swung open to reveal a robust young man. Elder Meng, what brings you here today? Zhou Fang, surprised by Tuoba Meng's visit, greeted him with respect. I require your assistance. Oh, Elder Meng, please go ahead, Zhou Fang replied courteously despite his rugged demeanor. Tuoba Chen was curious about their relationship, as they appear to be well acquainted. You will spar with my grandson, but be careful not to injure him. Upon hearing Tuoba Meng's words, Zhou Fang glanced at Tuoba Chen and chuckled. Elder, your grandson appears rather young, though I have heard tales of young Master Chen's prowess. He seems to be only at level 20 or so. Is it not too much to ask for a duel? Tuoba Meng, however, only registered one sentiment: displeasure. Will you fight or not? Very well, Zhou Fang replied resignedly, recognizing his subordinate status. Moreover, sparring posed little risk, and he owed Tuoba Meng a debt of gratitude for rescuing him from starvation in his youth. As for injuring the young master, he deemed it highly unlikely, given his own relatively low offensive capabilities. Once Zhou Fang agreed, the trio proceeded to the designated arena for outer disciples. Observing the surroundings, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but lament. The arena for direct disciples is far superior. This one is rather shabby, overgrown with weeds, and neglected. Nevertheless, he was determined to test his strength without concern for the venue's condition. Young Master Chen, are you prepared? Ready. Let's begin. Martial Soul, manifest. Upon uttering those words, Tuoba Chen transformed drastically, reverting to his red-haired, red-eyed, sinister form. Zhou Fang, in turn, revealed 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Both were momentarily taken aback. Tuoba Chen was astonished to discover that Zhou Fang was a soul scholar. Despite his newfound strength, he sensed a lingering disparity. And Zhou Fang exuded an aura that suggested he was more than just a level 41 or 42 soul scholar. Zhou Fang, on the other hand, was unnerved by Tuoba Chen's fearsome appearance. Elder Tuoba, too, was surprised by Tuoba Chen's transformation upon activating his martial soul. Let the duel commence, he declared. With that, Tuoba Chen charged forward, leaving Zhou Fang momentarily stunned. An extraordinary scene unfolded as Tuoba Chen, a great soul master, dominated Zhou Fang throughout the match. Observing the spectacle, Tuoba Meng felt a sense of satisfaction. He knew Zhou Fang's capabilities well. Zhou Fang's martial soul, known as the Iron Armor Beast, possessed formidable defensive strength but lacked offensive power, which was precisely why Tuoba Meng had chosen him to spar with Tuoba Chen. While Tuoba Chen might not win, he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Witnessing Tuoba Chen overpower Zhou Fang, Tuoba Meng thought, "My dear child, this is a testament to my love for you." Yet, the emotional states of both combatants contrasted sharply with their outward appearances. Under Tuoba Chen's relentless assault, Zhou Fang found himself somewhat strained. Tuoba Chen's strength was far beyond what a great soul master should possess, and he had been forced back several steps. Even as a soul scholar, it was difficult to push him back, though he was intentionally allowing Tuoba Chen some advantage. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen continued his vigorous onslaught, his hands beginning to tingle from impact against Zhou Fang's iron-like body. Striking with full force felt like it was only partially effective, as if half of the energy was being rebounded back to him, and he knew Zhou Fang had yet to employ any soul techniques. Realizing this approach wouldn't suffice, Tuoba Chen unleashed a powerful punch, using the recoil to create distance. Earth Spike Barrage. Before Zhou Fang could react, 8 blood-red spikes shot toward him. Although he noticed them, he was too slow to evade, a weakness inherent to the Iron Armor Beast martial soul. Thud! Unlike his previous ineffectual strikes, this time Tuoba Chen's spikes penetrated Zhou Fang's body. Though only the tips had breached his defenses, it still constituted a wound. Rather than anger, Zhou Fong was merely astonished that Tuoba Chen could inflict harm upon him. However, the Earth Spike barrage was not a singular attack. The spikes withdrew and then thrust forward like daggers once more. Remarkably, unlike before, these spikes now bore barbs, leaving Zhou Fong astonished. Chapter 82. Rise in Strength. The addition of barbs was undoubtedly beneficial, amplifying both the power and penetration of Tuoba Chen spikes. Furthermore, as the spikes retracted, the barbs inflicted secondary damage, showcasing their effectiveness. Yet, Zhou Fong was no pushover. First soul skill, iron armor. With that, a thick layer of iron plating enveloped Zhou Fong. When Tuoba Chen's spikes struck him, they shattered upon impact. Having found himself unable to breach the opponent's formidable defenses, Tuoba Chen readily conceded defeat. He could sense that his adversary was holding back. Otherwise, with such robust defensive capabilities, the opponent could have disregarded his attacks entirely, opting instead to trade injuries, leading to his assured loss. Surprised by Tuoba Chen's swift surrender, Zhou Fong had anticipated a longer struggle. Nevertheless, this outcome was agreeable. As the duel concluded, Tuoba Chen clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhou Fong, expressing his appreciation for the lessons learned. Zhou Fong responded with a polite dismissal of the thanks. At this moment, Tuoba Meng stepped forward, stating that Zhou Fong was almost entirely a defensive-type Soul Master, with a defensive strength comparable to that of a Soul King. It was entirely understandable that Tuoba Chen, still merely a great Soul Master, could not penetrate such defenses. Tuoba Chen nodded in agreement. He was certainly not one to belittle himself. However, he acknowledged that the enhancement to his offensive power following the upgrade of his white-armored Earth Dragon martial spirit was relatively modest, even with its mutations. This was to be expected, as the white-armored Earth Dragon was predominantly a defensive-type martial spirit. The duel had successfully met his objectives, providing him with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Generally speaking, unless his opponent wielded an exceptionally powerful martial spirit, even high-ranking soul sages could easily be bested by him. After all, his physique and soul power had significantly surpassed those of his peers. If he were to engage a soul sage lacking in combat proficiency, the likelihood of victory was exceedingly high. However, the extent of his defensive capabilities remained uncertain. After all, the white-armored Earth Dragon's greatest strengths lay in its defense and power, and he was rather eager to discover this. Reflecting on his gains from the Holy Dragon Pool, he noted a substantial enhancement across all physical attributes, though the mental attribute remained untested. His Sanglong skill had advanced to its second level, and both his martial spirit and soul skills had undergone beneficial mutations. Moreover, his total soul power, as well as his recovery and cultivation speed, had improved. These were the extent of his discoveries thus far, and while there may have been other latent enhancements he had yet to recognize, he was nonetheless satisfied. The sole regret remained that his level had only increased by 1 during this journey to the Holy Dragon Pool. Additionally, it appeared that due to the augmentation of his physical strength, the soul power required for him to level up had increased. His body could now accommodate soul power 3 times that of a normal soul master, and his cultivation speed was now 25 times faster than before. This indicated that his future level advancement would be somewhat slower compared to others of the same innate soul power rank of 8. Upon receiving this news, he was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The advantage lay in the certainty that he would never lack for soul power, even having the potential to engage in battles beyond his current level. Yet, simultaneously, this slowed rate of advancement was a significant drawback. After some contemplation, he found solace in the notion that an increase in strength was a positive development. The greater the enhancement, the more beneficial it would be for his potential ascension to divinity, although he was unsure if such an opportunity would ever arise. After a brief conversation with Tuoba Meng, who then departed, he contemplated the ephemeral nature of hope, but resolved to focus on his own training to strive for the rank of Title de Law. Having reached level 89, he felt an urgent need to push himself further, unwilling to remain stagnant. Observing the streets that were gradually becoming familiar, he felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing he would soon leave this place for an entirely foreign environment, one far less secure than the Holy Dragon Sect or the Tiendo Royal Junior Soulmaster Academy. He needed to prepare adequately. In the courtyard, a rosy-cheeked young woman sat vacantly, staring at the immobile door before her, lost in thought. It had been 7 days since Master Chen's departure. Why had he not returned? Surely he had not abandoned her. Shaking her head at such thoughts, Gu Yi reassured herself that Master Chen was a responsible individual who would keep his word. Resolute, she began tidying up, her complexion having improved greatly from when Tuoba Chen had first encountered her, thanks to the enhanced quality of her life during his absence. Yet, a subtle sorrow lingered in her brow, one that would not dissipate until Master Chen returned. Suddenly, the long quiet courtyard door creaked open, drawing Gu Yi's attention from her chores. Upon seeing the visitor, her expression shifted from confusion to excitement. "Master," she exclaimed. "Gu Yi, I'm back. Have you been well these past few days?" Tuoba Chen replied. "Yes, thanks to Master Care, I've been very well." Gu Yi beamed, her vibrant demeanor putting Tuoba Chen at ease, as he had worried about her ability to manage on her own in his absence. "I'm hungry. Please prepare me something to eat." "Of course," Gu Yi responded eagerly. Watching her skip about, Tuoba Chen found himself wishing that such tranquil days could last indefinitely. However, tomorrow he would be heading to the spirit hall, uncertain of what awaited him there. Half an hour later, the familiar aroma of cooked meat wafted from a kitchen. Tuoba Chen gazed at the lavish spread before him, momentarily unsure where to begin. Observing his dazed expression, Gu Yi inquired, "Master, why aren't you eating?" "And no reason. I'll eat now," he stammered, quickly grabbing chopsticks and digging in. After 7 days submerged in the holy dragon pool, while he had sustained himself on its provided nourishment, the flavors had left much to be desired. Faced with the delightful feast before him, he could hardly stop after the first bite. Delighted to see him enjoying her cooking, Gu Yi smiled as she had spent the past week honing her culinary skills. The fact that Tuoba Chen relished her dishes filled her with joy. Before long, he had devoured nearly the entire table of food. Once finished, Gu Yi promptly asked, "Master, are you full? If not, I can prepare more." Tuoba Chen shook his head. He felt quite stuffed, having overindulged due to her generous servings. Yet, it was her heartfelt gesture, and he felt it would be impolite not to finish. After acknowledging that he had indeed eaten a substantial amount, Gu Yi began to clear the table, taking the dirty dishes to wash. Chapter 83. Why don't you accompany me? Noticing Gu Yi's diligent movements, Tuoba Chen suddenly spoke up. "Gu Yi, I will be leaving tomorrow." At his words, Gu Yi paused, her hands ceasing their motions before quickly resuming with a forced smile. "All right. Master, how long will you be gone? When you return, I will prepare a grand feast for you. I want you to be coming back. Once I leave this time, I want to return." The sound of shattered crockery echoed from Gu Yi's direction. She did not respond immediately, and Tuoba Chen discerned that her body trembled slightly. The atmosphere turned oddly silent. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, her voice quivering. "I'm sorry, Master. I broke a dish." "It's nothing, just a dish," he reassured her, and both fell silent, the peculiar tension returning. Suddenly, Gu Yi asked, "Why does Master have to leave this time?" It seemed she had steadied her emotions, as her voice was now free of tremors. Tuoba Chen hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge his destination of the spirit hall, yet he found no justification to deceive Gu Yi. "I am going to the spirit hall. From now on, I do not know if I will have the chance to return." Tuoba Chen's words were sincere. He truly did not know if he would ever return. After all, Bibi Dong had left him with the impression of a woman capable of wreaking havoc for the sake of a man. To him, his journey to the spirit hall felt akin to the exchange of a royal heir between two nations seeking peace, an act of loyalty from a weaker country to a stronger one. Typically, the more significant the hostage, the greater the control a powerful nation has over a weaker one. As the first heir to the Holy Dragon sect, Tuoba Chen occupied a position nearly equivalent to that of a prince. He found it incomprehensible that Tuoba she could so readily agree to send their most important heir away. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gu Yi felt a tightening in her heart. Although she had previously lived in a slum, she had heard of the Spirit Hall, a revered sanctuary for soul masters. It was said that those chosen to enter the Spirit Hall were extraordinary talents, one in a myriad. Tuoba Chen had reached such an exceptional level, while she, nearing 8 years of age, had yet to break through level 10. Though it was common for soul masters to remain at this level at her age, comparing herself to someone like Tuoba Chen made her feel woefully inadequate. Gu Yi opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. "Gu Yi, after I leave, take good care of yourself. I will leave you some gold coins. You can stay here, and don't let anyone bully you again. Understood? As Tuoba Chen spoke, Gu-e finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. Only she knew how profoundly she had suffered during the 7 days of his absence, and now hearing that he might leave forever, her emotions erupted, finally released. Seeing Gu-e weep, Tuoba Chen panicked. He dreaded the thought of making a girl like Gu-e cry, for he was not adept at comforting others. If it were a mischievous child, he might have swiftly dealt with them to demonstrate what cruelty meant. Gu-e tried to stifle her tears, aware that no one liked a crybaby, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. Observing Gu-e's futile attempts to contain her sobs, Tuoba Chen, for reasons unknown, burst into laughter. The tension that had taken time to build was abruptly shattered. Gu-e found herself caught in a dilemma. Crying felt wrong, yet not crying was equally impossible. The embarrassment flushed her face a deep crimson. Tuoba Chen, feeling a touch awkward, instinctively sought to change the subject. "Why don't you come with me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he froze, realizing they had been spoken without thought. In moments of awkwardness, people often let slip insincere words. And Tuoba Chen regretted his spontaneous invitation. After all, the journey to the spirit hall could pose great dangers, and he could hardly protect Gu-e while ensuring his own safety. However, it was clearly too late. Gu-e, upon hearing his words, eagerly replied, "Yes. I want to go with you, young master." The next morning, a luxurious carriage stood waiting at the entrance of Tuoba Chen's courtyard. While he was in the kitchen enjoying breakfast, Gu-e rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with a beaming smile. Tuoba Chen glanced up and asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face that makes you so happy?" "No, it's just that the thought of going out with you, young master, makes me very happy." Tuoba Chen responded with a hint of resignation, regretting his earlier words. Gu-e would be far better off staying safely at the Holy Dragon sect rather than accompanying him on this perilous adventure. Before long, a clan member knocked on his door. "Young Master Chen, Master Jiudoa has arrived. Are you ready?" Upon hearing the call, Tuoba Chen quickly replied, "Coming." He wiped his hands and left with Gu-e. Thanks to his soul guide device, he did not need to carry luggage. Everything was effortlessly stored within it. Upon reaching the door, Jiu Yueguan and Tuoba She greeted him with warm smiles and waves. Yet, Tuoba Chen, preoccupied with concern for Gu-e, appeared somewhat gloomy. From a distance, Jiu Yueguan noticed Tuoba Chen's expression. When Tuoba Chen saw the smiles of Jiu Dalal and Tuoba Shi, he forced a smile in return. Sensing the forced nature of his smile, Jiu Yueguan assumed it was due to his reluctance to leave, and a plan began to form in his mind. Tuoba Shi, however, remained oblivious, and upon Tuoba Chen's arrival, presented him with 2 cards. "Little Chen, as you head to the Spirit Hall, we want to be able to visit you often. Here, SA card with 5 million gold soul coins for you to purchase cultivation materials. And this card is the highest tier membership from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which offers discounts. Take care on your journey." Tuoba Chen was taken aback by this generous gift from Tuoba Shi. He simply expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, go ahead." With that, Tuoba Chen and Gu-e boarded the carriage with Jiu Yueguan. The latter took note of the young girl accompanying Tuoba Chen, but did not inquire further. Chapter 84. Star Luo City. After bidding farewell to Tuoba Meng and the others, Tuoba Chen officially embarked on his journey to the Spirit Hall. Uncertain of whether it would bring fortune or misfortune. Nevertheless, he thought it unlikely that Bibi Dong would mistreat a mere child. After all, he had surrendered and should be treated kindly as a hostage. After a day's travel, the carriage abruptly came to a halt. Tuoba Chen, still in the midst of his meditation, awoke with confusion. The horses pulling the carriage were a breed known as the scale horse, renowned for their remarkable endurance, capable of traveling for 3 consecutive days. Having studied the continent's map, he knew that at their current pace, it would take at least 5 days to reach the Spirit Hall. Why had they stopped after just 1 day? Was there an issue with the carriage? Noticing Tuoba Chen's puzzled expression, Jiu Yueguan mysteriously suggested, "Let us go see." Though unsure of his intentions, Tuoba Chen did not refuse. "Very well, Senior Yueguan." He then descended from the carriage with Gu-e. Upon exiting, a magnificent city unfolded before him, distinct from the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. This city was predominantly red, exuding an air of ancient grandeur and solemnity. Just gazing upon it ignited a fervent passion within Tuoba Chen. Jiu Yueguan also disembarked. Prompting Tuoba Chen to glance at him with curiosity. Go ahead. This is the imperial capital of the Xing Luo Empire, Xing Luo City. It must be your first time here, right? Let me tell you, Xing Luo City is famous as an ancient capital of war. It boasts advanced facilities and industries for soul masters, as well as entertainment options. In a few days, we will head to the Spirit Hall. Consider today your last chance to relax before entering a realm of rigorous training. Go enjoy yourself. Zhou Yueguan spoke earnestly, believing that every child inherently loves to play and that their worries could be soothed by joy. However, the words of Jiuguan took on a completely different flavor in Tuoba Chen's ears. Jiuguan remarked that any facilities and industries related to soul masters development here were remarkably advanced, implying that numerous cultivation resources unavailable in the Tiando Empire could be purchased here. This meant he could greatly enhance his cultivation speed. As for the subsequent mention of well-developed entertainment facilities, he automatically disregarded it. In his lexicon, there was only cultivation, not leisure. Once he comprehended this, he promptly replied, "Thank you, Senior Yueguan. I shall take my leave now. I will return before nightfall. We can afford to wait for a day." With that, Tuoba Chen stepped through the grand gates of Xingluo City, followed closely by Gu Yi. Due to their striking appearances, they quickly attracted the attention of several individuals within the city. Jiuguan noticed this and stealthily trailed behind, ready to protect them discreetly. Upon entering Xingluo City, Gu Yi displayed an inquisitive demeanor toward her surroundings, for this was her first venture beyond 5 kilometers from the Holy Dragon sect. Tuoba Chen, on the other hand, remained composed, having witnessed many grand spectacles before. He led Gu Yi towards the heart of Xingluo City. In most cities, the closer one gets to the center, the more prosperous it becomes, and Xingluo City was no exception. At its core stood the royal palace, surrounded by the residences of nobility and shops selling high-grade materials and medicinal herbs. His purpose for this visit was precisely those shops. Tuoba, she had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of 5 million gold soul coins. Holding such a fortune felt wasteful, so he contemplated exchanging it for useful resources instead. After approximately an hour, he reached the city center. Upon arrival, he intentionally guided Gu Yi towards a relatively secluded alley. Although unaware of Tuoba Chen's intentions, Gu Yi followed him into the alley. Before long, they found themselves in a dead end. Observing the surroundings, Gu Yi's heart raced. She wondered why her master had brought her there and what he intended to do. Just as she began to speculate, Tuoba Chen abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "Come out." As his words resonated, 3 exceptionally fierce-looking brutes emerged from the alley's entrance. Hey, little brother, why didn't he expect you to be so alert, noticing us tailing you?" The lead brutish man with a dark face declared. "Of course, your tracking skills are utterly pathetic. It would be difficult not to notice," Tuoba Chen retorted. "What is your purpose in following us? You little brat, what do you think our purpose is? It's simply because you look decent and could fetch a good price." The man replied, a smirk on his face. "Let me tell you, children like you are the most coveted commodities among the noble lords. You could sell for quite a sum." Ha ha ha. At this, Gu Yi, standing behind Tuoba Chen, felt a wave of fear wash over her. Although she had been bullied at the Holy Dragon sect, she had never encountered a formal kidnapping. "Master, I'm scared," she whispered. Hearing her voice, Tuoba Chen reassured her. "It's all right. I'm here." Despite being significantly smaller than the 3 brutes, his presence inexplicably instilled a sense of security. Gu Yi felt much more at ease. "Oh, how touching. I almost feel reluctant to harm you. Why not surrender peacefully? This way, we can avoid injuring you, and you'll fetch an even better price. It's a win-win for both parties. What do you think?" Just as he finished speaking, a barbed earth spike pierced through his abdomen. The hulking man looked down at the wound in disbelief. How is this possible? With that, the spike retracted, followed by 2 more spikes impaling his brain and heart. The other 2 men, mere commoners, were similarly caught off guard by Tuoba Chen's sudden assault, swiftly meeting the same fate. During this ordeal, Tuoba Chen covered Gu Yi's eyes to shield her from the gruesome scene. She was still too young for such sights. However, after dispatching their assailants, Tuoba Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was his first experience taking a life, and he felt a queasiness rising in his stomach. Nevertheless, he held it in. He quickly manipulated the earth to absorb their bodies into the ground before letting out a sigh of relief. Removing his hand from Gu Yi's eyes, he said, "Let us go." Gu Yi gazed at the now empty alley, likely imagining the events that had just transpired. As they continued on their journey, Gui did not notice that Tuoba Chen's pace had quickened slightly. For some reason, every time he faced such scum, his anger reached its zenith, prompting actions he would not ordinarily take. Too impulsive, Tuoba Chen thought, adjusting his breathing to regain his composure. Soon, they arrived at the city center. Despite his agitation, he knew there were tasks to attend to. His gaze swiftly landed on an upscale shop adorned with the emblem of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, belonging to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Conveniently, he possessed the highest-level membership card for the Seven Treasure Chamber, which granted him discounts on purchases. Upon entering the Seven Treasure Chamber, a clerk promptly approached him. Despite being a child engrossed in his cultivation, Tuoba Chen's polished appearance betrayed his wealth. As he matured, he increasingly prioritized his appearance, understanding that first impressions are often visual. Since he had the means to enhance his image, he naturally opted not to dress simply. This practice helped him avoid many unnecessary misunderstandings. Indeed, the enthusiastic clerk before him was a prime example. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Tuoba Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting the low-tier herbs and items with limited cultivation benefits. "Is this all that is available? Are there no higher-grade herbs?" he inquired. The clerk replied, "Of course, there are higher-grade herbs, but they are located on the upper floors, and access requires a membership card from our chamber." "Is this what you mean?" Tuoba Chen then produced his card, symbolizing the highest level of membership within the Seven Treasure Chamber. Seeing the colorful card in Tuoba Chen's hand, the clerk initially thought he was mistaken. After confirming its authenticity, he eagerly exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I will fetch our steward to personally attend to you." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen nodded. Having a steward guide him was indeed a favorable arrangement. Before long, a very capable-looking young man approached Tuoba Chen. Spotting the card in Tuoba Chen's hand, the young man calmly stated, "I apologize for the wait, esteemed guest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Tian. May I serve as your guide?" When Yang Tian spoke, his tone was not that of someone trying to placate a child, but rather he treated Tuoba Chen as an adult, which made Tuoba Chen feel quite comfortable. "Yes, indeed, Steward Yang. Do you have any medicinal herbs that could assist in cultivation?" "Medicinal herbs? Certainly, please follow me," replied Steward Yang, leading Tuoba Chen upstairs. Following closely behind, Tuoba Chen made his way to the 5th floor, stealing glances at the merchandise on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, and noticed that the higher the floor, the better the items available. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Steward Yang remarked, "Mr. Tuoba, I brought you to the highest tier of our shop. All our premium items are on this level. I shall not disturb you further. If you require anything, feel free to call for me, as I will be nearby." Tuoba Chen nodded in agreement. He preferred to shop without a persistent salesperson at his side, which suited him perfectly. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to peruse the items independently. However, the moment they stepped onto this floor, they caught the attention of another individual. Sensing a gaze upon him, Tuoba Chen looked in that direction and spotted a golden-haired boy with heterochromatic eyes watching him from a distance. Wait, golden hair? Heterochromatic eyes? A familiar name suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Mubai, this place is so dull. When are we leaving?" Suddenly, a cute little girl with 2 playful pigtails spoke to the golden-haired boy. Tuoba Chen's keen hearing picked up the name Mubai, and that adorable girl with the pigtails was likely Zhu Zhuqing. He was somewhat surprised to encounter 2 members of the main cast here. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Dai Mubai withdrew his gaze and shook his head, saying, "I want to watch a little longer, Zhuqing. If you find it boring, you can head back." "Fine," Zhu Zhuqing replied, though she didn't seem inclined to leave. Tuoba Chen observed the 2 charming children and instinctively smiled, not harboring any strange thoughts, just a natural reaction. However, this scene would likely be fleeting, as they were situated in a family environment where older siblings would eventually impose their will on them. Dai Mubai would fall into a period of decline before departing the Star Luo Empire for Shrek Academy, with Zhu Zhuqing following suit. Tuoba Chen had long been curious about Dai Mubai, a prince of the Star Luo Empire. He wondered why, even if he went to the Heavendo Empire, he would choose to attend a dilapidated academy like Shrek. Was it due to the fear of being discovered as a prince from an enemy nation and subsequently captured? Regardless, Tuoba Chen was now captivated by a particular medicinal herb, the diamond fruit, an excellent resource for their offensive-type soul masters, which he had never encountered in the Heavendo Empire. However, as he reached out to grasp it, his hand inadvertently collided with another. Turning to see who it was, he found none other than Dai Mubai. I saw it first. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Noticing the commotion, Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing hurried over. Neither Tuoba Chen nor Dai Mubai relinquished their hold. The diamond fruit was a rare cultivation resource in the Star Luo Empire, and Dai Mubai was not about to let go easily. Let go. I'm a prince. Are you really going to challenge me? Dai Mubai said, his face flushed. And what if you were a prince? What I saw first is mine, Tuoba Chen retorted, refusing to budge. Had he not been concerned about damaging the diamond fruit, he would have seized it long ago without needing to argue with this brat. Chapter 86. Conflict. Dai Mubai was of the same age as Tuoba Chen, but stood a good deal shorter, around 1.40 meters. Observing Tuoba Chen's iron grip, Dai Mubai angrily declared, "If you have the guts, let us compete. Whoever wins gets the diamond fruit." Upon hearing this challenge, Tuoba Chen cast a dubious glance at Dai Mubai. He appeared far too frail, likely only 8 years old and probably not even at level 20, daring to challenge him. Noticing the disdain in Tuoba Chen's expression, Dai Mubai, feeling offended, warned, "Hey, what s with that look? Watch it. I might just beat you up." Seeing Dai Mubai's fierce demeanor, Tuoba Chen nonchalantly replied, all right, I accept. Where shall we compete?" Just then, Yang Tian interjected, "Are you two planning to duel? If so, our shop's top floor would be ideal. It's quite spacious and perfect for competition." Surprised by Yang Tian's words, Tuoba Chen wondered why he wasn't intervening to settle the dispute, but instead offered a venue. Dai Mubai, accustomed to this behavior in the Star Luo Empire, understood that when two individuals both laid claim to an item, fighting was the customary resolution. The Seven Treasure Merchant Guild had adapted well to this practice, even establishing a designated arena. The group then followed Yang Tian to the rooftop, which indeed was as spacious as he had described, with the floor seemingly made of special metal that was difficult to damage. Once there, the two stood at their respective positions. Yang Tian stood between them and announced, "This contest is for the diamond fruit. The victor will gain the right to purchase it. I hereby declare the match to commence." After the announcement, the two competitors did not immediately engage. Instead, the two girls spectating enthusiastically cheered. "Mubai, young master. Go for it." After a synchronized shout of encouragement, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze met Gu Yi's, igniting an unspoken spark between them. Dai Mubai summoned his martial soul, exclaiming, "Dai Mubai, martial soul, evil eye white tiger, level 15 offensive type battle soul master." Tuoba Chen responded in kind. Tuoba Chen, martial soul, white armored earth dragon, level 23 offensive type battle soul master. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's level, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, realizing the significant disparity. 23 levels, a full tier above him, and he appeared to be only slightly younger. Dai Mubai felt a sudden seriousness wash over him as Tuoba Chen teased, "Oh, so this is the Prince of the Star Luo Empire? Just level 15? Is that all?" Dai Mubai, incensed by Tuoba Chen's mockery, fought the urge to charge at him. Yet, he held back, understanding the power difference, and that Tuoba Chen had yet to unleash his martial soul. He would not resort to such a petty ambush. Seeing Dai Mubai's seriousness, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised by his restraint and continued, "Since your level is lower than mine, I want to take advantage of you. I won't use my martial soul. Let us see if you can defeat me as is." Dai Mubai, unable to endure such a slight, retorted, "I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire. No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. First soul skill, white tiger shield." With that, a golden light enveloped Dai Mubai, enhancing his sturdiness as he charged straight toward Tuoba Chen. As Dai Mubai launched his straightforward attack, Tuoba Chen shook his head, realizing that he was still just a child. The simplicity of his offensive tactics was evident. Even the current avalanche could easily overcome him. When Dai Mubai charged towards him, Tuoba Chen merely sidestepped, delivering a whip-like strike to Dai Mubai's back, sending him crashing to the ground. However, after enduring Tuoba Chen's blow, Dai Mubai remained sprawled on the ground, bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. He had clearly controlled the force of his attack. Why was it like this? Yet at this moment, Dai Mubai felt a deep sense of humiliation. How embarrassing. I was knocked down by someone who appears to be only a year older than I am. A wave of intense shame enveloped Dai Mubai, causing him to hesitate in getting up, waiting for everyone to leave first. Observing Dai Mubai's trembling calves, Tuoba Chen instantly understood the situation. Ah, child. Such tiresome pride. He made no effort to conceal his voice, and Dai Mubai heard him clearly. Upon hearing those words, he felt even less inclined to rise. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this scene, was perplexed. All she knew was that Dai Mubai had been knocked down. Mubai, she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. Don't die on me. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's concern, Dai Mubai continued to feign unconsciousness. Seeing this, Tuoba Chen found no reason to linger. It was utterly uninteresting. He had anticipated some excitement from Dai Mubai, but it seemed he was merely a privileged child with slightly better talent. Elder Yang, I believe I can now purchase the diamond fruit, he stated. Elder Yang nodded, having noticed Dai Mubai's ruse, and shook his head. The prince's performance was rather pathetic. Once Tuoba Chen and the others departed, Dai Mubai pretended to regain consciousness. Zhu Zhuqing, upon witnessing this, finally sighed in relief. Mubai, you're awake. Yes, my neck hurts. Zhuqing, what happened? If Tuoba Chen were still present, he would surely be astonished by Dai Mubai's acting skills, as the latter pretended as if nothing had occurred, feigning amnesia. Zhuqing exclaimed, startled. Mubai, don't scare me. Let me take you back to see a doctor. Hearing Zhuqing's words, he shook his head repeatedly. No, it's all right. I seem to be fine, just a bit of pain in my back. Noticing Dai Mubai's anxious demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled by his urgency, but still expressed her concern. Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor? Really, I don't need to. What a joke. Seeing a doctor would only expose me. All right then. Seeing Dai Mubai's insistence, she chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen successfully spent 150,000 gold soul coins on a large quantity of cultivation materials, filling his Tsanglong pendant before ceasing his shopping. Elder Yang was astonished by Tuoba Chen's financial resources. Although 150,000 was negligible for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the fact that a child could carry such wealth was surprising. However, observing Tuoba Chen's calm and mature demeanor, he felt his concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Chapter 87. The first encounter with Bibi Dong having completed his shopping smoothly, Tuoba Chen promptly headed towards the carriage, realizing that only half a day had passed. Although Jiyue Pass had granted him a full day of leisure, he had no idea what to do. For him, cultivation and enhancing his strength were the most enjoyable pursuits. After purchasing his items, returning to train as soon as possible was preferable, especially since he required significantly more soul power to level up than others. Jiyue Guan, who had been following him, hurried back to the carriage. When Tuoba Chen and the others arrived, Jiyue Guan lifted the curtain of the carriage window and said, "What's the matter? You're back already? Aren't you staying longer in Starluo City?" Tuoba Chen shook his head. "No, let's leave quickly." Hearing his response, Jiyue Guan nodded, and the group continued on their journey. 4 days later, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, a luxurious carriage came to a halt at the entrance. The guards immediately rushed out to block their path. Who dares to intrude upon the Spirit Hall? Perhaps in an effort not to leave a negative impression on Tuoba Chen, Jiyue Guan refrained from chastising the ignorant guard. Instead, he handed a token to the coachman to present. Upon seeing the token, the guard quickly stepped aside. "Lord Yue Guan, please enter." After granting them access, Jiyue Guan glanced at Tuoba Chen, who was still engrossed in his cultivation, feeling somewhat helpless. Over the past few days, aside from necessary physiological needs, Tuoba Chen had been consistently training. This was the first time he had encountered such a child. The only time he spoke to Jiyue Guan was to inquire about cultivation-related matters. Not only was he a child, but even among their titled doyuos, few could maintain such dedication. In that moment, Jiyue Guan suddenly understood why Tuoba Chen had achieved such accomplishments at such a young age, with outstanding talent and such diligence. If he did not meet with an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to become a titled de law in the future. With this thought, Jiyue Guan's desire to take Tuoba Chen as a disciple intensified. However, that would depend on whether the Pope would take a liking to him. As Jiyue Guan led Tuoba Chen towards the Pope's hall, he reassured him, "Tuoba Chen, there is no need to be nervous. The Pope does not dislike children. Just act normally." Hearing Jiyue Guan's words, Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. For some reason, Jiyue Guan had been quite kind to him throughout the journey, not putting him in difficult situations. Tuoba Chen remained calm, while Gu Yi, beside him, was a different story. She was nearly drenched in cold sweat, glancing nervously at the 2 rows of guards. Noticing Gu Yi's state, Tuoba Chen gently squeezed her hand, assuring her that he was there and that everything would be fine. Suddenly grasping his hand, Gu-yi felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over her, easing her tension. Upon arriving at the Pope's hall, it was the time when Bibi Dong was at work, so they did not enter directly, but instead had the guard announce their presence. "Your Holiness, Lord Yueguan has returned." Hearing the guard announcement, Bibi Dong nodded. The guard then stepped out to inform Ji Yueguan and the others. "Lord Yueguan, the Pope invites you to enter." Understood. Subsequently, the three of them entered the Pope's hall together. Bibi Dong did not lift her gaze, continuing to focus on the documents in her hands, and spoke. "Yueguan, how'd everything go?" "Your Holiness, the matter has been mostly resolved, and I have also brought Tuoba Chen with me." Upon hearing Ji Yueguan's response, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, then raised her eyes to glance at him and the two children beside him. The moment Tuoba Chen locked eyes with Bibi Dong, he was struck by her beauty. "How stunning!" he blurted out, genuinely captivated by her appearance, as he had never seen a woman like her before. Although Bibi Dong is estimated to be in her 30s or 40s, she appears to be a young woman in her 20s. Beneath her youthful and radiant exterior lies an indescribable aura of authority, exuding a lethal charm that no normal man could resist upon encountering such a woman. Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji Yue was taken aback with concern and promptly admonished, "Tuoba Chen, do not be disrespectful." Tuoba Chen quickly regained his composure, though he was unsure how to react. Observing Tuoba Chen's flustered demeanor brought a subtle smirk to Bibi Dong's lips, reminding her of the first time that person saw her, significantly brightening her mood. "Is everything all right? You are Tuoba Chen, are you not? I have heard of you. From today onward, you shall cultivate alongside my disciples," she stated. Tuoba Chen, somewhat dazed by her words, struggled to find a response, while Jua, feeling a hint of disappointment, quietly urged him, "You should thank the Pope." "Oh, thank you, Your Holiness," Tuoba Chen exclaimed. Witnessing his reaction, Bibi Dong felt that the young boy increasingly resembled that person. However, her thoughts soon drifted to something unpleasant, causing her previously upturned lips to fall once more. After a moment, Bibi Dong noticed Gu-yi, who was standing awkwardly to the side. Upon a closer inspection, she lost interest in Gu-yi, deeming her rather mediocre, aside from her decent appearance. She seemed utterly lacking in merit. "Ji Yue, you have worked hard along the way. Please arrange accommodations for Tuoba Chen and the others, right next to the Saintess," she instructed. "Yes, Your Holiness," Ji Yue replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone as she led Tuoba Chen and the others away. Tuoba Chen sensed Ji Yue's mood, but was puzzled by her demeanor. Could it be that she harbored feelings for Bibi Dong? Given that Ji Yue had been quite kind to him over the past few days, answering many of his questions about cultivation, he reached out and tugged at her hand, inquiring, "Elder Ji Yue, what troubles you? You seem quite downcast." Ji Yue was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's concern. Looking at his bewildered face, she gently ruffled his hair and replied, "It's nothing, little Chun. I merely thought of my grandfather, who, despite his age, remains a bachelor. It would be wonderful if I had a grandson." Tuoba Chen was surprised to learn this was the reason behind her melancholy. It seemed that Ji Yue, too, was a lonely soul in need of companionship. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her forlorn expression, he impulsively said, "Grandfather Ji Yue?" Ji Yue's body tensed at his words. "What did you just call me, little Chun?" Blushing slightly, Tuoba Chen stammered, "I refer to you as Grandfather Ji Yue. Is that not acceptable?" His tone was timid, almost pitiful. No. You may certainly call me that. Little Chun, if you do not mind, I would be honored if you did so from now on," Ji Yue replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice, resembling a child apprehensive of rejection. "Of course," Tuoba Chen affirmed confidently. Momentarily taken aback, Ji Yue then burst into laughter, eventually regaining her composure. "Little Chun, here, take this." She handed him a medallion engraved with a chrysanthemum, stating, "This is my identity token. With it, no one but a few elders will dare to bully you." Accepting the medallion, Tuoba Chen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Ji Yue." It was not a rare treasure, but he sensed that refusing it might disappoint her, so he accepted it graciously. Hearing him address her as Grandfather Ji Yue filled Ji Yue with joy, and she thought of boasting about it to old Gue that evening. As she observed his happiness, Tuoba Chen felt a voice in his mind proclaim, "Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring the title of Doloa bodyguard." He reflected on the notion that in life, one must rely on their acting skills. After all, no one could dislike a charming and obedient child. Soon, Jiwei escorted Tuoba Chen to a quaint courtyard, saying, "Little Chen, you shall reside here from today onwards. Do you see those 3 houses?" She pointed to 3 similar structures not far from where they stood. Tuoba Chen nodded. Jiwei continued, "Those are the residences of the Pope's 3 disciples. By staying here, it signifies that the Pope intends to take you as a disciple. You will meet them soon. Additionally, not far from here, there is a simulated training ground where you may cultivate whenever you have free time." "Understood, Grandfather Jiwei," he replied, and Jiwei's heart swelled with joy. The feeling of being a grandfather was delightful. Though he had never raised a grandson or even a son, he believed that if he were unsure how to guide them, showering them with affection would suffice to ensure they did not resent him. Once Jiwei departed, Tuoba Chen settled into his new dwelling, which was quite similar to his previous residence in the Holy Dragon sect, albeit larger and adorned with a pond and a small pavilion, offering a more refined ambience. After selecting rooms for himself and Yi, he began his cultivation. It had been a full month since he last practiced the 2nd level of the dragon transformation technique, and now it was time to commence the 3rd level. The 3rd through 7th levels encompassed various grades of body refinement techniques, while the 3rd level is the most fundamental. Attempting to practice it without having mastered the first 2 levels would result in one's body being rendered incapable due to insufficient strength. As he perused the 3rd level, Tuoba Chen discovered its unique training method, which involved utilizing a special technique to open a specific acupoint within oneself during cultivation. This approach would subject the body to immense pressure, enabling high-intensity training to enhance one's strength. The subsequent levels followed this principle but required different acupoints to be activated. To achieve perfection in the 3rd level, one must simultaneously activate 4 acupoints for an hour. The 4th level demands 16 acupoints, while the 5th requires 36. The 6th level calls for 72, and the 7th necessitates the simultaneous activation of 108 acupoints for 24 hours to be deemed complete. Moreover, after each training session, it is essential to consume a substantial amount of spirit beast meat to replenish the energy expended. Glancing at his azure dragon pendant, filled with various precious herbs, he lamented, "Who carries spirit beast meat?" Reluctantly, he instructed Yi to guard the entrance and resolved to venture out for supplies. However, just as he stepped outside, a familiar figure appeared before him. Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing her, Tuoba Chen hastily opened the courtyard door and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong replied, "No need for such formalities." After he stood upright, she commanded, "Show me your spirit rings." "Certainly," Tuoba Chen responded without hesitation. "Martial spirit, activate." Upon concluding his words, Tuoba Chen's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He exuded an aura both sinister and terrifying, with fine scales sprouting across his body. The shadow behind him also became more solid than before. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, manifested around him. It is worth noting that with the enhancement of his power, each time he activated his martial spirit, various dragon-like traits began to emerge. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's martial spirit, expressed her astonishment. Having encountered white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters before, she was aware of their martial spirits evolving with their increasing strength. However, she had never seen a transformation quite like Tuoba Chen's. The mere presence of a purple second soul ring was already remarkable. Yet his martial spirit had evidently undergone a mutation. "Attack me," Bibi Dong commanded. "Huh? What do you mean? Attack me? Oh, I see." Observing Tuoba Chen's bewilderment, even after he had activated his martial spirit, struck Bibi Dong as somewhat humorous. Without hesitation, Tuoba Chen launched an assault on her, knowing well that she was at least a title de loi at that moment, and his modest offensive would likely be trivial in her eyes. Bang! Bibi Dong effortlessly caught Tuoba Chen's small fist, rendering the scene quite awkward. As she felt the force behind his punch, surprise flickered across her face. In terms of raw power, Tuoba Chen surpassed even Xiaoyu and Yin, displaying decisive action without a hint of hesitation, an indication of great potential. "Tuoba Chen, would you like to be my disciple?" Bibi Dong inquired, fixing her gaze on him. Internally, Tuoba Chen felt a strong resistance. He had no desire to take on a master. The thought of bowing down in submission, akin to ancient traditions, embarrassed him. Yet before this formidable figure, A powerhouse exceeding level 90. He felt he had no right to refuse. I am willing, Your Holiness. Still referring to her as Your Holiness? Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Oh, I mean, teacher. At this, a smile broke across Bibi Dong's face as she replied, Little Chun, I shall not interfere excessively in your training. After all, the Holy Dragon sect likely possesses methods more suited for your development. However, should you have any questions, feel free to approach me during my leisure time. Additionally, if you require any training resources, do not hesitate to ask, understood?